As I opened my eyes, I found myself beneath the heel of the pirate chief. Camper, blood gushing from my thigh. Look at this useless rabble you once saved. He sneered, surveying the silent, terrified captives. My health bar dwindled to a mere 23 points, losing 1 point every 30 seconds. The countdown to death had begun. In the depths of despair, an attribute panel suddenly materialized before me. Class: Necromancer. Skill points 1. I fixed my gaze upon the skill labeled Summon Skeleton and clicked it without hesitation. In the corner, 5 pallid skeletons rose silently, their hollow eye sockets fixated on the pirates at the stairs. The game had commenced. Cold, rancid, excruciating pain enveloped me. My consciousness felt like a shattered vessel submerged beneath the sea, violently yanked back to the surface by a forceful grip. My eyelids felt as heavy as lead. As I managed to crack them open, a filthy boot's sole rapidly loomed in my field of vision. Thud! A solid kick struck my chest, expelling the air from my lungs and causing stars to dance before my eyes. My survival instinct surged ahead of rational thought. I sprang up almost instinctively, my left hand lightning fast, seizing the ankle of the foot that had yet to withdraw. Using the momentum, I rolled sideways and with a fierce tug of my right hand. Thud! A bald giant clad in tattered leather armor, his face a mass of flesh, was caught off guard and toppled to the ground, splashing mud and filth everywhere. Beside him, a translucent panel eerily materialized. Compar, Pirate, Level 5, Strength 7, Constitution 8, Reaction 6, Spirit 5. Skills none. The maximum attributes for mature male are 5. The Extraordinary Sea. A game world. The thought flickered through my mind, only to be dismissed by an agonizing pain. This sensation was all too real. Such a thing did not exist in the game. Before I could retaliate with a punch, 2 iron-like arms suddenly constricted around me from either side, an immense force pinning me back against the cold, damp deck. Struggling? Utterly futile. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. The bald compar cursed as he rose, his face contorted with a blend of embarrassment and fury. A tribute panel, I nearly bellowed. With a swift motion, a far more detailed panel than Compar's unfolded before my eyes. Name: Yuri Minahil. Class: Necromancer. Level 10-100. Health 2365. Bleeding status -1 every 30 seconds. Attributes: Strength 4, Constitution 4, Reaction 6, Spirit 10. Skills: Summon Skeleton. Learnable. Life Sense unlocked. Skill points: 1. Summons 0, 10 none. A Necromancer? The words in the class column struck my chaotic mind like a bolt of lightning. Before my transmutation, as a seasoned player of the Extraordinary Sea, a level 68 swordsman, I knew all too well what these 4 words signified in the later stages. Legendary classes possessed only a handful of core skills, and the long list of locked abilities beneath this panel. The potential was simply unfathomable. The overwhelming influx of information temporarily distracted me, even causing me to forget the gaping wound on my thigh that was bleeding profusely. This brief lapse in focus, in Compar's eyes, morphed into blatant scorn. You have some guts, kid? Compar's eyes turned crimson as he suddenly drew his curved dagger from his waist, its cold glimmer flashing. With a swift thrust, the icy blade plunged in my already injured thigh. Agony surged to the forefront of my mind as blood gushed forth like a burst dam. The numbers beside my health status flickered manically. -1. -1. Look how fast the blood flows. Compar waved the bloody dagger before my eyes, his voice hissing like a serpent. If you don't find a way to staunch the bleeding, you'll soon be cold. He gestured toward the more than 100 captives huddled in the cabin, their faces pale and gaunt, eyes glazed over. You've helped every one of them. And now? Not a peep. A bunch of cowards. Bah. He spat. A cruel delight etched across his features. Listen. If he dies, each of you will receive an extra crust of bread. If he lives, you'll all starve until he meets his end. Kid, take a good look at this world for the last time. Ha ha ha. His maniacal laughter echoed through the grimy hold. The captives buried their heads lower, none daring to meet my gaze, and even fewer bold enough to counter Compar's tirade. The air was thick with despair. Yet, Compar failed to perceive the anticipated fear and pleading. What he saw was the slight curve of my lips, a cold smirk tinged with mockery. This ignited his fury completely. Leave him here to die. We'll head up for drinks. Let us see how long he can keep laughing. In a fit of rage, Campau bellowed as he ascended the ladder with two subordinates. The heavy hatch slammed shut with a resounding clang, extinguishing the last remnants of light and plunging the hold into a suffocating darkness. The only sensations anchoring me to reality were the warm liquid seeping from my thigh wound and the slow yet steady decline of my health, a grim reminder that death was drawing near. With 23 points of life remaining, I could endure for a while longer. Yet, my focus was solely on that singular skill point. Summon skeleton. Learn. As the thought crystallized, my skill points dwindled to 0 in an instant. An arcane and chilling knowledge surged into my mind. Summon skeleton. Level 1 summon 1 level 1 skeleton warrior at a designated location, within 5 meters. Strength 7, Constitution 4. Reaction 3, Spirit 0. Casting time, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Success. Ignoring the excruciating pain in my thigh and the relentless drain of my vitality, I swiftly closed my eyes. My concentration heightened, as if I had unlocked a form of inner sight. My vision transformed from darkness into a peculiar tableau. The gray of a lifeless deck, the outline of wooden barrels. Around me, a dense array of red light points representing life. Those were the clustered captives. My mental tendrils keenly perceived every inch of the space within a 5-meter radius around me. In the vacant corners, in the depths of shadows. Perfect. Just as I locked onto a shadowy corner, preparing to summon the skeletons to unleash havoc, a faint red light point cautiously inched toward my position. Who could it be? I opened my eyes to behold a gaunt little girl, her face smeared with dirt and her hair a tangled shade of yellow, timidly standing before me with her bloodless lips clenched. Above her head, a line of small text appeared. Seville, unemployed, strength 3, Constitution 3, reaction 4, spirit 4. Skill, bandaging level 4. What is she intending to do? In the next moment, my mind faltered. The girl suddenly bowed her head, her small hands grasping the tattered coarse cloth garment she wore, and with a swift, tearing motion, she ripped off a long strip of fabric. Then she crouched down, her delicate hands trembling slightly, yet displaying an extraordinary proficiency as she tightly wrapped the strip around the grievous wound on my thigh. She pulled it tight. A sharp gasp escaped my lips as searing pain surged through me, but an even greater shock resonated within my soul. In this frigid abyss of despair, where everyone is consumed by self-preservation, this frail girl, as delicate as a blade of grass swaying in the wind, chose to use her scant clothing to save me. "Hey, you!" A burly captive nearby growled in fury, seemingly attempting to intervene. I abruptly raised my head, my icy gaze cutting through the air like a dagger. The words that followed were instantly stifled in his throat, his complexion paling as he recoiled, silenced by my glare. Seville appeared oblivious to the commotion, her focus solely on securing the knot. When her small hands finally released their grip, the glaring, bleeding status in my status bar vanished. My health stabilized at 1265. Once she completed her task, it seemed as though she had exhausted all her strength, retreating silently into the shadows behind me, her petite form curling into a tight ball. Gazing at that shivering figure, feeling the constricting sensation of the coarse fabric on my leg, along with the faint warmth, the cold, calculated intent to slaughter the skeletal minions for experience points dissipated significantly. The plan had shifted. I would die just yet. These captives, I would spare them. Experience must be extracted from those pirates who had already transitioned. The attributes of a skeletal minion, strength 7, rival those of ordinary pirates. A flicker of thought ignited. I mentally locked onto the deepest shadows of the corner. Summon, 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 summon. Silently, 5 ghastly white skeletons, armed with rusted bone swords, slowly rose from the pitch-black darkness. Their eye sockets were hollow, mandibles opening and closing soundlessly, exuding an aura of death and coldness, standing like the most loyal guardians. Encircling me protectively. A sense of security? No, it was a feeling of control. This was the power of a necromancer. The sixth skeletal minion. I summoned above my head, to the upper deck where the pirates were located. Vision shared. The hollow gaze of the skeletal minion swept across the surroundings. Several broken tables. Scattered bottles of liquor, filthy hammocks. It was the pirates' lounge, abandoned and empty. Directing it towards the door, the bony claw grasped the rough wooden doorknob and gently pulled it open. Outside, a yawning, bleary-eyed pirate was raising his hand, preparing to push the door. Riga Shah, pirate, level 3, strength 7, constitution 6, reaction 4, spirit 5. Skills none. Face to face. A close quarters kill, without the slightest hesitation. My will is like a blade. Slash. The rusted bone sword whistled through the air, precisely and mercilessly slicing through Riga Shah's unguarded neck. Gush. Warm blood erupted like a fountain, splattering across the mottled cabin walls. The pirate's scream barely escaped his throat before a second. More ferocious strikes silenced him entirely. The lifeless body crumpled softly to the ground. Kill Rajasha, pirate, level 3, experience 9. The chilling notification sounded like a celestial melody. Hey, Rajasha, did you stumble upon something unspeakable? From the adjacent room came the impatient shouts and heavy footsteps. Another pirate, rubbing his eyes, emerged just in time to witness the skeletal warrior standing at the doorway, alongside the twitching, blood-soaked body of his fallen comrade. Undead. The pirate's pupils constricted in terror, and a piercing scream shattered the tranquility above. He turned and fled, scrambling in desperation, his voice rising in pitch. Undead. There are undead. Run? Their attributes are similar, yet the skeletal warrior, unburdened by flesh, moved with the swiftness of the wind. The rusted bone sword, accompanied by the ominous whisper of death, struck fiercely at the pirate's vulnerable back. Defeated Marion, pirate, level 4, experience 16. The experience bar surged upward abruptly, simultaneously. A torrent of unfamiliar memories flooded my mind. Fragments belonging to the original inhabitant of this body, an ordinary yet passionate youth who had struggled briefly in this harsh world. Merging completely with my essence. Chaotic footsteps, terrified shouts, the sharp clang of weapons colliding, erupted above me like boiling water. More skeletal soldiers were summoned ceaselessly, plunging into this one-sided massacre. They were silent, efficient, tireless, unafraid of death. Like a legion of cold, killing machines. They unleashed a storm of bloodshed in the narrow corridors of the ship. Most pirates could only scream and flee, while only a scant few mustered the courage to retaliate, merely creating a negligible delay in my experience gain progress bar. Experience points 9, 16, 12. The numbers danced wildly. After a span of mere minutes, amidst the deathly symphony orchestrated by the skeletal soldiers wielding their bony swords, the awaited notification finally illuminated. Level 1. Skill points 1. Spirit 2. Constitution 1. Health 47,100. A warm current surged throughout my body. The feeling of weakness significantly dissipated. I have leveled up. The growth potential of this NPC template is astonishing. Players gain only 1 point in free attributes upon leveling up, while legendary classes receive merely 2 or 3 points at levels 2 or 3. I, however, gain a fixed 3 attribute points with each upgrade. A new skill, Life Sense, has been unlocked. I immediately consume my newly acquired skill points to learn it. Life Sense, level 1, passive detection of life essence within 1 meter. Active release, requires summoned entity blurred sensing of life essence within a radius of 100 meters. Cooldown, 5 minutes per summon. A divine skill. I promptly command a nearby skeleton soldier to unleash the skill. Buzz. In an instant, a dynamic map of life unfolded in my mind. The dense red dots representing captives were clustered below. Meanwhile, above and on the deck, there were still 42 rapidly moving red dots representing pirates. They were dwindling in number, converging toward the stern of the ship, attempting to flee. Do they wish to escape? I sneered. I focused my will on a skeleton soldier stationed by the hatch cover, its bony claws gripping the heavy latch, pulling with all its might. Creak, clang. The hatch was forcefully thrown open, Dim light flooded into the lower cabin. Simultaneously, another skeleton soldier, which had been lurking in the shadows of the lower cabin corner, stepped forward under my control, its movements stiff yet resolute, clicking, clacking. As it emerged, its ghastly skeletal frame, hollow eye sockets, and rusted bone sword. Under the murky light, it resembled a nightmare come to life. The nearest captive let out a piercing scream that shattered the air. Undead! There are undead! Run! Quickly flee! Panic swept through the lower cabin like a plague. Over 100 people erupted into chaos. The cacophony of cries, shoving, and the screams of those trampled filled the air. No one dared to resist. Some, in their desperation to climb the ladder first, ruthlessly pushed those beside them toward the slowly advancing skeleton soldier. The baseness of human nature was laid bare in that moment. You deserve to be captives. A cold sneer rose within me. But suddenly I sensed something amiss. That small figure behind me. Shiver. With such a commotion, how could she remain silent? My heart sank. I hurriedly turned around. The girl remained curled in the shadow behind me, her petite form gently rising and falling. I cautiously checked her breath. It was even and steady. She was merely asleep. The tension in my heart instantly eased. I carefully cradled her in my arms, allowing her to lean against me, using my warmth to dispel the chill of the lower cabin. She seemed to sense the warmth, instinctively nuzzling against me. 10 minutes later, I commanded another skeleton soldier to release life sense. The scanning range enveloped the entire ship. Up and down, all was eerily empty. The red dots representing life dwindled to just one. It was in my embrace. The rest had either fled or remained forever on this ship. The accumulation of experience points has allowed me to ascend to level 3, granting me an invaluable skill point, alongside enhancements of 1 to my spirit, constitution, and strength attributes. My maximum health has reached 120 points. I have unlocked a new skill, Undead Breath, yet I have chosen not to utilize the skill point for the time being, as such resources are too precious. The crisis has been averted. I commanded the skeletal soldiers to retract the rope ladder and hoist the anchor. The sails billowed under an invisible wind, propelled by the ropes pulled by the skeletal crew, as the pirate ship belonging to Merkel began to drift slowly away from the island shrouded in shadows. We distanced ourselves to thwart any potential counterattack from lingering pirate forces. The disarray exhibited by the motley crew aboard clearly indicated that their leader was not present. Shiviel awakened. I gently tapped the back of the girl's hand. Her long eyelashes fluttered before she opened her eyes, only to find herself in my embrace, her cheeks immediately flushed with a rosy hue. However, as she instinctively turned her head and beheld the chaos at the entrance, marred by dark crimson stains that had yet to fully dry, the color drained from her face. She instinctively covered her mouth, suppressing a wave of retching. "Do not fear, it is over now." I endeavored to soften my tone, caressing her withered hair. "Close your eyes and grasp my hand tightly. I shall lead you away from this place." She nodded vigorously, her small hand clutching my fingers tightly, her eyes squeezed shut, her body still trembling slightly. "Be cautious. The ground is slippery," I warned, guiding her carefully, avoiding the filth as we ascended the ladder, escaping the hellish depths of the ship. Upon inhaling the relatively fresh air of the upper deck, we could not help but take a deep breath. I scavenged 2 relatively clean garments from the deceased pirates, wrapping one around Shiviel while donning a pair of trousers myself. Standing at the stern of the ship, the salty sea breeze enveloped us. The island that had imprisoned us and witnessed the undead uprising gradually receded from view. "We have a ship now, Shiviel." I smiled, ruffling her still pallid face. The girl tilted her head upwards, gazing at the receding island before looking back at me, her soiled visage breaking into a faint yet genuine smile for the first time. Meanwhile, deep within the island. "So you all managed to escape, did you? And you used the captives as bait to flee. Not a single soul left on the ship. The pirate chief, Merkel, a burly man with a grotesque scar etched across his face, seized the collar of a pirate captain before him, his eyes nearly bulging with rage. The panel above his head displayed his prowess. Merkel, pirate, level 10, strength 12, constitution 13, reflexes 6, spirit 7. Skills, heavy strike, level 2. Observing the captain nodding like a sieve, a surge of fury coursed through Merkel's veins. He shoved the captain away and seized a machete, roaring, "All of you, to the shoreline. If the ship is lost, I will feed every last one of you to the fish." Regret gnawed at his insides. In a bid to solidify his power, he had slaughtered all the intelligent members of his crew, leaving behind only obedient fools. Obedience is genuine obedience, and foolishness is indeed genuine folly. Along the way, Merkel glared at the pirates beside him, clutching barrels of wine and dragging fishing nets. Their expressions exuding a sense of self-satisfaction. Fools. The ship is gone, with barrels and nets in hand. Do you intend to brew wine and fish for the rest of your lives on this island? Huh. The chief, looking aggrieved, replied, "Leader, we can survive. I had them bring all the food and drink down, and there are the fishing nets." In a fit of rage, Merkel unleashed a torrent of obscenities, wishing he could cleave this seemingly loyal subordinate in half to relieve his frustration. Yet, considering he might still need him to lead the charge ahead, he forcibly restrained himself. A throng of individuals rushed to the seaside, where the wind howled and the waves crashed against the rocks. The shore was desolate, save for a group of pirates faithfully surrounding a pile of barrels and fishing nets, gazing at him with eager eyes. Merkel's last shred of hope was extinguished. Darkness clouding his vision, his voice trembling. Where's the ship? It was taken away by a bunch of skeletons. Chief, one pirate replied honestly. Then why didn't you chase after it? Why didn't you get it back? Merkel roared, spittle flying onto the pirate's face. The pirate shrank back, justifying his inaction. "We must guard these, chief. Otherwise, those fleeing captives will surely come to steal them." Merkel opened his mouth, a surge of frustration constricting his chest, nearly causing him to faint. To scold? What could he possibly say to this bunch whose minds were only filled with thoughts of wine and bread? He could only suppress his inner turmoil, gathering all the pirates once more, dragging them back to a secret entrance of a hidden cavern deep within the island. This was a treasure clue he had stumbled upon, initially intending to use the captives to scout for riches, only to have lost the ship first. "What are you all standing around for?" Merkel's roar echoed through the forest, startling a flock of birds into flight. "Go, bring back all those escaped captives. If you can't catch the captives, then you yourselves will go down to scout the way." The pirates scattered like hyenas scenting blood, rushing towards the depths of the island. On the other side, aboard the pirate ship, I stood at the edge, ostensibly rummaging through the available supplies with shiver, while secretly controlling a skeleton soldier I had previously left on the island, directing it towards a deeply etched coordinate in my memory. Vikia's treasure. That novice dungeon that had turned me into a laughingstock in my past life as a pit-digging maniac. The familiar outline of the small island could not be mistaken. The skeleton soldier navigated through the dense forest, yet before it could catch sight of the cavern, it stumbled upon a group of pirates frantically searching for captives. The scarred man at the forefront, with an extremely striking attribute panel, instantly locked his gaze on me. Merkel, indeed the dungeon's boss. There was nothing to be said. With a thought, the skeleton soldier accelerated silently, its rusty bone sword aimed directly at Merkel's right wrist, completely disregarding the vicious blow aimed at its own skull. Trading life for injury? I can afford it. The skeleton soldier's cooldown is merely 1 minute. Merkel evidently lacked such awareness. As he realized his wrist was in peril, he let out an anguished roar and forcefully shifted his blade to block the attack. A level 10 pirate, possessing overwhelming attributes, was unexpectedly thrown into disarray by a level 1 skeletal soldier of rather ordinary stats. After several exchanges, he found himself at a disadvantage. Cursed bones. In a fit of anger and humiliation, Merkel abandoned his assault on the skeleton's fragile joints, opting instead to swing his blade with tremendous force, aiming to shatter the skeletal soldier's bone sword. Clang! 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 The clash was relentless. The disparity in strength became evident. The frail skeletal soldier could not withstand such brute force. The bone sword was knocked from its grasp, and the skeleton itself crumbled under the overwhelming impact, disintegrating into a cascade of shattered bones, vanishing from sight. Panting heavily, Merkel gazed at the scattered remnants of white bones on the ground, devoid of any victorious elation. Instead, wearing a deeper frown of gravity and a hint of fear. If a single skeletal soldier could render him so helpless, and his subordinates reported that. There were at least 4 or 5 aboard the ship. A chill surged from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. He abruptly turned, directing a frenzied roar at the pirates who were still dawdling, his voice echoing across the silent island. For heaven's sake, move. Dig us a passage to the underworld tonight. If we fail to uncover the treasure, we shall perish at the hands of those bone fiends. In a relentless pursuit, Merkel hastened to explore the subterranean labyrinth, while Yuri was equally occupied. Anchoring the vessel in place, he left 2 skeletal soldiers to guard the ship, and he and Shiver boarded a small boat to approach the island. Initially, Yuri intended to venture ashore alone, but he could not withstand the imploring gaze of Shiver and ultimately acquiesced to bring her along. Concerned that Shiver might find the experience dull, he also took a fishing rod and some bait with him. Upon nearing the island, Yuri stationed 1 skeletal soldier by his side as a precaution and dispatched the remainder of his skeletal army toward the location of the underground complex. If all went as anticipated, the band of pirates should be gathered in the vicinity of the subterranean site. Meanwhile, as Merkel directed his subordinates in their exploration of the labyrinth, despair washed over him at the sight of 10 skeletal soldiers materializing before him. Having previously witnessed skeletal soldiers vanish upon death, Merkel recognized that these were the summoned minions of some practitioner. The situation was worse than he had envisioned. The summoning limit was not 5, but rather 10. Before Merkel could ponder further, the 10 skeletal soldiers, wielding their bone swords, charged at them. To vanquish these 10 skeletal warriors, the pirates suffered the loss of 19 men. Yuri, indifferent to the demise of his skeletal soldiers, continued to summon more, and once he amassed another 10, he directed them to flank the pirates' gathering place. This cycle continued, and by the 4th wave of skeletal soldiers, the pirates could no longer withstand the pressure and scattered in disarray, leaving Merkel to confront the 10 skeletal warriors alone. Unsurprisingly, he was overwhelmed and met his end at their hands. The fleeing pirates were methodically hunted down by Yuri, one by one, until he received a new notification upon slaying yet another pirate. Detection indicates 0 pirates remain alive. The mission pirate assault has been completed. Settlement in progress. Pirates alive, 0. Experience points, 1,000. Skill points, 3. Villagers alive, 0. Experience, 0. Skill points, 0. Special evaluation received. Not a single one left in a certain event became the sole survivor, with personal kills exceeding 70. Gold, 100. Level up, 1. Skill points, 1. Spirit, 3. Initially captivated by the awarded skill points, Yuri's attention swiftly shifted to the special evaluation. While the special evaluation itself was of little consequence, what caught his interest was the condition for acquiring it, becoming the only survivor of the event. Yuri swallowed hard as he glanced at Shiver, who sat at the stern of the boat, focused intently on her fishing. Life sense. He commanded the skeletal soldiers to activate the skill once more. Watching the lone red dot on the vessel's sensor, Yuri's heart raced unexpectedly. Previously, as the two had been in close proximity, Yuri had assumed that the life detected was Shiver, oblivious to the fact that, as the master of the skeletal soldiers, he was overlooked by this very skill. At present, a certain distance had arisen between the 2 individuals. Based on the position of the red dot relative to the skeletal warrior, Yuri could ascertain with certainty that this red did not signify Shiver, but rather himself. Setting aside all other considerations, Yuri felt it imperative to first ascertain the identity of Shiver. Seated in a small boat, Shiver was fishing with a rod when he heard Yuri's call. Turning his head, he blinked in mild confusion. Observing the look of anticipation in Shiver's eyes, Yuri suddenly found himself questioning whether Shiver was human, undead, or something entirely different. Yet, such distinctions mattered little. After all, it was undeniably true that Shiver had staunched his bleeding with the scant clothing available at the moment when he most needed assistance upon his arrival in this world. And that alone sufficed. It's nothing, just a reminder to focus while fishing and not to look back. Otherwise, the fish might flee, and we would go hungry tonight. Yuri remarked, unable to suppress a chuckle. Upon hearing Yuri's words, the anticipation in Shiver's gaze shifted to confusion, and he silently turned back to concentrate on his fishing rod. Meanwhile, Yuri accessed his attributes panel. The complete attributes panel can be found at the end of the chapter. Having ascended from level 3 to level 7, Yuri had unlocked 4 new skills. Level 4, Bone Spear, summons a spear of bone to attack the target. Level 5, Mental Enhancement, increases the limit of summoned entities. Level 6, Skeleton Resurrection, allows the summoning of skeletal warriors from corpses or the revival of destroyed skeletons. Level 7, Tough Skin, increases the maximum health of summoned entities. Of these 4 skills, Yuri chose only to learn the Mental Enhancement unlocked at level 5. Mental Enhancement, level 1, summoned entity, limit 20, mental skill level. Leveling requirement, level 10, 2 skill points. The other skills, while not lacking in strength, were temporarily unnecessary for Yuri, thus he refrained from acquiring them. Next, he prepared for the exploration of the underground palace. He aimed to prove that treasures indeed lay hidden here. He was not merely a foolish leader, even if the outcome was known only to himself. With his level at 7 and his mental attributes reaching 20, combined with the effect of mental enhancement, Yuri's current limit for summoned entities was 40, excluding the 2 skeletal warriors left on the boat. He dispatched the remaining 38 skeletal warriors to the island to commence a search, further ensuring that no other humans occupied the area. Subsequently, Yuri focused on maneuvering the 2 skeletal warriors aboard the boat to return. When pirates inhabited the island, the sea was safer than the shore. Now that the pirates had vacated the island, the shore offered greater safety than the sea. Yuri and Shiver's dinner consisted of crabs and shrimp caught by Shiver, but no fish. Yuri had been unable to catch any fish and thus could not discreetly use the skeletal warriors to attach them to Shiver's hook. Relying solely on Shiver's fishing skills, they risked the prospect of going hungry that evening. Shiver, have you considered that perhaps your manipulation of the skeletal warriors to repeatedly attach crabs and shrimp to the hook is the reason no fish are biting? In the den of pirates, bread and wine were discovered, yet Yuri remained uncertain of their toxicity, hesitating to partake. Moreover, the bread appeared harder than the skulls of the skeletal warriors. The following morning, after a restful slumber, Yuri ventured to the entrance of the underground palace with Shivel. He vividly recalled that upon entering, beneath the 18th tile lay a spike trap that, when stepped upon, would unleash a 2-meter-long spike from below. In days gone by, he had fallen victim to this trap and had also utilized it to ensnare others. To confirm the accuracy of his memory, Yuri commanded a skeletal warrior to traverse 17 tiles, ultimately stepping upon the 18th. Suddenly, with a swift whoosh, a spike emerged beneath the skeletal warrior's feet, penetrating through the gaps in its form and thrusting against the skull, propelling the skeleton into the air. Ah, indeed, this was the familiar underground palace he remembered. Character attributes panel name, Yuri Minahil class, Necromancer level, 7, 482, 6400, health, 255 attributes, strength 7, constitution 8, agility 6, spirit 20 skills, summon skeleton, level 1. Life sense, level 1. Undead breath, level 0. Bone spear, level 0. Spirit enhancement, level 1. Skeleton resurrection, level 0. Tough skin, level 0. Corpse explosion, learning level 8. Skill points 1, unlocked. Skill points, 6 equipment. Leather tunic, leather pants, leather boots, wooden fishing rod inventory, 10 100 gold coins, water-filled wooden barrel. Wooden fishing rod, leather armor. Summons, 4040 skeleton warrior, level 1. 40005 clues of the legendary warship abandoning the summoning of the skeletal soldier. Yuri summoned another, embarking once again on the path etched in his memory. Prior to this journey, he had spent a full week within the subterranean chambers, diligently triggering every mechanism hidden within. If not for his unwillingness to concede defeat, he would not have rallied the online community to excavate this labyrinthine crypt. The 18th tile concealed the magical mechanism at 3/4 of its center, which unleashed spikes from the ground. The 20th tile mirrored the 18th. The 21st tile posed no threat from the ground itself, yet the walls on either side were perilous, leading to the same fate of spikes. The 23rd and 24th tiles were safe to tread upon in their centers, but caution was advised at their junction, as it too concealed spikes. The 26th tile required a leftward path, resulting in a lightning strike. 20 minutes later, Yuri guided the skeletal soldier, having evaded all traps, to the innermost sanctum of the crypt, the only hall present. Gazing around the barren chamber, save for a solitary stone chair, Yuri sighed in resignation. Indeed, this was merely an empty crypt devoid of any treasures. His efforts had been in vain. Just as he prepared to relinquish control of the skeletal soldier and depart, he noticed a strikingly handsome, semi-transparent figure seated upon the once-empty stone chair, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Is this a soul shepherd from the Shadow sect? No. The soul shepherds summon phantoms, which lack physical form. The entity before him was evidently corporeal. Might you be a new class of practitioner? Will you not introduce yourself? A sudden voice resonated beside him, startling Yuri. The skeletal soldier, lacking auditory faculties, was oblivious to the sound surrounding it, and until now, Yuri had not heard anything. Yet, he now distinctly perceived the voice of the man. Do not be alarmed. I sense the thoughts you projected onto it. Yuri felt a wave of confusion wash over him. The man was conversing with him through a form of mental connection. How was he to respond? Should he speak to the man directly? The stranger offered no reply to his thoughts, indicating that this mental dialogue was far more complex than anticipated. Yuri instinctively resisted the notion of conveying his thoughts in such a manner. Unlike sending a message, which one could retract, there was no such safety net here. What if he misspoke? It was akin to the admonition of do not think of a white bear for 10 minutes. The very act of trying to suppress a thought often leads one to dwell upon it even more. You seem rather hesitant to engage in this mental discourse. Are you concerned that I might invade your thoughts? Yuri, no, I fear I might taint yours. Very well, there exists a simpler method, albeit one that may render you somewhat foolish. Speaking aloud to the crypt from outside, I can still hear you. Yuri glanced at Shivel beside him and briefly clarified that he was conversing with the entity within the underground palace, not merely engaging in soliloquy, before he commenced his dialogue with the subterranean space. Subsequently, the two began to communicate through thought and vocalizations. The man introduced himself as Renvikia, the captain of the explorer who, after discovering a new continent, inadvertently contracted a disease that ultimately led to his demise. In his final moments, Tyren piloted a small boat to this island and constructed the underground palace, awaiting the arrival of a sufficiently fortunate individual. He had come to the realization that no matter how formidable one's strength or how astute one's intellect, fortune often outweighs them both. By sufficiently fortunate, Tyren referred to those who could traverse the palace without triggering any traps, reaching the grand hall to encounter his lingering spirit. The first individual to meet his residual essence would be granted a reward, the Explorer's Pendant, which bestows a bonus of 5 luck. And for every piece of Explorer equipment worn, an additional 5 points of luck would be acquired. Yuri felt a pang of regret, pondering why he had never considered the path of avoiding traps. Additionally, he grew curious about whether this island might transform into a dungeon. If I take this pendant, will you vanish? He inquired. The benevolent villain, a paradoxical existence. I shall not disappear. Instead, I will retreat with this island into the crevices of time and space, blessing each fortunate soul who manages to reach me without triggering any traps. It was evident that Tyren had misunderstood Yuri's intentions, yet Yuri chose not to clarify the misconception. Mr. Tyren, I have a question. You claim to be the captain of the Explorer, but to my knowledge, the captain at that time was Dumont Kate. The world is aware that Dumont was the captain of the Explorer, and I have never encountered your name, neither in federal reports nor in rumors. Who then speaks the truth? Yuri spoke earnestly. Prior to his journey, he had indeed never heard of Tyren, nor could he find any reference to Vikia in the historical records of the Extraordinary Sea. To Yuri's surprise, Tyren's expression turned somber and melancholic, yet devoid of anger. Only the living may return as captain. What worth is there in the accolades of the deceased, which merely serve to diminish the achievements of the living? You seem somewhat disheartened. Tyren remarked. Often, when one poses a question, they already possess the answer. Blind denial is not a wise course of action. Thus, Yuri did not refute Tyren's words, but nodded honestly. Indeed, I had expected you to manifest anger or even resentment, to regale me with a tale of trust and betrayal, ultimately tempting me with a splendid reward to seek trouble with Dumont. You must be aware that I will possess such strength in the future. Upon hearing Yuri's words, Tyren paused momentarily, then broke into a smile. Evil, goodness, and sincerity. You are destined to become a renowned pirate in the future. Dumont is a person of great rationality, always capable of making the best choice in the moment. Yet, you are correct. I am indeed somewhat reluctant, for he ought not to completely disregard me. This is rational, yet unethical. Allow me to share a secret with you. In the captain's quarters of the ship Explorer, there hangs a navigational map that automatically records its destinations and current location. By striking the compass bell in the order of north, south, west, and east 2 knocks each time, the bell will open. A single drop of your blood into it will bind the Explorer to you as its master, obeying your commands. Should you succeed one day, do remember to convey to Dumont that the honor belongs to him, but the Explorer does not. Quest acquired. Message. Quest requirement. Relay the message from Tyren Vecchia to the legendary navigator Dumont Kate. The honor is yours, but the Explorer is not. Quest reward. 1 skill point. Yuri's heart raced in response to Tyren's words. The Explorer, one of the 4 legendary warships, is the fastest vessel in the extraordinary world of the seas, equipped with precise positioning capabilities. The other 3 legendary warships include the soaring ship capable of flight, the ethereal ship able to dive into the depths, and the landwalker, which can traverse the shore. Beyond these unique attributes, the overall statistics of legendary warships far surpass those of ordinary vessels. The information displayed on the panel serves as corroboration of the message's authenticity. This spurred Yuri's desire to set sail immediately back to the Federation mainland. Eager to claim the Explorer for himself, legendary warships, they are the unattainable dream of nearly every player. Thank you, generous Mr. Tyren. For my own sake, I shall convey your words. 006 Future Naval Commander. Subsequently, Yuri bid farewell to Tyren, embarking on a journey with Shiver and all the skeletal soldiers aboard a pirate ship. Leaving the island behind, Tyren expressed his belief that Yuri would become a great pirate king, yet Yuri harbored no intentions of pursuing piracy. Instead, he found the prospect of salvaging shipwrecks, searching for treasures, and exploring ancient crypts far more appealing than plundering merchant vessels. These pursuits promised both wealth and renown. Thus, the pirate ship had transformed into the Black Pearl, a name imbued with nostalgia for Yuri. Shortly after the Black Pearl departed from the island, a semicircular luminescent barrier enveloped the land. Gradually, the barrier diminished, and the island within it shrank until it vanished completely. In the void left by the barrier, a colossal maelstrom emerged. The indigenous inhabitants of the extraordinary sea refer to this phenomenon as a temporal rift, signifying a fissure in time and space. Everything within the temporal rift was frozen at a specific moment, creating unique parallel timelines for each individual who entered, existing independently of one another. Players commonly referred to this as a dungeon. Those who followed Yuri into the rift and successfully entered the grand hall of the crypt without triggering any traps would receive Tyren's blessing. Luck 1. Meanwhile, the pirates on the island would all resurrect within the temporal rift, serving as the first obstacle in the treasure hunt. Yuri surmised that Tyren, even if not an ascendant, was undoubtedly akin to one on the verge of ascension. The ability to create a temporal rift or grant permanent attribute enhancements was beyond the capabilities of ordinary practitioners. In the extraordinary sea, becoming a practitioner marked the threshold of the extraordinary. Common professions, colloquially known as ordinary professions, could ascend upon reaching level 100 and fulfilling certain criteria. Upon ascension, a once ordinary profession would transform into a unique legendary profession, retaining current attributes while resetting the level to 1, allowing for continued personal development. During ascension, one could manifest a piece of equipment named after their profession's characteristics. Yuri speculated that Tyren's profession was likely adventurer. and that he had achieved ascension after discovering a new continent. The explorer pendant that Tyran bestowed upon him was presumably the ascension equipment Tyran received during his own elevation. If Tyran's claims held any truth, an unforeseen incident must have transpired. Otherwise, Tyran would not lack recognition. Moreover, an ascendant could hardly perish from an infection unless poisoned by foul play. Before Yuri's crossing, the highest player level in the Extraordinary Sea barely reached level 89. Far from the requirements for ascension, and all knowledge regarding ascension was merely hearsay. Thus, drawing conclusions about the events of that time was impossible. However, Yuri was certain that Tyran was concealing something from him. Furthermore, this so-called blessing was likely fraught with issues. Yuri pondered this from a different perspective. If he led his crew to discover a new continent, only for his subordinate to gain fame while he himself was completely erased from history, he would not seek revenge. Instead, he would leave behind such a peculiar treasure to bless every stranger. Yuri found it beyond his capabilities to be so noble, nor did he believe anyone could achieve such greatness. Never mind, he thought, let us head to the new continent to procure some food. The skeleton soldiers required neither fresh water nor sustenance, but he and Shiver did, albeit in quantities far less than what an ordinary ship would demand. The treasure of VQ was merely a 4-hour sail from the new continent, not far at all. Moreover, Yuri vividly recalled the relative positions of the new continent and the treasure of Vikia. There was no need for a nautical chart, with merely a compass in hand. Yuri was confident in his ability to return to land, even if his course were slightly off. As long as the general direction was correct, he would likely reach another port or coastline, rather than be lost at sea. As he pondered, he suddenly felt Shiver tugging at the hem of his garment. Run, huh? Somewhat puzzled, he glanced at Shiver before following the direction of her pointed finger. 3 federal warships emerged within Yuri's line of sight. There was no need to flee. They were not pirates. Pirate ships, pirate attire. Without pirates, they were not believed. Shiver's words left Yuri at a loss for a retort, let alone the Navy. He himself found it hard to believe, cursing under his breath. Yuri swiftly commanded the skeleton soldiers to adjust the sails and instructed the remaining ones to wield their oars and begin rowing. After a brief flight, and once assured that the warships were not in pursuit, Yuri finally exhaled in relief. He picked up his telescope and gazed into the distance at the leading warship. Brubin? Why had he come out with 3 ships? His shoulder insignia was incorrect. In Yuri's recollection, Brubin was the de facto ruler of the new continent, the naval commander who had launched a vigorous campaign against the pirates surrounding the new continent upon assuming office, thereby ensuring the safety of the adjacent waters and vital trade routes, significantly enhancing trade between the new continent and the Federation. His distinctive attire of gold and green, along with the raven on his shoulder, were emblematic of his position. Yet now, while the attire and raven were as expected, Bru's insignia did not represent that of the Supreme Commander, but rather that of an ordinary captain. Thus, it seemed he had not yet ascended to the rank of commander. This might explain the presence of pirates nearby, who dared to abduct ordinary citizens for their own nefarious explorations of the catacombs. The pirates were uncommunicative, and Shiver was unable to recall anything further, leaving Yuri uncertain of the exact temporal context in which he found himself. As far as Yuri remembered, players entered the Extraordinary Sea precisely 1 year after Bru assumed command and began eradicating the surrounding pirates. If he could ascertain Bru's current status, it would greatly aid Yuri in pinpointing to the present moment in time. After some contemplation, Yuri procured a piece of cloth and inscribed the words paper and pen upon it, subsequently fastening the cloth to the ribcage of the skeletal soldier. Though the skeletal soldier lacked the ability to speak or hear, Yuri was able to remotely command it to communicate through writing and the cloth. The necessity for Bru to provide the paper and pen arose from the absence of such items aboard the pirate ship. Following this, Yuri directed the skeletal soldier, alongside another, to embark on a small vessel towards Bru's ship. Meanwhile, he continued to maneuver the Black Pearl away from Bru's warship. As one of the legendary figures, Bru's strength remained formidable even without a fleet, and Yuri had no desire to gamble with his own life. Having accomplished these tasks, Yuri noticed that Shiver was observing him with a curious expression. What is it? Feel free to ask. The thrill of great deeds is diminished when performed in secrecy, akin to a wealthy man returning home clad in finery under the cover of night. Yuri was eager to boast about his impending deception of a future naval commander, one of the legends of the extraordinary sea. However, Shiver's curiosity did not pertain to this matter. Husky, who is that? How should he respond? Should he simply inform her that a husky is a dog? In the realm of adventure, Yuri peered through the telescope, observing Blue, who in turn was scrutinizing the black pearl. Upon noticing two skeletal figures rowing towards them, Blue immediately issued commands for vigilance. Spread out, everyone, remain on guard. He observed Yuri inscribing something on a strip of cloth and fastening it to the ribcage of one of the skeletons, leading him to believe that Yuri likely harbored no ill intentions. Nevertheless, for the sake of caution, Blue instructed the other two vessels to maintain their distance. As the small boat piloted by the skeleton drew near, Blue leaped from the deck of his warship onto the small craft, retrieving the strip from the skeleton-s ribcage. Through the skeleton-s perspective, Yuri glimpsed Blue's attributes, causing him to exclaim in frustration, "Damn it! Blue Bin, captain of the Black Crow, level 35, strength 27. Constitution 56, reflexes 28, spirit 45. Skills: gluttony, consuming food to enhance one's own constitution 24. Liberation, releasing a penetrating mental attack, level 4. Mastery, gaining vision over a designated area and marking a specific target, level 1. Control, compelling a target to move in a specified direction, level 1. Black Crow Captain, not yet mastered. Before his journey into this world, players could only discern the names and attributes of NPCs, rendering Yuri unaware of Blue's possession of the mastery skill. Yet, with events unfolding, Yuri endeavored to maintain an air of composure, hoping that Blue would be wary of any rash actions. Meanwhile, Blue examined the words on the strip, glanced at the skeleton before him, and then at the receding ships, suddenly breaking into a smile. He turned and gestured for his crew to bring him paper and pen. Once he received the materials, he handed them to the skeleton. "Pleased to meet you, Captain Blue." However, the first line of text extinguished the smile from Blue's face, replacing it with a furrowed brow. Blue Bin. This was the name he had adopted upon departing the Federation, altering even his surname upon filling out his commission papers. Throughout the journey from the Federation continent to the New World, the three ships had remained at sea without docking. Yet, just as they were on the brink of reaching the New World, someone had called out his new name. "You know me?" It was evident that the answer was affirmative. "Furthermore, I can provide you with additional information regarding the time rift before you. And what must I offer in return?" "A promise. I shall divulge the details within, including the methods to acquire hidden rewards." Blue, known for his myriad of tactics, preferred to avoid substantial contact with Yuri. "Speak. If, on a future day, you encounter a group of individuals capable of resurrection, I hope they will receive fair treatment. No special privileges, but please refrain from indiscriminate slaughter." Upon reading the words inscribed on the paper, Blue pondered for a moment before ultimately writing down 2 words. Upon receiving Brew's affirmative response, Yuri did not insist on any written acknowledgement, but instead immediately began documenting the details concerning the treasure of Vecchia, particularly the traps within the crypt. Individuals of considerable strength often exhibit a certain pride, or what one might term an idle burden, and Brew epitomizes this notion, regardless of the accuracy of his statements. He tends to act upon them first, subsequently rectifying any errors himself. Furthermore, Yuri did not particularly concern himself with whether the players would receive fair treatment, should they choose to descend upon this world. His sole intention was to steer the future back onto the trajectory of his memories. Judging by Brew's arrival, had he not appeared, it would have been Brew who ultimately claimed the treasure of Vecchia. The reason Brew sought to eradicate the surrounding pirates likely correlates with what he witnessed on this island. After handing Brew the paper filled with dungeon strategies, Yuri dismissed the summoning of the 2 skeletal soldiers and abandoned the small boat. After bidding farewell to Brew, Yuri, accompanied by Sivir, set sail towards the new continent. Approximately 4 hours later, reminiscent of the timeline in his memories, Yuri arrived near Kane Port of the new continent. Known by various names, such as the Port of Freedom, the Port of Sin, and the Port of Wealth, Individuals of diverse identities and intentions refer to this port differently. To avoid unnecessary complications, Yuri anchored the Black Pearl offshore, leaving all 40 skeletal soldiers to guard the vessel, while he and Sivir approached Kane Port in a smaller boat. Pirate ships often utilize small boats to approach their targets under the cover of night, and the Black Pearl was not lacking in such vessels. As they neared Kane Port, the first sight to greet them was the stone wall inscribed with the Adventurer's Covenant. Adventurer's Covenant, Dumont Kate 1. All are equal, regardless of age, gender, or past. The new continent welcomes every adventurer. 2. Mutual assistance. Aside from the pirates and monsters that seek to plunder you, all adventurers are your most reliable allies. 3. No quarrels. Let us resolve disputes through the blades in our hands and the ships beneath our feet, rather than through words. 4. No pillaging. Each adventurer should strive to discover wealth on their own, rather than through theft. 5. Keep promises. Those who betray their friends and vows shall ultimately reap betrayal in return. 6. Actors will face divine retribution. Adventurers who deliberately underperform and harm their teammates' interests will be condemned to the depths of the sea. 7. Be courteous to novices. Every newcomer may become a future legend. Treat them with respect or eliminate them. It is said that the words inscribed on this stone wall were etched by Dumont Kate himself during the founding of Kate City, which also serve as the rules of Kane City, or indeed, the new continent. Due to the existence of the Adventurer's Covenant, countless individuals venture from the federal continent daily, braving the peril of the ocean's depths to reach this land brimming with opportunities. After obtaining a docking certificate from the staff, Yuri entered Kane City with Sivir. Thanks to the rigorous enforcement of the Adventurer's Code in Kane City, the partnership between Yuri and Shivil, while attracting many ill-intentioned gazes, has not encountered any unforeseen incidents. The present-day Kane City bears little difference in layout from the one that resides in Yuri's memories. To the east lies the residential area for federal officials, while the west is home to the trading district, where captains pay their taxes in the port's trading hall. Others who have journeyed from the federal continent to the New World either reside on their ships or establish new settlements. Yet, among all these gathering places, Kane City remains the safest. Yuri oriented himself and proceeded toward the tavern in the trading district. Unlike typical taverns, those in Kane City do not offer spaces for drinking or accompanying dishes. They solely sell alcohol. This is because all the liquor in the New World is sold exclusively here. The federal side prohibits any individuals or groups from sending alcohol to the new continent. The profits derived from this monopoly allow tavern owners to thrive without relying on dining or complimentary services, though Yuri typically abstains from drinking. He pondered the situation. A sea voyage could last anywhere from a couple of weeks to several months. Consuming only water could indeed lead to a parched mouth. Therefore, he decided it prudent to procure some alcohol. Various fruit juices are available, but they can only be enjoyed on land, due to insufficient sealing and sterilization techniques. The shelf life of juice is limited to a mere week, and its cost far exceeds that of alcohol, rendering it a poor choice. The tavern offers an array of alcoholic beverages, and Yuri ordered 2 barrels of fruit wine, each weighing approximately 20 pounds, at a price of 1 gold coin, 50 times more expensive than on the federal continent. Despite being labeled as fruit wine, its alcohol content is quite high. It merely differs in flavor from the so-called spirits. Having selected his desired beverages, Yuri finally inquired about his most pressing concern. "Excuse me, what is the current date? I have lost track of how long I have been at sea." The tavern attendant did not look down upon Yuri due to his attire. As the Adventurer's Code states, who can say whether this novice might one day become a legend? The officials in Kane City exhibit a strong commitment to the tenets of the Adventurer's Code. Yet, you have successfully arrived here, which is indeed a cause for celebration, is it not? Today is May 16th, 18 of the new continent. In honor of this day, I would like to present this delightful girl with a glass of the new continent's exclusive raspberry juice. 008 Brews Judgment. Yuri recalled that the day he entered the extraordinary sea was May 20th, in the 19th year since the discovery of the New World. On that date, the calendar in the New World coincided with that of the federal continent. This day was etched in his memory, not only for its significance, but also because Yuri could never quite comprehend how 0 and you became homophones. By reverse calculation, Brew's campaign to eradicate pirates had likely commenced around this time. For Yuri, this represented an opportunity to better plan his journey, sparing him from drifting at sea for a month or two only to realize that the ship had not yet sunk at that juncture. Before departing the tavern, Yuri observed the smile on Shiver's face as she savored the cranberry juice, prompting him to spend 5 gold coins on a barrel of 10 pounds of cranberry juice. It must be said that the tavern officials truly understood the art of gift-giving. Subsequently, he began to procure various spices, flour, meats, and also black dye. It was astonishing how unprofessional the pirates in this world were, oblivious to the necessity of painting their ships and sails black. At that moment, Brewbin was listening to the report from his subordinate, who had returned from the time rift. Have any discrepancies been noted when compared to this account? The report stated that there were none. After receiving intelligence regarding the skeleton crew, Brew had dispatched a subordinate to enter the time rift via a small boat. Even without any pertinent information, upon discovering the rift, Brew deemed it essential to send someone to investigate. Before long, this subordinate emerged from the nearby waters, confirming the presence of an island where a group of pirates was using ordinary people as scouts. Upon hearing this, Brew's expression shifted dramatically. All the ordinary people in the New World had been transported by the Navy from the federal continent for various forms of labor. Every gathering of ordinary individuals was under the watchful protection of the Navy. Yet now, a group of ordinary people had been captured by pirates to scout. The pirates deserved to be cursed, but so too did the negligent local Navy. Having verified the accuracy of the intelligence, Brew's thoughts turned to the promise he had made to Yuri. The ability to be resurrected? Members of the Shadow Sect? But when had the Shadow Sect ever been reasonable? Moreover, those two individuals did not appear to possess the sinister aura characteristic of the Shadow Sect. After some contemplation, Brew still could not discern Yuri's identity and decided to set the matter aside for the time being. The most pressing concern remained Lord Dumong's plan. Once it was confirmed that there were no other hidden dangers within the time rift, Brew left a ship's crew behind to gather rewards while he continued onward to the New World with the remaining 2 ships. On Brew's vessels, the Navy personnel typically boasted levels above 25, all mastering the universal swordsmanship and footwork of the Navy. To eliminate the pirates within the time rift, a mere team of 10 would suffice. However, only one member of a 10-person team could claim the ultimate reward each time they ventured into the rift. And on Brew's 3 ships, there were over 2,000 individuals. Everyone is eager to obtain this reward, yet demands a considerable amount of time. Moreover, Blue must hasten to the new continent to ascertain the precise locations where these civilian captives were taken. Federal officials are apprehensive about the emergence of another federation in the new continent, and they are intentionally stifling its development, seeking only to transform it into a mere treasury for the Federation. However, not all are resigned to this fate, such as Dumont. As Dumong's confidant, Blue has been appointed as the naval commander in the new continent to execute the second phase of the plan. According to Dumong's strategy, the first step involves attracting a sufficient number of professionals to create a fundamentally stable environment. The lack of inquiries regarding origins, the Adventurer's Pact, and the absence of resting ports are all measures designed to entice more extraordinary individuals to the new continent for exploration. The second step is to draw more ordinary people to settle in the new continent through a secure environment and substantial profits, ultimately achieving the goal of transforming the new continent into a second federation. Before his arrival, Blue anticipated the dereliction of duty within the naval forces of the new continent. Yet he was unprepared for the extent of their negligence. Given the strength of this band of pirates, had there been even a small naval contingent stationed in the vicinity of the ordinary populace, the pirates would not have succeeded. Just as Yuri returned to the port after making his purchases, he fortuitously encountered Blue emerging from a port. Upon realizing Blue's formidable skills, Yuri understood that he and Shiver, who had been on the deck, had already caught Blue's attention, and it was likely that Blue had marked them in some way. In that moment, Yuri resolved not to cower, but to be bold, while simultaneously avoiding any display of arrogance. Thus, he chose not to evade Blue, but instead stood by the roadside with Shiver, offering a smile to Blue as he glanced over, essentially greeting him. Blue had indeed marked Yuri and was already aware of his proximity to the port. However, upon seeing Yuri, Blue was momentarily taken aback. The Yuri of the past, commanding a pirate ship filled with skeletons, had exuded an aura akin to that of a cult leader. In contrast, the present Yuri, burdened with various packages and accompanied by a little girl, embodied the quintessential image of a devoted father. This amalgamation of malevolence and benevolence suggested a high probability of madness. Moreover, it was imperative to alert the inhabitants of the new continent that the little girl must not come to any harm. Based on Blue's experience, such a madman might not react adversely to personal grievances, but if someone he cared for were to suffer, he would ensure that the world understood the true nature of madness. In an instant, Blue's mind raced with thoughts, yet his countenance betrayed no signs of concern as he nodded at Yuri before departing. Once Blue had left, the port regained its previous liveliness, and Yuri, along with Shiver and his purchased goods, boarded a small boat. Through recollection, Yuri had identified his first exploration target, a sunken ship 2 days' sail from the new continent. Information regarding this vessel had come to Yuri's attention through an official announcement. In the southwestern seas, a sunken ship has been discovered, and through the meticulous organization of relics, it has been confirmed to be the warship of Dua Ilixi, with the remains of Dua Ilixi himself found aboard. Between the federal continent and the New World lies a region teeming with countless shipwrecks for various reasons. However, the majority of these vessels primarily transported arms, spices, and wine, rendering their salvage largely unworthy even if their locations are identified. For Yuri, only 2 types of shipwrecks hold significant salvage value, one carrying extraordinary treasures and the other laden with gold or other precious ores. Dua Ilixi is noted in records as one of the pioneers of ocean exploration. It is said that for this expedition, Dua Ilixi invested heavily in acquiring remarkable artifacts such as the Endless Goblet, which produces 1 kilogram of high-proof liquor daily, preparing for an extended sojourn upon the sea. If the reports are accurate, the shipwreck of Dua Ilixi must harbor numerous extraordinary items suitable for prolonged maritime voyages. Upon returning to the Black Pearl, Yuri commanded the skeletal crew to steer the ship towards the designated maritime zone, while he busied himself with the various kitchenware and ingredients he had procured. 009, another legend with 100 gold coins, all of which were exchanged by Yuri for various supplies. He was well equipped to live comfortably at sea for a week. The destination was merely 2 days' sail from the New World, but Yuri only possessed a vague understanding of the area and lacked precise knowledge of the shipwreck location. Thus, he was reliant on the skeleton soldiers to scour the seabed, an endeavor whose duration remained uncertain. Under the adoring gaze of Shiver, Yuri devoted particular care to preparing the meal this time. After satisfying their hunger, Yuri began collaborating with Shiver to craft diving suits for the skeleton soldiers. While treasure hunting would yield wealth for Yuri, it would not elevate his professional rank, and the maritime battles were not particularly favorable for the skeletons. Therefore, it was essential for Yuri to fabricate some equipment that would enable the skeletons to operate underwater. Aesthetics were of no concern. The primary objective was to ensure that the skeletons could remain submerged in the ocean. The repetitive experimentation proved to be less tedious than anticipated. As night fell, they lowered the sails as usual, allowing the ship to drift upon the waters, and both Yuri and Shiver retreated to the cabin to rest. The Black Pearl now bore a peculiar appearance, half black and half wood-colored, a sight that would deter any would-be robbers. Pirates understood that if they possessed wealth, they would never permit their vessels to float unattended on the surface. As for the Navy, a group of salaried individuals, they would not voluntarily extend their hours unless absolutely necessary. However, as fate would have it, an unexpected event transpired. In the midst of a dream, Yuri was abruptly awakened by a summons from his subordinates. Prior to slumber, he had strategically dispersed the skeleton soldiers around the Black Pearl to serve as sentinels. Thanks to the passive effect of his skill life sense, the skeletons were capable of sensing their surroundings with no blind spots. Upon the arrival of living intruders aboard, Yuri was alerted instantaneously. Moreover, the skeleton's perception was three-dimensional and unaffected by the ship's bulkheads, allowing Yuri to detect the intruders before they revealed themselves. He counted and discovered that no fewer than 26 individuals had been detected, and the number was on the rise. Was it a case of black on black? Or were there indeed diligent Navy personnel in the vicinity? He roused the slumbering Shiver, and together they made their way to the deck. They had not shared a bed, and Yuri was not so beastly as to impose that upon her. Initially, he had intended to rest in the crew's quarters while allowing Shiver to remain in the captain's cabin. Yet, unable to withstand Shiver's pitiful, tearful gaze that seemed to plead, "If you leave, I will cry," he ultimately relented and brought in a few wooden planks to construct a makeshift bed. Through the eyes of the skeleton soldiers, Yuri could command the battle, but it was far more effective to witness the events firsthand. With Shiver by his side, they prepared for the possibility that the skeletons might not be able to withstand the adversaries, deciding whether to retreat to the lower deck or to escape in a small boat. To ensure their safety, Yuri opted to expend skill points to elevate his thick skin skill from level 0 to level 1. This skill, effective for all summoned creatures regardless of its level, would not be wasted at this juncture. Thick skin, level 1, increases the maximum health of summoned creatures by 20. Upgrade requirements. Level 9, skill points 1, 2, 50. Furthermore, the base health of a level 1 skeleton soldier is merely 35 points, which has now risen to 55 points, representing an increase of over 50%, thus proving to be highly cost-effective. With this enhancement in vitality, even if the skeleton soldier encounters formidable foes, it can endure longer, affording Yuri ample maneuvering space. As for the decision regarding the level of summoning skeletons, Yuri intends to wait until these individuals manifest before determining whether to upgrade. At this moment, the number of individuals clinging to the ship's railing has reached 43. It appears they are well prepared. Suddenly, they let out a resounding shout and vaulted over the railing onto the deck of the Black Pearl. Attack! Adorned in various styles of leather attire, they exhibit the quintessential traits of pirates. Yet Yuri is acutely aware that these individuals are not true pirates. Edgar, swordsman, level 9, strength 8, constitution 9, reaction 9, spirit 6. Skill, armor piercing, ignores 10 of defense, level 2. Antoine, dagger master, level 10, strength 11, constitution 8, reaction 7, spirit 5. Skill, heavy cleave, strength 15, level 3. A motley crew with an array of foundational professions, yet not a single one is a pirate. Authentic pirates, while they may include swordsmen and daggersmen among their ranks, predominantly consist of the pirate profession itself. The path to becoming a pirate is one steeped in experience. By plundering vessels at sea and engaging in nefarious deeds, one naturally ascends to the extraordinary status of a pirate. Conversely, professions such as swordsmen and daggersmen are technical in nature, requiring mastery and understanding in specific skills to transcend into the extraordinary realm. Those fortunate enough to receive guidance from the extraordinary would, in ancient Blue Star, at the very least, be from humble beginnings. They would not willingly align themselves with piracy unless absolutely compelled to do so. Thus, Yuri can assert with certainty that these pirates are likely naval masqueraders. Moreover, upon boarding, these pirates merely paused momentarily at the sight of the skeleton soldiers on the deck before promptly engaging in organized combat. Such combat proficiency is not characteristic of genuine pirates. Upon observing these individuals' attributes, Yuri promptly upgraded the Summon Skeleton spell by 1 level. Summon Skeleton. Level 2 summons 1 level 2 skeleton soldier at a designated location, within a 7-meter radius. Health 45, Strength 8, Constitution 5, Reaction 4, Spirit 0. Casting time of 3 seconds, cooldown time of 60 seconds. Upgrade requirements. Level 5. Skill points 1. As Yuri summoned the new skeleton soldier and commanded the existing ones to exchange their lives for damage, he scrutinized the attributes of the leader among them. Initially indiscernible upon boarding, the leader became readily identifiable once the battle commenced. Lance Herman, Demonic Mage, Level 6, Strength 6, Constitution 7, Reaction 6, Spirit 27. Skill, Demonic Absorption. Upon slaying a target with total attributes exceeding 20, one may permanently gain 1 point of demonic energy, which can enhance the spirit attribute. Currently, the dark energy stands at 248, with a spirit attribute of 9. The dark energy sphere, a condensed orb of dark energy to attack the target. Level 2. Dark energy impact, not yet mastered. Dark energy confinement, not yet mastered. And dark energy detonation, not yet mastered, are noted. Upon observing the attributes of the leading figure, Yuri's eyes immediately sparkled with interest. Lance Herman, the Vice Admiral of the New World Navy, is notorious for his brutality and bloodlust. Many players have fallen victim to Lance, often for the mere reason of suspicion. Initially, Yuri was oblivious to the underlying reasons, but upon seeing Lance's attributes, clarity dawned upon him. Stacking passives. This explains why he ambushes pirate ships at night and disguises himself as a pirate. According to the regulations of the New World, when encountering surrendering pirates, the Navy is obliged to offer them a chance for redemption through labor to preserve their lives. However, Yuri felt no fear. Had Lance already reached level 20 or mastered all his skills, Yuri would have immediately fled with Shiver. Yet as it stands, Lance has only mastered a basic dark energy sphere, his attributes slightly above that of an ordinary person. It is rumored that legendary practitioners drop legendary crystals, reclassing items, upon death, which will soon reveal the truth. P.S. I acknowledge that using health points to represent the skeleton soldier's vitality may seem peculiar, but I could not find a more suitable term. Kindly overlook this minor oversight. A negotiation devoid of sincerity from both parties unfolds. There exist two types of legendary professionals: those who ascend to legendary status after transcending, and those who transition into legendary professionals via legendary crystals. The figure before us, Lancelot, is evidently of the latter kind. It is rumored that upon the demise of a legendary professional, the rules they embodied crystallize into legendary crystals. To players, this implies that the death of a legendary professional invariably results in the emergence of legendary crystals. Prior to his journey through dimensions, every legendary professional was perceived as an immensely formidable entity by players, rendering the validity of such claims rarely tested. Certainly, there may have been instances where fledgling legendary professionals were slain, yet fears of retribution from their affiliated factions deterred many from pursuing such actions. Regardless, all legendary professional players assert that their legendary crystals were scavenged, and Yuri intends to gradually verify this. What if their legendary crystals were indeed found? For safety's sake, Yuri escorted Shiver to the stern of the ship, securing them both with ropes before descending into the water, where they hung from the ship's rear. Shortly after Yuri and Shiver suspended themselves, the Navy had already obliterated all skeletal soldiers. Battles of life and death often conclude within a minute, especially under Yuri's command, where skeletal soldiers engaged in a strategy of trading lives. The Navy, in their quest to eradicate these skeletal foes, suffered the injury of 27 personnel. Once all skeletal soldiers were vanquished, the Navy, led by Lancelot, commenced a thorough search of the pirate vessel. However, despite meticulous searches repeated ad infinitum, no trace of life was discovered aboard, only some unspoiled provisions, indicating that the ship had once hosted individuals. "Captain, we've searched thoroughly, yet there is no one," reported a crew member. "Damn it," Lancelot cursed aloud. The lives of Navy personnel are deemed far more precious than those of pirates. Granting pirates a chance at life diminishes their ferocity in battle, thereby reducing naval casualties. Consequently, the laws of Blambin dictate that, aside from pirate captains, ordinary pirates may evade the death penalty by surrendering, opting instead for labor as penance. Lancelot's objective is to accumulate kills to enhance his passive abilities. Thus, he cannot rely on the Navy's strength, but must resort to clandestine measures under the cover of night. Due to the nature of his unauthorized operation, he could not summon numerous allies nor deploy naval vessels, compelling Lancelot to act solely with his own crew. The proximity to the New World naturally sees fewer pirates, and given Lancelot's limited strength, not all pirates can be defeated, resulting in a painfully slow cultivation of his passive effects. Finally, having discovered a suitable pirate ship, he found himself confronted by a peculiar, extraordinary professional aboard. The captain's quarters revealed 2 beds and remnants of warmth in the bedding, alongside the scant food supplies, all indicating the prior presence of 2 individuals on the ship. Now, however, their whereabouts remain a mystery. The sole piece of good news is that the adversaries are not of superior strength. Otherwise, they would not have chosen to hide, though it is with reluctance. Lancelot ultimately ordered a retreat. While Lance and his crew were searching the ship, Yuri was not idle. As soon as the cooldown period ended, he summoned skeleton soldiers. To maximize the retention of Lance, Yuri directly upgraded his summoned skeletons to the current level cap of 4. Summoned skeleton. Level 4 summons one level 4 skeleton soldier at a designated location, within an 11-meter radius. Strength 10, Constitution 7, Reaction 6, Spirit 0. With a casting time of 3 seconds and a cooldown of 60 seconds. Upgrade requirement. Level 9, 1 skill point. However, Yuri did not summon these newly conjured skeletons directly onto the deck. Instead, he instructed them to cling to the side of the Black Pearl. The number of naval forces was overwhelming, and even though the skeletons had significantly improved in strength, a single skeleton charging forth would be futile. It was not until he sensed that Lance and his subordinates were preparing to leave that he commanded the newly summoned 28 skeletons to crawl aboard from the sides of the ship and launch an assault on Lance and his naval crew. Thus, when Lance and his companions emerged from the cabin, they were met with the sight of a horde of skeletons climbing aboard from the sea. Realizing that the people on the ship did not intend to let him leave so easily, Lance stepped forward to speak. "Friends, we acknowledge our fault this time. I am unarmed. If you allow us to return, I, Zarl Kierman, captain of the First Fleet of the New World Navy, promise to return with generous gifts as an apology." Hanging at the stern of the ship, Yuri could not help but curl his lip at Lance's words. Such childish deceit was beneath him, and the name he offered was not even his own, lacking any semblance of sincerity. As Yuri scorned Lance internally, he commanded the skeletons to remain still. Each minute of delay allowed him to summon an additional skeleton, contingent upon Lance's cooperation. Seeing the skeletons halt their advance, Lance exchanged glances with those around him before continuing the negotiation. His voice was not particularly loud, but the skeletons' reactions indicated that the enemy was nearby, possibly still concealed on the ship. "To demonstrate our sincerity, we will leave our money behind. How much do you possess?" With that, Lance turned to collect the coins, simultaneously communicating with his eyes to ascertain whether anything unusual had been discovered during their search, but none of them noted anything amiss. "Friends, this is all the money we have, 132 gold coins. I will leave it here." Upon hearing this, Yuri adeptly directed the skeletons to part, creating a pathway. If the men truly traversed among the skeletons, it would be fortuitous. Alas, Lance merely glanced at the open path, but did not send anyone through it. "My friends, we have demonstrated our goodwill. Your reluctance seems rather ungracious." Saying this, Lance slightly tilted his sword to the left, signaling his men to charge leftward together. Those who had ventured out at night were Lance's staunch supporters. Unless absolutely necessary, he wished for none of them to perish. However, it has now become evident that those lurking in the shadows have no intention of letting them go, rendering any further discussion unnecessary. The summoners, including Lance and his companions, are not entirely ignorant of the situation. Furthermore, the skeletons summoned by the adversary, while numerous, are not particularly formidable individually. Lance is merely concerned about unforeseen circumstances, rather than fearing the battle itself. Before he could finish his sentence, Lance charged ahead, followed closely by the naval forces behind him. This sudden charge indeed caught Yuri off guard, causing him to react a moment too late. Under normal circumstances, even if a confrontation were to arise, one would typically wait for the completion of the dialogue. It is rare for a discussion to abruptly turn hostile midway. Lance unexpected à se surpriser Yuri, and upon engaging with the skeleton soldiers, Lance was met with an unexpected revelation. Previously, he had sensed that these skeletal foes possessed slightly greater strength than himself. Yet their physical endurance was significantly inferior. Utilizing the techniques he had mastered within the Navy, Lance found himself capable of gaining the upper hand in combat against the skeletons. To facilitate a swift breakthrough, Lance wielded his sword with all his might, aiming to pave the way for his subordinates. However, the moment his sword made contact with the skeletal soldier's bone sword, He felt an overwhelming force surging against him. Not only did he fail to topple the skeleton, but the retaliatory strike left his arm numb, causing him to lose grip on his weapon, which clattered to the ground. In a chapter, P.S. Starting this Sunday, the book will be promoted. I kindly request that all readers engage with the story until the final chapter, especially on Tuesday. The more readers we have, the more recommendations we receive, and the longer we remain in the recommended slots. The longer we stay in these slots, the more extended the book's free period will be, allowing for an increased word count available for free. I believe this is mutually beneficial. Furthermore, if we maintain our position in the recommended slots during the first week, if we receive recommendations in the fourth week, there will be 3 updates daily. If recommendations continue in the 5th week, there will be 4 updates daily, and so forth. Lastly, I humbly ask for your support through collections, comments, recommendation votes, and monthly tickets. While this does not affect the recommendations, it greatly motivates the author to continue writing. Thank you all for your support. In the midst of the chaos, the bewildered sailors surged forth alongside Shivel. Although the situation appeared unchanged, the enemies they faced this time matched their strength, if not surpassed it. Noticing that the adversaries had shed their pretense, Yuri swiftly commanded his skeletal soldiers to commence their assault. Some had fled, yet they could pursue them across the sea at leisure. However, the legendary figure, Lance, must not be permitted to disembark. With 29 skeletal warriors pitted against 43 sailors of comparable attributes, Yuri harbored no illusions of retaining all aboard the vessel. The skeletal soldiers, unabashed in their intent, charged directly at Lance. Positioned at the forefront, the unarmed Lance managed to conjure a single dark energy orb before being struck in the face by a skeletal sword. Before the nearby sailors could render aid, Lance breathed his last. Kill. Lance Herman, Dark Mage, level 6, experience 180. Upon slaying Lance, Yuri promptly directed his skeletal minions to engage the surrounding sailors. Deprived of their leader, the sailors offered only feeble resistance before leaping into the sea to escape. Their small boat lay nearby, and the buoyancy provided by their naval uniforms would facilitate survival on the water. At the very least, it was simpler than battling the skeletal warriors. Yuri paid little heed to the fleeing sailors, instead commanding his skeletal soldiers to navigate the ship away from the area, while he and Shivel remained suspended at the stern. It was evident that these individuals had not swum here, with vessels awaiting them nearby, even with the skeletal soldiers equipped with flippers to swim. They could not outpace the sailors, let alone the ships. Those flippers were intended for ambushing drifting pirate ships or for pirates who found themselves adrift. After approximately an hour, having confirmed that no one was nearby through life detection, Yuri instructed the skeletal soldiers to haul up the rope. Once aboard, he hastened towards the spot where Lance had fallen. At that moment, Lance's body radiated an ominous black glow. This description may seem peculiar, yet it encapsulated Yuri's impression of Lance. The surroundings were already shrouded in darkness, but Lance's form was distinctly darker, as if his corpse emanated a shadowy light. As time passed, this dark mass gradually diminished. By the following morning, the anomaly had vanished, along with Lance's body, which was replaced by a black, translucent crystal. Gazing through the crystal revealed the silhouette of a figure wielding a staff, grinning widely, its entire form shrouded in darkness, save for its eyes, which glowed with an orange luminescence, an embodiment of the profession this crystal represented. Inheritance Crystal, Dark Mage. Upon witnessing the black crystal, a smile finally graced Yuri's lips. It seemed the legends held truth. Upon vanquishing a legendary figure, one would indeed acquire the corresponding legendary crystal. My decision to expend 4 skill points yesterday was not in vain. With that thought, Yuri picked up the crystal. As he grasped it, an additional line of descriptive information appeared. Heritage Crystal, Evil Mage Class Compatibility 90. Experience Coefficient after Promotion 2. 4. Skill points obtained upon absorption 10. Is there still a compatibility restriction? Shivil, please take a look at this. As Yuri handed the crystal to Shivil, he reviewed the information displayed on it once more. As long as the class compatibility was not excessively low, Yuri intended to have Shivil transition into an evil mage. The evil absorption skill of the evil mage complemented his summoned skeleton perfectly, allowing for an endless stacking of passives. However, if the class compatibility were too low, making leveling excessively difficult, Yuri would have to reconsider. Speaking of himself, as a necromancer, his experience coefficient was 2, doubling with each level. If the compatibility were too low and the coefficient reached 3 or even 4, the difficulty of leveling would be significantly greater. Yuri recalled that there were over 20 players who had found legendary crystals. Surely some had genuinely stumbled upon them, and he could later select one with the highest compatibility for Shiville. He decided to hold onto this legendary crystal for now, as it could serve as a contingency in case of unexpected circumstances. However, just as Yuri braced himself for the worst, the information displayed on the crystal made him rub his eyes in disbelief. Heritage Crystal, Evil Mage Class Compatibility 100, Experience Coefficient after Promotion 2. Thus, compatibility was no longer an issue, but how was this to be utilized? Observing Shiville, who was holding the crystal, Yuri instinctively rubbed his temples. Upon reflection, he realized he had never come across a post detailing how to use legendary crystals. Just then, the crystal in Shiville's hand began to change on its own. The pair of orange eyes within the crystal grew increasingly bright, and the gaping mouth seemed to move rhythmically. Suddenly, the crystal erupted, enveloping Shiville in a cloud of black mist. Seeing this, all Yuri could do was wait, reassuring himself that with a 100 compatibility, there was no way anything could go awry. After half an hour, as the black mist dissipated, Yuri couldn't help but swallow hard. Meanwhile, the fleeing Navy returned to their ship and immediately reported the incident. With 12 sailors dead, including a squadron leader, it was impossible to conceal the matter, especially without a large-scale battle occurring. Naturally, the events were recounted differently in their narration. According to their account, while patrolling the designated maritime area the previous night, they had encountered a suspicious vessel and demanded it stop for inspection. To their surprise, what emerged from the ship was not humans, but a group of skeletal figures wielding bone swords, suspected to be summoned creatures, who immediately attacked them. Caught off guard, Squadron Leader Lance and the other 11 sailors met with an unfortunate demise, and unable to locate the hidden practitioners, they were forced to retreat. By morning, the newly appointed Naval Admiral, Blue, received the news relayed by his subordinates. A skeleton wielding a bone sword? It is improbable that another extraordinary being with such capabilities would appear so coincidentally. Contemplating this, Brew closed his eyes and began to activate his skill, Mastery. Presently, Brew can set a maximum of 4 markers, one of which he designated for Sivir. The accuracy of the marker's sensing is contingent upon the disparity in strength between the two parties. Marking Sivir is decidedly more advantageous than marking Yuri, and Brew is confident that Sivir and Yuri are likely to appear together. However, when Brew attempted to sense Sivir, he discovered something amiss. Previously, due to the vast difference in power, Brew could obtain a sensing radius of 1 meter through his mark detection, with Sivir's position situated within this circle. By subsequently releasing the sensing skill to examine this location, he could ascertain Sivir's actions. Yet this time, Brew received a sensing radius of 100 meters, indicating that within a mere day, Sivir's strength had undergone a significant transformation. It appears that the young girl has entered the realm of the extraordinary, possibly even a legendary profession. Moreover, based on calculations of speed and time, they have been traveling in a straight line, scarcely pausing. Thus, when the events of last night transpired, they were likely in this very maritime area. The deceased sailors, according to their mission, were patrolling this region. I cannot believe they would patrol across regions, so it is evident that those sailors have deceived us. After glancing at the topographical map affixed to the wall, Brew pressed the bell on the table, signaling for his assistant to enter. The best combination involves gathering all the individuals mentioned in this report. Brew has reason to suspect that the young girl's potential to transition into a legendary role is closely tied to this group. Although Brew is reluctant to engage with the Shadow Cult, he recognizes the necessity of understanding them. Should a conflict arise, he must be equipped with targeted countermeasures. Aboard the Black Pearl, Yuri observed the present state of Shiver, feeling somewhat at a loss regarding where to direct his gaze. The leather armor she once wore had vanished, replaced instead by an elegant black silk mage robe. Despite being tightly enveloped, there was an illusion that one could perceive from different angles. Coupled with Shiver's slightly flushed cheeks and her fidgeting hands, Yuri exerted considerable effort to shift his attention to the adjacent attribute panel. Shiver, Demonic Mage. Level 1, Strength 3, Constitution 3, Reflex 4, Spirit 8. Skills: Bandaging, Level 4. Demonic Absorption upon defeating a target with a total attribute greater than 20. Gains 1 point of demonic energy permanently, which can enhance Spirit attribute. Current Demonic Energy 0, Spirit 0. Demonic Sphere conjures a sphere of demonic energy to attack a target. Level 1. Demonic Impact concentrates a large amount of demonic energy to strike a target. Level 1. Demonic Confinement envelopes a target in demonic energy, restricting all actions. Level 1. Demonic Detonation detonates demonic energy within the target. Level 1. This is quite formidable. Initially, Yuri pondered how to assist Shiver in mastering the skills relevant to her new profession. However, he never anticipated that Shiver would directly acquire 5 associated skills upon her transition. Yuri recalled reading forum posts prior to his journey, noting that players who transition to legendary professions typically manage to grasp only 1 skill. Those who could master all 5 skills within a year were valued at no less than 100 million by various guilds, with transfer penalties covered by the guilds themselves. Moreover, her spirit, originally rated at 4, had surged to 8 post-transition. Let us give this a try. Defeat it, and see if you can accumulate passive abilities, that is, if you can acquire demonic energy. With that, Yuri summoned a new skeletal warrior and commanded it to stand before Shiver. Having already understood her skill's effects in greater detail than what Yuri had observed, Shiver raised her hand and attempted to conjure a demonic sphere, directing it at the skeletal warrior. Summon creature skeletal warrior, under attack, health -5, 90-95. Noticing the skeletal warrior's lack of reaction, Shiver blinked in confusion and glanced at Yuri. It's ineffective. It's normal for your skills to have low damage right after transitioning. Try a few more times and experiment with your other skills. Subsequently, the two began testing the various skills Shiver had acquired, targeting the skeletal warrior. The demonic sphere, while dealing minimal damage, was nearly instantaneous in casting and could penetrate through a target, reaching those behind it, with a cooldown of only 5 seconds. The demonic impact possesses an extensive attack range, approximately a 2-meter diameter circle, inflicting damage roughly double that of the demonic orb. However, it necessitates a 3-second charge time with a cooldown period of 30 seconds. The demonic binding, at present, can only restrain skeletal soldiers for 1 second, with a cooldown of 1 minute. The demonic detonation is instantaneous, delivering a base damage 5 times that of the demonic orb. And the damage escalates as the target's health diminishes, potentially reaching 300 when the target's vitality falls below 30. Nevertheless, the cooldown for this ability is a lengthy hour. Following a series of skill activations, coupled with the relentless release of demonic orbs, the skeletal soldiers were ultimately vanquished by Shiver. Current demonic energy: 1, mental 0. Splendid. Despite prior speculations, upon witnessing Shiver genuinely harnessing demonic energy through the defeat of skeletal soldiers, Yuri could not contain his excitement, lifting Shiver and spinning her around. A necromancer capable of summoning skeletal soldiers indefinitely, combined with a demonic mage who accumulates passive energy through their defeat, and with Shiver mastering all skills, even without further advancement, she would command respect. Yuri's embrace caused Shiver's already flushed cheeks to deepen in color, her ears and even her neck beginning to exhibit a faint blush. Realizing the intensity of Shiver's heartbeat, Yuri suddenly recognized the inappropriateness of his actions. Hastily setting her down and uttering a quick remark as he dashed towards the bow of the ship. You focus on summoning skeletal soldiers to accumulate demonic energy. I'll check our location. Shiver watched Yuri's somewhat flustered retreat, then glanced down at her new attire, smiling as she began to unleash her skills upon the nearby skeletal soldiers. She found herself perplexed by Yuri's apparent feelings for her, yet his conscious avoidance, yet she inexplicably relished the current dynamic. Upon reaching the ship's bow, Yuri endeavored to forcibly redirect his focus. Now, to search for the sunken ship. I must not think of Sivir. I must not think of the Black Veil. I must not think of the fleeting glance. I must not think of. The more he insisted on not thinking, the clearer the memories became, leading to a cascade of imaginative distractions. Ultimately, through sheer willpower, Yuri shifted his attention to the sea's surface, determining his position in relation to the skeletal soldiers located near Cane Harbor, assessing whether he had reached his intended destination. The 2-day voyage was merely a rough estimate, as a day's journey typically encompasses 220 kilometers, calculated based on an average sailing speed of 15 kilometers per hour and effective navigation for 16 hours each day. In reality, due to varying wind directions, wind strengths, and the myriad complexities of the sea, the actual daily distance traveled can differ significantly. For instance, Yuri's Black Pearl, while he was conscious, not only utilized sails for propulsion but also had skeletal soldiers rowing, resulting in a daily travel distance far exceeding the conventional notion of a day's journey. It was only after experiencing the voyage that Yuri realized this aspect. In the extraordinary seas, the utility of summoned undead far surpassed his previous expectations. Consequently, the originally estimated 2-day journey was accomplished in just 1 day. Subsequently, the search commenced in earnest. The length of the Black Pearl's anchor measured merely 100 meters, while the water depth here far exceeded that figure, rendering it impossible to secure the vessel by anchoring. Instead, the sails were lowered, and the skeletons were commanded to maneuver the oars, allowing the Black Pearl to remain anchored in the nearby waters without drifting aimlessly. 2 skeletons were stationed near Cane Harbor for orientation. 10 skeletons were assigned to row. 1 was designated to assist Shivil in activating his passive ability, while the remaining 27 skeletons plunged into the sea, freely descending to the ocean floor. Visibility underwater was limited to a few meters, and to ensure the accuracy of the search, Yuri arranged the skeletons in a straight line, spaced 20 meters apart, commencing a thorough search in a singular direction, capable of exploring a strip of ocean floor measuring 540 meters in width. To guarantee that no areas were overlooked while avoiding redundant searches, Yuri meticulously drew a map, designating Cane Harbor as the origin point, marking his current position, and outlining the exploration route of the skeletons. As the skeletons began to move, Yuri realized that their skeletal structure, which he had previously deemed a drawback, proved unexpectedly advantageous for underwater exploration. The water flowed effortlessly through the gaps between the bones, allowing the skeletons to traverse the ocean floor with a speed not significantly slower than their movement on land. Thus, Yuri embarked on a systematic search of the seabed, conducting rounds of 3 hours each. After 2 consecutive days of little progress, on the 3rd day, Yuri finally uncovered a complete sunken ship on the ocean floor. Upon discovering the sunken ship, Yuri finally broke into a smile. This was not the first shipwreck he had encountered, but it was the only one that remained largely intact. Other wrecks bore varying degrees of damage, clearly sunk due to combat. In contrast, this vessel revealed a robust structure upon inspection by the skeletons. It was evident that it could not have sunk from battle-induced flooding. Just as Yuri began to direct the nearby skeletons to converge on this sunken treasure, he suddenly froze. How could such a seafaring ship have sunk, if not due to severe structural damage? This revelation prompted Yuri to halt his orders to the skeletons aboard the Black Pearl, steering the ship away from the wreck's location instead. In the extraordinary seas, exceptional practitioners possessed an array of peculiar abilities, and some beasts and sea monsters exhibited similarly bizarre powers. Yet, it was universally acknowledged that greater distance equated to enhanced safety. Thus, as Yuri retreated, he simultaneously commanded the skeletons to commence their search. The first point of interest was, naturally, the captain's quarters. After shattering the door to the captain's cabin, he was met with a layer of noticeably darker sediment on the floor, a sight that filled him with unexpected relief, as the skeletons shared only the gift of sight. Within this sediment, Yuri discerned a few white, decayed bones, indicating that someone had perished within the ship's confines. Rather than immediately scouring the captain's quarters for relics, Yuri first instructed the skeletons to collect the bones. Regardless of whether he was indeed Dua Alice, the captain who had perished with his ship, he deserved Yuri's respect. Ordering Shiver to momentarily cease her passive actions, Yuri directed the newly summoned skeleton to take a burlap sack and plunge into the sea, making its way towards the sunken ship. "Have you found anything?" Shiver inquired, her curiosity piqued as she observed Yuri. The vessel had lingered nearby for quite some time, and the number of skeletons on board had diminished significantly. Even without Yuri's explicit instructions, Shiver could surmise what he was searching for. Yuri nodded and stole a glance at Shiver's attributes. Having spent the past few days mechanically summoning skeletons to scour the ocean floor, he had not paid much attention to her stats. However, that fleeting glance left his eyes widened in astonishment. Shiver, Eldritch Mage, Level 1, Strength 3, Constitution 3, Reaction 4, Spirit 54. Skills, Bandaging, Level 4, Eldritch Absorption. Upon slaying a target with total attributes exceeding 20, permanently gain 1 point of Eldritch Energy, which enhances Spirit. Current Eldritch Energy 1926, Spirit 46, Eldritch Sphere, Level 2. Level 1, 54 Spirit. What extraordinary attributes were these? While aware that Shiver could accumulate passives through her skeletons, it was only when she truly stacked them that Yuri grasped the sheer magnitude of her potential. It was worth noting that even at level 35, Bruin Bin had merely added 24 points to his constitution through skills. In merely 3 days, Zivil had accumulated attributes nearly double that of Brew. Yet, at that moment, Zivil seemed blissfully unaware of her formidable prowess, gazing up at Yuri with an expression brimming with anticipation. Yuri, unable to resist the moment, affectionately ruffled Zivil's hair, showering her with praise. "Impressive, splendid, keep it up." Zivil's eyes squinted with joy as she nuzzled her head against Yuri's hand. Unbeknownst to her, this gesture elicited an involuntary smile from Yuri, a reaction she had discovered during previous encounters. Since then, whenever Yuri tousled her hair, Zivil would instinctively rub her head against his hand. Suppressing the urge to embrace Zivil and chiding himself for his peculiar inclinations, Yuri refocused his attention on directing the skeleton soldiers to gather the bones within the captain's cabin. His intrigue regarding Zivil's identity deepened. She possessed a heartbeat, warmth, the ability to change classes, and a functional attribute panel. She appeared to be an ordinary young girl. Yet, why could the life-sensing abilities fail to perceive her? Upon the arrival of the skeleton soldiers, laden with burlap sacks, Yuri commanded them to collect every bone they could locate. Once this task was completed, he began instructing the skeletons to examine the items within the captain's quarters. The first object Yuri retrieved was a transparent goblet, securely fixed in a niche, an enormous beer glass reminiscent of those used on Blue Star. Endless Goblet, fills with strong liquor every sunrise. Undoubtedly, this was the legendary Endless Goblet. In addition to the goblet, Yuri discovered 2 other items imbued with attributes, a blue stone and a bottle containing parchment. Runestone, transcendent 1 skill cooldown every 2 levels. Can be fused, current fusion, none. Letter, Dua Alex upon opening. You will gain information about the special sea monster siren, also drawing the attention of the siren, increasing the chances of encountering it while sailing. The siren, a creature Yuri had previously downloaded songs of from a cloud drive before his transmigration. The melodies were devoid of lyrics, merely hums. The kind of content that would lead to a 404 error on forums. He recalled listening to the 13-minute track, unable to sleep that night, as the haunting sounds echoed in his mind. According to players who had experienced live renditions, the recordings were said to be a mere shadow of the original. After meticulously searching the ship for any additional valuables, and finding none, Yuri commanded the skeleton soldiers to return with the 3 items and the burlap sack filled with bones. In Kane City, at the governor's mansion, today marked the 4th day since Brew's arrival in the New World, and he had entirely mastered the Navy, emerging as the undisputed naval commander. As for the lies propagated by the Navy 2 days prior, Brew had no intention of unveiling the truth. Instead, he decided to exploit the situation. To aspire to establish oneself as a sovereign, one must possess sufficient strength to confront the federal continent directly, in combat serves as the most expedient means to augment one's power. The primary target for these confrontations is the nearby pirates, which not only enhances both one's own abilities and those of their subordinates, but also elevates their reputation. The ostensible reason is to safeguard the merchant vessels traversing the waters, while the underlying motive stems from the fact that the pirates have audaciously launched attacks on the Navy, inciting his ire. Upon recalling the naval crew, his thoughts drifted to the young boy and the little girl, prompting Blue to absently sense the mark of the girl once more. However, upon receiving the results, Blue's expression shifted dramatically. Just 2 days prior, the range was limited to 100 meters, but this time it had expanded to 10 kilometers. This signifies that the girl's power now surpasses his own, at least in terms of spiritual attributes. What manner of profession did that fool bestow upon them? It has only been 3 days. After venting his frustrations, Blue pressed a button, signaling for his waiting deputy to enter. Post-haste, affix this notice. I intend to eradicate the nearby pirates. Furthermore, all ships shall carry a note inscribed with the words, "Greetings from Admiral Blue of the New World Navy." Should it be convenient, I would appreciate the opportunity to meet. If anyone encounters a young man and a girl during the pirate purge, or comes across a skeleton, they are to refrain from attacking, instead producing this note or inscribing it upon the ground. They must be informed that the final message pertains directly to their lives. 014 A reunion. Upon once again encountering the Black Pearl, Yuri, having received 3 artifacts from the skeletal minion, promptly uncorked the glass vial containing the letter within. The enchanting melody of the siren's song, provided one does not linger too closely, merely stirs profound desires without leading one to madness or loss of self-control. Thus, the danger remains fairly negligible. Yuri could easily maintain a safe distance and command his summoned minions to engage the siren. Therefore, he harbored little concern regarding the increased likelihood of encountering the siren, even feeling a modicum of anticipation. Such uniquely endowed sea creatures, upon their demise, typically coalesce into remarkable artifacts governed by peculiar rules, and Yuri was quite eager to discover what item this siren might yield upon its death. I am Dua Alice. Surely my name has reached your ears. The corpse beside me is my own, should any remain. It is regrettable that our expedition has met with failure. Even with ample resources to ensure our basic sustenance, certain perils remain unpredictable. On the 108th day of our voyage, we were suddenly graced with the sound of a woman's voice, so alluring that it involuntarily drew forth memories of our splendid lives upon the land. We named her the Siren, for her song, devoid of lyrics yet rich in repetitive tones, was irresistibly captivating. Initially, we paid it no heed, even choosing to linger nearby for a day. However, soon after, our nightmare commenced. We sought to escape the range of her song, but to no avail. Regardless of the direction we steered, her voice perpetually resonated in our ears, neither too distant nor too close. On the 4th day, unsettling rumors began to circulate aboard the ship. By the 7th day, people ceased to conceal their true feelings. On the 9th day, the first crew member perished under mysterious circumstances, and the nauseating events abruptly ceased. Yet on the 11th day, the grotesque occurrences returned, more frenzied than before. From the 13th day onwards, fewer crew members ventured onto the deck. Some succumbed within the confines of their cabins, while others, unable to bear the mounting pressure, chose to leap into the sea, fleeing this accursed vessel. Today marks the 18th day since our encounter with the siren. I have gained immunity to her song's influence, yet it seems I have also forfeited my inclinations and capabilities in that regard. Everything has become devoid of meaning. Thus, I inscribe my experiences, only to descend into the depths of the sea alongside my ship. Regrettably, other than the counsel to flee at the earliest opportunity, I possess no further wisdom regarding the siren, and can only relay my tale as a cautionary warning for posterity. If possible, do ensure the siren's demise, for they are utterly repugnant. Lastly, if fate allows, I hope to be interred upon the new continent, thus rendering my life devoid of regrets. On the 19th of July, year 294 of the Federation, Dua Alice's final words. Acquired information on the legendary creature siren, increasing the chances of encountering the siren while sailing. received the quest's last wish, Duva Alice, to bury the remains of Duva Alice on the new continent, granting 1,000 experience points and 1 skill point. The letter's description of the siren is succinctly summed up in 2 words: disgusting. However, as a youth of the internet age, Yuri could surmise the nature of events aboard the ship. It was indeed quite repulsive. Sensing the direction of Cane Harbor, Yuri commenced maneuvering the Black Pearl towards its shores. Initially, Yuri intended to scour the sunken vessel before embarking on a deep-sea fishing expedition. This fishing referred to both the large fish inhabiting the depths and the pirates lurking near the new continent, both of which could significantly augment Yuri's experience and wealth. Nonetheless, due to the naval forces masquerading as pirates, which had bestowed upon Yuri nearly 200 gold coins, he decided to replenish his supplies before venturing into the abyss. A day later, Yuri and Shiver returned to Cane Harbor aboard their small boat. At Yuri's behest, Shiver had donned a spare leather armor, leaving her black silk mage robe aboard the Black Pearl. Yuri exhibited a common trait among men, disallowing those he cared for to dress provocatively, while simultaneously encouraging strangers to exhibit boldness. As Yuri and Shiver made their entrance into port, word of their arrival had already reached Brew. Due to various factors, the gender ratio on the new continent was alarmingly skewed, making the presence of women exceedingly conspicuous. Additionally, Shiver's youthful appearance further heightened her visibility. Thus, while Yuri and Shiver were selecting spices in a shop, they encountered Brew, who had come specifically to see them. Those who accompanied Brew remained outside the spice shop, leaving him to approach Yuri and Shiver alone. Observing this interaction, the other patrons in the store quickly vacated, eager to distance themselves from the unfolding scene. Yuri, however, maintained a calm demeanor, continuing to select spices with unwavering focus. According to the 3rd article of the Adventurer's Code, one should act instead of merely speaking. Since Brew had not made an aggressive move, it indicated that he harbored reservations. As long as he refrained from any outrageous actions, Brew would not take the initiative to engage. This further corroborated Yuri's suspicion that Brew had likely placed a mark on Shiver. Supernatural abilities adhere to universal principles. The stronger the wielder of the ability compared to the recipient, the more potent the skill's effect. Thus, Brew's probability of marking Shiver was significantly higher than that of marking Yuri himself. Approaching Yuri, Brew smiled as if greeting an old friend. "Thank you for the intelligence you provided, sir, and I am grateful for the blessings of the sea god that allow me to behold such a beautiful lady here." Yuri responded with a hint of indifference. "So, you left a mark on her, did you?" As Yuri's words fell, Shiver, in a state of trepidation, sought refuge behind him, while Brew furrowed his brow in contemplation. Such probing held little significance. "I must ascertain your intentions." The annulment of the mark is out of the question, hence Brew deftly sidestepped the topic. Brew was not surprised by Yuri's profound understanding of his vocation. The Shadow Sect, a lineage steeped in antiquity, had endured. The invincible deities, the formidable and numerous ascendants, the uniquely gifted bloodline heroes, the enigmatic dark beings, and the unwelcome visitors from alternate realms, all had vanished into obscurity following the cataclysmic upheaval, save for the Shadow Sect, which had remained a constant presence throughout the annals of the Federation. Moreover, Brew's title, Black Crow Commander, had existed long before the world was transformed, and the Black Crow perched upon his shoulder was unmistakable. Thus, Yuri's awareness of his profession and its accompanying skills was hardly astonishing. Yuri's remarks further solidified Brew's conviction regarding his identity. With Brew no longer engaging in superfluous discourse, Yuri refrained from dwelling on the matter of the mark. The more one fixates on something, the more it signifies its importance to them. Should Yuri exhibit excessive concern regarding the mark, it would only reinforce Brew's resolve to maintain it upon them. Therefore, Yuri, too, chose not to linger on the subject of the mark, opting instead to speak candidly. "Relax. I am merely assisting those lost souls in finding their way home." Upon hearing Yuri's words, Blue immediately thought of the skeletal figures summoned by him. Souls returning home. Flesh decaying. Do the bones belong to you? It is apparent that the shadow cult lacks any semblance of normalcy, including that little girl. Why, after just one day, has her spirit grown stronger? Internally, Blue was rife with sarcasm, yet he maintained a facade of seriousness. For instance, I have discovered the remains of Dua Alexis, along with his final letter, and I am prepared to fulfill his last wishes. Yuri's statement evoked a look of astonishment on Blue's usually composed face. Are you referring to Dua Alexis, the first adventurer of the Federation to venture into the sea? If the individual you speak of is indeed the same as the one I have found, then I have indeed located the Dua Alexis you mentioned. Hiding behind Yuri, Sheville slightly furrowed her brow. Her intuition suggested that this might be mere nonsense, yet upon deeper reflection, it felt rather significant, leaving her mind somewhat entangled. Unperturbed by Yuri's words, Blue solemnly performed a naval salute. On behalf of the 831 sailors of the new continent, I extend my gratitude. To others, Dua might be viewed as a failed adventurer, yet within the naval community, his stature is exceedingly high, akin to someone who could be privately mocked yet must be publicly revered. After Blue finished speaking, Yuri straightened his posture and returned the naval salute before responding. How shall I be thanked? Ahem. Clearly, Yuri's actions and words surprised both Sheville and Blue. They had anticipated a response akin to, no need for thanks, or this is my duty. However, Yuri's demeanor secretly relieved Blue. There's a saying that those who desire nothing are the most unpredictable. As long as one has desires, their actions can be anticipated, avoiding incomprehensible conduct. With this in mind, Blue resolved to lay his cards on the table, elevating the potential rewards he could offer Yuri while simultaneously probing for what Yuri truly needed. Historical records of the Federation indicate that the Shadow Cult's presence is often uncovered following each disaster. While this does not conclusively prove that the Shadow Cult instigated these calamities, it is equally implausible to argue that they are entirely unrelated. Blue yearned for both Yuri and Sheville to depart the new continent swiftly, to any destination as long as it was away from there. If you have indeed brought back credible information regarding Dua Alexis, I am willing to fulfill any request within my capabilities. Upon hearing Blue's words, Yuri could not help but feel a twinge of surprise. As previously noted, despite Blue's somewhat ruthless nature, he places great importance on promises, embodying the principle of keeping one's word. Blue said, I will fulfill any request within my capacity, which indeed implies a readiness to meet any demand, even if it may contravene some established norms. You are a person of great respect. I require a large ship. The larger, the better, preferably a paddle-driven vessel. I can provide you with the precise location of a sunken ship, along with its captain's remains, found in the captain's quarters. He was a captain worthy of admiration. Well, the information can be disseminated under your name. Upon finishing his statement, Yuri gazed at Blue, awaiting his negotiation. After all, negotiation is inherently a process of bargaining. Blue, as Yuri anticipated, shook his head, yet the words he spoke left Yuri utterly astounded. I am uncertain whether the ship I can provide meets your requirements. The Islander, a paddle-sail ship constructed upon our arrival in the New World. It measures 25 meters in width and 60 meters in length, featuring 3 sturdy decks. Who was the brilliant mind behind this decree? And it was truly constructed? Yuri instinctively inquired. On the surface, with a length-to-width ratio exceeding 2, the vessel possesses commendable stability at sea. A smaller length-to-width ratio can slow down the vessel's speed, a challenge mitigated by the addition of paddles for propulsion. Moreover, to compensate for the inherent vulnerability of paddle-sail ships, this vessel has been specifically reinforced. As Blue emphasized its robust construction, it appears to be an ideal ship. However, the paddles of a paddle-sail ship require ample space and a considerable number of adeptly trained crew members working in unison. Furthermore, as a ship's size increases and its length-to-width ratio decreases, the force required for paddling escalates, leading to greater fatigue among the rowers. Consequently, with heightened consumption of resources, the ship must carry more supplies, which will occupy significant space. Additionally, crew members require rest, necessitating further allocation of space for their repose. With limited space aboard the vessel, one must also accommodate weapons and ammunition. Ultimately, despite its outward perfection, this ship, constrained by the balance between crew supplies and ammunition, proves incapable of long voyages and can only linger in coastal waters. Ironically, its combat effectiveness and maneuverability in nearshore conditions fall short compared to much smaller paddle sail vessels. Furthermore, paddle sail ships typically lack multiple decks and have shallower drafts, thus providing them with a distinct advantage in coastal environments. Although this ship boasts additional space due to its multiple levels, the demands on crew size and physical endurance are heightened, and its deeper draft renders it ill-suited for nearshore engagements. Hence, Yuri instinctively questioned the intellect behind its design and the fact that it was indeed built. Upon hearing Yuri's inquiry, Brew's lips twitched, though he refrained from directly addressing the question. "So, will you take it or not?" "Yes," Yuri responded with unwavering conviction. The Islander's drawback lies in its requirement for numerous crew members, who must also bring substantial supplies, rendering a ship theoretically suited for deep-sea combat confined to coastal operations. However, the two aspects are precisely within Yuri's expertise. The skeletal soldiers not only possess strength far exceeding that of ordinary humans, but their movements can also achieve perfect synchronization. Moreover, these skeletal soldiers require no supplies, rest areas, or personal hygiene facilities. Yuri can freely convert these spaces as needed into weaponry zones or recreational areas, thereby enhancing the ship's combat capabilities, while also alleviating his boredom during fishing or treasure hunting expeditions. Furthermore, it seems he can carry numerous small boats, allowing him to deploy them and release skeletal soldiers when encountering particular terrains. Lost in reverie, Yuri's eyes began to glaze over. As for Bruce's offer, whether it would be granted or not, Yuri was resolute in his intent to acquire the vessel, should it truly exist. This ship seemed tailor-made for him. Yuri's decisive agreement took Bruce by surprise, even completely catching him off guard, as he had anticipated Yuri would engage in negotiations. Originally, the ship was not designed for navigation, but rather as an escape route for those traversing the new road. The Islander, was created as a contingency for personnel evacuation in emergencies. Although it now appears that the Islander may no longer be necessary, Bruce felt a pang of regret at the thought of simply handing it over to Yuri. The cost of constructing the Islander was exorbitant. Thus, Bruce now faced a new dilemma. Having made a statement, and with Yuri's agreement, should he seek a reason to withdraw? Upon observing Bruce's hesitation, Yuri quickly interjected. At this moment, he could not afford to be circumspect. He needed to strike while the iron was hot and finalize the matter swiftly. If an agreement could be reached through negotiation regarding the vessel, it would be prudent to avoid unconventional methods. Pray tell, are there any additional conditions? Yuri posed this rhetorical question, intending to shift Bruce's contemplation from whether to acquiesce to what further stipulations might be required. However, unbeknownst to Yuri, Bruce harbored no desire to maintain any relationship with him. He merely wished to expedite Yuri's departure, preferably to a distant locale. After pondering for a moment, caught between self-interest and superstition, Bruce ultimately opted to place his faith in the latter. No other conditions. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Upon uttering these words, Bruce genuinely astonished Yuri, who began to waver, contemplating whether to retract his agreement, suspecting a hidden trickery. Yet, the allure of the vessel Bruce described was overwhelmingly enticing to Yuri. Under normal circumstances, acquiring such a ship would be tantamount to challenging 5 renowned legends single-handedly with his current capabilities. Thus, after a brief moment of hesitation, Yuri nodded in assent. "Very well. Should the need arise in the future, I shall assist you." This promise was, in truth, unnecessary. Yet Yuri's upbringing in the Blue Star had instilled in him a reluctance to remain silent in the face of Bruce's offer. Hearing Yuri's words, Bruce smiled. The hesitation before making a promise signified that Yuri had genuinely contemplated fulfilling it, rather than speaking thoughtlessly. Though Yuri's presence felt subdued, the rapid growth in power of the individual known as Shiver rendered the value of this commitment far greater to Bruce than that of the island vessel. "Thank you for your generosity. I see you are acquiring provisions. Are you preparing to set sail? Allow me to arrange a supply shipment for you, and then escort you to receive the island vessel." Bruce adopted a humble demeanor, and Yuri did not maintain an air of superiority. "Thank you. Would you prefer to receive Mr. Dua's remains and correspondence now? Or shall we proceed to the governor's office, where we will honor the late Dua's legacy?" Subsequently, Yuri led Shiver in Bruce's wake to the governor's office. He made no effort to conceal his spatial belongings, directly retrieving the pouch containing Dua's remains and the letter from his backpack, presenting them to Bruce. The task system was likely inherited from players, as Yuri had tested it and observed that Shiver did not trigger a quest upon seeing the letter. Next, Yuri seamlessly participated in the naval ceremony organized in honor of Dua, where he encountered the familiar announcement. Although the timing was earlier than anticipated, the content of the announcement had changed little. The only aspect that surprised Yuri was that Bruce had only notified the naval personnel internally. The ceremony did not extend invitations to adventurers from the New World, instead tacitly allowing them to observe from a distance. This detail diverged from Yuri's recollections and struck him as peculiar. After Duva's burial, Yuri received notification of task completion, along with an unexpected reward. Task Last Wish, Duva Alex. Completed. Bone Integrity 96, Experience 1000, Skill Points 1. Hidden Condition Met, Bone Integrity 95, Experience 3000, Skill Points 3. This spared Yuri considerable trouble, as he had prepared for the possibility that the task could not be settled. Had the task required him to bury Duva himself, he would have stealthily exhumed Duvia's remains at night and reburied them. Following the funeral, Blue led Yuri directly to the Navy's private port, where he entrusted the Islander to Yuri. Upon reaching the deck of the Islander, Yuri waved his hand, summoning a phalanx of 36 skeleton soldiers that appeared behind him. Then they rushed towards the oars of the Islander. After learning of the Islander's existence, Yuri pondered how he could transport it without revealing the time interval limitation on his ability to summon skeleton soldiers. Fortunately, after some experimentation, he discovered that skeleton soldiers could be treated as items and stored in his bag, with the ability to stack. Although the skeletons stored in the bag would still occupy his summoning limit, rendering it practically insignificant, it was quite intimidating in certain scenarios. For instance, at this moment, Blue was staring intently at the skeletons dispersing in all directions. After a few seconds, Yuri finally expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Commander Blue, for your generous gift. My promise remains valid. It is an honor, though I hope I will never have to invoke that promise, as it would signify all is well here. I also wish you a smooth journey. I shall take my leave now." With that, Blue turned and descended from the Islander, standing aboard a naval warship, watching Yuri depart. "Blue, at last I have seen him off." Once leaving the harbor, the wind upon the sea picked up noticeably, prompting Yuri to command the skeleton soldiers to raise the sails, adjust their course, and rendezvous with the Black Pearl. With the Islander now in his possession, the Black Pearl's presence became somewhat awkward. Retaining it seemed unnecessary, yet discarding it or giving it away felt like a waste. After some contemplation, Yuri directed 5 skeleton soldiers to board the Black Pearl, raising the sails in preparation for a gamble. He refrained from any manipulation, allowing fate to dictate where the Black Pearl would ultimately dock or if it would sink into the depths of the sea. Though he held no specific expectations, Yuri relished the thrill of anticipation. It was akin to an author named Ding Xiaobia, whose work, once recommended, compelled her to refresh her phone's background incessantly, regardless of whether new votes, monthly tickets, comments, collections, or donations appeared. Each brought her immense joy. In the monotony and repetitiveness of life, the author's background became the final bastion of surprise. After the Black Pearl departed, Yuri also steered the Islander towards Dwarf Island, aiming to procure the island's specialty, mental technology. On the journey to Dwarf Island, one could attempt fishing. Yuri had never entertained the thought of abandoning the idea of using skeleton soldiers as bait. He vividly recalled a scene from an animated series he had watched on Blue Star, titled Journey to the West. In this particular episode, Sun Wukong sought the magical fan from Princess Iron Fan and, after shrinking himself, wreaked havoc within her belly, not in a vehicular sense, ultimately compelling her to lend him the fan. Theoretically, if Yuri could manage to have a sufficiently large fish swallow a skeleton soldier, he would have the opportunity to vanquish the adversary from within. Possessing considerable manual dexterity, Yuri retrieved a specially prepared slender rope from the Sea Island ship. He secured one end to the vessel and the other around the neck of a skeleton soldier, then commanded the skeleton to leap into the ocean. Thus, as the skeleton soldier was towed along by the ship, it bore a striking resemblance to an oddly shaped fish. Initially, Yuri intended for the skeleton to grasp the rope, but he later realized that this would render it defenseless against larger fish. Consequently, he opted to fasten the rope around its neck. However, not securing the rope was not an option, for the skeleton would sink to the ocean floor, where the creatures dwelling below often possess sharp teeth and would not consume their prey whole. Ultimately, 2 skeleton soldiers remained near Cane Harbor as positioning coordinates. 5 skeletons embarked on the Black Pearl for a voyage. 20 skeletons manipulated the sails, and the remaining 13 were employed as bait, bound by ropes and cast into the sea. The bait had been set. Now it was merely a matter of waiting for a fish to bite. The legend of the Avenger on board the ship Barbarian Blade. The lookout suddenly began to stutter, his body trembling in fear. The other pirates on the ship erupted into raucous laughter. As one of the most formidable pirate organizations in the New World, the pirates aboard the Barbarian Blade were exceedingly arrogant, believing there was nothing in the vicinity, including the Navy, that could instill fear in them. Captain Barbarian, noticing the lookout's faltering speech, snatched the telescope from his hands and peered into the distance at a distant dark shape. To his astonishment, the first thing he discerned was the immense size of the ship Islander. While the Barbarian Blade was already considered a large pirate vessel at 35 meters long and 12 meters wide, the ship on the horizon appeared to be over twice its size. Barbarian had never heard of any vessel of such magnitude in these waters. Next, he observed the crew on the distant ship managing its sails. Lowering the telescope, he rubbed his eyes and raised it again, focusing on the crew handling the sails. A chill ran down his spine when he noticed the ropes tied to the stern of the Islander, each adorned with a skull. His heart skipped a beat. Turn around. Turn around. Quickly, turn away from that dark shape. What are you waiting for? Move, Barbarian shouted, drawing his sword and waving it vigorously to urge the pirates into action. Only when the ominous silhouette had vanished from sight did he allow his heart to settle. As a level 63 swordsman, Barbarian thrived on preying upon the weak. When confronted by those stronger than himself, he would deftly evade them. Nothing was more precious than his life, and no pursuit of power was more tangible. Yet, as his prowess grew, few could instill fear in him. However, the scene he had just witnessed clearly lay beyond his comprehension. With Barbarian's urging ceased, the pirates relaxed. Naturally, their curiosity piqued regarding what the lookout and Barbarian had seen that warranted such a panicked retreat upon merely glimpsing the shadow of the ship. Understanding the expressions of his crew, Barbarian realized he must provide a plausible explanation for his earlier panic. "Lookout, tell them what you saw." At that moment, the lookout had regained his composure from his earlier shock. Upon hearing Barbarian's command, he began to recount his sighting. Yet, it is well known that people often embellish their accounts. To prove he was no coward, the lookout instinctively exaggerated the scene he had witnessed. Thus, the 20 skeletons on the ship transformed into hundreds, and the 13 skeletons dragging at the stern morphed into dozens of skeletons pulling the vessel ahead. Even the bloodthirsty pirates, who were notorious for their ruthlessness, kept their distance from the inexplicable moving bones, refraining from ridiculing the lookout any further. With the time granted by the lookout's narration, Barbarian Blade composed his thoughts. "Are you frightened? Do you think a mere bone can instill such terror in me?" As soon as Barbarian Blade spoke, he captured the attention of every pirate aboard. "Have you heard the legend of the Avenger?" The pirates collectively shook their heads. In truth, it was improbable for them to nod, as the name was a fabrication conjured by Barbarian Blade. It was understandable they had not heard of it. Even I'd only heard my grandfather mention it in my childhood. Had I not witnessed it today, I might have believed it to be a mere tale spun to amuse me. According to my grandfather, 2 decades ago, Dua Alex was not the first to explore the seas. He was merely the first naval explorer. Initially, it was not the Navy that ventured into the ocean, but slaves, whose lives were deemed worthless. Their deaths at sea elicited little sorrow. Some even found amusement in torturing slaves, such as binding them with ropes and casting them into the sea, forcing them to pull the boats. Upon hearing this, the pirates around me noticeably quickened their breaths. Although pirates lived somewhat better than slaves during the Federation, Their lives were still constrained. Otherwise, they would not have risked their lives to become pirates. In response to the Federation's disregard for slave lives, they instinctively identified with those slaves, filled with righteous indignation. Barbarian Blade, seemingly oblivious to the pirates' reaction, continued his tale. As the number of slaves perishing at sea grew, so did their resentment. One day, a colossal ship emerged from the depths of the ocean, accompanied by countless skeletal figures, stripped of flesh. Yet, even in their dismembered state, the slaves could not escape the fate of rowing and pulling boats, their hatred for the living, especially the Navy, intensifying. Should a living person fall victim to these skeletal slaves, they would be doomed to a similar existence, rowing and pulling, harboring the same loathing for the living. This ship, laden with skeletons, was the Avenger. The Federation attempted to annihilate the Avenger, but even when those skeletal beings were shattered into pieces, they continued to fight, seemingly inexhaustible, pouring forth endlessly from the ship's hold. To diminish the power of the Avenger, the Federation began to prohibit all from venturing to sea. With the cessation of new grievances, the strength of those skeletons dwindled, ultimately vanishing from the public eye along with the Avenger. The Federation, fearing the resurgence of the Avenger, imposed a ban on any exploration of the seas until 20 years ago when Dua Alex reignited the age of navigation. However, this time, the Federation dared not compel slaves to board ships. Instead, they summoned willing sailors and extraordinary beings. To our astonishment, we encountered the fabled vessel, the Avenger. Fortunately, we maintained a considerable distance and skillfully evaded it. Otherwise, we might have become mere skeletons aboard that ship. The tale spun by the Cutlass was rife with inconsistencies. Yet for these unlettered pirates, it constituted a flawless legend. For an extended period thereafter, the discussions among the pirates revolved incessantly around the Avenger. During this time, many pirates recalled having heard stories of the Avenger. The tales from the Cutlass's crew were subsequently transported to the pirate haven. Meanwhile, Yuri, unaware that his ship had acquired yet another moniker, was anxiously sharing the perspective of a skeleton warrior. Within this skeletal view, a colossal shadow loomed ominously from below. Tiger Shark, level 59, strength 53, constitution 64, reflex 26, spirit 12. Skill, intimidation, emits a thunderous roar that stuns the target. Level 2. Upon witnessing the emergence of the Tiger Shark in his field of vision, a smile finally graced Yuri's face. After all, while fish may not consume bones, there must surely be those with an insatiable curiosity. In the midst of Yuri's eager anticipation, a series of ripples suddenly emerged from the gaping maw of the Tiger Shark, swiftly extending towards the skeletal soldier. Ordinarily, the shark's formidable teeth would have clamped down on the soldier's ribcage, severing it in a single bite, thus annihilating the foe. However, Yuri aboard the vessel decisively severed the rope tethering the skeletal soldier, causing its advance to falter and, under the weight of gravity, begin to sink. Consequently, before the Tiger Shark could close its jaws, the skeletal soldier successfully entered its mouth, becoming lodged sideways in the shark's throat. Witnessing this perplexing scene, Yuri was left in a state of bewilderment. How could such a colossal tiger shark, boasting a mouth 4 meters wide, possess a throat that was merely about 30 centimeters across? Even if the throat were to expand into a standard circular shape, its diameter would likely be less than 20 centimeters. Even if the skeletal soldier were to position itself vertically, it would still be unable to traverse into the shark's stomach. Tiger Shark, if it were so easy for large prey to enter our stomach alive, we would have long since faced extinction. Recognizing the substantial obstruction in its mouth, the Tiger Shark endeavored to expel the skeletal soldier. A powerful jet of water erupted from the shark, while, under Yuri's command, the skeletal soldier plunged its bone sword into the side of the shark's oral cavity. Fortunately, the shark's internal defenses were significantly weaker than its skin, allowing the bone sword to penetrate the wall of its mouth successfully. The ensuing pain compelled the tiger shark to breach the surface of the water, thrashing its head in a frantic attempt to dislodge the unwelcome intruder. Alas, the skeletal soldier's sword and hand were inseparably linked, securing its position deep within the shark's mouth. As the tiger shark plunged back into the sea to catch its breath, Yuri seized the opportunity to withdraw the bone sword and thrust it into another location. As the sword was extracted, a torrent of blood gushed from the wound, obscuring Yuri's vision entirely. After a brief struggle, the tiger shark seemed to realize it could not expel this foreign object and suddenly began to inhale copious amounts of seawater. The unexpected shift left Yuri no time to redirect his strength. The force of the rushing water, combined with the skeletal soldier's own exertion, caused it to pivot sharply, and the bone sword was consequently expelled from the wound. The skeletal soldier found itself back at the entrance of the tiger shark's throat. Almost immediately, the instinctive contraction of a shark's throat muscles attempted to expel the skeletal soldier. An unforeseen event unfolded, as the vast disparity in physical attributes resulted in the skeletal soldier's prominent ribs being crushed in an instant. However, as the ribs were not vital to the skeletal soldier's existence, it merely suffered a reduction in health without being utterly destroyed. The remaining rib fragment, with its sharp edge, embedded itself into the flesh of the tiger shark's throat, effectively nailing the skeletal soldier to the side wall of the shark's gullet. The immense pain inflicted by numerous punctures drove the tiger shark into a frenzy, causing the muscles in its throat to writhe violently in an attempt to expel the foreign object lodged within its maw. Yet this proved futile, only serving to tighten the grip of the skeletal minions against its oral walls. An hour elapsed before the tiger shark ceased its struggles, beginning its descent to the ocean floor. Yuri remained vigilant, however, as his personal interface had yet to register the successful kill of the tiger shark. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from allowing the skeletal minions tethered to him to sink to the seabed, advancing towards the location of the tiger shark. The immediate reward for the kill was solely experience points, yet the majority of marine creatures possessed valuable skin, flesh, and bones, particularly certain specialized parts that held substantial worth. Yuri could not afford to forsake them entirely. Anticipating such a scenario, he had prepared an ample supply of ropes aboard the island vessel. After an additional 20 minutes, the kill notification finally appeared. Tiger shark, level 59, slain, gained 3,481 experience. Level 1, skill points 1, spirit 2, reaction 1. Confirming the death of the tiger shark, Yuri commanded the skeletal minions to delve into its mouth and commence the process of dissection. Within moments, they successfully severed a sizable chunk of flesh from the shark's maw. Tiger shark meat, 1082G upon consumption, grants 1 experience. Upon reaching a certain level, the corpses of creatures contain a unique energy that can be absorbed through consumption, resulting in an increase in experience points. All creatures have specific parts that gather more energy, thus yielding greater experience upon consumption. For the tiger shark, this particular area was the throat. Yuri's objective was to obtain the portion of tiger shark meat rich in energy concentrated in the throat. Through the diligent efforts of several skeletal minions, they soon located the special tiger shark meat. Tiger shark meat, 16875G upon consumption, grants 1687 experience. Once Yuri confirmed that all high-quality tiger shark meat had been extracted, he instructed the skeletal minion bound by rope to carry the meat, while commanding the skeletal minions aboard the ship to operate the winch, retrieving both the rope and the minion. Although the remaining parts held some value, processing them would be excessively time-consuming, and their primary worth lay in being sold for currency, which Yuri chose to discard. The remaining skeletal minions began to scour the seabed. While the notion of skeletal minions fishing was theoretically sound, it was more suited for treasure hunting than leveling. For leveling purposes, Yuri believed that certain bottom-dwelling organisms, such as mollusks, crustaceans, and sessile creatures would be far more appropriate. Although their levels were low, even as low as 1 point, their abundance provided ample sustenance, making them significantly more efficient than using skeletal minions to catch larger fish. Thus, Yuri adjusted the deployment of his skeletal minions. 20 remained to maintain the vessel's course. 2 continued fishing at the ship's stern, 1 assisted Shivel in passive training, while the remainder were dispatched to the seabed for monster farming. Everything had been arranged, and only then did Yuri open his attribute panel. The upgrade granted him 2 points of spirit, increasing his maximum summonable entities to 44. Simultaneously, he unlocked a new skill at level 8, Corpse Explosion, which could detonate the corpse of target, inflicting substantial necromantic damage on living beings while providing equivalent restorative effects to undead creatures. The skill available at level 9 was, as Yuri had anticipated, related to bones, aptly named Bone Wall. Based on the information at hand, Yuri speculated that the skills of a necromancer might follow a cyclical pattern every 5 levels. Levels 1 and 6 featured summoning skills. Levels 2 and 7 encompassed universal enhancement skills. Levels 3 and 8 were dedicated to necromantic spells. And levels 4 and 9 pertained to skeletal magic. As for the skills at levels 5 and 10, Yuri conjectured they might serve to augment his own attributes. Since he could level up by hunting marine creatures, he intended to reserve the tiger shark meat for Shevel. Currently, Shevel was accumulating passive abilities by defeating skeleton soldiers, and her spirit attribute had reached 62. However, her strength and constitution remained at a mere 3 points, creating a significant imbalance. On the third day of drifting at sea, as Yuri and Shevel floated, he suddenly heard a familiar voice, the haunting melody of Siren. The clarity of her song surpassed any recording he had ever heard by several magnitudes. Just upon hearing the opening notes, his body instinctively reacted. He instinctively glanced at Shevel, only to find her curiously scanning the surroundings, seemingly searching for the source of the sound, showing no signs of being influenced by the enchanting melody. Was it because her spirit was superior to that of the siren, or did she simply lack any concept of such allure in her mind? 019 Summoning Spirits. After some contemplation, Yuri felt that Shiver likely lacked the concept in her mind and did not comprehend the implications of such sounds. If she were versed in this matter, even with a high mental fortitude, she would not remain utterly unresponsive. The recordings preserved across various platforms before his transition certainly lacked any enhanced effects, yet they still compelled Yuri to yearn to listen. Furthermore, the existence of these recordings indicated that the melodies heard by people were indeed real and uniform, rather than mere figments of mental illusion where each individual perceives something different. Thus, considering the volume and propagation patterns of the sound, Yuri surmised that the siren was not far from him. If the siren were situated at a considerable distance, it would lead to an awkward predicament. To project sound over a great distance, the original sound must be quite loud. For someone 100 meters away to hear clearly, the sound nearby would have to be deafening, even if the entity were extraordinarily beautiful and melodious. The thought of it currently gaping its mouth and persistently producing a thunderous song diminished Yuri's excitement significantly, making the sound seem less enticing. Among all known legendary beings, sirens ranked among the least threatening to players. Up until his transition, there had been no reports of sirens inflicting direct harm. They primarily tormented the will of their victims with their voices, particularly on ships with few women aboard. Listening to this sound continuously for a day or two would be unbearable for most men. However, for players, the impact was considerably less severe. Players could log off, deliberately evading the siren's influence. Even if residual effects lingered, spending an hour offline with a partner would suffice. In fact, some individuals consistently offered bounties in forums for the appearance of siren-infested waters, not for the purpose of slaying them, but to enjoy the experience with their companions. Listening for a while before logging off, sirens were arguably among the least prestigious of the known legendary sea creatures. After some thought, Yuri reached out to tousle Shiver's hair, diverting her attention. In a moment, brother will summon something new. It may appear rather peculiar, so be prepared. After seeing Shiver nod, Yuri proceeded to open his attributes panel. Name, Yuri Minahil level, 11-1-2732-102400. Health points, 355 attributes. Strength 9, Constitution 10, Reaction 8, Spirit 26 skills. Mental Fortification, level 2. Bone Prison, level 0. Desperate Teleportation, level 1. Summon Spirit, level 0. Necrotic Infusion, upgrade requirement. Level 12, Skill Points 1, unlock. Skill Points, 6 Summons, 78 Skeleton Soldier. Level 4, 78 progressively. Leveling up becomes increasingly arduous. Even with an abundance of marine life in the depths and the skeleton soldiers battling round the clock, Yuri had only just ascended to level 11. At level 10, the skill mental enhancement can be further upgraded, allowing for an additional increase in the maximum number of summoned creatures by twice the mental attribute. Yuri promptly undertook this upgrade, enabling him to have a maximum of 78 summoned beings simultaneously. Were it not for the additional skeleton warriors, Yuri would merely be at level 10 and unable to reach level 11. Furthermore, at this level, a life-preserving skill was unlocked, Desperate Teleportation, level 1. This skill activates when Yuri's health drops below 5 after sustaining damage, granting immunity to that damage, removing all negative states, and randomly teleporting him up to 500 meters from his current location. Upgrade requirements. Level 15, 2 skill points. Activation at 10 health, teleportation distance of 1,000 meters. And grants 1 teleportation mark that can be used on any target to bestow the same benefits. Upgrading these 2 skills cost Yuri 4 skill points, compelling him to contemplate whether he should seek out the known legendary practitioners. If all proceeds as expected, upon reaching level 15, he would acquire a new essential skill requiring 2 skill points to unlock. The mental enhancement obtained at level 5 must also be further upgraded, along with Desperate Teleportation unlocked at level 10, necessitating a total of 6 skill points. Even if Yuri refrained from learning any new skills, the gain from progressing from level 10 to 15 would yield only 5 skill points, which would be inadequate. Based on this data, it becomes evident that the deficit of skill points increases as one advances, prompting Yuri to devise a means to acquire additional skill points. Currently known methods for obtaining skill points, aside from the elusive quests, include the legendary crystals. Returning to his present predicament, finding the location of the nearby siren was clearly beyond the capabilities of the skeletons. Fortunately, at level 11, a new summoning skill summon ghost was unlocked. Uncertain about the nature of this ghost, Yuri decided to give Shiver a heads-up prior to the summoning. He expended 1 skill point to elevate the level of summon ghost from 0 to 1. Summon ghost. Level 1 summons 1 level 1 ghost at a designated location, within a 5-meter radius. Strength 0. Constitution 1. Reaction 7. Spirit 15. Incorporeal. Immune to physical effects. Health 10-10. With a casting time of 3 seconds and a cooldown of 60 seconds. As the 3-second casting time concluded, a semi-transparent specter appeared aboard the ship. Contrary to Yuri's expectations, it was rather endearing and not as terrifying as he had envisioned. Perhaps the daytime contributed to its somewhat charming appearance. Subsequently, Yuri conducted a few simple experiments, gaining insight into what the immunity to physical effects entailed. The ghost was impervious to physical attacks, could traverse through objects, whether wood, metal, or flesh, moving freely in any direction, capable of accelerating or halting at will, devoid of acceleration or stopping difficulties. It is somewhat regrettable that sound, too, appears to belong to the realm of physical phenomena. After Yuri shifted his attention to the specter, he found that he could perceive only the visual aspect, devoid of auditory and tactile sensations. However, the resistance to spell-based damage was remarkably low. Shiver, without even employing a skill, merely enveloped the specter with his immense mental prowess out of curiosity, causing the specter's 30 hit points, augmented by thick skin, to be instantly depleted. Upon completion, Shiver cast a puzzled glance at Yuri. Summon Spectre, level 1. Received an unidentified attack, hit points -30. This incident provided Yuri with a more intuitive understanding of the formidable nature of Shiver's mental energy. As for the damage inflicted by skills, 3 days prior, the skeletal soldier had met its demise in a single blow, even from the lowest damage output of the fell energy orb. Yuri sensed that Shiver's skill damage was influenced not only by mental strength, but also by the total amount of fell energy, which seemed to enhance the potency of his abilities. With a general grasp of the specter's attributes, Yuri began to direct it to explore the surroundings. He dismissed the surface of the sea, knowing full well that it would be futile to search there. If the siren were so easily discovered, players would have long since found and vanquished it. With so many players, some would undoubtedly be curious about the loot dropped by the siren upon its demise. Anything associated with the word legendary inherently carries its own rules. These rules do not dissipate with the host's death. Instead, they materialize, commonly referred to as must-drop. Consequently, Yuri abandoned the search on the surface and commanded the specter to dive beneath the waves. Aside from relying on shared vision for exploration, he would activate the life sensibility each time its cooldown expired to prevent the siren from possessing any form of invisibility. Another girl, a ghost in the air, can still be seen as a translucent shadow. After the ghost submerged in the sea, it achieved a semblance of visual invisibility due to the fact that the ghost itself did not affect the flow of the seawater, combined with the refraction of the water. While the ghost searched underwater, the siren did not notice it. Instead, it encountered a new legendary sea creature, the sperm whale king, level 73, legendary strength 92, constitution 181, reaction 31, spirit 42. Skills: resistance, increases negative status resistance, level 6. Charge, increases movement speed, level 3. Tough skin, enhances physical and magical resistance, level 3. At the sight of it, Yuri instinctively commanded the ghost to halt its movement, fixated on the sperm whale king. The sperm whale belongs to the Physitter family. Its special part is the lung, which not only augments experience, but also enhances the player's constitution. In addition to the standard yields of flesh, bones, and skin, there is a chance to obtain varying qualities of ambergris from its intestines. Ambergris, even in the realm of the extraordinary sea, is a top-tier luxury, celebrated not only for its delightful fragrance, but also for its various applications, making it highly sought after by the aristocracy, whether in the New World or the Federal Continent. It can fetch hundreds or even thousands of gold coins per gram, though it remains scarce in the market. However, Yuri harbored no thoughts about this sperm whale, even wishing for it to depart swiftly. The names of sea monsters in the extraordinary sea follow a certain pattern. Ordinary creatures are named after their species, while the leaders of their groups are designated with king, and the leaders of species with emperor. The designation of sperm whale king indicates that it is gregarious, suggesting that other members of its group are not far away. Although Yuri might consider approaching a lone sperm whale, a group was a different matter entirely. Moreover, sperm whales are notoriously aggressive, known to collide with anything, with instances of them crashing into cliffs. The island ship would not withstand several of its charges. Under Yuri's gaze, the sperm whale king suddenly turned in place and emitted an ethereal call that lingered in the water. This momentarily stunned Yuri. Did the siren's song affect other sea creatures as well? The sperm whale king's behavior easily evoked thoughts of courtship. It undoubtedly did not need to court. Thus, the gesture likely implied something more profound. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Yuri observed another sperm whale, slightly smaller in size, but still a substantial 30 meters long, entering the ghost's field of vision. The newly appeared sperm whale swam directly beneath the sperm whale king, gliding against its belly. Yuri found it challenging to articulate the scene he witnessed. He could scarcely fathom that one day he would associate the term agility with a creature of such massive proportions. Subsequently, more sperm whales emerged in the vicinity, and the sperm whale king shared its attention among them. Among all the pygmy sperm whales, the largest one is the most favored. Each time the whale king returns from frolicking with the others, it circles around this larger whale before seeking out another companion. When the whale king is absent, the remaining whales begin to engage in playful antics amongst themselves. How can one describe such a scene? Yuri mused that, without the aid of tools, humans might be outdone in creativity by these whales. A congregation of pygmy sperm whales frolicked for an hour until the whale king suddenly called out. The first whale to respond echoed the call, flipping onto its back, its belly facing that of the whale king. Just as Yuri marveled at the complexity of this maneuver for a whale, an unexpected scene unfolded. A nearby whale swam beneath the flipped whale, supporting it with its back. Ah, the whale king's pod is indeed harmonious. The siren's song is truly enchanting. Yet, as this thought crossed Yuri's mind, he sensed something amiss. The siren's song had vanished. Yuri listened intently, confirming its absence. Had it departed, or was it merely an unseen observer of the pygmy sperm whales? AVI lost in wonder? If it had departed, there would be nothing to be done. However, if it was merely an observer, the pygmy sperm whales, although near the surface, were in waters of low visibility, and curiosity would surely prevent them from straying too far. With this in mind, Yuri promptly commanded the 50 specters he had summoned to encircle the group of whales. During the encirclement, he alternated directing the specters to release life sensing. At one point, as a specter passed a certain spot, Yuri received a system notification. Summon Spectre, Level 1, is being interfered with, health -5. The specter began to lose health, indicating that it was indeed overlapping with a living entity. Previously, during his search, Yuri had tested that a specter could reduce a target's health by 10 points for every second it overlapped with a living being. The specter itself would also lose health, with stronger targets inflicting greater damage per second. Thus, Yuri was certain that the specter had just intersected with a being of notable attributes, though not one so formidable as to be invincible. Regardless of whether the target was a siren or not, it was a worthy target to eliminate. With this thought, Yuri immediately directed the specter to retrace its path, while instructing the remaining specters to converge toward this location. Upon the specter returning to the previous overlap point, no notification was received, which Yuri had anticipated. He did not expect the target to remain stationary. Subsequently, he commanded the specters to move around the vicinity, keeping a keen eye on the notification panel of his attributes. In a moment of skepticism, he directed the specter to release life sensing once more, but unfortunately, no further discoveries were made. This left Yuri with grave doubts regarding the actual efficacy of this skill. Upon the reappearance of the notification indicating that the summoned specters, Level 1, were under duress with a life force decrement of 5, Yuri promptly commanded all the phantoms to halt in their tracks. "I found you," he exclaimed with a hint of excitement. Through the resonance transmitted by the specter overlapping with the target, Yuri discerned that the target was in motion, except for 2 specters stationed to guard the beluga whale. The remainder followed Yuri's directives closely. After the phantoms had pursued for several hundred meters, the target finally revealed her form. A girl, seemingly around 18 or 19 years of age, appeared before Yuri's gaze, impeccably clean. Unnamed, Siren, Level 12, Strength 3, Constitution 4, Reflex 6, Spirit 39. Skills: Joy. Accumulates joy points within a certain radius, converting them into personal experience. Level 2. Voice of Joy. Emits a sound that stirs joy within all living beings. Level 5. Invisibility. Conceals her form. Level 4. Diffusion. Allows her voice to resonate without attenuation within a specified area. Level 5. Voice of Oblivion. Produces a sound that extinguishes the spirits of all beings. Level 1. At that moment, this pristine girl was tightly shutting her eyes, her lips pursed in a grimace of anguish. Yuri found it peculiar. Despite possessing offensive abilities, she chose not to employ them, although he had not directly experienced it. The expression on her face suggested that the sensation of the specters invading her body was far from pleasant. Moreover, with this thought, Yuri subconsciously glanced at the nearby Schwell. Setting aside the reliability of life sensing, this girl was the second target that appeared normal in her attributes, yet was overlooked by the life-sensing mechanism. 021 The birth of the treasure-seeking skeleton after the girl had fled over 1,000 meters with a throng of phantoms. The anguish etched upon her face abruptly dissipated. The spirits were expelled from her form by an inexplicable force, not so much extricated as they continued to overlap with her. Yet the ominous notifications of diminishing vitality ceased to manifest. Unnamed Siren, Level 12, near death. To make a thorough observation, Yuri dispatched 2 skeletal warriors in a small boat towards the girl's location. As the phantoms lacked a concept of physical collision, Yuri intended to conduct further tests using the skeletal soldiers. Once the command was issued, Yuri's attention shifted back to the sperm whales. Ambergris, a name that rolls off the tongue, is in actuality a unique digestive secretion from certain whale species. To put it bluntly, ambergris is essentially the excrement of these marine mammals, with a minuscule portion being vomited matter. Thus, harvesting ambergris does not necessitate the slaying of these particular whales. In fact, breeding them yields superior results. In truth, The reason for the choice to hunt them lies in the inability to track these whales for extended periods to collect their waste, as well as the challenge of keeping them in captivity. This, however, posed no issues for Yuri. He could employ phantoms for tracking, and once the whales produced ambergris, he could assign a phantom to locate it, subsequently sending a skeletal warrior equipped with a swimming ring to retrieve it from the ocean based on the phantom's guidance. While this method may be inefficient, the ambergris produced by the legendary sperm whale king and its kin warranted such efforts from Yuri. Moreover, after several days of testing, it appeared that various fish species at the sea's surface showed little interest in the skeletal warriors, thus minimizing the likelihood of mishaps. Conversely, the ocean depths teemed with a myriad of aquatic creatures, and thus far, none of the skeletal warriors Yuri had sent to the depths had survived beyond 3 hours. A year later, players would discover a type of skeletal warrior adorned with specially designed swimming rings. Occasionally, they would be empty-handed, while at other times, they would clutch exceptional treasures such as premium ambergris, exquisite pearls, rare corals, and high-grade gemstones. Players on forums would affectionately dub these skeletal warriors as treasure-seeking skeletons. As he pondered his next move, Yuri suddenly noticed that a dozen phantoms were congregating approximately 1,000 meters from the sperm whales, with 2 skeletal warriors advancing towards them. What would they be doing there? Ah, the sirens. Indeed, I had sent phantoms in pursuit of the sirens. They could not escape even in their near-death state, and the skeletal warriors would take a moment to arrive. I shall observe the sperm whales a while longer. After a spell, the sperm whales concluded their playful antics, and Yuri commanded the 2 phantoms to closely follow the sperm whale king. Just as he prepared to depart, he noticed a cluster of phantoms gathering in the distance, accompanied by 2 skeletal warriors. Why had I dispatched phantoms and skeletons there? To grind. Wait, the sirens? No, something feels amiss. It seems I have forgotten her once more. Yuri gazed intently at the siren floating upon the sea, lost in reflection of past events, when suddenly his thoughts drifted to Shiver. She had now reached level 5, yet her progress in slaying monsters upon the ocean was far from straightforward. How could he elevate her level as well? He pondered the idle specters and skeletons. Shifting his focus once more, he beheld the siren, and a cold sweat broke out along his back. It dawned upon him that every time he endeavored to command the skeletons to probe the siren, he would invariably become distracted by other matters. Had the skeletons and specters not been oblivious to his commands, still adhering to their previous orders, they would have lost track of the siren entirely. At that moment, the siren had drifted over 2,000 meters from the area where the flat-headed whale had frolicked, continuing to float farther away. Yet, even with this awareness, Yuri found himself ensnared in the cycle of thinking of commands, getting distracted, and remembering the siren. Nevertheless, this only fortified his resolve to capture the siren for study. After a full hour, he finally succeeded in issuing 2 new commands. Skeletons, retrieve the siren aboard the ship, and skeletons, row back to the island vessel. My skeletons have discovered a girl stranded at sea. It would be inconvenient for me to intervene. Shiver, could you assist in dressing her once the skeletons bring her back? All right, she replied, though uncertainty lingered in her heart regarding the girl's intentions. If anything seems amiss, prioritize your own safety. Understood? Understood. Shiver nodded eagerly, thrilled to assist her brother. When the skeletons returned with the siren, Yuri refrained from approaching, instead allowing Shiver to carry the siren into the cabin and help her with clothing. Curiously, Yuri had assumed that as a mage, Shiver would allocate more of her newly acquired attributes to mental prowess upon leveling up. After all, for a mage, the level of mental ability directly influences the potency of spells, rendering it the most crucial attribute among the 4. However, due to Shiver's skill in siphoning dark energy, she had little need for the few points in mental capacity gained through leveling. In reality, as Shiver progressed from level 1 to her current level 5, her 12 new skill points were evenly distributed among the remaining 3 attributes, with not a single point allocated to mental ability. Conversely, the siren before him presented a stark contrast. Having ascended from level 1 to level 12, she had acquired 33 attribute points, seemingly dedicating none to the other 3 attributes. all of which were instead invested in mental ability. Unnamed, Siren of Song, level 12, strength 3, constitution 4, reflex 6, spirit 39. Sivir, demon mage, level 5, strength 7, constitution 7, reflex 8, spirit 79. Yuri, necromancer, level 11, strength 7, constitution 8, reflex 7, spirit 22. The attributes of Sivir surpass those of the Siren of Song, and her skills are also more comprehensive. Thus Yuri is unfazed by the possibility of the Siren awakening and posing a threat to Sivir. Concurrently, Yuri suspects that his frequent lapses in concentration stem from the sight of the Siren, pristine and unadorned, which invariably leads to unsettling thoughts. However, he is confident that Sivir harbors no such intentions. Should Sivir successfully attire the Siren, it would affirm Yuri's intuition. Moreover, he believes that once Sivir dresses the Siren, his errant thoughts will dissipate. Before long, Sivir called out to Yuri, announcing that she had dressed the Siren. Entering the cabin, he beheld the Siren, clad yet still in a state of unconsciousness, lying upon the bed. Curiously, he turned to Sivir. "Why did you summon me?" Sivir, standing by the bedside, glanced at Yuri, blinked, and then looked back at the Siren, appearing somewhat perplexed. "Brother, did you not rescue this lady and instruct me to dress her before summoning you?" At Sivir's words, Yuri recalled the prior events and realized he had overestimated himself. For indeed, he had not anticipated that the Siren, now clothed by Sivir, would be even more alluring than when she lay untouched. Due to her height and physique, the upper garment of Shiver transformed into a crop top when donned by the Siren, while the long skirt morphed into a knee-length, form-fitting design. Coupled with the Siren's impeccable body proportions, she epitomized the very type that Yuri favored. Instinctively, Yuri cast another glance at the Siren's attributes, only to discover that her near-death status had vanished. Unnamed Siren, level 12. Undead resistance, damage from necromancy skills reduced, level 3. What is this attribute? Initially, Yuri thought he had misread, but upon scrutinizing it twice, he confirmed that the Siren had indeed acquired a new skill. Moreover, judging by its name, it specifically countered spectral entities. Damn, divine lineage, and yet a divine offspring? Suddenly, Yuri recalled the legends he had encountered in the library of the Extraordinary Sea while searching for exploration sites, tales of the divine race. It was said that the divine were the favored children of this world, each possessing perfect forms and exceptional combat comprehension, a swift increase in skill levels. For them, death was not an end, but a stronger beginning. They would not truly die and would gain targeted skills based on their cause of death. Since Yuri had never seen a divine being, nor had he heard of anyone who had, he had not entertained this notion before. However, reflecting on the Siren's behavior, did it not align perfectly with the descriptions in the legends? Furthermore, the Siren possessed additional traits beyond those mentioned in the lore, such as undetectable, malicious evasion, and perfect growth. As he followed this line of thought, Yuri's expression suddenly shifted. The Siren had succumbed to a ghostly possession, thus acquiring the undead resistance skill tailored for spirits. If Shiver were also of divine descent, then her healing skill might signify. With this realization, Yuri instinctively pulled Shiver into an embrace. "You shall not endure pain again, I promise." Suddenly enveloped in Yuri's arms, Shiver's cheeks flushed crimson, and upon hearing his words, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. This caused her to instinctively tilt her head back, biting her lower lip to suppress the tears. Though Yuri's words were somewhat disjointed, Shiver inexplicably understood his intended sentiment. Noticing Shiver's expression, Yuri instinctively lowered his gaze, but quickly regained his composure, merely grazing his forehead against hers. Lost in thought, Yuri remained oblivious to the fact that the Siren had already risen. With a hint of confusion, the Siren abruptly leaped from the bed to kneel beside Yuri. Mimicking Shiver's earlier posture, she wrapped her arms around his waist, biting her lower lip, gazing up at him with tear-filled eyes. Standing at 1.8 meters, with an exquisite figure adorned in a crop top and a knee-length skirt, the kneeling Siren struck a striking figure, especially with Shiver, slightly shorter, standing beside him and embracing his waist. Yuri's body suddenly froze, overwhelmed by the intensity of the scene. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation. Shiver squeezed past the siren, puffing her cheeks in irritation and glaring at the siren, who was now kneeling and nearly eye level with her. How could this person repay kindness with malice by vying for her brother? Taking a couple of deep breaths to calm himself, Yuri gently ruffled Shiver's hair before attempting to communicate with the siren. After a lengthy exchange, Yuri began to grasp the siren's experiences, just as he had surmised. She had lived in the ocean her entire life, never having interacted with humans, and could not recall her origins. This explained why the place where her name should have appeared was marked as unnamed. The siren had refrained from using her sole offensive skill earlier because it was indiscriminate and would harm the creatures of the sea. Thus, she did not retaliate until she was on the brink of death. As for why she imitated Shiver moments ago, it was because she had noticed that Yuri, at that time, provided her with moral feedback, essentially pleasure points. To acquire even more pleasure points, she endeavored to mimic Shiver's actions. In the sireness' own words, Yuri at that moment offered more pleasure than the previous group of large fish. Yuri found himself momentarily confused, unsure whether this was a compliment or an insult. During subsequent explanations, the siren seemed to discover additional ways to gain pleasure points from Yuri, including but not limited to biting her lip, attempting to remove her little tank top, which Yuri always prevented, shaking her legs, and puffing out her chest. Ultimately, it was through Yuri's logical reasoning and factual presentation that the siren came to understand the concepts of excess leading to detriment, and the easier something is to obtain, the less it is cherished, leading her to abandon the idea of overexploitation in favor of a long-term strategy. This explanation originally spanned over 4,000 words, but it felt excessively verbose and perhaps unappealing. So I opted to condense it. If there is interest in this section, please leave a comment, and should there be enough responses, I will share the detailed content in the relevant section of the work. After the explanation, observing the serious expressions on the faces of the siren and Shiver, Yuri felt a pang of despair as he covered his forehead. What kind of predicament was this? Why must a lifelong singleton like him educate two girls on such matters? Nevertheless, the outcome appeared favorable. The siren no longer felt compelled to rely on rule feedback for advancement and agreed to stay aboard the sea island. Yuri could now conduct further tests. Since you've decided to remain on the ship, how about I give you a name? Let us call you Shauna. The siren, now known as Shauna, showed little concern for the name itself, not even inquiring about its meaning, merely nodding in agreement. With the first phase of the plan successful, it was time to move on to the second. Shauna, have you ever contemplated merging your rule skills with an instrument? For instance, the guqin. By utilizing specific rhythms from the guqin, one might elicit feedback on rules from others, which I believe could evoke a more joyous resonance than mere humming. Would you care to give it a try? Yuri, being somewhat inept at naming, was immediately reminded of a popular character from another game, especially with Shauna's light blue hair reminiscent of a siren's and her striking figure. In truth, Yuri felt that Shauna's abilities were particularly suited to the guqin. Compared to the alluring hums that could spark the imagination, playing the guqin would not only enhance her innate charm, but also yield far superior results. Shauna seemed intrigued, nodding gently in agreement. Not wanting to lose this moment, Yuri hurriedly dashed to the storage compartment of the sea island vessel. Prior to setting sail to stave off boredom, he had procured every instrument available in the new world, including the guqin. Seeing Shauna commence her exploration of the guqin's sounds, Yuri waved his hand excitedly. Thus began the journey of cultivating the guqin maiden, Shauna. Yuri's mindset had shifted from fearing the arrival of players to eagerly anticipating it. With sufficient strength, his apprehension towards players transformed into a warm familiarity. After all, he was far more acquainted with the players than the indigenous inhabitants of the extraordinary sea. He was genuinely excited about what the players' reactions would be upon boarding the sea island vessel and encountering a guqin maiden named Shauna. However, little did Yuri anticipate that his first encounter with the players would arrive so swiftly. The narrative returns to its previous mode as Yuri skillfully navigates the island of the sea towards Dwarf Island, intermittently summoning skeletal warriors aboard the vessel or from the depths of the sea. Dwarf Island, situated in the southwestern expanse of the new continent, is approximately a 15-day voyage away named for its unique inhabitants, the dwarves. Adult males and females of this race stand at a mere 1 meter 30 centimeters, with 1 meter 40 considered tall among them. The average physical strength of a robust dwarf is merely 4 points. Yet their reflexes and mental acuity boast an average of 7 points. Due to their distinctive racial traits, Dwarf Island has cultivated a unique path of mental technology. Indeed, there exist humanoid races on the new continent as well. However, given the vastness of the new continent, comparable to the federal continent, most of those who have ventured here are adventurers and pirates seeking fortune. Coupled with the sparse and scattered nature of these humanoid populations, the denizens of the federal continent have yet to encounter them. As more ordinary folk migrate from the federal continent to the new continent, alongside the intrepid players, the human presence will expand, leading to the discovery of these humanoid races. They dwell perpetually within the woods, lacking fixed abodes, subsisting on fruits and nuts, gifted with the abilities of plant communication and animal companionship. For convenience, players have taken to calling them druids. According to human records, these races endowed with unique talents are believed to be the survivors of those special bloodlines that existed prior to the cataclysmic upheaval. Before his crossing, Yuri had few dealings with the druids, yet his intuition suggested that they might not engage with him in a tranquil manner, and he lacked the means to soothe them. Thus, he opted for the technologically inclined Dwarf Island as his initial destination. Meanwhile, Zivil remained in the kitchen of the Island of the Sea, casually casting a fell energy sphere should any skeletal warriors enter, or otherwise, engrossed in culinary experiments. As for Shauna, she explored the art of playing the Yaoqin at the stern of the vessel alone. Her novice skills, combined with the harmonious power of joy, evoked an ambience reminiscent of a magical girl, causing one to question their own sanity. This prompted Shauna to retreat to the stern for solitary practice. As the vessel sailed, Yuri gauged the distance and direction to Cane Port, considering the current speed of the Island of the Sea. He deduced that they should arrive at Dwarf Island by tomorrow at the latest. To be candid, Yuri held great admiration for those who meticulously charted the positions of the islands across the extraordinary sea, without the skeletal warriors serving as his navigational points. He could scarcely fathom how he would ascertain his location amidst the vast ocean. Lost in thought, Yuri suddenly noticed a piece of driftwood not far from their course, upon which appeared to be a person. He commanded 2 skeletal warriors to row a small boat closer to investigate. Another girl? Could this be a fortuitous turn of events, heralding a new beginning after his crossing? Upon witnessing the girl's attribute panel, Yuri could not help but rub his eyes. Zhang Qing, unemployed, level 1 strength 5, constitution 5. Reaction 5, Spirit 5. Skills none. This panel was all too familiar to him, not only in format but also in the numbers displayed. Was this not the quintessential starting panel of a player? Moreover, the name Zhang Qing unmistakably had its roots in Blue Star. According to the naming conventions in the Extraordinary Sea, individuals with surnames typically chose names of 1 or 2 characters, while those without surnames opted for names of at least 3 characters. Excluding Shauna, whose name was bestowed by Yuri himself, he observed as a skeletal soldier reached out to tug at Zhang Qing's arm, yet she exhibited no response. In the Extraordinary Sea, players displayed such behavior after logging out. Their bodies remained within the realm, impervious to external stimuli. Naturally, health would still diminish, and when the health bar was depleted, the body would vanish, leaving any carried items behind. Yuri promptly commanded 2 skeletal soldiers to assist Zhang Qing, who was holding a piece of wood, back to the side of the sea island vessel, and subsequently directed them to bring her aboard. A quick glance revealed that Zhang Qing remained unconscious, prompting Yuri, with a hint of mischief, to instruct 8 skeletal soldiers to encircle her as she lay on the base, leaning in to form a circle above her head. After issuing the command, Yuri found himself lost in thought, still grappling with how to confront people from his homeland. Initially, he had assumed that if players were indeed to descend, it would not be until a year later, providing him ample time to prepare for such an encounter. However, Zhang Qing's abrupt appearance had thoroughly disrupted his plans. While he pondered this, Yuri noticed Zhang Qing's head, previously tilted to the side, suddenly shift, signaling her return to consciousness. As expected, She soon opened her eyes and emitted a piercing scream. Such is the nature of gender differences. Had a male been surrounded by skeletal soldiers, Yuri mused that he would likely have heard a different kind of exclamation. In truth, that would have been preferable, as it would allow him to more swiftly ascertain whether the individual was indeed his fellow townsman. With the prank successfully executed, Yuri commanded the skeletal soldiers to step aside, intending to maintain the normal navigation of the sea island vessel while confronting Zhang Qing himself. After a few moments, although Zhang Qing's chest heaved violently, her expression gradually became more composed. Only then did Yuri speak, inquiring, "Who are you? Why are you floating in the sea?" He decided to feign ignorance, hoping to glean insights into the identity of this suspect internal tester, Zhang Qing. For game streamer Zhang Qing, the recent days have felt akin to a roller coaster ride. First, she received a job for a game test, with a contract stipulating a basic salary of 500 per day, along with additional rewards for submitting valid testing feedback or reporting program bugs. At first, Zhang Qing suspected that the individual she encountered was a fraudster involved in human trafficking and promptly contacted the authorities, only to be informed that the entity was a legitimate company that had already registered its operations. This revelation ignited her excitement, prompting her to report to the address provided. While the monetary compensation offered was modest, the description of the game captivated her imagination. The mere mention of virtual reality and gaming pods was sufficient. The specifics of the game genre were of little consequence. After signing an extensive array of confidentiality agreements, Zhang Qing finally found herself in a remarkably futuristic gaming pod. However, her enthusiasm waned over the next 2 days as she found herself trapped in a monotonous cycle of repeatedly plunging into the ocean, swimming, and ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and death. It was only after 4 days and countless respawns that she stumbled upon a piece of driftwood, which shattered her persistent loop of demise. Although this breakthrough allowed her to derive numerous insights regarding death and resurrection, earning her a cash reward nearing 10,000 yuan, Zhang Qing remained far from elated. She had entered the game to explore its mechanics, not to endure an array of peculiar deaths, especially when each demise mirrored the last. Upon her previous disconnection, she had updated her supervisor about her current status, relishing the temporary reprieve from death. However, she could not have anticipated that upon reconnecting, her first sight would not be the vast ocean but a circle of white skulls, prompting an involuntary scream. Once she regained her composure, she discovered that the skulls had vanished, replaced by a tall, gaunt man with a pallid complexion. Behind him stood a statuesque woman clad in a crop top and a form-fitting skirt, alongside a little girl dressed in matching outfits with the woman, who was adorned with an apron. The attributes of the 3 figures materialized within Zhang Qing's field of vision. Yuri Minahil, level 14, strength 10, constitution 12, reflexes 9, spirit 30. Shana, level 12, strength 3, constitution 4, reflexes 6, spirit 39. Chevelle, level 6, strength 8, constitution 8, reflexes 9, spirit 91. I hail from Akil Island, where pirates once invaded. I was fortunate enough to escape, yet I find myself at a loss for the way back. I am immensely grateful for your assistance. In accordance with the prior instructions given by the person in charge, Zhang Qing divulged her background, prompting Yuri to raise an eyebrow. Akil Island must surely be a fabrication, for the only isle in the vicinity is Dwarf Island, which the dwarves refer to in an exceedingly convoluted manner, translating to City of Technology, and bears no relation to Makil. However, Shana and Zivil remained oblivious to this fact. Upon hearing Zhang Qing's account, Shana, who had been submerged in the sea, felt little, yet the expression on Zivil's face instantly blossomed with joy. Although the island vessel was sufficiently large and stable, it remained a ship, not solid ground. In comparison to a vessel, Zivil harbored a greater fondness for terra firma. Naturally, if Yuri were aboard, Zivil would still prefer the ship. Shana glanced at Yuri, then at Zhang Qing, whose garments clung to her form due to the seawater, revealing a pensive expression. She felt as though she had acquired a new insight. Yuri, refraining from exposing Zhang Qing's deception, instead showcased an air of enthusiasm. How splendid. Oh, I apologize. I meant to express my sympathy for your ordeal. Yet, I hope you can comprehend the exhilaration felt by a group of castaways upon discovering land. Might I trouble you for a favor? Upon Zhongqing's nod, Yuri articulated his request. Can you recall the direction of McKeel Island? I would be grateful if you could indicate its location. As he spoke, Yuri appeared to be gazing at Zhongqing, yet his focus was truly on his attributes panel. Regrettably, the interface did not display any notifications akin to issue quest, which left Yuri feeling somewhat disheartened. It seemed he lacked the ability to issue quests to players, but this did not hinder players from receiving quests. This was evident from the surprise that illuminated Zhongqing's eyes. Players could obtain experience points from certain quests, yet to receive item rewards or other bonuses, they needed to negotiate with the issuer directly. Yuri surmised that the notifications received by players were a reflection of established rules, while items or other rewards constituted the offerings from the quest issuers themselves. However, the astonishment in Zhongqing's eyes quickly morphed into disappointment, and she shook her head. I am truly sorry, but I cannot discern which direction my home lies in, and I cannot assist you. This was the first time Yuri encountered such an earnest player. He understood that Zhongqing was unaware. Yet he was aware that she could simply point in any direction. After all, there were no landmarks at sea. Even if Zhongqing pointed 180 degrees in the wrong direction, he could gradually adjust to the correct course during their voyage. No matter, your escape from the pirates is ample proof of your fortune. In any case, I am uncertain of where to go, so just trust your instincts and point. Encouraged by Yuri, Zhongqing hesitantly gestured to her left, prompting Yuri to command the skeleton soldiers to adjust the course of the ship, the Islander. However, this was merely a superficial alteration of direction. Once Hiviel and Shauna escorted Zhongqing into the cabin, Yuri reverted the course back to its original heading. 2 hours later, Yuri spotted a distant point at the end of his line of sight and feigned excitement, exclaiming, "Hey, Hiviel, Shauna, I see Mykier Island." His shout drew the three, who were indulging in food within the cabin, rushing out in haste. Hiviel was simply weary of the fish and cured meats, eager to change her palate on land. Shauna was motivated by Yuri's claim that she could gather joy points more swiftly in human cities. As for Zhongqing, her astonishment stemmed from the sheer improbability of her casual gesture leading to this moment. As the sun began its descent below the horizon, Yuri and his companions could discern the coastline of Dwarf Island with the naked eye. Consequently, Yuri resolved to anchor for the night on the water, facilitating their landing the following day. Anticipating their arrival at new land, and based on Zhongqing's assertion that there were humans present, tonight's dinner was particularly lavish. This only heightened Zhongqing's anxiety. What if the land was deserted, leaving her without the anticipated supplies? Such a failure would weigh heavily upon her conscience. Hiviel and the others retreated to their quarters for rest, while Yuri continued to level up. Currently, his experience bar stood at 98 of level 14, just too shy of reaching level 15, which would unlock the skill mental growth, mental 10 skill level. With an increase of 10 in mental capacity combined with mental enhancement, he could elevate his maximum summon count to over 150, significantly amplifying his power. An old adage states, "Truth lies within range," and another asserts, "All fears arise from insufficient firepower," sentiments Yuri wholeheartedly endorsed. Upon logging off, Zhongqing reflected on her experiences aboard the ship and began composing a test report. She detailed how she had been rescued by a captain named Minahil Strength and noted the presence of 2 other women aboard, Shauna and Hiviel. The ship, named Ellender, was primarily powered by sails and oars, operated by the skeleton soldiers summoned by Captain Yuri. The captain's known ability was the summoning of skeleton soldiers. Given the presence of only 2 females on board, one an adult woman, Shauna, who wore revealing attire, and the other a young girl, Hiviel, dressed in matching outfits. Alongside Yuri's pallid complexion, one might speculate that Yuri had peculiar preferences and was in a weakened state. Crew member Hiviel, a young girl and the ship's cook, was noted for simultaneously preparing meals while slaying skeleton soldiers. Her remarkably high mental attributes suggested a correlation between her unusual behavior and the defeat of the skeletons. Crew member Shauna, the adult woman, was engaged in playing the piano, seemingly a novice. Her melodies were initially jarring, yet strangely, with prolonged listening. They evoked a peculiar sense of pleasure, an oddity indeed. The task guide has been triggered, granting 1,000 experience points, and I have reached level 10, with no changes to my attributes. We have arrived at an uncharted island, which Yuri believes to be Mahir Island. Currently, we are stationed upon the surface of the sea, preparing to attempt to disembark tomorrow morning. However, to Zhangqing's surprise, after submitting her report and freshening up in preparation for a late-night gaming session, she received a new notification. She was to be instructed overnight in the fundamentals of the Yaoqin, followed by memorizing the musical score, in order to foster a closer relationship with Shauna. Learn to play the instrument? Or rather, learn it overnight? It's absurd. Consequently, Zhangqing proactively requested a change of objective. I don't wish to practice the instrument. Can we switch to something else? What about Yuri? I wouldn't mind a minor sacrifice. After all, just by observing his expression, I could indulge my curiosity without facing any dire consequences. However, this request was summarily denied with well-founded reasoning. Upon evaluation, it was determined that, in comparison to Shauna and Shivel, your game character holds no distinct advantage. Moreover, attempting to pursue Yuri could likely provoke a united resistance from both Shauna and Shivel, continuing to test the resurrection rules. Additionally, the company has decided that if you learn to play, mastering the basic techniques will earn you an additional reward of 20,000 yuan. For every musical note of the requested score, an extra cash reward of 100 yuan will be granted, with scores containing fewer than 100 notes calculated as if they contained 100 notes. The reward distribution standard is based on your ability to play the piece, not requiring you to master it. Initially resolute, upon hearing of the rewards for learning the instrument, Zhangqing's attitude underwent a complete turnaround. How did you know I love to learn the instrument? I have longed to play since childhood, but alas, I never had the opportunity. Quickly, take me there now. It was not that Zhangqing lacked determination. Rather, the incentives offered were simply too enticing. 25 achievements. Dancing with the Divine, level 1, skill points 1, spirit 1, constitution 2. Upon reaching level 15, inventory 10. Finally, the long-awaited level up has arrived. With the experience bar finally hitting 100, Yuri let out a deep sigh of relief. Before his crossing, gaming had been a mere pastime, but now, with skills being unleashed all day long, it had begun to feel rather tiresome. He allocated 2 skill points to mental fortification, 2 to desperate teleportation, and 2 to spiritual growth, thus depleting 6 skill points in an instant. Only 4 skill points remained. Heaven help me. May I encounter a novice legend, preferably one whose legendary profession is of little use. Yuri, feeling as though he was on the brink of financial ruin, couldn't help but heave a long sigh skyward. Despite the presence of Shiver, Yuri could forego upgrading the skeleton summon or learning skills that enhance summon creatures' abilities. Yet his skill points were quickly dwindling. Of course, these 6 skill points substantially boosted Yuri's combat prowess. His summon cap surged from 90 to 163, nearly doubling in number. Additionally, the second-level Desperate Teleportation came with a teleportation mark, which Yuri bestowed upon Shiver. When he reached level 20 and acquired a second teleportation mark, he intended to give it to Shauna. Yuri calculated that to reach level 20, there were 4 essential skills he must take, which would consume 8 skill points. Currently, he possessed 4, and with the 5 granted upon leveling up, he would have 9 in total. This meant he had an extra skill point to spare, which he allocated to the skeleton summon, enhancing the skeleton soldier's strength, constitution, and agility by 1 point each. However, upon finishing his skill point distribution, Yuri instinctively glanced at the skill description and discovered that the skeleton summon had undergone additional changes compared to before. To confirm his observation, he promptly summoned a level 5 skeleton soldier before him. Skeleton Soldier, level 5, strength 11, constitution 8, agility 7, spirit 0. Skills, heavy strike level 1. Increases strength by 20 for the next attack. Cooldown 30 seconds. Witnessing the evolution of the Skeleton Soldier to level 5 ignited a sudden desire within Yuri to wreak havoc on Dwarf Island. There were indeed legends among the dwarves, predominantly focused on spirit and agility. And with the sudden summoning of skeleton soldiers combined with Shiver's formidable spirit and the binding of dark energy, Slaying legendary dwarves did not seem an insurmountable task. Various thoughts surged through his mind. To slay them would render him stronger. Even a single skill point required meticulous calculation. How pitiful it was to be a traverser like this. Yet can he kill? They are human, real beings, not mere lines of code. But you do not belong to this world. You are not of their kind. Players are your kin. Slay them. Why do you hesitate? You do not know them. To eliminate them and acquire skill points, enhance abilities, and augment strength, thereby slaying more legends to obtain further skill points. This constitutes a virtuous cycle. To kill, to conquer. You shall become the sovereign of this realm. Shiver, Shauna, Millie Bin, Ivy Milner, Helen Preeman, Nancy Raphael, and others will all belong to you in due course. Devoid of any reservations. As this notion burgeoned in Yuri's mind, Shauna, who had already succumbed to slumber in the cabin, abruptly opened her eyes. A sudden influx of regulatory feedback surged within her, a deluge so potent that it catalyzed Shauna's ascent to a new level, despite her prolonged stagnation in advancement. However, in an unexpected turn, the 3 attribute points she received from this upgrade were allocated entirely to her constitution, diverging from her past patterns of focusing on her intellect. As Shauna regained her composure, her immediate thought was that Yuri had ventured to the chambers of Shiver or the newcomer, leaving her with an inexplicable sense of desolation. Yet, upon sensing the origin of the regulatory feedback, she discovered it emanated from the deck, causing her to blink in surprise. She was familiar with animal signals, particularly those of fish, but the nuances of human interactions were only whispered of by Yuri, suggesting a divergence from the aquatic realm. Curiosity began to stir within her. I merely wished to admire the view from the deck. It was not intentional, she reassured herself, quietly unfastening her door and cautiously making her way toward the deck. However, upon reaching the deck, the scene before her was not as she had envisioned. Yuri stood alone, yet he appeared markedly different from her previous encounters. Shauna sensed an unusual darkness enveloping him, a shadow that seemed to writhe and shift. The regulatory feedback continued to flood in, prompting Shauna to recall Yuri's earlier admonition. Remember, keep your distance from those who provide you with abundant regulatory feedback. The more feedback you receive, the further you must distance yourself, especially from those who offer you a considerable amount at first glance. The farther away, the better. At that time, Shauna had curiously inquired whether this included Yuri himself, to which he had affirmatively nodded. In her naivety, she had failed to grasp the gravity of his words, for she sensed his intentions were rooted in goodwill, creating a conflicting emotion within her. Now, however, the essence of Yuri's warning crystallized in her mind as she perceived a potent malevolence emanating from him. Her instincts fervently urged her to stay away from that individual. Yet, an inexplicable intuition compelled her to believe that Yuri needed her now, leaving her in a state of indecision. Just as her hesitation lingered, she observed the shadow enveloping Yuri expanding ominously. Now, you must either flee or rush towards him. Time is of the essence. Almost instantaneously, with the emergence of this thought, Shauna propelled herself toward Yuri. If I must perish, so be it. I am willing to take this gamble for you. Yuri was abruptly awakened by a sudden notification sound. Achievement unlocked. Dancing with the Divine. Strength 5, Constitution 5, Agility 5, Spirit 5, Skill Points 10. Upon regaining consciousness, the first thing Yuri noticed was the immaculate figure of Shauna and her tightly closed eyes. Meanwhile, in the distant east, a figure cloaked in a gray burlap robe, wielding a skeletal staff, paused in perplexity, then raised his staff high and began to swing it vigorously. He labored for nearly 10 minutes before furrowing his brow and lowering the staff. Had he lost the signal? How strange. The calamity had only just begun to dissipate. Was it eradicated or merely concealed? With a hint of skepticism, he resumed his vigorous motions with the staff, yet still found nothing, his entire visage contorted in confusion. This was indeed peculiar. Such a magnitude of disaster, once manifested, should not be so easily extinguished. It ought not to have vanished so completely. I must investigate the site of its emergence. Yuri's Attributes Overview. Note: this section contains attribute statistics. Those uninterested in data may skip ahead without affecting the narrative. Name: Yuri Mynheer class. Necromancer level: 15, 32-1, 638, 400, health, 515, 515 attributes, strength 16, constitution 19, agility 14, spirit 46 skills, summon skeleton, level 5, life sense, level 1, breath of the undead, level 0, bone spear, level 0, mental fortification, level 3, skeleton resurrection, level 0, tough skin, level 1, corpse explosion, level 0, bone prison, level 0, desperate teleportation, level 2, summon ghost, level 1, necromantic infusion, level 0, dance of the undead, level 0, bone scythe, level 0, spiritual growth, level 1, ghost resurrection, learning requirement, level 16, skill points 1, unlocked, skill points, 13 summons, 9184 skeleton soldier, level 4, 86, ghost, level 1, 4, skeleton soldier, level 5, 1 achievement, dancing with the divine, level 1, strength 5, constitution 5, agility 5, spirit 5, skill points 10, equipment, explorer's pendant, luck 10, runestone transcendent 1 skill cooldown every 2 levels, can be fused, current fusion, Yuri mine here, inventory 10, 20, endless goblet, every day at sunrise, it fills with strong liquor, skill description, level 1, summon skeleton, level 5 summons 1 level 5 skeleton soldier at a designated location, within a 13-meter radius, strength 11, constitution 8, agility 7, spirit 0, skill, heavy strike level 1, casting time 3 seconds, cooldown time 60 seconds, level upgrade requirements, level 11, skill points 1, level 2, life sense, level 1 passively detects life forces within a radius of 1 meter. When actively released, it can vaguely sense life forces within a range of 100 meters, with a cooldown period of 5 minutes per summoned entity. Upgrade requirements, level 4, skill points 1, level 3, breath of the undead, level 0, introduction omitted, level 4, bone spear, level 0, introduction omitted, level 5, mental fortification, level 3 increases the maximum number of summon entities by 3 times the mental attribute. Upgrade requirements, level 20, skill points 2, level 6, skeleton resurrection, level 0, introduction omitted, level 7, tough skin, level 1 increases the maximum health of summon entities by 20. Upgrade requirements, level 9, skill points 1, level 8, corpse explosion, level 0, introduction omitted, level 9, bone prison, level 0, introduction omitted, level 10, desperate teleport, level 2 triggers when health falls below 10 after receiving a specific damage, rendering the wielder immune to that damage, removing all negative status effects, and randomly teleporting to a location within 1,000 meters of the current position. Grants 1 teleport mark, which can be used on any target, bestowing the same benefits. The current mark is Chivial. Upgrade requirements, level 20, skill points 2, level 11, summon ghost. Level 1 summons a level 1 ghost within a specified area, 5-meter radius, strength 0, constitution 1, reaction 7, spirit 15, incorporeal, immune to physical effects. Health 10-10, casting time, 3 seconds, cooldown time, 60 seconds. Upgrade requirements, level 13, skill points 1, level 12, necrotic infusion, level 0, introduction omitted, level 13, mist of the undead, level 0, introduction omitted, level 14, bone scythe, level 0, introduction omitted, level 15, mental growth, level 1 increases mental attribute by 10. Upgrade requirements, level 20, skill points 2, level 16, ghostly rebirth, level insufficient, level 17, unlocked. At port number 3, deep into the night, Yuri reluctantly lulled Shauna to sleep before commencing his summoning of skeletal warriors. Tomorrow, he planned to attempt contact with the dwarves on the island and swiftly continue his advancement. He needed to reach level 20 as expeditiously as possible, upgrading his desperate teleport to level 3 and marking Shauna in the process. Additionally, he sought to acquire items that would enhance his constitution. It was perplexing. Despite his constitution being 19 and Shauna's only 7, They seemed evenly matched. In this regard, men often harbor a competitive spirit. Moreover, the appearance of Zhongqing signified the arrival of players into this realm, reminiscent of memories past. Yuri needed to prepare adequately. Although he could not issue experience tasks to exploit players, it did not preclude him from benefiting from their presence. After all, was there a more suitable target for leveling than players who were immortal and offer door-to-door service? While indiscriminate slaughter of players was ill-advised, he could craft his own dungeons using various summoned entities. If players were inadvertently slain by monsters while farming dungeons, that would be entirely reasonable, wouldn't it? The rewards from these dungeons would depend on the Dwarven Island. As he pondered, the sky outside grew increasingly bright. Yuri made his way to the ship's kitchen to prepare breakfast. After completing the meal, he set aside portions for Ziviel and Zhongqing before heading to Shauna's room with her share. Unsurprisingly, they ended up consuming a breakfast that had grown cold. Yuri considered making another serving, but Shauna insisted on finishing the one he had brought. In that moment, he grasped why those so-called green tea women often succeeded with such ease. Much like now, even though Yuri's rational mind suggested that Shauna might have sensed a way to gain moral feedback by eating the cold breakfast, it did not diminish his desire to be with her, as her presence was truly comforting. When Yuri and Shauna reached the deck, Ziviel and Zhongqing were already waiting. Once the four were united, Yuri adjusted the course of the island number 3 towards the Dwarven port. Shortly thereafter, he noticed several ripples approaching the vessel from the distance. The Dwarven forces on the island were uniformly equipped with an item called flying wings, reminiscent of the Green Goblin's glider from Spider-Man. Its advantages lay in its versatility across land, sea, and air, while its drawbacks included limited payload capacity and poor endurance. In truth, prior to the player's discovery of Dwarven Island, the dwarves had no enemies. Their troops primarily dealt with the occasional large avian threats, hence the lack of need for extended endurance. Furthermore, the dwarves were far more enamored with individual weaponry than multi-person vehicles. Upon noticing the approach of island number 3, port number 3 immediately sounded the alarm. In the eyes of the dwarves, numbers are evidently more memorable than convoluted names. Consequently, the cities and ports on Dwarf Island are all designated by numerical titles. There were even instances where individuals attempted to name their offspring using digits. However, the dwarves soon realized that while shorter numerical names led to duplication, longer ones lacked the elegance of written words, ultimately reverting to the tradition of naming their children with letters. Moreover, despite their isolation and obsession with technology, the dwarves do not lead tranquil lives. In fact, when it comes to managing unexpected situations, they surpass humans by several magnitudes. Research, as it often happens, tends to yield unforeseen complications, and the very nature of these incidents has endowed all dwarves with remarkable crisis management skills. When alarms sound, the dwarves in the city quickly arm themselves and prepare for combat. Naturally, the dwarves cherish peace and do not engage in direct confrontation. Instead, they dispatch a 10-member team, equipped with weapons and piloting specially designed flying wings, to engage in friendly negotiations. Leading this temporary squad is Moore Anthony, the most adept pilot of the flying wings at port number 3, known for his ability to summon missiles for combat. Upon first encountering the structure of the sea island, Moore, a technology expert, could not help but smirk, though he felt a sense of relief. Judging by its exterior, this colossal vessel appeared to be nothing but a target, lacking any substantial attributes. Moore was confident that at least 8 out of his 10 missiles would accurately strike the critical load-bearing areas of this behemoth, incapacitating its navigation capabilities. However, as Moore approached the bow of the sea island, he was taken aback by the sight of rows of skeletal soldiers manipulating oars and sails behind Yuri, along with the phantoms flitting about the deck. His complexion instantly paled, mirrored by the expressions of the other 9 team members. Although they had never encountered skeletal soldiers before, they were familiar with the spectral entities cavorting on the deck. Moore's brother, Mocha, had once inadvertently opened a spatial portal during an experiment, unleashing a creature reminiscent of these phantoms. This incident had resulted in hundreds of fatalities, necessitating a collective effort to obliterate the town to eradicate the threat. Since then, Mocha had been barred from any form of research. Though this entity aboard the sea island appeared smaller, it was unequivocally the same kind. Suddenly, Moore at the forefront swayed dangerously, nearly toppling from the flying wing into the sea, his gaze filled with terror as he fixed it upon the little girl behind Yuri. He sensed an overwhelming and terrifying psychic force emanating from her, momentarily stripping him of control over the flying wing. Fortunately, the girl promptly relinquished her hold, preventing him from plunging into the ocean. "State your intentions, outsider," Moore called out loudly to Yuri and his companions, struggling to resist the impulse to flee. Meanwhile, Yuri also caught sight of Moore's attribute panel. Moore Anthony, missile expert, level 8 strength 6, constitution 7, reaction 13, spirit 18. Skills: ammunition box, capable of storing an indefinite quantity of missiles. 12. Illumination shell, provides an additional illumination effect upon the explosion of a missile. Level 1. Missile acceleration, increases missile flight speed. Level 2. Swarm launch, instantaneously fires a multitude of missiles. Level 1. Missile enhancement, significantly boosts the accuracy and power of the next missile. Level 1. Before his crossing, Moore, the wing instructor of Dwarf Island, was a truly legendary figure, possessing an exceptionally high personal level and attributes. He merely held the position of a wing instructor, and one who never offered discounts at that. The forums buzzed with various speculations, yet none of them garnered universal acceptance. Now, upon observing Moore's professional skills, Yuri suddenly comprehended the situation. With such a profession, no amount of money would suffice to meet the expenses. In response to Moore's inquiry, Yuri candidly articulated his intentions. He had come for the wings beneath their feet. "I wish to forge a pact with you. All wings and wing-related products on your island shall be exclusively sold to me. I trust you grasp my meaning. In return, I can provide you with a variety of materials sourced from the deep sea, some of which you may have encountered, while others may be entirely unfamiliar. Dwarf Island boasts an array of technological marvels, yet the most favored by players and the best sellers are the wings and their derivatives, such as flying swords. This is due to the fact that they represent the only mass-producible and customizable flying mounts within the entire realm of the extraordinary sea. With the title of being the sole source of flying mounts, who could possibly worry about players not flocking to farm dungeons?" Upon hearing Yuri's words, Moore's eyes gleamed with excitement. The allure of new materials swiftly overshadowed his fear of phantoms and ethereal maidens. To create more powerful missiles, one must either discover more efficient material ratios or identify superior alternatives or additives. In this world imbued with extraordinary powers, dwarves exhibit a preference for novel materials over perfected formulas. They have extensively researched the various stones, plant materials, and animal resources found on their island. However, the diverse materials of the sea, particularly those derived from flora and fauna, represent an entirely new frontier for them. "Sir, I comprehend your intentions, and I am inclined to facilitate this collaboration. However, this concerns all the inhabitants of the island, and I must return to report to our chief. Additionally, I would appreciate if you could provide a partial advance for the materials, along with a sincere disclosure regarding their current rarity, more articulated." Following this, he performed a dwarven salute to Yuri, who reciprocated the gesture with ease. Yet, this exchange caused Moore to momentarily stiffen. The initial camaraderie had been established, and Moore's emotions, previously agitated, began to settle. He then recognized a subtle, yet significant issue. Yuri, during their first encounter, not only knew the name of the flying contraption beneath their feet, but also understood the significance of their customs and responded appropriately. This indicated that Yuri had engaged with them in recent years. In the past, when they aspired to soar through the skies, they employed a contraption mimicking the wings of birds. The flying device they now stood upon had only been developed 5 years prior, whether through espionage or clandestine contact. This knowledge was not favorable for the majority of the dwarves on the island. Of course, this is only fitting. I am earnest in this collaboration, Yuri concluded, waving his hand, summoning skeletal soldiers to emerge from the ship's hold, bearing an assortment of materials: pearls, agates, corals, vibrant stones, fish meat, and bones. These intriguing materials once again successfully diverted Moore's attention. "Oh, I commend your generosity. I believe they will acquiesce. I shall relay your proposal to them, he replied, leading his team as they accepted the materials from the skeletal soldiers, then turned towards dock number 3 to take flight. Watching Moore and his companions depart, Yuri shrugged in exasperation. If he appreciated their navet, he must also accept their ignorance in certain respects. Should they channel their fervor for scientific inquiry into the realm of social interaction, it would spell disaster, both for themselves and for other races. To demonstrate his goodwill, Yuri directed the skeletal soldiers to lower the sails, allowing them to drift freely in the surrounding waters, steering clear of the dwarven island. Then, Yuri commanded the skeletal soldiers aboard the ship to leap into the sea, not only to gain experience, but also to gather a greater quantity of ores, underwater flora, and various shells and fish remains. Previously, Yuri had been reluctant to collect these materials, primarily due to the cumbersome nature of the task. Now, however, he could directly hand over these resources to the dwarves for processing, requiring merely the time it took to transport them, time that Yuri could afford to spend. After issuing a series of commands, Yuri suddenly noticed a peculiar expression on Shiver's face and reached out to tousle his hair. I'm sorry, but we have yet to receive their permission. It would be impolite to approach the island uninvited. We might have to wait a while longer before we can proceed. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the next time they would see the dwarves should be after a resolution regarding the winged issue had been reached. Yuri assumed that Shiver was upset about not being able to approach the island, but Shiver shook his head. I feel as if I've seen that thing they tread upon before. Really? Only on Dwarf Island can one find wings. If you have encountered wings before, it implies you likely hail from Dwarf Island, which means... As Yuri pondered aloud, Shauna suddenly took a small step back, distancing herself from him. A new wave of feedback from the rules surged forth, and Shauna inexplicably felt an urge to strike Yuri, though she could not comprehend the source of this impulse. Yuri made no effort to conceal his thoughts. Thus, whether it was regarding his deal with Moore or his subsequent musings, Zhang Qing heard everything with clarity. This revelation prompted Zhang Qing to sense something amiss. On the surface, it appeared she had serendipitously encountered Yuri and his ship while adrift at sea, and with a simple gesture had assisted him in locating Mykir Island, thereby earning his friendship. However, the recent events indicated that Yuri was well aware of the existence of Dwarf Island, and he had ventured here specifically for the wings found there. The name of the island itself revealed that its predominant race was dwarves, and her stature evidently did not align with that classification. Thus, Yuri had known from the outset that she was deceiving him, yet he feigned ignorance and played along. This conjecture sent a chill down Zhang Qing's spine. As a human, she had harbored a sense of superiority over AI in her psyche. Yet now, she abruptly realized that she was not the sole observer. Yuri was equally scrutinizing her. What did this signify? When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you? Zhang Qing was instantly reminded of the various disaster films she had previously watched concerning robots and AI. Meanwhile, Shiver remained oblivious to the peculiarities of Shauna and Zhang Qing, focusing intently on recollecting. I don't know, but I just glanced at that wing and felt the structure within was familiar, as if I knew how to operate it. Though I'm uncertain if my instincts are correct. Well, I mean, due to my profession's passive ability, my memory has become remarkably acute. Everything feels familiar to me. It's all right, we can conduct a test. The enhancement of one's mental attributes indeed creates an illusion of omniscience. However, it merely augments memory retention and allows individuals to maintain a favorable mental state for extended periods, without accelerating the speed of learning. After articulating this, Yuri commanded a skeleton soldier to procure paper and a writing instrument, inscribing a line, "I am quite intrigued by your wings. Could you kindly deliver 4 of them to me for an experience? Additionally, if convenient, I would appreciate some food and water from the island, excluding fish." Subsequently, Yuri handed the note to the skeleton soldier, instructing it to row towards dock number 3. The enhancement of mental attributes significantly sharpens one's observational skills. For instance, Yuri discerned the subtle changes in Zhang Qing's expression with clarity, quickly realizing that his demeanor might have aroused her suspicion. Nevertheless, The priority now lies in unraveling the origins of Zivil, a matter of far greater significance than dealings with the dwarves. For if Zivil were indeed a dwarf, rather than a human, it would imply that her age far exceeds her apparent youth. 028 Brew speculation in the New World at Cane Harbor. The port guard gazed with a hint of curiosity at the man swimming towards him from a distance. To be honest, this was the first time he had witnessed someone making such an approach across the sea. "Hey friend, how did you come up from there?" However, upon catching a glimpse of the man's visage, the guard's expression turned to one of confusion. He then turned his gaze towards a nearby gallows, a platform specifically designed for the execution of pirates. Brew had commenced a thorough eradication of pirates, a genuine campaign. The federal policies regarding piracy did not sit well with Brew. In his view, the existence of pirates stemmed from a knowledge that they could survive even after embracing their outlaw status. With a penalty of death certain for pirates, they would indeed be more ruthless, yet the number of pirates would drastically diminish. Thus, Brew's approach to eradicating piracy no longer mandated that sailors take prisoners. To hell with federal law. We need no prisoners. Eliminate them before those scum get close to you. This was the battle cry of Brew. The campaign against piracy served the dual purpose of training troops while simultaneously diminishing the sailors' reverence for federal law. Naturally, not all pirates were put to death, for Brew required certain elements to instill fear in the adventurers of the New World. Hence, the gallows came into play. Some pirates who fell into the sea, yet miraculously survived, would be brought back to Cane Harbor, only to be hanged on the gallows, left to be pecked at by scavengers. Future players speculated that these scavengers were under the command of the Black Crow perched upon Brew's shoulder, granting him knowledge of numerous concealed matters. At this moment, the guard could clearly see that the individual hanging from the gallows bore an uncanny resemblance to the man who was climbing towards the platform. After glancing back and forth several times to confirm he was not imagining things, the guard raised his knife high and brought it crashing down upon the man's neck as he reached the top. With a single stroke, the man fell silent. Perhaps it was an illusion, but what did it matter if he had erred? After all, he was merely an adventurer. Having completed his task, the guard immediately dashed towards the commander's office. Upon receiving the guard's report, Brew promptly followed in the guard's footsteps towards the harbor. Upon arriving at the wooden platform, he surveyed the lifeless form below and then glanced at the corpse hanging from the gallows in the distance, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Judging by appearance and stature, it was evident that the body on the ground and the one suspended were unmistakably the same person. Yet, how could there possibly be two identical individuals? Even twins, while strikingly similar, could not be completely indistinguishable. Brew began to reflect upon any recent unusual occurrences at Cane Harbor in search of clues. If one day you encounter a group of individuals possessing the ability to return from the dead, I hope they will be treated justly. No special privileges, but please do not indiscriminately hunt them down. The agreement he once made with Yuri resurfaced in Brew's mind. To return from the dead. Was this what it truly meant? The brows of Blue were almost knit together in perplexity. In his understanding, the notion of resurrection did not align with this reality. Typically, resurrection refers to the undead entities like skeletons or phantoms, which, although deemed revived, have fundamentally transformed into an entirely different form of existence. However, the corpse lying on the ground was that of a recently deceased human, exhibiting no signs of abnormality. Contemplating this, Blue summoned an artist to render the visage of the man, subsequently instructing all naval personnel and guards at the port to circulate the image, commanding his subordinates to surveil the individual discreetly and report back immediately upon sighting him. Not long after the distribution of the portrait, a guard at Caneport discovered the man depicted, cautiously evading detection as he made his way towards the port's exit. Following Blue's orders, the guard refrained from alarming the individual and opted instead to inform Blue. Upon receiving the report and locating the man, confirming the absence of any illusion, Blue marked the man with a signal before weighing his short sword in hand and casting it toward him. The blade struck true, piercing the man's back, causing him to collapse silently upon the ground. The surrounding adventurers glanced at the fallen man and then at Blue, collectively choosing to remain silent. After rewarding the guards and instructing them to continue their diligent patrols, Blue returned to the command residence. Skill acquired. Level 1. Gain a designated field of vision within a 10 meter by 10 meter range. Acquire 4 mental markers upon utilizing them on any target. Their location can be discerned at any time. Accuracy dependent on the mental disparity and distance between both parties, with the mark remaining undetectable. Current markers include Millie Bin, Dumang Kate, Shiver, and Zhang Dalong. Although the positions of these markers cannot be sensed, they persist nonetheless. Does this hint at a realm akin to the underworld? Could it imply that if my strength were to reach unprecedented heights, I might one day sense a new alternate world through these marks? According to legend, beyond their own realm, there exist voids and alternate dimensions. It is said that the cataclysmic upheaval of centuries past stemmed from the vengeance of a formidable being from the stars. The Divine Clan, through nefarious means, manipulated and enslaved this powerful entity from the cosmos, wielding its might to conquer other realms. Unbeknownst to them, years passed as the Divine Clan indulged in relentless expansion, oblivious to the fact that the powerful entity was gradually liberating itself from their grasp. Upon achieving full autonomy, the first act of this formidable being was to return and annihilate all deities and humans bearing a semblance to them. Thus ensued the cataclysmic upheaval. All deities' ascendants, bloodline warriors, darklings, and void creatures perished. Vast expanses of land shattered and sank into the depths of the sea, sculpting the present topography. The remains of the powerful were either devoured by beasts, decayed within the earth, or submerged in the ocean, giving rise to various creatures endowed with peculiar abilities and certain forbidden zones governed by unique rules. Certainly, there are also the legendary crystals scattered in unknown locations, ascendant gear, darkine equipment, and divine armaments. The void, by its very nature, exists as a realm devoid of the concepts of time and space. However, when individuals endeavor to observe the void, it acquires notions of time and space, allowing the myriad bizarre creatures within to manifest in this world through the gaze of the observers. An organization known as the Void Sect has persistently sought to study the void and usurp its power, becoming the world's adversary prior to the cataclysmic upheaval. Following this monumental change, the Void Sect, much like the formidable races, vanished without a trace. The Netherworld is an alternate realm brimming with shadowy forces, and it is the only other world that Brune knows of. The individual he encountered earlier, being flesh and blood, could not possibly originate from the Netherworld as he understands it. Furthermore, possessing his own name, Zhang Dalong, leads Bru to surmise that this person must belong to another unknown otherworld. After slaying him, I did indeed receive a semblance of feedback regarding the rules, albeit minimal, likely due to this individual's relatively weak prowess. Should the number of such beings increase, combined with a stronger capability, it could significantly enhance my strength without drawing the attention of others. Yet, Yuri not only anticipated the emergence of these individuals, but also foresaw my intentions, establishing a prior agreement with me. Contemplating this, Brubin reached out to caress the black raven perched upon his shoulder. It appears that I cannot act directly. Henceforth, I shall rely on you. Black Raven, level 35, strength 27, constitution 56, agility 28, spirit 45. Flight, skills, command, charge, scavenge, mental shock, illusion. Supplement, the first encounter between Yuri and Shauna. Yuri took 2 deep breaths to steady his emotions, gently ruffling Chivial's hair before attempting to communicate with the siren. Could you please rise and sit over there? You understand my words, don't you? The siren nodded, seated herself on the bed, and began to tug at her little vest, prompting Yuri to quickly grasp her hand. What are you doing? This garment is uncomfortable, she replied, her voice imbued with an enchanting allure that stirred Yuri's imagination, quickening his heartbeat. However, her response also led Yuri to a realization. This siren, despite resembling a human, may have never interacted with humanity before. If that were the case, it would explain why her attribute panel displayed unnamed in the space where a name should appear. Have you been dwelling in the ocean, never setting foot on land, or conversing with others? The siren nodded. All right, it seems I must begin from the very basics. You see UI and she alike. All possess a head, 2 arms, and 2 legs. You are of the same kind as us, unlike those creatures of the water. Do you understand this? The siren nodded and attempted once more to remove her small vest, only for Yuri to intervene again. This is called clothing, primarily intended to obscure certain, significant areas. There exists a distinction between genders. I am a man, while you and sheer girls. The specific aspects of a girl should not be exposed before others, especially in the presence of a man like myself. Initially, Yuri intended to assert that clothing serves to keep one warm. But realizing that the siren may not have donned garments in years, he altered his approach. As he spoke, Yuri noticed the siren attempting to disrobe again, prompting him to halt her actions with a hint of confusion. Did you not comprehend what I said? Can you respond verbally rather than merely nodding? Understood. Then please elucidate. To ascertain whether the siren genuinely grasped his meaning, Yuri sought her interpretation. I am human. What I wear is called clothing. When in the company of others, one ought to wear clothing, particularly when in my presence. While one might argue that the siren misunderstood, the outcome remained accurate. Yet, Yuri felt a sense of personal affront at the thought that her interpretation could be deemed correct. Setting that matter aside for the moment, Yuri prepared to inquire about the siren's past. Just then, the siren bit her lower lip and gazed at Yuri, her expression shifting from curiosity to tearful distress and back to questioning once more. Once again, she attempted to remove her vest. Frustrated, Yuri intervened once more. Do you not understand why you should not remove it? Because it brings you joy. I can sense it. With the context of the siren's abilities, Yuri began to fathom her meaning, though he was reluctant to concede, wishing to maintain some dignity in front of Shiver. Alas, the naive siren unceremoniously shattered Yuri's composure. I derive regulatory feedback from the joy of other beings. When I previously imitated her actions, and when I sought to remove this clothing, the feedback I receive from you surged significantly. The feedback is least when I speak, yet it is continuous. I believe that pulling this off would elicit more joy from you than removing this. The moment you were most joyous was when I performed that action with her. You provided me with an abundance of regulatory feedback. Indeed, it was more than what I received from a multitude of large fish combined. However, when I perform that action alone, your joy diminishes greatly until it vanishes completely. Is it that we must act in unison to elicit joy? Stop. Silence yourself. As the siren's comments grew increasingly absurd, Yuri hastily interjected. What do you mean it surpassed the joy of a multitude of fish? Comparing me to fish, is that meant as a compliment? It sounds rather peculiar. While the head of a sperm whale was indeed larger than most, Yuri did not perceive her words as flattery. However, Yuri also came to understand the motivations behind the siren's previous actions. She was oblivious to the implications of those gestures. She merely recognized that such behavior could yield greater rule feedback, thus treating Yuri as a mere instrument for acquiring such feedback. It was akin to encountering a captivating girl during a night run, with the two engage in increasingly delightful conversation, culminating in a celebratory high five. Yet, upon awakening the next morning, one might discover a bottle of men's cologne on the bedside table, accompanied by a note that reads, "The cologne is your reward." The stark contrast between the roles of hunter and prey can leave one questioning the very essence of existence. While others may accept this, Yuri found it intolerable to be perceived as a mere tool, even if it could bring him substantial benefits. Moreover, he noticed an unexpected eagerness in Sylphia at that moment. Sylphia, I must convey that the joy she refers to is not the same as the joy you comprehend. As he tried to articulate this distinction, Yuri suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Yet, he feared that without a clear explanation, the siren's vague assertions might lead Sylphia down an odd path. Internally lamenting, Yuri adopted the mindset of, as long as I am not embarrassed. The embarrassment belongs to others, and began to elucidate the difference between the two types of joy in his own words. First, Sylphia, I surmise that the joy you understand arises from our shared experiences, fishing together, dining together, shopping together, when you feel genuinely happy, correct? However, the joy she speaks of pertains to another kind, specifically the mental sensations arising from physical interactions between men and women in certain areas. Is it the head? No. Yuri quickly denied, pondering how best to clarify this concept. Yet, it seemed Sylphia had already arrived at her own conclusions. As her attributes grew, Sylphia found her observational skills sharpening, allowing her to notice previously overlooked details. For instance, she observed that Yuri's gaze often gravitated toward the elder sister's attire. He glanced at other aspects as well, but the frequency of his attention to her clothing was notable. However, her outfit was identical to that of the elder sister, indicating that the crux of the matter lay not in the garments themselves. After a brief comparison, Sylphia promptly discerned the differences between them and surmised the specific area Yuri was alluding to. Thus, she posed a question: is it because I have not yet matured? Yuri, unaware of Sylphia's true thoughts, interpreted her words regarding immaturity as a reference to age and immediately nodded in affirmation. Yes, in a few more years, when you've matured, it will be fine. Upon receiving Yuri's response, Sylphia finally smiled with delight. Having addressed Sylphia's concerns, Yuri turned his attention back to the siren, only to find himself even more perplexed. In Yuri's perspective, the passive ability of the siren allows her to discern the level of delight of others through rule feedback, rendering this ability akin to a glitch. Even more concerning is the fact that the siren exploits this glitch to refine her own behavior. Should Yuri fail to curtail this exploitative tendency, he fears that his prolonged restraint may lead him to lose interest in this regard, much like that captain did. Thus, Yuri resolved to enlighten the siren about the notion of excessive indulgence and the principle that that which is easily obtained is seldom cherished, all while ensuring he does not inadvertently cultivate a sea king. You should sense that my feedback regarding your actions is diminishing. Am I correct? Yuri inquired, to which the siren nodded. We have a saying, excessive indulgence is detrimental, which means that giving too much can be counterproductive. The reason I initially provided you with such abundant feedback was due to my novelty in encountering you and witnessing what is typically beyond my purview. However, as my exposure increases and I grow accustomed to it, the feedback I provide will wane or may cease altogether. If you desire more feedback, you must refrain from repetitively engaging in the same actions within a short span of time. After observing the siren nodding, whether out of genuine understanding or feigned comprehension, he continued on to the next point. Now, regarding the idea that that which is easily obtained is seldom cherished, if I were someone who had never beheld the ocean, simply scooping up a handful of seawater for the first time would ignite my excitement. Yet, is it truly so simple to gather a handful of seawater? Ultimately, once the initial thrill fades, I would no longer feel exhilarated by possessing that handful, nor would I lament its spillage. Therefore, if you wish to garner more feedback, you must first require me to invest something, after which you may receive what you seek. Upon hearing this, the siren nodded thoughtfully, albeit with a hint of confusion, and crossed her arms in front of her attire. However, this gesture inadvertently drew Yuri's attention, just as the siren contemplated making a request to Yuri. Sensing the sudden increase in feedback, she blinked in puzzlement and exerted herself further, resulting in even more feedback. Just as she was ready to press on, she recalled Yuri's earlier lesson and promptly lowered her arms. Yet, as Yuri was about to speak, she once again crossed her arms, pressing upward. This time, the siren finally revealed a satisfied smile, as if she had grasped the essence of excessive indulgence and had begun to understand the concept that that which is easily obtained is seldom cherished. Meanwhile, Shiver, observing Yuri and the siren, glanced down at herself, pouted, and let out a huff toward the siren in a display of defiance. Yuri gently caressed Shivel's head, signaling his affection for her before continuing to elucidate the fundamental knowledge to the siren. Furthermore, one can enhance their abilities not only through the feedback of rules, but also evade peril. It is imperative to maintain distance from those who inundate you with excessive rule feedback. The more feedback you receive, the further you must distance yourself, particularly from those who are quick to offer an abundance of rule feedback upon seeing you. Keeping them at bay is of utmost importance. Upon hearing Yuri's warning, the siren gazed at him with a hint of curiosity. Does this include you? She inquired. Without hesitation, Yuri nodded in affirmation. Ultimately, he brought Shivel into the conversation, commencing to impart a crucial piece of wisdom. Additionally, it is essential to understand that humans differ from animals. When two individuals engage in that particular act for the first time, a girl may suffer significant harm. This harm is grave, and regardless of one's strength. If one is a girl, it could lead to death. Even those possessing extraordinary abilities cannot revive from such a definitive demise. Therefore, unless one encounters an individual for whom they're willing to sacrifice their life, they must refrain from taking that step. Do you understand? Yuri recognized that such an explanation was harsh. Yet to prevent the siren from veering into a peculiar direction and to safeguard Shivel from potential deception due to ignorance of the implications, he resolved to convey the seriousness of the matter. Yuri never considered himself a virtuous person, yet he held disdain for exploiting others' naivety to acquire something immensely valuable. To illustrate, albeit in a somewhat inappropriate yet vivid manner, Yuri believed that deceiving fools is futile. Once he ensured both individuals comprehended this, he began to persuade the siren to remain aboard the island ship, to join as a crew member. After Moore brought Yuri's request back, the administrator of Dock 3 promptly relayed the news to the dwarf chief. Yuri's evident familiarity with them piqued the dwarves' interest. However, after deliberation, they chose to overlook this matter. They were in need of additional materials to research new tools, and Yuri's ability to provide these tools was deemed sufficient. The remaining discussion centered around what materials each wing should be exchanged for, and what could be used to procure materials when Yuri was not purchasing wings. Indeed, they did not intend to demand a specific number of wings from Yuri or require him to supply a set amount of materials. Rather, they contemplated what other items they possessed that could be exchanged for materials. Furthermore, the dwarves were aware of the characteristics exhibited by Yuri's skeleton soldiers and ghosts, which reassured them that he could indeed supply a substantial quantity of materials from the deep sea. Collaboration was merely a matter of time. Shortly after receiving Yuri's request, the dwarves of Dock 3 swiftly delivered 4 wings. Upon receiving the wings, Yuri distributed them among the 3 members of the group, with Zhangqing also receiving one. Yuri's attitude towards Zhangqing was akin to that of a seasoned player guiding a novice. It is quite customary for an experienced player to casually offer items or share some gaming tips with newcomers. For Yuri, the wings were considered a sample exchanged prior to the trade with the dwarves. Although they possessed considerable value, the effort required for Yuri to acquire them was minimal, allowing him to part with them effortlessly. Additionally, since Zhangqing was the only player Yuri had encountered thus far and fortuitously knew how to play the piano, teaching Shauna some basic finger techniques, Yuri was more than willing to extend a favor to him. After receiving the wing, Shiver nervously manipulated it. Whoosh! With no additional weight on it, the wing suddenly accelerated, only to be deftly slowed down by Shiver, returning it to her feet. Once the wing hovered at her side, Shiver leaped onto it and began to navigate herself into the sky, moving forward, backward, accelerating, decelerating, diving, and turning. The sequence of maneuvers flowed seamlessly, without a hint of hesitation. Thus, it was evident that Shiver had likely had prior experience with wings and could operate them adeptly. However, when Shiver landed, Yuri did not observe a joyful expression on her face. Rather, she gave off an impression of someone on the verge of tears. "Are you all right?" Yuri felt that Shiver's demeanor was not one of excitement, but rather of someone recalling a sorrowful memory. Just as Yuri began to speak, Shiver's tears suddenly streamed down her face, her mouth agape in silent sobs. This left Yuri utterly bewildered. Why had she begun to cry so suddenly? Theoretically, it was possible that Shiver was overwhelmed with emotion upon discovering a clue about her origins. Yet, it could just as easily be the case that she was reminded of something distressing. In the uncertainty of whether Shiver was happy or sad, Yuri refrained from hastily labeling Shiver's tears, opting instead for a rather generic response. However, when Yuri spoke, Shiver, who was merely on the brink of tears, found her tears streaming down uncontrollably, her mouth agape yet silent. At that moment, Yuri's suspicions were confirmed. Shiver was not overwhelmed with excitement, but rather consumed by sorrowful thoughts. Tears of joy are often accompanied by movement and sound, whereas the tears of profound anguish are precisely what Shiver was experiencing now. In his pursuit of romance, Yuri had diligently studied various relationship strategies and techniques, eager to learn how to be a commendable boyfriend capable of understanding his girlfriend's emotions. Yet, as he delved into this knowledge, he discovered that these insights were far more intriguing than the quest for a girlfriend itself. For instance, at present, all Yuri needed to do was embrace Shiver, speaking only when she posed a question, otherwise remaining a silent listener and avoiding any misguided attempts to understand her or offer unwarranted comfort. True to Yuri's expectations, after shedding tears for a while, Shiver began to articulate the reason for her sorrow without needing to be prompted. "Brother, am I a dwarf?" Yuri nodded, his concern prompting a gentle explanation. "Perhaps, but what of it? But does that mean I will never grow as tall as Sister Shauna? That I cannot be as happy with you?" Upon hearing Shiver's plaintive tone, Yuri nearly choked on his breath, caught off guard by her unexpected revelation. He had never imagined that Shiver was crying due to her perceived lack of growth. To his astonishment, he realized that Shiver's notion of growing up equated to being as tall as Shauna. "Will you come to despise me in the future?" "Never. How could I ever dislike my adorable Shiver? I will not only continue to cherish you, but my affection will only deepen. When I mentioned waiting for you to grow up, I was referring to age, not height. Have I ever expressed disdain towards you before? Never, right? I have never looked down upon you, and I certainly shall not in the future." Yuri repeated what seemed to be trivial reassurances. Yet these very words alleviated much of Shiver's despondency. Once he finished, Shiver wiped her tears with his clothing and lifted her head, her small face radiating determination. "So, if I am this big now, does that mean you want to have to wait several years? I'm not afraid of death. Could you grant me a month? I have always perceived you as a child, but now I realize you are indeed an adult. I require some time to adjust this perspective. May I?" Yuri felt increasingly akin to a fool. Yet Yuri was acutely aware that he could not accept Shiver seeking companionship elsewhere, nor could he allow Shauna to do so, even if she was a serendipitous find from the sea. Thus, whether it was yesterday with Shauna or today with Shiver, Yuri had refrained from refusal. After soothing Shiver, however, his mind was preoccupied with another dilemma. If Shiver were indeed a dwarf, how had she ended up aboard a human pirate ship in the New World? Moreover, Yuri was certain that Shauna, who had also returned from the dead, retained memories from her life prior to death. Thus, it could be concluded that death, or more accurately, a near-death experience, was not the root cause of amnesia. Yet, Shiver had indeed lost her memories, recalling only the events following her awakening on the pirate ship, utterly oblivious to her origins and how she found herself there. It appeared that upon returning to the New World, he would need to consult the pirates within the temporal rift known as Viki's treasure. Those ensnared within the temporal rift tended to lose memories over time, and Yuri intended to return to the New World once he had solidified cooperation with the dwarves, hoping to extract some information from the pirates. Furthermore, although Dwarf Island was not insignificant in size, it was not vast either. Any notable occurrence would be known to the entire populace of the city. Should something particularly remarkable transpire, it would be common knowledge throughout the island. The sudden disappearance or departure of a clan member would certainly qualify as extraordinary, and the inhabitants of the island would have likely heard about it, making inquiries relatively straightforward. If no one had heard of such an event, it would suggest an alternative possibility, that the environment in which Shiver had previously lived was exceedingly insular, and that those within it were aware of her disappearance. 030 negotiations commence. Yuri sensed that the inhabitants of Dwarf Island were likely acquainted with Shiver. Given Shiver's adeptness with the gliding wings, it was apparent that she must frequently interact with that particular group on the island. Although the gliding wings were not a rarity in Dwarf Island, their regular users were few. Thus, Yuri felt that uncovering Shiver's identity would not prove to be a formidable task. However, if the contrary were true, he glanced at Zhang Qing, who was instructing Shauna in her piano practice. It was evident that there were multiple internal testers, and it was highly probable that they knew each other. Among them, there must be those who were younger in age and stature. Even if none existed, no one could be more adept at gathering intelligence than players who had nothing to fear from death. Yuri did not require the players to unearth any substantial information. It sufficed for the islanders to be aware that a group of undying individuals was probing into the matter. At that juncture, there would be no need for Yuri to specifically target anyone, these individuals would naturally emerge to confront him, should they choose to flee. The confines of Dwarf Island were such that the genuine dwarves would hardly consider escaping to the outside world, where they would be more conspicuous. As noon approached, in an effort to comfort Shiver, Yuri selected some food that suited her palate from the offerings provided by the dwarves and prepared lunch alongside her. Additionally, he observed a rather peculiar phenomenon: the scarcity of marine life in the vicinity of Dwarf Island. It wasn't until over 300 meters away from the shore that the frequency of various marine creatures began to rise significantly. To ascend to level 16 required over 1 million experience points, while Yuri primarily targeted creatures at level 10 or below, which yielded a maximum of 100 experience points each. However, with his skeleton warriors now at level 5, their strength had considerably increased and the number of skeletons available for leveling had doubled. Consequently, the efficiency of leveling was markedly superior to that at level 14. The time required to progress from level 15 to 16 was, in fact, slightly less than that from 14 to 15, amounting to merely a day or two. Meanwhile, under Zhang Qing's guidance, Shana's piano skills were improving dramatically. The sounds she produced were no longer grating. At noon, Shana and Shiver retired for a nap, while Yuri continued his leveling endeavors. According to Shiver's passive ability, with a rate of 1 point accumulated per minute, even with 16 hours of malevolent energy farming each day, she would only gain 1 point of mental energy daily. Furthermore, the requirement for malevolent energy to increase mental energy would escalate with each increment. The combat power boost from a single point of mental energy was becoming less apparent compared to Shiver's current 132 points. Malevolent energy still needed to be farmed, but the daily duration had decreased from 16 hours to around 12. Zhang Qing, under the pretext of a midday break, logged off promptly and reported her suspicions. Merely 3 minutes later, her contact appeared at her door, meticulously inquiring about what she had seen and heard, as well as the reasoning behind her conclusions. After a lengthy half-hour inquiry, the liaison finally departed, instructing Zhang Qing to temporarily execute the previously devised plan, which involved learning the intricacies of Yao Qin and subsequently guiding Shana, thereby fostering a closer bond between herself and Shana. Before nightfall, Yuri observed a group of dwarves approaching the sea island on their flying wings. "Greetings, I am Leo House, the administrator of port number 3. May I inquire your name?" As Leo introduced himself, Yuri glimpsed Leo's attribute panel. Leo House, Alchemist, level 62, Strength 13, Constitution 15, Reaction 12, Spirit 43. Skill, Stability, reduces errors, level 9. The remaining 5 dwarves were also alchemists, lacking any legendary professions. This scenario was in fact quite typical. In this world, those who successfully transcend the ordinary comprise merely a fraction of the population, with legendary professionals being even rarer. Alchemists are generally captivated by the study of various materials' properties and effects, often experimenting with combinations to yield new outcomes. This indicated that the collaboration had already achieved a significant milestone. As the dwarf had established their own psychological price, the next step involved negotiating the specifics of the price and determining whether Yuri would be inclined to offer materials at a rate lower than theirs. "Yuri, you may call me Captain Yuri. It appears you have acquiesced to my terms. We can discuss matters on the deck." Given that Leo and his companions approached with sincerity, Yuri was inclined to showcase a newly developed, rather impressive scene. The monotony of daily grinding had compelled Yuri to seek distractions. With a mere wave of his hand, a swarm of skeletal soldiers materialized on the deck, following Yuri's commands to lift wooden planks and arrange themselves in designated positions. Soon, chairs and tables, supported by the skeletal soldiers, emerged on the deck. Initially, Yuri had not intended to use wooden planks, relying solely on the skeletal soldiers. After all, skeletal soldiers could assume various poses without experiencing fatigue or numbness. However, upon experimentation, Yuri discovered that while the skeletal furniture appeared quite striking, its practicality was significantly lacking. The chairs were uncomfortable, and the tables could not hold items securely, leading him to abandon this ambitious notion, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, even the pared-down skeletal furniture was sufficient for Leo to mentally elevate Yuri's danger level by 2 degrees. Would an ordinary individual engage in such antics? Despite his deep-seated aversion to these tables and chairs, Leo, in pursuit of collaboration and the coveted materials from the ocean's depths, descended onto the deck with his assistants and took a seat opposite Yuri, observing this scene from a distance. Zhang Qing assigned Yuri the label of Manipulator of Hearts. In Zhang Qing's perspective, Yuri employs chairs and tables crafted from skeletal remains as bait to gauge the dwarves' valuation of the negotiations. This stratagem aims to better ascertain the dwarves' bottom line in subsequent discussions. This segment depicting Yuri through Zhang Qing's eyes has been sanitized. What remains is a truncated version. The original content was altered without notification, resulting in the silent deletion of several hundred words. Had I not inadvertently noticed the significant reduction in word count for this chapter, I would have remained oblivious. On the side of Dwarf Island, there is Leo accompanied by 5 dwarves he leads. Conversely, Yuri is accompanied solely by Sivir. The 8 individuals are seated on opposite sides of a bone table. Chief Leo, I wonder if you have acquiesced to my request. Despite harboring some suspicions, Yuri posed this pivotal question, deliberately employing the term request to position himself in a weaker stance. Principally, we are amenable to your terms, all surplus flying wings produced on the island, as well as the subsequent variant vehicles, will be uniformly entrusted to you. In a negotiation regarding the customization of props, Leo began by expressing their willingness to collaborate, a revelation that took Yuri by surprise. How much material would I need to exchange for a winged apparatus? Upon uttering this inquiry, Yuri was astonished to witness a flicker of shame cross Leo's visage. What could this mean? Leo's expression shifted, as if grappling with a resolution, before he finally addressed Yuri. At present, we are unable to provide you with a fixed price, as our understanding of the properties of those materials is insufficient for proper valuation. Therefore, I hope you might consider prepaying us with some materials. Once we have experimented and discerned the characteristics of the materials, we shall establish their prices. Naturally, we will also prepay you a designated quantity of winged apparatuses. Additionally, when you do not require winged apparatuses, I would like to propose that we purchase the deep-sea materials from you using gold coins or other items. Upon Leo's conclusion, the 6 dwarven alchemists bowed their heads slightly, sensing that their request might have been rather excessive. They felt that their final condition was tantamount to coercing Yuri into purchasing items he did not necessarily need. However, considering that Yuri's demand for winged apparatuses might not be substantial and their own need for extensive materials for research purposes, they mustered the audacity to present this unreasonable request. Witnessing the incredulous expression on Yuri's face, they lowered their heads even further. Yuri indeed found it hard to believe, not due to the severity of the dwarves' conditions, but rather the leniency of their terms. He aimed to monopolize all winged apparatuses on Dwarven Island. Yet these dwarves had not stipulated a minimum quantity and instead proactively suggested bartering materials for other items. As for the pricing of all materials being determined by the dwarves, Yuri held no reservations. He was not concerned about receiving low offers for quality materials. He would dictate what materials to sell to the dwarves. Should they offer more, he would intentionally increase the quantity available for sale. If their prices were low, he would either refrain from selling or reduce the quantity. Nonetheless, Yuri sought to confirm his understanding aligned with the dwarves' intentions. I have no objections regarding the pricing of materials. I trust the reputation of the Yodel clan. As for your subsequent condition, my understanding is that I may purchase any quantity of winged apparatuses, and in instances where I do not need them, yet you require materials. You wish to procure my materials using other items or gold coins. Is my understanding correct? The term Yodel is the appellation the dwarves use to refer to their own race, embodying meanings such as changeable, marvelous, and natural. Each city's dwarves offer slightly varied interpretations, yet they all embrace the term Yodel. The term dwarves is what players use to refer to them. Mentioning Yodel might leave many unsure of what is being referenced. When one speaks of dwarves, others can immediately grasp the essence of the race, conjuring a vivid image in their minds, even if they have never encountered a true dwarf. Conversely, Yuri's remarks led Leo to believe that Yuri was amenable to collaboration. albeit with some dissatisfaction regarding the purchase of unnecessary items at their original price, prompting him to present a more advantageous proposition. You have understood correctly. That is precisely our intention. Furthermore, for the materials we willingly procure, we can add a 5 markup as compensation for you. Should Yuri nod in agreement, he would secure an additional price advantage. However, he did not acquiesce. In a scenario where the profit margin is a mere 5, increasing the sale price by 5 effectively doubles the profit. Yet for Yuri, this represents a transaction devoid of cost, with profits nearing 100. The 5 increase in price translates to a mere 5 increase in profit, which holds minimal benefit for Yuri. Faced with the choice between a 5 profit enhancement and the friendship of the dwarves, Yuri opted for the latter. Frankly, given his demand for flying wings, the materials he gathered from the skeleton soldiers in the depths could barely cover their remuneration, leaving no surplus to sell to the dwarves. I can sell the materials to you without any markup, as this is inherently beneficial for both parties. Oh, are you suggesting that we need not raise the purchase price? Yuri's decision left Leo somewhat perplexed. Had he not articulated the subsequent terms, it might have been understandable, yet now they had proposed a better condition, only to be rejected by Yuri. Noticing Yuri's nod, Leo instinctively posed another question. Why? Upon uttering the words, Leo realized his misstep and hastily sought to rectify it. What I meant to say is that I hope our collaboration will be fruitful. Moreover, if you have materials aboard your ship, we could conduct some preliminary evaluations at this moment. I trust you understand the varying research value of materials. Some may not be required, while others may necessitate substantial quantities, which could aid you in garnering greater profits. Fearing Yuri might reconsider, Leo quickly moved on to the next step. Merely negotiating terms did not necessitate the presence of all 6 of them. Their true objective for boarding the vessel was to swiftly obtain genuinely valuable materials. Yuri chose not to dwell on Leo's inquiry and seamlessly transitioned to the next phase. Indeed, all my materials are stored in this cabin. Allow me to escort you there. Additionally, I wish to customize some items. I will describe their functions, and you may determine if they can be produced. No sooner had Yuri finished speaking than a square cylinder appeared in Leo's hand, resembling a device akin to a recording pen from Blue Star. Captain Yuri, please proceed. We shall strive to create items that meet your specifications. Leo's earnest demeanor elicited a subtle smile from Yuri, as the term Leo used was specifications. This signifies that, in his subconscious, Leo holds Yuri in high regard. It is noteworthy that in the realm of the extraordinary sea, ascending through the ranks becomes increasingly arduous. Even for ordinary professions, the experience growth coefficient is merely 1.5, and the experience required for each level after reaching level 50 is an astronomical figure. A level 62 alchemist enjoys a prestigious status within the world of the extraordinary sea. Such an individual took the time to utilize a recording device to document Yuri's requests, leaving Yuri somewhat taken aback by this attention. Well, I have 3 specific items in mind for customization. The first is a pair of fins, more suited for these skeleton warriors, or perhaps some alternative apparatus, as my goal is to enable them to swim in the sea. The second is a swimming ring tailored for the skeleton warriors, essentially a buoyant device that can be fitted onto them, allowing them to float on the water surface and move with greater speed over extended periods. The propulsion for this swimming ring can be manual or powered by their legs, as the skeletons are indifferent to the mechanism. The third item is a device designed to expedite the transportation of materials from the ocean floor to the surface. Ideally, I envision a sufficiently long conveyor belt. If that is not feasible, a gas-generating apparatus would suffice. The concept is to attach this bag to the materials, which would then release a certain gas to elevate the materials to the surface, facilitating my collection efforts. Of course, aside from the methods I have outlined, I welcome any ideas you may have, provided they achieve the ultimate objective. Additionally, it would be preferable if the cost of these items is kept relatively low, as they are likely to become consumables in the future. Moreover, in order for me to swiftly acquire more materials from the ocean depths, I hope you can expedite the creation of the transportation devices. Please inform me of any expenses incurred during the research of these items, along with your standard remuneration, and I shall compensate you with materials of equivalent value. In Yuri's hometown, There is a saying, for objects, 9 mouths for 1 yuan. For people, 1 yuan for 1 yuan. This implies that if you purchase an item priced at 1 yuan for just 9 mouths, the quality remains the same. However, when it comes to services such as massage, if the price is 1 yuan and you offer 9 mouths instead, although you save money, the actual experience may fall significantly short of the value you intended to preserve. Conversely, if you pay 1 yuan, the experience may exceed the expected value considerably. Yuri, therefore, had no intention of taking advantage of Leo. Rather, he proactively proposed to cover all expenses incurred during the research period and to compensate all personnel involved in the study appropriately. His aim was to express utmost respect for Leo and other technical workers, hoping they would invest greater effort in the invention of their equipment. Furthermore, Yuri planned to create various designs of flying wings, necessitating the assistance of Leo and his colleagues. Even leaving aside future considerations in the present moment, it is Leo and his associates who determine material pricing. A mere 5 increase in acquisition costs could be easily overlooked if they soften their stance during the pricing process, potentially leading to a greater increase. Naturally, the value of 1 yuan must also be contextually assessed, and judging by the smile on Leo's face, he evidently appreciates this approach. In reality, for Leo, receiving respect and trust in his technical abilities brings him more joy than mere flattery. Rest assured, I will ensure we find the most cost-effective solution, Yuri assured, observing Leo's serious demeanor, which made Yuri question whether it was somewhat unfair to exploit the honest man. After all, the compensation he had previously agreed upon was to be paid with materials sourced from the ocean, which could be seen as little more than a promise without solid backing. Then I shall entrust this to you. Now that we have concluded our discussion regarding collaboration, I have another inquiry. Have you heard of a person named Shiver? Seated beside Yuri, Shiver felt a surge of tension, momentarily forgetting to breathe upon hearing this question. He was curious about his own heritage, yet feared that discovering the truth might jeopardize his current relationship with Yuri. Upon hearing Yuri's inquiry, Leo's brows knitted together. Are you referring to Shiver Besimo? In truth, I was unaware of her surname. Had I not chanced upon her adept use of flying wings, I would not have known she was one of your kin, merely assuming her youth was a factor. With Yuri's words, Leo's gaze naturally shifted to Shiver, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Shiver Besimo, I recall, is the daughter of the chief of Port One. However, 2 years ago, a spatial rift appeared in the vicinity of the Besimo family's residence, and they subsequently vanished without a trace. I am not well versed in the specifics surrounding Port One, but if she is indeed proficient with flying wings and bears the name Shiver, she must be the missing individual from Port One. Specifically, I can accompany you to Port One to inquire further, as my knowledge of those past events is rather limited. I'm immensely grateful to you. Upon finishing his statement, Yuri stretched out his arms and bent his upper body forward. Before Leo could ask, Yuri took the initiative to begin explaining. I am uncertain whether this gesture is appropriate, but I know it serves to express gratitude. I once encountered a description of the Yodel clan in a book, which recounted numerous legends, including those of the pastoral druids, enchanting creatures, and various dragons. Previously, I regarded it merely as an exceptionally well-crafted storybook. However, I now feel compelled to revisit that book, if I can still locate it. Of course, the book itself is non-existent. All these narratives stem from Yuri's personal experiences prior to his journey across realms. Adventure is not inherently unwelcome. In order to garner the goodwill and assistance of the locals, Yuri is well-versed in the myriad customs and taboos of the extraordinary seas and their diverse races and factions. This knowledge was hard-earned through perilous endeavors. Regarding Yuri's explanations, Leo harbored no doubts and expressed his desire to see that book as well. Presently, Dwarf Island exists as an island, yet prior to the cataclysmic upheaval of the world, it was indeed a part of the mainland. And, while the dwarves seldom interacted with the outside world, some exchanges did occur. Thus, it is not surprising that relevant information has been passed down through the ages. Under Leo's guidance, Yuri navigated the sea island towards the location of Port One. Throughout the journey, Shiver maintained silence, quietly standing beside Yuri, her small hand gently clutching his garment. According to Leo, Most of the residents of Port 1 are acquainted with Shiver. Theoretically, as Shiver has reached adulthood, 2 years should not have altered her appearance significantly. Therefore, there is no need for inquiries. Merely observing the reactions of the people at Port 1 will suffice to ascertain whether Shiver is indeed Shiver Besimo of Port 1. With the assistance of the sea breeze and the rhythmic strokes of the oars, the sea island reached Port 1 on Dwarf Island in just 2 hours. To be honest, even at this point, Yuri remains perplexed as to how Leo disseminated the news. Despite their constant companionship, Yuri saw no one produce any devices. Yet the response from Port 1 confirmed that they had been well aware of Yuri's impending arrival. As the sea island approached Port 1, a bespectacled man, appearing refined and scholarly, awaited the vessel's arrival upon the platform. Lev Cook, bomb expert, level 24, strength 13, constitution 32, reaction 28, spirit 21. Skills: explosive artistry, enhances the power of explosives upon detonation. Level 3, directional demolition, allows the user to designate the blast direction of explosives. Level 2. Triggered bombs, enables the addition of specific conditions for detonation. Level 2. Bomb camouflage, integrates the bomb's appearance with its surroundings. Level 1. Bomb throwing, facilitates the remote throwing of bombs to designated locations. Level 1. To be candid, Yuri found Lev Cook's persona to be strikingly incongruous with his profession, which cast a rather unfavorable first impression of him. Legendary professions tend to exert a reverse influence on the extraordinary individuals themselves. For instance, Yuri appeared pallid and devoid of color, while Shauna, even without employing her skills, could evoke a sense of yearning merely through her words. Similarly, the initially childlike appearance of Shiver had begun to take on a more seductive allure. Zhangqing, are you certain that Shiver's transformation isn't a reflection of your own changing mindset? Yuri was uncertain about the professional traits associated with the role of a bomb expert. Yet instinctively, he perceived Lev Cook as rather duplicitous, embodying the archetype of someone who presents one facade while harboring another. Moreover, despite Lev Cook's smile, Yuri sensed a palpable disdain in his gaze, not directed at him, but rather towards Leo and Shiver. 033, the anomalous Leviticus. Without needing to inquire further, Yuri had already discerned the identity of Shiver from his gaze. As for Shiver's attribute panel, it still displayed Shiver rather than Shiver Besimo. Yuri speculated that this must be related to Shiver's identity. It was highly probable that Shiver had been found by the Besimo couple and subsequently adopted the name Shiver. Regarding Lev's evident disdain towards Shiver and Leo, as long as he refrained from committing any repulsive acts, Yuri would not particularly confront him. Yuri felt that if he were to become the new patriarch in a hereditary monarchy following the mysterious demise of the previous leader, and then, merely 2 years into his reign, someone returned with the previous leader's daughter, he too would struggle to conceal his displeasure towards the pair. After Lev boarded the ship, his first greeting was directed not at Leo or Yuri, but at Shiver. Shiver, welcome back. Observing Lev's forced smile, Yuri reciprocated politely, hello. My crew member has lost many memories due to unforeseen circumstances, and I wish to help her recover them before we continue our maritime journey. It seems you are acquainted with Shiver. Could you share some insights about her past? Lev's smile appeared natural, yet the asymmetry of his expression was telling. Unless a certain ailment had caused a malfunction in his facial muscles, expressions are inherently symmetrical. Any disparity suggests an artifice. When one consciously attempts to manage their facial expressions, it cannot be as instinctual and comprehensive as natural reactions, inevitably leading to discrepancies and oversights. This was a lesson from emotional intelligence courses, teaching how to discern a potential partner's deceptions. In the words of his emotional mentor, one must accurately assess whether the other is genuinely angry or feigning, truly sorrowful, or merely seeking sympathy. Yuri never anticipated that the skills he learned would not be applied to a girl, but rather to a man, a seasoned man at that. We were equally shocked and saddened upon learning of Patriarch Besimo's fate. However, it seems the god of technology has favored us, allowing Shiver to survive. Previously, no one who fell into a spatial rift had emerged alive. Shiver is the first known individual to return from such a void. Subsequently, Lev recounted various details about Shiver. According to Lev's depiction, Shiver was a prodigious talent, mastering any skill with remarkable swiftness. The Besamo couple spoke of her with a blend of humility and pride. Ultimately, if one disregarded the sudden emergence of the spatial rift that accurately obliterated the Besamo family from the island, it would appear to be a rather ordinary tale of a gifted young woman's growth. Just as Lev concluded his narration, a mission prompt unexpectedly appeared on Yuri's personal panel. Special quest: find someone. Quest objective: locate the Bisamov couple. Quest reward: method for crafting rule crystal imitation. Rule crystal imitation capable of duplicating skills of level 5 and above, with the duplicated skills level reduced by 4, and it cannot be upgraded. Yuri was uncertain how the natives master their skills. However, players had 3 means to acquire skills. Upon changing professions and reaching level 50, one could randomly obtain a rule skill. Yuri had only ever mastered one skill, which he received as a level-up reward. Acquiring a legendary crystal and transitioning to a legendary profession would grant 5 skills. Lastly, through the rule crystal, also known as skill stone in the player's eyes, one could additionally grasp a skill. Before Yuri's traversal, even the most inferior rule crystals could fetch over 1 million, while those with potent effects could reach billions. Contemplating the rule crystal, Yuri suddenly realized a question. Was it possible that someone in his previous life had recognized the uniqueness of the game Extraordinary Sea? Otherwise, how could even the strongest game items be sold for millions or even billions? The distinction between the rule crystal imitation and the rule crystal lay in the fact that skills learned through the rule crystal could be upgraded, whereas those learned through the rule crystal imitation remained at their original level. Moreover, it was required that the skill be level 5 or above to be duplicated. Although Yuri was unaware of the materials needed to craft the rule crystal, he believed that no matter how precious the materials were, as long as they existed in this world, players would be able to procure them. With this thought, Yuri glanced at the tearful eyes of Shiver and gently ruffled her hair. Rest assured, your parents are still alive. You must understand, finding the deceased is far easier for me than locating the living. If I say they're alive, then they surely are. When Yuri spoke these words, he did so without much contemplation, merely seeking to provide Shiver with a reason to believe that the Bisamov couple still lived. However, upon hearing Yuri's words, Lev cast a resentful glance at him. Yet, that fleeting glance suddenly enveloped Lev in a terrifying mental aura, causing him to freeze in place, paralyzed by fear. In the past, Moore had sensed Shiver's mental power, but at that time, Shiver had not targeted Moore, merely intrigued by the wings beneath his feet. Lev, however, had become the focus of Shiver's attention due to the gaze directed at Yuri. With a mental strength of 132 points, combined with the techniques gleaned from continuously using the rule skill evil energy confinement, Shiver could achieve a form of pseudo-confinement even without employing her skills. Nearby, Leo also sensed the immense mental pressure permeating the air and lowered his head, avoiding Lev's gaze. Observing this, Yuri grasped Shiver's hand. It's all right, don't be too anxious. He won't harm you, will you, Chief Lev? As Lev, momentarily regaining control over his own faculties due to Shiver's distraction, nodded in agreement with Yuri's assertion. Shiver, observing Lev's gesture, withdrew the mental pressure she had exerted upon him. She then clutched the hem of Yuri's garment, seeking refuge behind him. However, both Lev and Leo no longer dared to underestimate Shiver's capabilities. Simultaneously, their assessment of Yuri's combat prowess was significantly elevated. If even the crew member was so formidable, one could only ponder the extent of the captain's strength. Once Lev had fully recovered, Yuri seized the opportunity to present his request. Chief Lev, may I inquire if you possess any portraits of the Besamov couple? I would greatly appreciate the chance to take one with me. While Lev's disdain towards their presence seemed entirely reasonable to Yuri, he would have felt similarly. There was something in Lev's gaze that transcended the bounds of normalcy. Previously, Yuri had perceived the spatial fissures at the Besamov family stronghold as mere coincidences, possibly arising from an accident during the couple's research on the rule crystal. Now, however, Yuri sensed that the peculiar occurrences surrounding the Besamov family might be intricately linked to Lev in some manner. In a moment of reluctance, Lev managed to locate the images of the Besamov couple and presented them to Yuri. Upon receiving the images, Yuri directed the vessel, the Islander, to ferry Leo and the others back to port number 3. At this port, Yuri requested a room to serve as a liaison point for both parties. He also intended to return to the New World to inquire with a group of pirates trapped in the temporal rift about how Shiver had been captured aboard the ship, as it was not feasible to remain on Dwarf Island for an extended period. Furthermore, Yuri did not need to remain there personally. Leaving behind a few skeleton soldiers would suffice. Provided that the skeletons did not deliberately provoke the marine creatures, the latter would rarely initiate an attack on them. Therefore, Yuri left one skeleton soldier in the liaison room and instructed the dwarves to expedite the construction of a staircase leading directly to the seabed, facilitating the transportation of materials from the depths to the shore. These materials would serve as a form of advance payment. The dwarves were only required to craft corresponding wing designs based on the value of the materials provided. As for the unique wing designs in the future, that could wait until the players arrived, allowing them to create their own designs, with a share of the profits to be offered later. Professional matters should be entrusted to the experts, and Yuri himself lacked the knowledge to design such items. If Leo were to create the requested items, it would suffice to present them to the skeleton soldier responsible for communication, enabling Yuri to assess whether the requirements had been met. On the journey away from Dwarf Island, Yuri engaged in conversation with Shiver, ensuring that her emotional state was stable. While conversing with her, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Gently awaken the slumbering soul. Slowly open your eyes. This melodious song belonged to Zhang Qing. One could not deny the beauty of Zhang Qing's singing, which exuded a remarkably pure essence, further solidifying Yuri's affirmation of her identity as a native of Blue Star. However, Yuri found himself somewhat puzzled. He recalled that just that morning, Zhang Qing had been teaching Shauna to play the piano. How had she transitioned to singing at this moment? Yet, the song was perfectly suited for Shiver's current mood, prompting Yuri to embrace her and listen intently. At the same time, Zhang Qing was grappling with her own turmoil. It was only after Shauna quickly mastered the playing technique of the Yao Qin under her guidance that Zhang Qing realized the gravity of her actions. She had been instructing an AI in the art of piano performance. For her, it required repeated practice and memorization to play the sheet music, whereas for Shauna, it was merely a matter of executing a fixed code. The outcome confirmed Zhang Qing's suspicions. What took her an entire night to barely memorize in terms of notes and fingerings, Shauna merely glanced at and effortlessly remembered, even playing it more smoothly than she could. Initially, Zhang Qing attempted to excuse herself by claiming an urgent matter required her offline, hastily memorizing a simple piece to present to Shauna. To her dismay, Shauna merely glanced at it and played it flawlessly. In a moment of desperation, Zhang Qing concocted a new excuse. Thus it was she who sang, while Shauna accompanied her on the piano, resulting in the scene that Yuri now beheld. First, Zhang Qing sang, and then Shauna began to play the melodies of Zhang Qing's song. In this manner, the afternoon swiftly passed, and after dinner, Yuri and the others spent a while on deck listening to Shauna's performance before retreating to their respective cabins. However, Yuri did not remain in the captain's quarters as expected. Instead, he stealthily approached Shauna's door. As the saying goes, once one has tasted the essence, one craves more. Shauna, with her captivating figure, appearance, and voice, had undoubtedly stirred Yuri's desires, leaving him impatient. He knocked on the door and entered upon Shauna's consent. Yet, merely 5 minutes later, Yuri emerged, his expression fraught with conflict, having slapped himself in frustration. Are you foolish? What was the point of discussing those things with her? Did you think it made you appear knowledgeable? Now look at you, speechless. Yuri grumbled as he returned to the captain's quarters, taking to manual control of the skeleton soldiers to vent his frustration on the lowly creatures of the sea. Earlier, while embracing Shauna and preparing to lie down, she had suddenly halted him, insisting that today was not the right time and that they would have to wait until tomorrow. This was in response to Yuri's earlier remark about moderation, asserting that easy gains are seldom cherished. Thus, Shauna believed such encounters should not happen daily, fearing that otherwise Yuri might come to take them for granted. She requested that he wait a day, promising additional rewards in return. Although Yuri wished to counter her reasoning, he found himself at a loss for words. as these were indeed his own sentiments conveyed to her. Truth be told, he could only leave Shauna's room in a state of considerable turmoil. Moreover, Yuri resolved to find something for Zhongqing to do, as he could not allow her to impart any peculiar notions to Shauna. Previously, Shauna had been unaware, as Yuri had not instructed her, and neither did Siwei possess any understanding, leaving only Zhongqing as the teacher. Shauna had never possessed a concept of what is deemed normal. Whatever Yuri said was taken as truth, but now, that was evidently no longer tenable. Just as Yuri pondered how to engage Zhongqing, an explosion suddenly erupted nearby, followed by a violent tremor. In the mere seconds it took for Yuri to rush outside to ascertain the situation, the island number 8 suffered 4 successive explosions. "Damn it!" Yuri exclaimed upon reaching the deck, observing a cluster of lights approaching from the distance. It was clear that the enemy's onslaught consisted of more than just 4 attacks. The previous barrage had only succeeded in 4 strikes against island number 8. Ignoring the incoming missiles, Yuri promptly commanded the ghosts to pursue the direction of the light, while directing the skeleton soldiers to row faster, hastening the vessel's speed to evade enemy fire. Simultaneously, he rescinded the summoning of skeletons for underwater training and shifted his focus to summoning ghosts. In naval combat, particularly when the enemy is positioned at a considerable distance, skeleton warriors are far less effective than phantoms. Moreover, the Cloak of Night serves to expertly obscure the presence of the specters. "I truly had no intention of engaging in battle with you." Observing the sea island vessel being struck once more by 2 bombs, Yuri's expression turned decidedly grim. Fortuitously, the sea island is sufficiently sturdy, otherwise it would have already succumbed to disintegration. Thanks to a glimmer of light emerging from the 3rd wave in the darkness, Yuri could ascertain the enemy's attack position. Within the Phantom's field of vision, he soon discerned a group of dwarves, equipped with flying wings and bearing a colossal launch tube. At that moment, these dwarves were collaborating to load new missiles into the launch tube. KN 3 launch tube, capable of firing KN series missiles with a diameter of 300 millimeters. KN 3-4 missile, explosive power of 30, hit rate 20. Morlon Mingza, alchemist, level 17. Observing the 20 or so dwarves bearing the surname Mingza, Yuri commanded the specters present to initiate an attack. In the cover of night, a specter silently infiltrated the body of one of the dwarves. The ratio of -1 to 110 signified that a single specter could drain 300 health points from its target. Yet these dwarves possessed health exceeding 300, with the maximum being a mere 360. Yuri did not harbor illusions of defeating his foes with just 1 specter. He evaded enemy missile attacks while summoning additional specters as soon as the cooldown period expired. However, sometimes one must consider not only the numerical attributes, but also the environment in which the adversary resides. For instance, as the specter entered the dwarf's body, the dwarf froze momentarily before plummeting from his flying mount. With a splash, only 10 seconds had elapsed before Yuri received a new system notification. Kill confirmed. Morlon Mingza, level 17, experience 289. The 100 points of damage were undoubtedly inflicted by the specter, and Yuri surmised that the remaining 200 points of health were likely lost due to drowning. He theorized that the dwarf's fall into the sea was a result of the specter's interference, severing the connection between the dwarf and his mount, leading to the unintended descent. The demise of this dwarf captured the attention of the others. To the dwarves, Morland's unexpected plunge into the sea came without warning. Prior to their arrival, they had mentally prepared for death, anticipating a fierce struggle leading to a grand demise, never contemplating that one could perish so quietly. Furthermore, their garments were specially designed to inflate under mental command, preventing drowning. Yet, the submerged dwarf did not activate the buoyancy mechanism of his attire. Stunned by the event, they momentarily forgot to launch their missiles. While the dwarves pondered their predicament, Yuri directed the specter to emerge from the water and glide towards another dwarf. Splash! Splash! With the arrival of another errant specter, 2 more dwarves succumbed to the sea. Following their demise, Yuri refrained from immediately commanding the specters to continue their assault. Instead, he observed from a distance, awaiting the arrival of new specters. Death itself is not terrifying, The dread lies in the anticipation of death, especially one devoid of pattern or warning. For instance, the dwarves' rockets, with their discernible flight trajectories, allowed Yuri ample time to prepare mentally before they struck the sea island. Thus, despite the significant threat posed by the rockets, he felt no torment, only a heightened sense of tension. Conversely, the dwarves faced the chilling uncertainty of whether they, like the three fallen comrades, would suddenly plunge into the depths and meet their end. Each passing second was rife with fear as they imposed pressure upon themselves. Splash, splash, splash. Following the sounds of three more falls, the remaining dwarves inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Based on past experience, it seemed they were temporarily safe. All thoughts were consumed by the questions of when will death arrive and who will perish. The dwarves, in their fixation, even neglected their tasks and forgot they could run, merely manipulating their wings to await their fate. However, Yuri did not pause. He promptly commanded the three specters to continue their assault. The fourth had arrived, with one now tasked with monitoring, while the two previously waiting had fully restored their vitality. Thus, Yuri felt no need to delay. In a mere half-minute, 9 dwarves plunged into the water, never to resurface. Adding to the earlier 3, half of the dwarves had now succumbed to the depths. The remaining specters numbered 4, yet 3 of them were left with a mere 1 or 2 points of health, just as Yuri intended to wait before striking again. The surviving dwarves seemed to finally regain their senses and turn to flee, prompting Yuri to direct the specters in pursuit. The speed at which the dwarves maneuvered their wings far surpassed that of the specters, and soon the phantoms lost sight of them. Yet Yuri remained unperturbed. The island of dwarves boasted only 9 cities, 3 ports, 5 ordinary towns, and 1 royal capital. Those assailing him were either from Port 3 or Port 1. The dwarves needed to aim to launch missiles, and given that it was night, the likelihood of accurately locating a target was significantly diminished. It was probable that some form of locator was aboard their vessel. Only 3 groups had boarded the ship: Mor, Leo, and Leviticus. Among these, Lev bore the most suspicion. Consequently, upon realizing he had lost the dwarf's trail, Yuri directed the specters towards Port 1. Observing Shauna and Sylvia emerging, Yuri shook his head, reassured. It was resolved. Brew had indeed spoken the truth. The vessel was remarkably sturdy. Typically, a ship struck by a missile with a force of 10 would at least sustain a breach or explosion. Yet Yuri had inspected the damage. The sea island had merely superficial blemishes, with virtually no real damage. The vessel's resilience far exceeded Yuri's expectations. Unbeknownst to him, when the ship was constructed in the New World, Meng and others had envisioned formidable sea disasters and legendary sea monsters as hypothetical adversaries, utilizing the finest materials and forging techniques available. Currently, it held little practical value, requiring maintenance, and given the notorious reputation of the Shadow Sect, Brew had chosen to gift it to Yuri. The sea island continued its course towards Kane Port, while Yuri dispatched specters to the island of dwarves. Upon the arrival of the first batch of 4 skeleton soldiers at Port 1, Yuri identified his target. A group of dwarves bearing the surname Minxa was congregated in a building at the port, engaged in fervent debate. The specters could ignore physical barriers, effortlessly passing through walls. Alas, they were unable to share auditory perceptions, and Yuri could not discern the nature of their discourse. However, it matters not. Yuri merely needs to be aware of their presence. According to the Adventurer's Code, Article 3, if one is capable of action, there is no need for idle chatter. Identify those who have assaulted him, and eliminate them, such is the simplicity of the matter. Whether these individuals are acting under orders or are misled is a concern for the assailants, not for Yuri. What Yuri requires is to make an example of one to deter many, an effective strike to prevent a multitude of blows. Aside from the immobile skeletons assigned for material collection, ship navigation, and positioning, Yuri dismissed the skeletons he had previously summoned for training and instead summoned phantoms, dispatching them to Dwarf Island. Once this group disperses and returns to their homes, Yuri will then command the phantoms to commence their attack. Thus, the dwarves bearing the surname Minxa, along with their compatriots, fall within Yuri's targets, regardless of their support or involvement in this assault, or even their awareness of its existence. Yuri has never perceived himself as a good person. For in comparison to goodness, the life of a madman is undoubtedly more comfortable. They dare to bully good people, yet shy away from exploiting madmen, even hesitating to attempt it. Yuri is indifferent to the dwarves labeling him as mad. After all, he possesses the materials and is untroubled by the absence of dwarves willing to collaborate with him. Did you originate from another realm? It has become evident that in the art of assassination, the specters appear to possess a formidable prowess that surpasses Yuri's expectations. Once a phantom possesses its target, it seemingly invokes an effect of rigidity and silence, facilitating an exceptionally smooth execution of the assassination. The phantoms glided silently through one dwelling after another, subsequently taking away all members of the Mingza clan. The following morning, the peculiar absence of the Mingza lineage was reported without delay to the chieftain Lev of Port No. 1. Within the confines of Port No. 1, a total of 172 Mingza clansfolk, along with over 600 apprentices and servants, lay lifeless. The demise of 20 or 30 individuals could easily be concealed, provided that no inquiries were made. Each year, the island of dwarves suffers casualties numbering nearly 1,000 due to experimental mishaps and the like. However, the sudden loss of approximately 800 lives in a single night is far more chilling than the abrupt disappearance of the Beisemer family 2 years prior. The Beisemer family vanished alongside their estate. Although many perished, little evidence was left at the scene, evoking nothing more than sorrow among the populace. Moreover, it was widely acknowledged that this was evidently an accident, with no cause for concern regarding its recurrence. In stark contrast, the deaths of nearly 800 members of the Mingza clan occurred within the very confines of their own yards and chambers. Furthermore, the expressions of all the corpses were grotesquely contorted, as if they had endured immense suffering in their final moments. As the bodies continued to be discovered, news of their horrific conditions instigated a wave of panic throughout Port No. 1. It was clear that this was a calculated act of retribution. The Mingza clan had provoked something, resulting in the complete annihilation of their entire lineage. Theoretically, this should not have implicated others. Yet no one could assure that the entity responsible for the extermination of the Mingza clan had departed, or that it would cease its slaughter upon eradicating the Mingza family. Consequently, a multitude of dwarves commenced gathering their belongings, preparing to relocate to other cities. Meanwhile, Lev stood within his study, his countenance dark and brooding as he regarded the figure cloaked in black in the corner. I warned you not to provoke that individual. Why did you not heed my counsel? In response to Lev's ire, the figure merely shrugged. You stated he was powerful, yet did not elaborate on the extent of his strength, so I decided to test it myself. There is no one else present. Who are you displaying that expression for? I sent someone to probe them, which is precisely what you wish to observe. If you genuinely did not want me to investigate, you could have simply disclosed their specific capabilities and cautioned me against any probing, rather than offering a vague warning of their close combat skills are formidable. It would be wise to avoid antagonizing them, while carelessly leaving the locator in the study. So, are you satisfied now? My men are dead. You are aware of that individual's true strength and temperament? Faced with the black-cloaked figure's persistent inquiries, Lev's composure faltered. He indeed intended for the figure in the black robe to test the prowess of Yuri and his companions. Otherwise, he would not have specifically mentioned their formidable close combat abilities, implying that the organization of the black-robed individual should employ ranged weaponry to resolve the conflict. In Lev's perspective, even if the current shiver were a mental aberration, what did it matter? As long as they could obliterate the ship, they would undoubtedly meet their demise beneath the waves. At the very least, they no longer possessed the capability to seek out the Besimov couple. However, Lev had not anticipated that Yuri not only possessed the ability for ranged combat, but also retaliated with such ferocity. Well, let us not dwell on the futile. What now should be done? That is a matter for your consideration. I am profoundly disappointed by your response. Henceforth, let us not meet again. With that, the black-robed figure bowed elegantly to Lev before vanishing into thin air. Gazing upon the desolate chamber, Lev felt a surge of anger, wishing to unleash a torrent of curses to vent his frustrations. Yet, recalling his previous actions, he could only swallow those venomous invectives. The paramount concern now was to retain those attempting to flee. if the port were to become deserted? What significance would there be in his arduous ascent to the role of chieftain? The New World. Brue was somewhat intrigued as he scrutinized Jean Dallon before him. Not only had he been resurrected, but he had also returned adorned in garments, suggesting that the artisans of the New World might be able to reduce their efforts in clothing production. If these denizens from another realm were sufficiently plentiful, it could indeed be feasible. In truth, prior to Yuri's traversal, during the onset of the public beta, when players had just begun to arrive in this world, a warning had been issued to all players. Do not reveal your ability to resurrect, lest you be deemed an outcast by these NPCs and subsequently assaulted. All players who had manifested their resurrection capabilities were invariably hunted by the NPCs. The newly arrived players found themselves scattered across the landscape, their attributes generally inferior to those of the native adventurers of the New World, compounded by a lack of combat experience. They endured a prolonged period of evasion and concealment. Yet, driven by their passion for the game and a yearning for virtual reality, and with no comparable alternatives available on the market, they persevered. Armed with the ability for a guaranteed class change, alongside their rising levels and a fearless approach to combat, they finally secured a fair standing. Of course, the players were cautious not to overstep, for the ultimate boss of the New World, Brue, led the charge in obstructing the players' corpses, forcing them to resort to random resurrection. The map of the Sea of the Extraordinary comprises approximately 95 ocean, and this randomness could lead to an unknown fate. As Yuri recalled, it was not until the new year that a semblance of peace was restored between NPCs and players, initiating a collaborative effort. Yet now, history had taken a slight turn. Due to a prior agreement with Yuri, Blue became acutely aware of the existence of players and recognized their inherent value. Consequently, Blue resolved to collaborate with these individuals from another realm. Whether in naval battles or the exploration of new territories, the mortality rates are exceedingly high. Indeed, much of the information that has been uncovered has been lost due to unforeseen circumstances on the return journey. However, the presence of these undead beings effectively mitigates such shortcomings. Furthermore, through their engagement in maritime combat and exploration, their abilities will undoubtedly flourish, marking the inception of Blue's opportunity to harvest this group of immortals. In a bid to seize the initiative in the conversation, Blue boldly articulated his conjecture from the outset. He was willing to take a gamble, as he believed his chances of success to be unequivocally certain. Are you from another world? Meanwhile, Jean Dallon, who had initially been brimming with excitement at the prospect of receiving a hidden mission, found himself utterly taken aback by Blue's inquiry. What was this? A crisis involving intelligent machinery? Fortunately, he had undergone training prior to this moment. What other world? It was imperative not to allow the AI to perceive them merely as a sequence of codes rather than sentient beings. Thus, one must exercise caution and refrain from divulging any aspects of the real world within the game. This was explicitly stated in the training guidelines. Yet, unbeknownst to Jean Dallon, any attempt at disclosure would prove futile. The gaming pod was programmed to sever its connection immediately upon detecting any data pertaining to the Blue Star, thereby safeguarding against potential risks through a forced disconnection. 037, the Endless Cup of Wine Bug experiment previously, Jean Dallon believed that this was merely an initiative by the operators to enhance their sense of immersion. However, he was taken aback when an NPC actually inquired if he hailed from another world. The game was truly remarkable. In response to Jean Dallon's denial, Blue remained unfazed. Besides the established phenomenon of death and resurrection, Blue sought out a psychic specialist to forcibly extract Jean Dallon's memories, but to no avail. Despite possessing the ability to resurrect indefinitely and immunity to mental magic, he still refused to acknowledge his origins from another realm. Yet, it was precisely these two exhibited traits that convinced Blue of Jean Dallon's otherworldly origins. In truth, your denial is futile, for the characteristics you've displayed, such as resurrection, have already attested to your alien nature. Moreover, several days prior, someone had anticipated your arrival and even advised me to treat you with some consideration. With that, Blue shrugged nonchalantly and produced the paper originally inscribed by Yuri, commanding the skeleton soldiers. I come with sincerity, and I hope you can reciprocate, he stated. This time, Zhang Dalong raised an eyebrow. Initially, he thought his earlier demise was due to someone having a grudge against him, but it turned out to be merely the experiment of the individual before him. To arrive at the conclusion of death and resurrection, he had to be killed 5 times? He was the 4th calamity. Why should he fear an NPC? Anger flared within him, extinguishing any intent to strategize, and he retorted aggressively, "Sincerity? You call killing me time and again sincerity?" In response to Zhang Dalong's retort, Blue merely chuckled and shot him a sidelong glance, simultaneously casting the skill Liberation. "Oh, we'll discuss this when you're ready to talk." From Yuri's earlier remarks, it was evident that there were likely more than just 1 or 2 undead, so he wasn't necessarily required to collaborate with this Zhang Dalong. However, there was currently no effective method to distinguish which of the adventurers from the New World were undead. It would be impractical to kill them all and see who could resurrect, after all. Thus, Blue sought to engage in collaboration with Zhang Dalong. What Blue required was a compliant partner, not a rebel. Therefore, he was prepared to kill a few more times, whenever Zhang Dalong recognized reality and became willing to communicate. They could revisit the matter of cooperation. Additionally, Blue felt he had begun to grasp the resurrection patterns of these undead. Meanwhile, as Zhang Dalong emerged from the game pod and observed the resurrection countdown, he couldn't help but curse vehemently. "Damn, I can't believe this. Every time I die, I have to wait 3 hours to re-enter. This marks my 6th consecutive death. Over the past 15 hours, I have met my demise almost immediately upon resurrection, experiencing no gameplay whatsoever, and now I must wait another 3 hours. Zhang Qing, can you say you're worse off than me? I perished and revived upon the sea, drifting for a full 2 days. 2 whole days. Each time, I was utterly exhausted. After calming my tumultuous emotions, Zhang Dalong commenced drafting this experiential report. Ordinarily, an experiential report is composed twice a day, at noon and in the evening, unless one meets their demise in the interim, in which case it should be penned post-mortem without awaiting the designated times. Naturally, should any extraordinary events transpire within the game, rendering it inconvenient to log out, one may also postpone the writing until after logging off. Furthermore, each report that yields valuable insights merits additional rewards. The quality of writing is inconsequential, yet failure to submit incurs financial penalties. Zhang Dalong pondered for a moment, and, in order to meet the word count, meticulously recounted all that transpired with Blue, recalling key phrases such as undead, from another world, and foreseen by someone over a week ago. Although his submission was rather casual, those who perused his report were not so composed. They were aware that this was not merely a game, and those individuals were not merely AI constructs. Moreover, the first person to enter this game had done so merely a week prior. Yet, Zhang Dalong's report indicated that the inhabitants of that world had anticipated the emergence of the undead over 10 days ago. The forthright declarations of Blue, combined with the performance of Yuri alongside Zhang Qing, illuminated their awareness of a genuine advantage, albeit one not as substantial as they had initially presumed. Consequently, they resolved to dispatch others to actively engage with Blue and Yuri. Upon their resurrection after death, Zhang Qing and Zhang Dalong were afforded 2 options: to respawn at a random location within 200 meters of their death point, or to respawn at a completely random location. However, the first option essentially entails randomly respawning, descending, within 200 meters of a designated target. It is merely that their resurrection privileges had been artificially restricted, allowing them to target only their own corpses. I'll know, a new day was on the cusp of dawning. Yuri retrieved the endless goblet from his backpack and placed it upon the table, eagerly awaiting the sun's ascent. Endless goblet. Each day at sunrise, it fills with strong liquor. As the sun rises, the previously empty bottom of the goblet miraculously fills with spirits, ultimately reaching the rim. Thanks to this goblet, Yuri had accumulated a considerable stock of potent alcohol. With the presence of his backpack, he need not fret over the shelf life of fresh water and juice. The spirits were conveniently preserved. However, this morning, while engaging in his customary wait for the liquor, Yuri suddenly noticed the description of the endless goblet. Filled. What if I were to tilt the goblet? Would it cease to fill? Contemplating this, Yuri reached out and inclined the goblet against the barrel. then awaited the sun's rise. At the very moment the sun ascended, the bottom of the goblet, as per usual, filled with strong liquor from seemingly nowhere. Due to the tilt of the cup, the liquid cascaded down the sides. However, as soon as the liquid reached the rim, the cup ceased to produce any more. Witnessing this, Yuri initially furrowed his brow, only to break into a smile thereafter. So, the criterion for the endless cup to determine fullness hinges merely on whether the rim contains liquid or any other substance. What if I were to turn the cup upside down and encircle the base with a tube, allowing the generated liquid to flow down without touching the rim? When one is bored, they might entertain any notion. Take Yuri, for instance. Even with an abundance of wine, he refrains from drinking. Yet he's intrigued to see if his idea holds merit. He picked up the endless cup, gauged its width with his hand, and then procured a piece of wood to begin carving. Just as Yuri was busy manipulating skeletal minions for experience in the depths while whittling away, Shiver approached him and tugged at his sleeve. "What's the matter? Someone has fallen into the water." At Shiver's words, Yuri was momentarily taken aback, for it was theoretically impossible for anyone to be nearby. Over 2,000 kilometers away from the New World and several hundred kilometers from Dwarf Island, all in a straight line. Yet, it dawned on Yuri that there existed another possibility of humans appearing in these waters, players. He recalled that upon entering the extraordinary sea, players could choose to spawn randomly in addition to a few designated fixed spawn points. Perhaps he had encountered an internal tester? 038 Erroneous Intelligence. It has been proven that Yuri's intuition was correct. Indeed, this is a player, and furthermore, Yuri is acquainted with her. White Vinegar Girl, none. Level 1, Strength 5, Constitution 5, Reaction 5, Spirit 5. Skills, none. Standing at 165 centimeters, with an oval face and shoulder-length hair. She appears as charming as her name suggests. However, in Yuri's memory, her profession is anything but adorable. She possesses the legendary title of Fist King, capable of delivering a punch with the force equivalent to a Power 10 missile. This is the kind of missile that dwarves use to obliterate island ships, creating a gaping hole in the deck of an ordinary vessel with a single strike. While her little fists pounding on your chest may evoke images of a city idol, her version embodies sheer horror. As one of the star players of the extraordinary sea, Yuri knows her, though she does not recognize him. To his surprise, she is a beta tester. Moreover, how did she manage to change her name? With these questions in mind, Yuri commanded his skeleton soldier to bring her aboard the ship. This time, he was denied the opportunity for mischief, as she was awake. Yuri doubted her claim of having randomly spawned nearby, regarding her with a playful curiosity. White Vinegar, sensing his gaze, bit her lip in contemplation. Perhaps I should follow the script? With that, and to Yuri's bewilderment, she lay down on the deck, closed her eyes, and pretended to be unconscious offline. Yuri paused momentarily before realizing that White Vinegar's script likely referred to having the skeleton soldiers witness her awakening. There was no doubt that this was indeed her. Such a playful personality was not easily replicated. Yuri felt an urge to laugh, yet to maintain the atmosphere they had established. He stifled it and continued to observe her silently. Sensing the stillness, White Vinegar quietly opened her eyes, surveyed her surroundings, and then swiftly approached Yuri, extending her hand. "Let us get acquainted. I am White Vinegar." Instinctively, Yuri reached out, but quickly regained his composure, merely responding with a gaze. "You may call me Yuri, or Captain Yuri." In this world, the custom of handshaking does not exist. Hence, theoretically, Yuri ought not to respond to White Vinegar's gesture. Once introductions were complete, Yuri finally raised his hand. "Is this your custom? How should I proceed?" White Vinegar naturally retracted her hand, displaying no signs of embarrassment. "Yes, it is simply placing hands together, extending the arm on the same side, and allowing the hands to clasp naturally, fingers pointing upwards. Let us get acquainted. I am White Vinegar." Observing as Yuri extended his right hand, she promptly grasped it. Based on the information available, this native seems to possess a flirtatious demeanor, perhaps due to certain circumstances. She might not take the initiative, but if approached passively, she likely would not refuse. Furthermore, analyzing the appearances of Shiver and Shauna, it can be inferred that White Vinegar's character design aligns with Yuri's preferences. However, Baisiyu's hand grasped nothing but air. This was because Yuri's impression of Baisu was still stuck in the realm of the first strongman and the champion girl, even though the game was nearing its public release. Baisu had yet to change her class, while Yuri's attributes overwhelmingly surpassed those of the Baisu girl. Thus, when he saw Baisu reaching out her hand, Yuri instinctively withdrew his own and cast a wary glance at her, fearing she might execute a shoulder throw. Observing the look of astonishment on Baisu's face, Yuri realized she was still a novice, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Regardless, such an overt rejection of social etiquette was rather impolite. Therefore, Yuri took the initiative to apologize to Baisu. Though gender equality exists, it is often the case that beautiful girls receive more goodwill. Boys, on the other hand, typically find themselves in a situation where the more handsome, yet not effeminate, they are, the more effort they must exert. I apologize. I am not accustomed to physical contact with strangers, and I hope you can understand. It's all right. I was the one being abrupt. My apologies. In an effort to alleviate the somewhat awkward atmosphere, Yuri proactively shifted the topic. To be honest, I knew you would come, but I did not expect you to seek me out so quickly. Please have a seat. As he spoke, Yuri directed several skeleton soldiers to form a new skeletal wooden chair beside Baisu. Yuri truly had not anticipated that Baisu would approach him so promptly. He had thought he would need to return to the new world before anyone would take the opportunity to engage with him further. As for Zhangqing, she had now transformed into a singer, accompanying Shana in song, and likely would not have time for anything else for the foreseeable future. You knew we would come? So it was an agreement between you and Commander Bru? However, to Baisu, Yuri's actions seemed like a display of power, an assertion of I am aware of you. Consequently, Baisu chose to invoke the name of another prominent figure, Bru, as a means to convey to Yuri that they had options beyond just him. Yet, as a time traveler, Yuri was acutely aware of Bru's attitude towards players. When the public beta commenced a year later, Bru would still be the one leading the charge to capture players. It was inconceivable that he would extend a cordial demeanor to Baisu and her companions at this stage. Even if Bru's agreement had altered his outlook towards the undead, his inherent nature would remain unchanged. Bru, a figure of immense control and power. Yuri did not believe that the current players could stand before Bru without meeting their demise, even if it had been possible before. Once Yuri informed Bru about a group of undead, Bru's curiosity would compel him to test whether these undead were indeed, as Yuri described, immortal and indestructible. Thus, Yuri felt a sense of intrigue regarding the interactions between the internal testers and Bru. It seems you have had some encounters with Bru. Was it not a pleasant experience? Have you been killed by him a few times? In response to Yuri's probing question, Baisu smiled and replied, Indeed, due to the rather unpleasant collaboration intentions on Bru's side, I have come to seek your partnership. In truth, I hope you can comprehend our instinctive trepidation towards skeletons and phantoms. Although Baisu openly expresses her fear, Yuri perceives not a trace of such dread in her demeanor. Little does one know that beneath Baisu's cheerful facade, she is internally cursing vehemently. The intelligence gathered is utterly erroneous. She has painstakingly reviewed it multiple times, bracing herself to confront those who provided such misleading information. They claim this individual possesses a morbid sense of humor, yet from the onset, they have maintained an utterly serious demeanor. They assert this person is lecherous, while in truth, even a handshake is approached with utmost caution. They suggest this individual lacks negotiation skills, yet the moment she arrived, an imposing display of authority was presented, revealing insights she never divulged. Although Yuri's words imply speculation, her expression confirms that she is fully aware of the situation. It feels less like a negotiation and more akin to a mere notification being conveyed. However, Baisu understands that once seated at the negotiation table, there is no retreat, regardless of the significant disadvantages faced. The discussions must proceed, for venting frustration towards those who provided the information serves no purpose. It is akin to an adult chastising a child, with no expectation of transformation, merely a release of pent-up frustration. 039, the ancient underwater city, you must be the most distinguished among your peers. Otherwise, you would not be engaging me in this discourse. However, I must express that, at present, you hold little value for me. Yuri indeed wishes to collaborate with those from his homeland, particularly in seeking out the foster parents of Shiver, which will undeniably require the assistance of players. Yet, this endeavor necessitates a considerable number of participants, and with only a handful of players in the current closed beta, it bears little significance. Furthermore, the immense experience required for leveling remains unmet by the current supply of vinegar. As for intelligence, Yuri possesses a far greater understanding of this world than the individuals from his homeland do at present. Nevertheless, Vinegar has astutely captured the implications embedded within Yuri's words. Thus, our current lack of value implies that you foresee potential collaboration in the future, do you not? Certainly, once your strength and numbers reach a certain threshold, I shall proactively extend my assistance to you. Until then, I can offer you some insights regarding this world. Firstly, as outsiders, you are endowed with the gift of immortality, which serves as both an advantage and a disadvantage. The advantage lies in your boundless potential, while the disadvantage is that it renders you prey. In this era of peace, it is exceedingly challenging for the extraordinary beings of this world to further enhance their powers. However, your presence has illuminated the possibility of continued advancement for those who have reached a plateau. Perhaps this is the very reason for your emergence in this realm. As Yuri anticipated, the first revelation caused a shift in Vinegar's demeanor, shattering any semblance of calm. Before Vinegar could respond, Yuri proceeded to disclose a second crucial piece of information. Moreover, you possess an extraordinary capacity for growth. The likelihood of individuals in this world becoming extraordinary is remarkably low. Yet for you, that probability stands at a resounding 100. Upon reaching level 100, you will automatically gain the opportunity to become an extraordinary being, with the chance to choose from more than one extraordinary profession based on your recent experiences. Perhaps you are the bait within this oceanic realm. Yet this innate talent is indeed enviable. For players who have yet to transition, each level requires a fixed experience of 100, culminating in the necessity of 10,000 experience points to reach level 100. After transitioning, these 10,000 experience points will be allocated to enhance the player's base level. This is something Yuri has personally experienced, and coupled with Zhongqing's sudden ascent to level 10 upon reaching Dwarf Island, without any increase in attributes, further validates that the methods of power enhancement for closed beta players and open beta players are indeed the same. Lastly, let us delve into the backdrop of this world. 2 centuries ago, this world underwent a monumental transformation, resulting in the demise of countless formidable beings and the fracturing of the continent. The extraordinary beings are classified into ordinary and legendary categories, along with the fabled descendants. Various types of weapons and items are categorized as common artifacts, divine equipment, dark gear, and ascended sets. Currently, the status of the various factions is. This discussion has been ongoing for nearly 2 hours. As Yuri conveys various bits of information, he is primarily engaged in organizing his own recollections. Meanwhile, Bai-Cu is utterly bewildered, striving to memorize every word Yuri has uttered. In Yuri's perspective, the reasons for players' arrival in this world and methods to enhance their strength hold greater significance. However, Bai-Cu believes that while the reasoning and methods for strength enhancement can be addressed at any time, understanding the background of this world is paramount. The sooner they grasp its historical context, the better equipped they will be to devise targeted strategies and conduct thorough research. Once Bai-Cu is certain that Yuri has finished speaking, she disregards any notions of politeness, fearing that a moment's distraction might lead to the loss of vital information, and promptly slumps down, logging off. Observing Bai-Cu sprawled across the skeletal chair, Yuri contemplates whether to summon a few skeleton soldiers to surround her, enhancing the process. Just as he ponders this, Yuri suddenly becomes alert and swiftly switches to the perspective of a skeleton soldier currently training at the seabed. Through the soldier's eyes, he perceives a wall. Although it is overgrown with aquatic vegetation and various marine life, Yuri discerns that it is a man-made stone wall, or perhaps a city wall. The soldier's line of sight does not reveal the wall's summit, indicating its height exceeds 10 meters, suggesting it is indeed part of city wall, and a considerable one at that. The federal continent is home to cities as well, yet most of their walls measure around 8 meters tall. with only the capital reaching nearly 11 meters. Therefore, Yuri promptly directs the islander to change course, steering toward the area where the skeleton soldier resides, while commanding the soldier to ascend the city wall. Yuri does not recall encountering an ancient city along the routes between Dwarf Island and Cane Harbor. However, this does not imply that there is certainly no ancient city beneath this stretch of seabed. Spanning over 3,000 kilometers, players cannot meticulously scour the ocean floor, nor can they navigate in a direct line as Yuri, endowed with telepathic sensing, does. Thus, it is not unusual for an ancient city to go unnoticed. Yet, Yuri remains uncertain whether this is indeed an ancient city or merely a segment of a wall. Climbing a negatively inclined wall on land presents considerable difficulty. Yet this task becomes significantly simpler underwater. Before long, under Yuri's guidance, the skeleton soldier successfully reaches the top of the wall. Remarkably formidable, isn't it? The height of the city wall stood at approximately 15 meters, while its thickness was nearly 10 meters. Moreover, Yuri could even discern some damaged military installations. Among them were the ruined artillery, a broken cauldron, and a shattered arrow tower. Judging by the scattered supports around the cauldron, it had likely been elevated at some point. Yuri directed the skeleton soldiers to inspect the artillery and the arrow tower, yet he refrained from approaching the cauldron. He recalled that the cauldrons atop the ancient walls of Blue Star contained anything but delightful fare. After traversing several dozen meters along the wall, Yuri spotted a staircase leading into the city and commanded the skeleton soldiers to leap down directly. After all, this was the seabed, not the land. There was no need to walk. Upon surveying the surrounding landscape, Yuri's eyes widened in astonishment. Was that a bunker? With walls so high and thick? What lay within was a fortress. His field of vision revealed a narrow path, less than 2 meters wide, flanked by 2 structures resembling bunkers. Their circular exteriors, uneven rooftops, narrow entrances, and windows of varying heights, alongside the jagged crenellations, appeared far more like fortifications than residences. Initially, Yuri presumed these bunkers were specially constructed near the city wall. However, as he maneuvered the skeleton soldiers deeper into the city, he discovered that all the houses bore a similar architectural form. Thus, he commenced directing the skeleton soldiers to explore this peculiar city. Yet, after wandering from noon until sunset, Yuri had yet to uncover any unique edifices. Had they been deliberately designed to be identical, or had he simply lost his way? The immortal steel, Yuri perceives it as the latter. The method of verification is straightforward for him. He commands several skeletal soldiers to disperse and stand outside the city walls. Then, as he directs the skeletal soldiers within the city to move, he uses the external skeletal soldiers as a reference rather than relying on the shared vision of the skeletal troops. Remarkably, within just an hour, Yuri arrives at an open space, at the center of which stands a larger fortress. The inhabitants of this city exhibit a certain ruthlessness. Utilizing fortifications as dwellings indeed enhances their defense, yet significantly diminishes comfort. Here, the entire population has forsaken comfort, wholly dedicated to the art of war. Yuri finds it difficult to fathom the kind of individuals who reside in such a place. Approaching the central fortress, Yuri notices a stone stele standing before it, prompting him to guide the skeletal soldiers closer. Before he can discern the inscriptions upon the stele, a property panel materializes before him. Immortal steel, leader's steel within a 5-kilometer radius, resident morale 10, health 200, damage received -5, immune to mental spells. What manner of equipment is this? The attributes of the steel exceed Yuri's comprehension. This marks Yuri's first encounter with an item possessing dual names. He recognizes the term leader steel. A leader is a generalized term akin to an explorer, suggesting this may be an ascendant's equipment. Yet, which ascendant would carry a stone stele during their ascent? Such a notion feels rather peculiar. Moreover, the steel's current designation is a mortal monument, with the title leader's stele serving as a mere annotation. Previously, Yuri believed that after 3 years of exploration, players had gained a comprehensive understanding of this world. However, it now appears they are still far from complete comprehension. Contemplating this, Yuri maneuvers the skeletal soldiers to the front of the immortal monument. The king, with inherited authority and hollow titles, compels you to kneel, yet I bid you rise, reborn in glory for all to witness. Astounded, Yuri utters the simplest of exclamations upon reading the engraved words. He can envision the profound impact this statement would have on the people of this world. A city cannot thrive under such conditions. Indeed, they would find themselves universally opposed. Had there not been a colossal upheaval in the world, they might have succeeded, but alas, Yuri senses the power emanating from this statement. Additionally, the attributes of the steel indicate that its owner possesses formidable strength not to be underestimated. The attributes of ascendant equipment correlate with the strength of the ascendant themselves. Reflecting on its properties, and considering the explorer's pendant he previously acquired, luck 5, an additional 5 luck for each piece of explorer equipment worn, one can grasp the vast disparities in the strength of ascendants. With a powerful leader, resolute citizens, and a declaration brimming with potential, Yuri feels a sense of optimism that they could indeed prevail. Regrettably, from the perspective of the current ruling class of the federal continent, they appear to have met with failure. As Yuri pondered this, he suddenly noticed that the door of a nearby bunker had swung open. He distinctly recalled that it had been firmly shut just moments before. Having acquired the profession of a necromancer, Yuri's resistance to ghosts had significantly increased. However, this did not imply that he was devoid of fear towards them. The door continued to widen, and Yuri commanded his skeleton warrior to fix its gaze upon the entrance, with its bone sword raised, poised for immediate combat. Yet, when the entity emerged from within, Yuri found himself utterly bewildered. Before him stood a skeleton warrior adorned with a battle axe and grasping a staff entwined with aquatic vegetation. Although the battle axe was embedded in the ribs of the skeleton, potentially the cause of its demise, its title negated this possibility. Giant Axe Skeleton Warrior, level 60, strength 60, constitution 50, reaction 25, spirit 0. Skills: Heavy Cleave, level 4, Whirlwind Slash, level 2, Charge Slash, level 1. The arrival of the Giant Axe Skeleton Warrior abruptly transformed Yuri's envisioned rebellion into an entirely different narrative. If the rebirth mentioned in the steel signified such a revival, it would indeed be a tale of an entirely different nature. Upon emerging, the Giant Axe Skeleton Warrior turned to gaze at Yuri's controlled skeleton, then picked up the staff bound with aquatic plants and began to sweep the ground. It dawned on Yuri that this staff might very well serve as a broom. Simultaneously, from another nearby bunker, another skeleton warrior appeared, similarly burdened with a massive hammer and wielding a broom. Heavy Hammer Skeleton Warrior, level 55, strength 60, constitution 60, reaction 10. Spirit 0. Skills: Heavy Strike, level 4. Yuri then discerned that the ground here, as well as the surfaces of the various bunkers, bore no trace of seaweed. Moreover, since entering the ancient city, he had yet to encounter any fish. Driven by curiosity, Yuri began to maneuver the skeleton warrior around the vicinity. Beyond the Giant Axe Skeleton and the Heavy Hammer Skeleton, he observed others bearing an array of weaponry. Some carried great swords, others wielded machetes, meteor hammers, longbows, and crossbows, among various other arms. Even within the same category of weapon, there existed a multitude of styles. The disparity in their levels was staggering, with the highest being the 60-level warrior he had first encountered, and the lowest being a level 1 skeleton wielding a fork. Among them was a particularly formidable entity, the colossal strength skeleton, which addressed Yuri's earlier inquiries. If wielding a stone pillar as a weapon was acceptable, then utilizing a steel as a weapon seemed plausible as well. Just as Yuri observed these skeletons cleaning the city, the Giant Axe Skeleton Warrior he had initially encountered approached him directly, offering another broom in its hand to the skeleton warrior under his command. Unsure of how to respond, but wishing to avert unnecessary complications, Yuri accepted the broom with his free hand. As the colossal axe-wielding skeleton began to advance, it paused after taking 2 steps to glance back at the skeleton soldier manipulated by Yuri. Observing that the skeleton soldier remained motionless, it continued to fix its gaze until Yuri commanded the skeleton to take 2 steps forward, at which point it turned its head and resumed its march. Ultimately, the gigantic skeleton halted before a fortress and proceeded to open its closed door. "Is this for me?" Watching the actions of the colossal skeleton, Yuri felt he might have discerned its intention. Was this an allocation of shelter to him? As he ventured into the fortress, Yuri was astonished to discover two pieces of divine equipment within. Leather armor, defense 5. Round shield, defense 10. Although their attributes were rather modest, they were indeed divine artifacts, specifically bestowed upon ordinary warriors by deities. For instance, the round shield, approximately 50 centimeters in diameter, appeared to be crafted from wood. If it were a common piece of equipment, even if it could withstand attacks, the reverberations from such strikes would still impact the defender. However, in reality, as long as one successfully blocked an attack head-on, it could endure all assaults with a power of 10 or those with a defense-ignoring 10 capacity without inflicting any harm upon the user. This basic divine equipment, prior to his crossing, would fetch a price exceeding 10,000. As Yuri contemplated the two pieces of equipment and recalled the numerous fortresses scattered throughout the ancient city, a gleam ignited in his eyes once more. What significance did a level 60 skeleton soldier hold? He could afford to bide his time with them. Not only the equipment within the fortress, but he would also have the stone tablets relocated. Just as this thought crossed Yuri's mind on the distant sea, a figure clad in gray robes, balanced upon a tree trunk and wielding a skeletal staff, experienced a change in expression before beginning to wave the staff in hand. I knew it couldn't possibly vanish. Has it disappeared again? No, this time it hasn't completely vanished. It's now in this direction. 041 Harvest Brother. Look at the cake I made. The voice of Shiver echoed from behind Yuri, and as he turned, his eyes had returned to their normal state. Really? Then I must savor it. With that, Yuri reached out to accept the cake from Shiver's hands, scooping out a piece with a spoon and placing it in his mouth. The sweetness was somewhat pronounced, yet perhaps it was just right for Shiver. Exquisite. Our Shiver possesses remarkable culinary talent. After praising Shiver, Yuri recalled his primary task at hand, to seek clues regarding Shiver's adoptive parents. In truth, he could wait for the players to arrive in droves and enlist their aid in the search. However, considering the considerable time before the players' arrival and the fact that mastering nautical skills would require some time, Yuri was uncertain whether Shiver's adoptive parents could endure until then. Without clues, he would have to rely on the influx of players to achieve success through sheer numbers. Yet, with certain leads at his disposal, Yuri decided to pursue them first. Who knows what he might uncover? As for the underwater ancient city, he would set aside the steel for now and focus on gathering divine equipment. It was unclear whether taking the divine equipment would provoke the skeletons within the ancient city, but Yuri felt that disturbing the steel would surely incite a fierce battle with them. Thus, while enjoying the cake made by Shiver, Yuri directed the ghost to approach the submerged ancient city. For scouting, a spectral being, unbound by physical laws, was more suitable, based on Yuri's understanding of the skeleton soldiers. In the absence of commands, they would adhere to their previous orders. If they were humans transformed into skeletons, they would cling to their former obsessions, such as cleaning the city or protecting the city. The giant axe-wielding skeleton might even serve a managerial role. However, it was highly probable that these skeleton soldiers did not possess commands or obsessions akin to protecting the items within the dwelling. To test this theory, Yuri commanded one of the skeleton soldiers within the fortress to search through the various rooms, confirming that only two pieces of divine equipment resided in the hall. He donned the leather armor over its ribcage, inserted the round shield within the armor, and emerged from the fortress wielding a broom. Subsequently, under Yuri's guidance, the skeleton soldier turned and entered another fortress with an open door. This hall also contained divine equipment, albeit just a single piece of leather armor. After donning this leather armor as well, Yuri cautiously exited the fortress. Upon confirming that the other skeletons would not react to his current actions, Yuri could not help but smile. The ancient city held numerous fortresses, even if each fortress contained just one piece of divine equipment. It represented a quantity Yuri had never dared to imagine before. He commanded the nearby skeleton soldiers to cease their training and converge towards the ancient city. Then Yuri commanded a skeletal soldier to grasp a rope and leap into the sea, descending to the ocean floor. In this manner, The skeletal soldiers beneath the waves could retrieve the divine equipment along the rope. The rope was specially crafted, its density closely matching that of seawater, ensuring that its length would not hinder the retrieval process. However, its fragility rendered it unsuitable as an anchor. Thus, it could only serve as a weight for the skeletal soldiers rather than being directly tied to the seabed rocks. An hour later, the skeletons within the ancient city returned to their respective fortifications, while Yuri directed the skeletal soldiers who had acquired the divine equipment to vacate the city, ensuring the divine relics were safely in their possession. Once he confirmed that all the skeletal soldiers bearing equipment had departed the confines of the ancient city, Yuri then maneuvered the remaining skeletons to attempt to open the already sealed fortress door. Contrary to expectations, the stone door yielded effortlessly to the skeletal soldiers, revealing a large, sword-wielding skeleton standing in the hall, staring intently at him. After a few moments of silence, during which the skeleton made no further movements, Yuri cautiously guided his skeletal soldier inside. Of course, the skeletal soldier maintained its gaze toward the original master of the fortress. Yuri harbored no fears of an attack from it, though he did worry about it stealthily approaching from behind. Encountering a skull at such close proximity was, as Zhangqing could attest, a rather unsettling experience. Only after extracting 2 pieces of divine equipment from within the chamber did Yuri finally exhale in relief. Mental Ring, Spirit 1, Codex, Spirit 2. Through the Spectre's reconnaissance, it became evident that this was one of the few fortresses known to harbor equipment that enhances mental attributes. A single point of spirit, for Yuri at this juncture, signified an increase in 4 summoned entities, making it all the more desirable. Concerned that the skeletal soldiers might alter their demeanor after he had taken a certain proportion of the equipment, Yuri prioritized the acquisition of items that could bolster his mental attributes or provide greater attribute enhancements. Thus, he continued his search until nightfall, meticulously collecting all the divine equipment from the ancient city's fortresses, except for the large fortress housing the giant axe-wielding skeleton. Given the unique behavior of this solitary skeletal warrior, Yuri felt compelled to afford it the respect it deserved, maneuvering the island vessel away from the area, deeming it secure. He then directed one of the skeletal soldiers to push open the stone door of the central fortress. As anticipated, the giant axe-wielding skeleton fixated its dark, hollow eye sockets upon him. Yuri, in turn, beheld the divine equipment residing within the central fortress. No, this time it was not divine equipment. Rather, it was 2 pieces of ascendant gear. Horn of the Commander. Blowing the horn grants all allied targets within hearing range a full attribute enhancement equal to 1 spirit constitution, lasting for 1 spirit seconds. Thereafter, all targets enter a state of weakness for 1 hour, all attributes -50, with a usage interval of 24 hours. Shield of the Commander. Grants allied targets immunity to all temporary negative states. What the hell? Is this a bug? It is not surprising that Yuri could not contain himself. Such a combination of equipment seems too fortuitous to be mere coincidence. Yuri is more inclined to believe that this is the result of a deliberate collaboration between 2 renowned leaders during their ascension, resulting in the creation of the Horn of the Conqueror and the Shield of the Conqueror. Of course, the likelihood of 2 ascendant leaders emerging in the same era is exceedingly low. Some board players have calculated that a practitioner must accumulate an astounding amount of experience, 8 followed by 19 zeros, to advance from level 1 to level 100 and meet the conditions for ascension. While it remains uncertain whether NPCs face similar requirements, it is certain that their thresholds are not significantly lower. Thus, it is improbable that this world would witness the emergence of 2 or more ascendants in a short span of time. In contrast to previous speculations, a more plausible scenario involved 1 leader acquiring one of the 2 artifacts and intentionally enhancing it to forge the other during their ascension. Yuri was astonished by the attributes of the 2 pieces of Conqueror equipment. Meanwhile, the newly logged-in player, White Vinegar, glanced at the mountain of gear piled on the deck and then at the skeletal soldiers who continued to ascend the ship, laden with equipment, feeling somewhat bewildered. Before the experiment, Bai-Cu recounted the information mentioned by Yuri to the stenographer. Although it may not have been word for word, the essence of the information was intact. After coldly delivering the key points, she began to grow irritable. Who authored that report about Yuri? Aside from the fact that the individual was male, not a single detail was accurate. It left me feeling like a fool upon boarding, merely listening to him. After venting her frustrations, Baisu returned to the game pod, re-entering that peculiar world. The stenographer meticulously recorded the initial portion of Baisu's remarks, but only a mere 12 words remained of her subsequent tirade. There's a certain discrepancy in the judgment of Yuri's character. Before going online, Baisu had mentally prepared herself for an unsatisfactory scenario. Though she vented her dissatisfaction about the intelligence personnel, she was aware that Yuri indeed had a history in this regard. However, when Baisu opened her eyes, the scene before her was even more shocking than a circle of skulls. Previously, she had encountered descriptions of equipment labeled as extremely rare, with rumors that over 90% of adventuring teams disbanded suddenly after acquiring such gear. Yet, the scene before her made it impossible to connect these equipments with the notion of being extremely rare. Nearby, Zhang Qing was practicing the piano with Shauna. Initially mistaking Baiku for Anai. However, upon seeing Baisu reclined in a skeletal chair, she realized that Baisu might be her colleague. Moreover, as Shauna was also curious about the equipment, both Zhang Qing and Shauna approached, with Zhang Qing seizing the opportunity to join Baisu's side. The king covers the tiger. Jade Emperor, no need for the code. I am, and he knows. Does anyone still remember this code? After responding to Zhang Qing, Baisu continued to observe the pile of equipment closely, attempting to note their appearances and attributes, gathering more information. While Zhang Qing was unfamiliar with Baisu recognized her instantly. The incarnations of Blue Star individuals in this world all shared black hair and eyes, while Shauna sported light blue hair. And Shiwei Air had dark red hair, an appearance that seemed black but revealed a hint of red under sunlight. Yuri's hair, like that of most people in this world, was a grayish hue, though it leaned more toward white. From Yuri's previous accounts, Baisu could ascertain that he was not entirely ignorant of their circumstances, perhaps even possessing a deeper understanding of this world than they did, thus eliminating the need to conceal their relationship. Since he was already aware of their connection, it would be more sincere to be open about it. After all, there was nothing to hide. They could always go offline to discuss matters further, without the necessity of doing so here. Meanwhile, Yuri, with his heightened perception granted by improved attributes, clearly heard Baisu's response and cast a surprised glance in her direction, realizing she was a remnant of a bygone era. Upon realizing the true nature of white vinegar, Yuri's fondness for her grew slightly. Indeed, the analyst's judgment was not erroneous. White vinegar's persona aligned with Yuri's preferences, albeit he chose to maintain his composure and avert his gaze. White vinegar, the analyst's exact words were, he likes those who are beautiful. Thus, Yuri smiled amicably at white vinegar before attempting to acquire the 2 pieces of Commander-S gear. Commanding a skeleton soldier to approach was effortless. Directing the skeleton to grasp the horn posed no challenge. Guiding the skeleton to depart was also simple. However, as the skeleton fled the confines of the ancient city, it was only then that Yuri commanded the second skeleton to take the shield and leave the ancient city. Through the skeleton's perspective, he glanced back to confirm that the skeleton warriors within the city did not pursue, allowing him to exhale in relief as he instructed the 2 skeletons to ascend the Sea Island ship via the rope. Unbeknownst to Yuri, within the central fortress of the ancient city, the giant axe skeleton observed the direction of the Sea Island ship, its jaw moving rhythmically as if attempting to articulate something. Yet devoid of vocal cords, it was merely the motion of bones. On board the Sea Island ship, Yuri could scarcely contain his exhilaration as he approached the ship's edge. Once the skeletons ascended with the gear, he immediately seized it. Even as he held the 2 pieces of Commander-S gear, disbelief lingered within him. Although the currency of Blue Star had diminished in value, he instinctively assessed the worth of items in Blue Star coins. Each piece of Commander-S gear was valued around 1 million when separated, but together their worth surged to over 5 million. In collective combat, the synergistic effects of these 2 pieces far eclipsed the contribution of 1 or 2 legendary professionals. This realization also contributed to Yuri's suspicion regarding the secrets behind the legendary crystal and rule crystal. Numerous equipment effects surpassed the impact of individual legendary professionals in battle. Yet their prices remained significantly lower than that of the legendary crystal. The only publicly available legendary crystal had transacted for 30 million. Players believed this price was the catalyst for the discord among major guilds and organizations. In hindsight, the situation might not have been as straightforward as the players assumed. Placing the two pieces of Commander-S gear into his backpack, Yuri began to allocate equipment for himself and Shiver. He prioritized enhancements to his mental prowess, while Shiver and Shauna focused on gear that bolstered their constitution and defense. After a meticulous selection process, Yuri's mental capacity increased by 9 points, and his summon limit rose by 36. Regrettably, for items such as rings and bracelets that could be worn simultaneously, only the one with the highest enhancement value would take effect. Otherwise, Yuri would have adorned his fingers and arms to capacity. As for White Vinegar and Zhongqing, Yuri decided not to distribute any equipment to them this time. The things that are too easily obtained are often not cherished, a sentiment that Yuri conveyed to Shauna, and which Shauna diligently helped him review just the previous night. How could Yuri possibly forget? In contrast, Bai Siyu and Zhongqing neither sought equipment with justifications such as "you already have so much," nor did they exhibit any negative expressions due to Yuri's failure to provide them with gear, thus elevating Yuri's impression of them significantly. After stowing the surplus equipment in the cabin, Yuri called out to Bai Siyu, who was preparing to go fishing. "Shall we conduct an experiment?" Bai Siyu looked at Yuri with some confusion before closing her eyes and nodding. Yuri rolled his eyes in exasperation. What kind of reaction is that? Am I really that shameless? Upon hearing Yuri's words, Bai Siyu opened her eyes and nodded earnestly. "Yes, because you truly understand." "All right. If it's not an experiment regarding racial segregation, then what sort of experiment is it?" Bai Siyu, wary of inciting too much trouble, chose to tread lightly and directly bypass the earlier misunderstanding. Yuri opened his mouth, intending to clarify that he hadn't thought that deeply, but it seemed that further explanation would only complicate matters, so he opted to move on. "This is about testing the feedback of tasks and rules, to see how we can trigger your feedback. For instance, could you help me wipe down the deck of the ship?" Yuri, no wait, she just nodded. Unexpected gains. Yuri recalled the moment when Zhongqing's level had suddenly surged, coinciding with the arrival of the islander ship at Dwarf Island. Thus, he surmised that his request to Zhongqing must have generated a task in her realm. However, due to the complexities of their identities, Yuri hesitated to inquire directly. Now, in the presence of Bai Siyu, a straightforward competitor, he felt no such reservations. "Bai Siyu, have you received any feedback regarding the rules?" In theory, Yuri was unaware that players referred to this feedback as experience points, so he borrowed Shauna's earlier terminology, rule feedback. Upon Yuri's prompt, Bai Siyu made the connection. This native was actively testing the rules, and indeed, she was correct, for she had received a task. Receive group task: clean the deck. Task requirements: clean the deck. Task rewards: 1,000 experience, individual completion rate. Current task progress: 0. Although it was her first encounter with the term rule feedback, Bai Siyu grasped its meaning effortlessly and accepted this premise. "I have indeed received rule feedback. Thank you." With that, Bai Siyu set about locating the tools necessary for cleaning the deck and commenced her task. Observing Bai Siyu in action, Yuri opened his mouth but decided against speaking. He had intended to test whether Bai Siyu would earn experience if he asked her to stand guard or patrol, and if so, how much experience that might yield. Based on Yuri's experience, such combat-oriented tasks would likely provide more experience than merely scrubbing the deck, and Bai Siyu would find them easier to complete. Moreover, night had fallen, and Shauna had promised him new experiences for the evening. As the dawn broke, Yuri arrived on deck only to find Bai Siyu blocking the kitchen entrance. "I've finished cleaning." Upon hearing her words, Yuri blinked and glanced at the deck, which appeared unchanged. Indeed, there would be no visible difference, as he had been commanding skeletons to maintain cleanliness daily. The deck, manned by 20 tireless skeletons, remained immaculate. The islander ship measured 25 meters in width and 60 meters in length, totaling approximately 1,500 square meters of deck space, even accounting for the protruding cabins, leaving over 1,000 square meters to clean. Had this girl truly scrubbed the deck through the night? Yuri had initially considered teasing by CU, but abandoned the thought, realizing she had likely toiled in the dark. Well done. It's quite clean, Yuri remarked, only to witness by CU's level soar from 1 to 13. He inquired further, how'd it go? Indeed, it is possible to trigger rule feedback, and since you provided a favorable evaluation, I received an additional 20% reward, by CU replied, her face aglow with delight. White Vinegar could not help but feel discontent, for even though others had entered the game a week earlier, the highest level among them barely reached level 24. The task of scrubbing the deck was evidently not a one-time endeavor, but rather a repeatable challenge. If calculated on a daily basis, it meant that she could ascend to level 100 within merely 9 days, becoming the first to step into the realm of the extraordinary players. Observing White Vinegar's joyous demeanor, Yuri felt a twinge of reluctance to continue testing her. Yet reality necessitated a further examination. Could you assist me in scrubbing the deck? Upon uttering these words, Yuri looked at White Vinegar, who shook her head in response. This led Yuri to realize that not all requests would generate tasks. Well then, could you patrol the ship today? Ensure no strangers board stealthily. After Yuri spoke, he noticed a look of confusion on White Vinegar's face, which swiftly transformed into astonishment and perhaps even a hint of fear. Task acquired, patrol. Task requirements: detect and promptly alert to thwart those attempting to board the ship stealthily. Task reward: 100,000. Remaining time: 11 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Upon seeing the new task prompt, White Vinegar initially thought she had misread the reward section. However, upon closer inspection, she confirmed that the figure following the one indeed comprised 5 zeros, indicating that upon completion of this task, she would be granted a staggering 100,000 experience points. A task that seemed rather ordinary could yield such a monumental reward, leaving White Vinegar utterly astounded. Yet soon, she recalled her earlier conclusion that all triggered tasks had rewards linked to their difficulty levels. What caliber of adversary corresponded to a reward of 100,000 experience points? Moreover, the task merely required her to detect and alert without demanding her engagement in combat. Thus, what might transpire within the next 12 hours? Upon formulating a hypothesis, White Vinegar promptly shared her thoughts with Yuri. Certainly, considering that Yuri might be unaware of experience points or the significance of such a number, she regarded herself as a unit of measurement. I have indeed received the task, but the feedback regarding its rules is unexpectedly high. Based on prior experience, this task's reward could elevate 10 of me from the realm of ordinary individuals directly into the extraordinary. Yet, the sole condition for receiving this feedback is merely to detect the enemy. Based on my previous encounters, I suspect that there may be an adversary so stealthy that I could fail to notice them, intending to board the ship before dusk today. Her eagerness to communicate so extensively with Yuri was not solely due to a desire to cooperate, but rather because she had scrutinized the task requirements and discerned that the objective was to prevent those attempting to board clandestinely. Therefore, as long as no one managed to sneak aboard, it was highly probable her task would be deemed successful. With 100,000 experience points at stake, White Vinegar was determined to find a way to seize the opportunity. Initially, CU believed that Yuri would express skepticism towards her words. However, she was taken aback when Yuri's expression immediately shifted to one of seriousness upon her conclusion. Yuri had never anticipated that this experiment concerning their mission would yield such unexpected rewards. Although combat-oriented missions typically offer higher rewards than logistical ones, a 50 increase in base rewards was already the maximum. It was inconceivable that it could escalate 100-fold. Yuri understood well that, regardless of CU, his current capabilities did not guarantee success even against a task offering 100,000 experience points. Yet, Yuri was not alone on this journey. He had Shiver by his side. Considering those who also possessed limitless potential for growth, Shiver, in terms of sheer attack power, could rival an 80-level mage-type legendary class. Armed with this intelligence, Yuri set aside thoughts of preparing a heartfelt breakfast or leveling up, and began summoning skeletal warriors on the deck. Some were dispatched to the rowing platform to expedite the ship's progress, while others took position around the vessel, serving as infrared radar. A specter also ascended above the ship, vigilantly monitoring the surrounding waters. As the gray-robed man approached, Yuri suddenly recalled something and turned to look at White Vinegar. "By the way, if you fail your mission, please inform me." Yuri was well-versed in patrol tasks. For instance, the objective of White Vinegar's mission was to ensure that no one boarded the ship surreptitiously. To successfully accomplish this task, one must wait for the countdown to conclude without anyone sneaking aboard. However, if anyone did manage to board during that time, her mission would instantly fail, resulting in the forfeiture of her reward, rather than merely receiving a diminished reward upon completion. Initially, Yuri had proposed such a task condition, thinking that the island vessel was adrift in the ocean, devoid of land and people. His intention was to alleviate the difficulty for White Vinegar. Yet he had not anticipated that this seemingly straightforward task would yield such a substantial reward according to the world's rules. Given the current defensive measures aboard the ship, the skeleton's life sensing was known to be ineffective against divine beings, and it remained unclear what other races or artifacts could evade detection. Moreover, the spectral visual observation was even simpler. Any invisibility skill could easily circumvent visual scrutiny. Thus, in comparison, White Vinegar's task results served as the most effective monitoring mechanism. At that moment, Conrad Yule was traversing a piece of driftwood as he approached the island vessel. The sea breeze enveloped him, yet the gray robe he wore showed no sign of movement in response to the wind. Even the driftwood beneath his feet remained unperturbed by the surging waves, moving with remarkable speed. Suddenly, the swiftly moving Conrad appeared ghost-like, defying the laws of physics as he halted above the water surface. Not a sea monster, a person? In his view, the island vessel was nowhere to be seen, but Conrad sensed that disaster loomed above the surface, rather than beneath the waves. If it were a type of corrupted sea creature, it would be dispatched without hesitation. However, if the source of the calamity were human, he would need to deliberate whether to eliminate or absorb them. Only disaster can curtail disaster, as all members of the Shadow Cult were once sources of calamity. Furthermore, from previous sensing experiences, this impending disaster appeared manageable. After a moment of contemplation, Conrad touched the pendant around his neck and then removed it from the chain. As he did so, his body vanished, leaving only the piece of driftwood floating on the water, rising and falling with the waves. For the sake of safety, Yuri summoned both Shivel and Shauna to his side. The mark of desperate transmission still resided on Shivel, and Yuri had not transferred it to Shauna, even though she was currently the least combat-capable among the three. In the presence of a weak enemy, the trio had no need for the mark. Conversely, in the face of a formidable adversary, they would rely on Shivel's powerful offensive capabilities to turn the tide. Otherwise, fleeing would also lead to demise. Thus, Yuri chose to keep the mark with Shivel. However, while Seawayer's offensive capabilities are undeniably formidable, her defensive prowess is rather mediocre, verging on exceptionally weak. Thus, Yuri must buy her some time to react. As long as Seawayer is not swiftly eliminated by the enemy, her current attributes are sufficient to vanquish over 99% of legends in this world. Bai Siyu and Zhang Qing also gathered around Yuri and continuously scanned their surroundings. Suddenly, Bai Siyu's expression shifted as she received a notification of mission failure. "My mission has failed." Upon hearing her words, Yuri furrowed his brow. Although he had speculated about Bai Siyu's mission reward earlier, confronting an entity that could neither be sensed nor revealed itself was disheartening for anyone. Fortunately, Yuri possessed another method of detection: Summon Skeleton. Summon Skeleton, level 5 summons, within a designated area, 13-meter radius. When he invoked Summon Skeleton, a circle with a radius of 13 meters centered on him materialized in Yuri's mind. This circle also possessed detection capabilities. Regardless of whether it was Seawayer or Shauna, who could not be sensed by life detection, or an incorporeal ghost, as long as they were within this range, Yuri would be able to perceive them. However, the range of this skill was alarmingly limited, a mere 13 meters. Not to mention assassin-type extraordinary beings, Even a moderately strong warrior-type, extraordinary being could close that distance in under a second with an acceleration-type skill. Yuri remained silent, simply grasping Siweir's hand. Previously, he had informed her that this gesture signified the enemy had boarded the ship. If he tightened his grip, it indicated that the enemy was nearby, necessitating her to unleash a substantial amount of dark energy confinement. Wherever Yuri pulled her hand, she would release her energy in that direction to minimize distractions. Yuri chose to close his eyes, concentrating solely on the detection range of summoned skeleton. After waiting for no more than 2 minutes, an oddly shaped entity suddenly entered Yuri's detection range. Without a moment's hesitation, he tugged on Siweir's hand in the direction of the entity. Siweir, already in a heightened state of alert due to Yuri's assertion that she would be the main force this time, immediately turned to her left and unleashed her dark energy confinement upon sensing Yuri's movement. Following the release of the dark energy confinement, Siweir detected the position of the entity, triggering a delayed dark energy impact, followed by a dark energy sphere, culminating in an explosion of dark energy. From Zhangqing and by Siyu's perspective, Siweir abruptly turned her gaze to the left, and immediately a myriad of dark, intricate patterns manifested in the space before her. Within this intricate web, there lay an anomalous blank area. Subsequently, the dark patterns began to move, and Siweir conjured a black sphere in her hand. The dark patterns converged, piercing towards the blank area, and the black sphere struck almost simultaneously. Immediately thereafter, a black dot materialized in the center of the blank area, swiftly expanding in size. At the same moment, Zivil's level ascended directly from level 7 to level 9. Sensing the peculiar entity's disappearance, Yuri finally opened his eyes. "Well done, truly marvelous," he exclaimed. As he prepared to ruffle Zivil's hair, he suddenly noticed another similar entity emerging within the sensing area, albeit considerably smaller in size, yet rapidly enlarging. Zivil continued. While gesturing for Zivil to persist in the assault, Yuri swiftly accessed his skill panel, expending 2 skill points to elevate the Mist of the Undead skill, unlocked at level 13, to level 2, and subsequently unleashed it. Among the skills currently available, Yuri deemed this one potentially beneficial for the present situation. Mist of the Undead, level 2 centered around the user, it releases a fog imbued with the essence of the undead, enveloping a radius of 110 meters, mental 2. It inflicts 11 points, mental 0, 2, of undead magical damage to all living entities within the area every second, while providing 22 points, mental 0, 4, of healing to undead beings within the same region. Toggle on off. As the skills were activated, a veil of grayish-white mist enveloped the surroundings, abruptly reducing the visibility of the 4 companions to less than 5 meters. However, Yuri remained unaffected by this haze. With the emergence of the mist, a blank area appeared 20 meters away. Upon realizing its exposure, the indistinct figure ceased its flight and transformed into a man draped in a gray robe. "I believe we can engage in a dialogue," Yuri remarked, observing the attributes of the entity before him. Conrad Yule, Soul Reaper, level 73, Strength 164, Constitution 52, Reaction 41, Spirit 39. Rebirth, can resurrect after death. Level decreases by 1 upon each resurrection. Cannot be upgraded. Death Rights. Next attack damage 7. Level 7. Ethereal. Immune to all physical rules. Cannot be upgraded. Soul Drain. Absorbs souls to enhance resistance to negative states. Level 3. Mourning. Uses souls as bait to summon a wraith for combat. Level 2. Before Yuri could utter another word, a sudden sound of heavy objects falling echoed around him. Bai Siyu and Zhangqing collapsed to the ground, utterly silent. Their meager constitution of 5 afforded them only 50 points of life, and the necrotic mist could deplete their vitality within a mere 5 seconds. This was precisely why Yuri had refrained from learning this particular skill. The description alone hinted at its indiscriminate nature, affecting both foes and allies alike. Shana and Sivir would likely be caught in its grasp as well. Yet, Yuri did not immediately dispel the skill, for he noted a glimmer of delight in Conrad's eyes. Should he withdraw the skill now, Conrad would be devoid of fear, and Yuri could not perpetually shield Sivir, particularly during the night. Fortunately, Shauna possessed corresponding resistance, and Sivir bore the mark of the desperate teleportation, coupled with their respective levels, ensuring they would remain unharmed for the time being. Thus, after a silence of nearly 10 seconds, Yuri finally responded to Conrad. "Very well, but you must first apologize for your prior actions." "I apologize for my earlier conduct," Conrad replied. "Is that all? Are you truly oblivious or merely feigning ignorance?" "Sivir, eliminate him." "Stop. Here, take this. I genuinely approached you with intentions of collaboration." Upon hearing Yuri's words, Conrad's expression shifted, and he retrieved a crumpled black hat from his pocket, tossing it towards Yuri. Cursed Sorcerer's hat. Spirit 30. Conrad understood that Sivir's previous assault, particularly the explosive damage released from within, could not be replicated in quick succession. However, he recognized both Sivir and Shauna, who had existed long before the Cataclysm, as two nascent deities, and here they stood side by side with disaster. It is essential to remember that the Shadow Sect was initially known as the Divine Sect, upholding the will of the gods to safeguard this world and quash calamity in its nascent stages. However, as time passed, the divine entity developed its own consciousness, no longer content with merely safeguarding this world, and began to expand into other realms. The Sect of the Divine, having devoted much of its time to repelling the incursions from the Shadow Realm, acquired a portion of its powers. Furthermore, the members of the sect were indifferent to their titles, and over time, the sect became known as the Shadow Sect, particularly after the cataclysmic changes to the heavens and the earth. Those who recognized the name Sect of the Divine had nearly all perished, solidifying the transformation into the Shadow Sect. According to the sect's scriptures, the Divine was the embodiment of this world's consciousness and its most loyal protector. The presence of two divine beings indicated either great malevolence or profound benevolence. The dilemma for Conrad was that, in his perception, this individual emitted an aura of calamity, suggesting no association with benevolence whatsoever. However, if they were not of great goodness, even a nascent deity would be inclined to aggression rather than assistance. This sparked Conrad's curiosity. After centuries of existence, he had not encountered such an intriguing individual in a long time. As for the fallen magical hat, it held little value for him, but for others, it was undoubtedly a coveted treasure, especially given that the individual appeared to be of the arcane class. Yuri instinctively sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the hidden weapon that Conrad had hurled. A dull thud resonated as the magical hat struck the wooden boards behind Yuri, leaving a crack in its wake. Observing this, Sivir immediately unleashed a binding of dark energy, poised to continue the assault, yet was halted in time by Yuri, who had recognized the nature of the hidden weapon. It was a true divine artifact. Commanding the skeletal minions to retrieve the magical hat and place it upon Sivir's head, Yuri then turned his gaze back to Conrad. According to the knowledge gleaned from players prior to his crossing, mental attributes could enhance one's magical resistance to sustain the necromantic mist for a longer duration. Yuri equipped Sivir with the hat. The prior matters were swiftly brushed aside, and Yuri inquired about the purpose of Conrad's presence on the ship. "To find you," Conrad replied, "but I was uncertain of your identity and circumstances aboard, which is why I approached stealthily." "For my sake?" Yuri furrowed his brow. Fortunately, before he could further question, Conrad continued his explanation. "I wonder if you have heard of the Shadow Sect. I recall that 50 years ago, this was how we were referred to. I am not certain if they have since assigned us a new name. Yet, the name is inconsequential. What truly matters is our purpose for existence, to eradicate calamity and protect this world. In my perception, you exude an aura of disaster. In fact, I sensed your presence a few days ago, and the threat you posed then was infinitely greater than it is now. Strangely, that menace swiftly dissipated, which piqued my curiosity, prompting me to investigate the source of the aura. Just yesterday, the ominous aura of disaster reemerged, only to quickly dissipate once more, reminiscent of previous occurrences. However, this time, the presence did not entirely vanish, prompting my pursuit of its origin. As Conrad elucidated, he abruptly paused, contemplating a rather far-fetched possibility. Could this man before us be a vessel of some calamity? And might the two deities be here to safeguard the integrity of this vessel? If the man remains alive, or exists in a certain state, the disaster would linger within him. Conversely, should he perish or encounter peculiar circumstances, the disaster would be unleashed. This notion seems to elucidate the earlier bizarre eruption of energy and the appearance of the two divine beings. Upon hearing Conrad's explanation, Yuri initially appeared taken aback, then began to entertain another possibility. Could it be that what Conrad sensed was not him, but rather Zhang Qing and Bai Siyu, the players known as the Fourth Calamity? A few days prior, when Conrad detected the onset of the disaster, it coincided perfectly with the moment he took Zhang Qing under his wing and subsequently ventured to Dwarf Island, during which Zhang Qing was leveling up. Later, when Conrad sensed the return of the disaster, it again aligned with his decision to take Bai Siyu in. The subsequent diminishment of the disaster's aura, without complete disappearance, might very well be attributed to his efforts to assist Bai Siyu in gaining experience. Most significantly, Conrad's arrival undoubtedly escalated Bai Siyu's task difficulty from easy to insurmountable. 046 Joining the cult of deities, seeking continuation. Do you perceive me as a calamity? You possess the potential to become a disaster, yet, in truth, calamities often possess a dual nature, for it is only through disaster that another disaster may be confronted. Prior to my induction into the shadow cult, I, too, was regarded as a calamity in the eyes of this world. Henceforth, I extend to you an invitation to join our ranks. Originally, Yuri intended to articulate his conjectures. However, upon hearing Conrad's words, he swiftly altered his course of thought. What would I gain by joining you, and what would I be required to sacrifice? You shall receive the goodwill of a cadre of elder gentlemen, along with certain artifacts that are deemed invaluable by contemporary standards. In exchange, you must pledge to respond swiftly upon the emergence of a disaster and eradicate it. Naturally, should you encounter a rational calamity, you may endeavor to recruit them into our cult, as I have done with you. Nevertheless, the likelihood of such an occurrence is minimal. Otherwise, we would not currently number only 23, now 24 individuals. Moreover, by aligning ourselves with the will of this world, we are granted extended life and enhanced fortune. The concept of prolonged life is somewhat complex to elucidate, yet fortune, I can demonstrate to you in real time. This is a deck of extraordinary cards, comprising a total of 108 cards, divided into 8 professions, 13 ranks, and 4 legendary cards. Feel free to draw 8 cards for yourself, and then draw another 8 for me. We shall compare their values to ascertain the outcome. The cards that Conrad produced were familiar to Yuri, who had frequently engaged in card games prior to his traversal. Upon inspection, he noted the absence of a displayed attribute panel, indicating that this was merely an ordinary deck. Following Conrad's instructions, Yuri first drew 8 cards for himself, then another 8 for Conrad, revealing them simultaneously. Conrad emerged victorious. In the second round, once more, Conrad triumphed. In the third, fourth, and fifth rounds, Conrad continued his winning streak. After losing 5 consecutive times, during the 6th round, Yuri, upon viewing his cards, could not suppress a laugh. With 108 cards in total, having drawn 80 in the first 5 rounds, he now drew 8 more, leaving 20 cards remaining. Among these 20 cards, only one combination could surpass the value of his hand. Yet, when Yuri confidently drew his 8 cards, how uncanny! Subsequently, Yuri, undeterred by superstition, proceeded to conduct 5 consecutive rounds, each comprising 6 draws, totaling 30 comparisons, yet he failed to secure a single victory. At this point, even Conrad exhibited signs of anxiety. I assure you, I have not manipulated the outcome. While it is true that his fortune exceeds that of the average individual, a winning rate of approximately 80% is typical. To win 30 times in succession verges on the absurd, leading him to question whether he had indeed rigged the game, prompting him to hastily offer explanations. Yuri, however, paid no heed to Conrad's remarks, continuing to shuffle and draw cards. He even began to suspect that the explorer's pendant might be the source of his misfortune, removing it from his neck and placing it into his backpack. Yet, after one round of drawing, realizing the disparity had only widened, Yuri quietly replaced the pendant around his neck. After an arduous trial of 40 rounds, Yuri finally came to terms with reality, realizing that his fortune may have been entirely spent on his journey through time. With that, he set aside his cards and withdrew the veil of the undead. "Very well, I shall join," he announced. Upon witnessing Yuri's decision, Conrad breathed a sigh of relief, having been concerned that Yuri might react in anger. "Since you have agreed to participate, I will create an identity token for you, which will allow you to vaguely sense the locations of other cult members. The proximity will enhance the sensitivity of this perception. When you encounter other members, you may exchange any idle items or artifacts you possess. In return, you must provide me with another item or artifact to incorporate the rule of disaster sensing. This rule not only enables you to perceive disasters suitable for your eradication, but it also continuously amplifies the original effects post-eradication without limitation. Now, simply remain where you are and tell me your chosen item." Yuri, without much hesitation, removed the brooch pinned to his clothing, indicating that this was his choice. "Noble brooch, Spirit One." Shortly thereafter, Conrad waved his staff, altering the attributes of the brooch. "Disaster brooch, Spirit One. Disaster sensing, Spirit Zero. Bound, usable only by Yuri Minahill." Just as Yuri was about to return the deck of cards to Conrad, he noticed Conrad placing a wooden token on the deck before leaping into the sea, swiftly departing on a piece of driftwood. The rules inscribed on the brooch, beyond the displayed disaster sensing, also possessed a teleportation function. When necessary, holders of disaster artifacts could instantly appear near a specific disaster artifact. This allowed for immediate assistance during overwhelming disasters faced by cult members or timely eradication when they fell out of control. Thus, in a certain sense, Conrad had already accomplished his task of disaster management. It wasn't until Conrad had departed that Yuri realized Conrad's behavior likely stemmed from a fear of being tainted by Yuri's misfortune. Initially intending to utter some harsh words, Yuri glanced at Conrad, who had already become a mere black in the distance, and abandoned this futile endeavor, instead picking up the wooden token left on the deck. Identity token, divine cult identification for the divine cult. Sensing, tokens can sense each other. Bound, usable only by Yuri Minahill. Favor of fate, luck 0. However, upon picking up the identity token and pinning the brooch to his chest, a new task prompt echoed in his ears. Acquired task eradicate disaster. Task objective, defeat the giant claw squid, level 42. Task reward, experience 200,000, skill points 2. Acquired task eradicate disaster. Task objective, defeat the shark-toothed scallop, level 52. Task reward, experience 300,000, skill points 3. Acquired task eradicate disaster. Task objective, completely eradicate the tenacious waterweed, level 41. Task reward, experience 1,000,000. Skill points 6. Acquire the task eliminate the catastrophe. Task objective, defeat the sperm whale king, level 73. Task reward, experience 100,000,000. Skill points 25. Suddenly, Yuri's vision was overwhelmed by the appearance of 39 tasks. 17 were rated 1 star, 8 2 stars, 1 3 stars, 11 4 stars, and 2 5 stars. Gazing at this list of 39 tasks that promised skill points, Yuri was struck by an exhilarating illusion of striking it rich overnight. If I were to complete all these tasks, how could I possibly lack skill points? Moreover, the final target, the sperm whale king, seemed to be the very creature my specter was tracking. Does this imply that all these objectives pertain to legendary beings? This is truly an opportunity for prosperity. The joy brought forth by the multitude of tasks swiftly dissipated the previous feelings of discontent. Yuri repeatedly examined these tasks, gauging the approximate range of these calamities, and commenced summoning skeleton warriors. These calamities varied in proximity to Yuri and were in constant motion. He planned to venture to the new continent first, to inquire with the pirates at the time-space rift, before returning to Dwarf Island to deploy some skeletons for material gathering, and simultaneously update the ship's equipment, thus commencing his maritime odyssey. Through mental perception, he assessed that, at the current pace, it would take 5 days to reach the new continent. With the aid of the fallen mage's cap, which granted him a limit of 120 summon creatures due to its 30 points of mental power, Yuri felt hopeful that he could elevate his level to 20 before returning to the new continent. During the intervals of summoning skeletons, Yuri, accompanied by Shiver and Shauna, arrived at the opposite side of the sea island. Although he was aware that Bai Siyu and Zhangqing were not deceased, the sight of two female corpses lying on the ground felt rather peculiar. Moreover, players respawn at the location of their corpses. If Yuri were to cast the bodies into the sea, who knows where Bai Siyu and Zhangqing would reappear. One skeleton after another was summoned by Yuri, who then leapt into the sea. Within an hour, he found himself reminiscing about Zhangqing and Bai Siyu. In the absence of others, Yuri, Shauna, and Shiver busied themselves with their own tasks, unsure of what to say, creating an atmosphere of awkwardness. With their presence, the ship felt somewhat more lively. Fortunately, if all went as expected, they would reappear in 3 hours, likely respawning from the ship, but more probably in the sea. 2 hours later, Yuri lowered the sails and ceased the skeleton's rowing. If memory served him correctly, players had a respawn time of 3 hours, with a resurrection distance of within 200 meters. Should the sea island proceed at full speed, a moment's inattention could mean that Bai Siyu and Zhangqing would narrowly miss the vessel. Ideally, sending skeletons in a small boat to retrieve them from the sea would be the best course of action. However, Yuri felt that such knowledge would be rather excessive. Indeed, shortly thereafter, he spotted an unidentified object on the water surface and directed the skeletons to row the small boat closer. Resurrected on the water was Bai Siyu, while Zhangqing fortuitously reappeared directly on the sea island. Yuri expressed his apologies for the earlier release of the undead mist, while the sudden appearance of Conrad was mutually acknowledged without further mention. Everything seemed to revert to its previous rhythm. Shiver busied herself with cooking and fishing. Shauna and Zhangqing played music and practiced songs. Though compared to the initial days, Shauna's melody and vocalizations had grown increasingly enchanting. Yuri commanded the skeletons to scour the seabed, leveling up while occasionally testing task releases with Bai Siyu, who was deeply engrossed in her quest. Cleaning the deck, patrolling, assisting Shiville in gathering provisions through fishing, standing guard. These tasks render one a mere emotionless automaton. In the New World, specifically in Cane Harbor, a new decree has recently been issued. Every adventurer deserves respect, whether they are alive or deceased. Collecting scattered human corpses in the wilderness will yield certain rewards. Although the rewards are modest, they provide a supplementary income for weaker adventurers, leading to general contentment among them. However, Dorn Afin's expression betrays his displeasure. There is a stark contrast between the gaming experiences of men and women. To illustrate, when faced with the choice between a melodious yet distinctive name and a less appealing name that offers advantages in gameplay, women typically opt for the former, whereas men tend to choose the latter. Dorn, too, is a player, albeit with a more localized name. While others may overlook the intent behind this decree, Dorn comprehends that Brew intends to identify the players hidden within a crowd. Judging by Zhang Dalong's fate, Brew is not known for his amiable disposition. To be precise, Brew does not regard them as equal collaborators, but rather as beggars. He provides opportunities while reaping all the benefits, leaving these players with nothing but experience. Notably, this experience is not the kind required for leveling up, but rather a mere collection of experiences. In essence, Brew aims to exploit them without compensation. Dorn harbors no belief that Brew seeks amicable negotiations. If left with no alternatives, Dorn would be compelled to acquiesce, regardless of the harshness of Brew's terms. Yet, news from another group of colleagues has arrived, revealing not only the discovery of a friendly indigenous person, but also the commencement of systematic experience farming with the aid of this native. This newfound information grants Dorn's group the confidence to reject Brew's overtures and prepare for a prolonged concealment of their identities. Damn! Once the tech team resolves the bugs in this world's rules and breaks free from innate limitations, I'll rally 100 million to trample you. If that's insufficient, I'll gather 1 billion. With this fierce thought resonating in his mind, Dorn turned away from the bulletin board in Cane City, ready to reunite with his teammates and embark on an adventure beyond the city walls. Meanwhile, within the governor's mansion of Cane City, Bru gazes mockingly at the figure in the black robe before him. An ambush on Yuri? Are you affiliated with the Void Sect? The Void Sect, like the Shadow Sect, has existed since the cataclysmic upheaval of the world. However, in contrast to the ambiguous stance of the Shadow Sect, the Void Sect is unequivocally villainous. The adherents of the Shadow Sect and the Void Sect are known for their immediate hostility upon encounter, with the latter often at a disadvantage. Having already ascertained Yuri's identity in his mind, Bru could not resist a sneer upon hearing the black-robed individual propose an alliance to ambush Yuri. Yet, Bru was taken aback when the figure in black nodded in agreement. At the very moment the figure cloaked in black nodded, Bru unleashed illiberation towards him. Bru harbored not a shred of fondness for the followers of the Void Sect and wished to have no entanglements with them. It was one matter to engage in nefarious deeds, but the fact that they relished the art of betrayal against their own allies was something Bru could never abide. An imperceptible mental shock, as it approached the cloaked figure, suddenly encountered a barrier akin to a soap bubble. The mental shock and the barrier neutralized each other. The blessing of the siren, pseudo-immunity to a single instance of skill damage. The cloaked figure watched as the barrier dissipated, his eyes twitching slightly. He recognized Bru's notorious arrogance, but had not anticipated such audacity to strike first. Yet, in order to capture that elusive shivel, it was imperative to eliminate Yuri, the obstacle in their path. That was nothing less than an emerging deity, risking the corruption of the void to probe its depths and pilfer its rules. Their ultimate aim was to attain greater power. However, if they could seize the divine rules of power, there would be no need to venture into the perilous void. The black-robed figure, acutely aware of the reputation of his sect, found himself ensnared by fate. Yet, there lay an undeniable truth. The more powerful individuals within the sect became increasingly volatile, their tempers flaring and actions spiraling beyond personal control due to the insidious influence of the void. The path to attaining the rules and achieving legendary status proved exceedingly arduous, prompting many desperate souls to gamble their futures by aligning with the Void Sect. However, once they grasped the power they so fervently desired, retreating from the encroaching darkness became an impossibility. They were forced to witness their strengths burgeon, while death approached with alarming swiftness. Only the embodiment of the world's will, the divine, could extend a helping hand. Thus, the black-robed figure sought to discuss collaboration with Bru. Without Bru's assistance, even the enigmatic Yuri, let alone the formidable Shiver, posed a challenge they might not overcome. Commander Bru, we genuinely come with sincerity. We hope you will consider our plea, he implored. At that moment, Bru's demeanor shifted abruptly, his disdain becoming palpable. And what of your sincerity? Has it fallen into your mouse hole? His scorn, though feigned, stemmed from a genuine aversion to the Void Sect. Typically, Bru would conceal such loathing, but his overt display served as a test. If the black-robed figure could endure such contempt, it signified the profound importance of the little girl to them. The black-robed figure, noting Bru's cessation of aggression, breathed a silent sigh of relief. As for the disdain he encountered, it mattered little. He had long grown accustomed to it. He had witnessed an abundance of negative sentiments, disgust, hatred, rejection, and fear. Yet positive emotions like joy and anticipation had become distant memories. Thus, Bru's emotional probing bore little fruit, nonetheless. It did not detract from the conclusion that Shiver held significant value for the Void Sect. Commander Bru, your path to the extraordinary should be intertwined with high-quality sustenance. I have brought a ton of dragon meat. However, before the black-robed figure could complete his thought, he found himself inexplicably lunging toward Bru, his body betraying him. Concurrently, the black crow perched upon Bru's shoulder transformed into a dark streak, hurtling toward him. In truth, regardless of the conditions the black-robed figure presented, Bru would not acquiesce to his request for cooperation, while others might be disregarded. This was a legendary extraordinary with foresight, who would be so foolish as to attempt an ambush against one endowed with such abilities. Yet, the allure of that ton of dragon meat was undeniable for Bru, compelling him to take decisive action. I desire it. I can seize it openly, but I cannot feign agreement and then renege. That is Bru's philosophy. The black-robed figure, having relinquished thoughts of accusing Brew of immorality, focused intently on attempting to harness his own rule-based skills. Only calamity can counter calamity. Similarly, only rules can counter rules. One must either employ an item imbued with the same potency of rules or await the expiration of the opponent's rule. At last, as the Dark Crow made contact, the force that had restrained him dissipated, and the figure cloaked in black vanished from Brew's sight. The ability Shuttle, level 4, allows for an instantaneous traversal of 8 meters, skill level multiplied by 2, and a 4-second, skill level multiplied by 1, state of invisibility. The initial strike during this invisibility inflicts an additional 400 damage, skill level multiplied by 100. Originally intended for ambush, this skill was repurposed by the cloaked figure for retreat. Nevertheless, Brew did not falter. He decisively shattered the study door and burst forth, while the Dark Crow dashed toward an open area in the courtyard. An involuntary grunt escaped him, confirming that the Dark Crow had indeed struck its target. However, due to the influence of the rule's power, the cloaked figure remained cloaked in invisibility. At this juncture, Brew had reverted to his expressionless poker face, calmly unleashing his skill liberation once more, albeit with a slight adjustment to the right. Another muffled sound followed, and with this second strike, the cloaked figure realized that Brew possessed a means to negate his invisibility. With no regard for anything else, he resolutely crushed a sphere in his grasp. The Void Beacon, upon activation, grants instant access to a void passage. In the void, where neither time nor space exists, individuals from the normal world, upon entering the void passage, are immediately expelled to the other side, akin to a random teleportation. This serves as the ultimate lifeline for members of the Void Cult, utilized only in dire circumstances. No one knows where this passage leads. It could be to a mundane surface, or perhaps to perilous heights thousands of meters up, or to the depths of the sea. Yet, one is certain death, while the other merely poses a risk. A gamble must be made. Brew, poised to transform, was momentarily taken aback. His instincts registered that the cloaked figure had suddenly materialized in the southwestern region of Cane Harbor. The location itself was inconsequential. What mattered was that the cloaked figure's vicinity overlapped with that of Shiver. Could the claims made in the book be true? Brew, sensing this development, was filled with doubt. Within the study of Dumont Kate lay a tome stating that all individuals or organizations harboring hostility toward the Shadow Sect would experience misfortune. However, Brew had always regarded such assertions with skepticism, akin to the luck attribute from the temporal rift, merely a placebo. He did not believe it, yet he welcomed the prospect of additional attributes. But now, Brew began to entertain belief, even questioning whether the cloaked figure's location coincided with that of the island number. On the island number, with an army of skeleton soldiers tirelessly spawning monsters at the ocean's depths around the clock, Yuri had just reached level 20. The ghost resurrection at level 16 does not evoke any profound sensations, yet the 4 skills unlocked from level 17 to 20 have left Yuri feeling quite pleased. At level 17, the equipment upgrade allows for the summoning of new weaponry for his minions, suggesting that he can replace the swords wielded by his skeletal warriors with crossbows. The dwarves have new tasks ahead of them. The stamina drain at level 18 enables the acceleration of target stamina depletion, proving particularly effective against certain formidable marine creatures in future confrontations. The bone spikes at level 19 can summon several spikes from the ground to attack targets from below. While the damage may not be significant, the psychological impact is profound. Most importantly, the new skill at level 20, Spell Research, allows for the temporary enhancement of one skill's level by 1, with a cooldown period of 1 day. With 8 skill points, he upgraded Mental Fortification, Desperate Teleportation, Mental Growth, and Spell Research by 1 level each. Subsequently, he marked Shauna with the new sigil acquired from Desperate Teleportation, and it was then that Yuri began to delve into the newly acquired skill, Spell Research. However, just as he prepared to apply the effects of this skill to Mental Fortification to test his hypothesis, he suddenly sensed a life manifesting among the paddling skeletal warriors. 049 The Secret of the Ghost Revival. Yuri's initial reaction was that yet another player had arrived. However, as he switched to the perspective of the skeleton soldier, he was momentarily taken aback. A cloaked figure stood before him. Zeidel, Rainbow Jester, level 29, strength 38, constitution 20, reaction 30, spirit 16. Skills: sneak attack, damage increases when out of sight, level 2, translocation, teleports, and enters a brief state of invisibility, enhancing the next attack's damage, level 4. Pain strike, inflicts additional pain upon a successful hit, level 1. Slow, reduces target's movement speed upon a successful hit, level 1. Clone, creates a duplicate, level 1. Upon realizing that the individual possessed a class, Yuri instinctively activated the skill mist of the undead to better ascertain his position. He silently apologized, not to Zeidel, but to the two individuals on the ship, Vinegar and Zhongqing. Unsurprisingly, they were about to encounter some unexpected trouble. As for whether Zeidel's intentions were benevolent or malevolent, one could ponder. However, if an assassin were to suddenly appear in your midst, you would undoubtedly act first and ask questions later. Upon materializing amidst the skeleton soldiers, Zeidel felt a moment of relief, quickly followed by astonishment. He was grateful to be alive, yet the sight of a group of skeletal figures rowing a boat was entirely new to him. Just as he began to comprehend that this might indeed be the great ship mentioned in the intelligence reports, he prepared to flee, only to find that the invisibility effect of his translocation skill had already dissipated. Dodging the skeletal soldiers' bone swords, Zeidel suddenly found his surroundings enveloped in darkness, with visibility limited to a mere distance before him. Yet, the patterns on the deck allowed him to maintain a sense of direction. However, just as he was about to leap from the sea island, an unexpected chill swept over him, causing his movements to feel increasingly sluggish, as though his soul were slowly detaching from his body. Ultimately, Zeidel's control over his body waned significantly, to the point that he could no longer swim atop the waves, succumbing to despair as he closed his eyes, feeling the ocean engulf him entirely. Meanwhile, Yuri had already commanded more ghosts to follow, donning rudimentary fins on their feet and hands, approaching Zeidel's location and awaiting the system's notification. Upon the system's notification of defeated Zeidel, the colorful clown, level 29, experience 4205, Yuri commanded the skeletal minions trailing Zeidel to restrain him and transport him aboard the sea island. Who says my luck is poor? This is rather fortuitous, isn't it? Yuri mused, observing Zeidel, now laid upon the deck, transformed at his eyes. Previously, he had only perceived a character attribute prompt, but now it read, corpse infused with the essence of rules in metamorphosis, swift dagger, ignores defense 4, skill cooldown -5, agile cloak, movement speed 10, defense 5, agile ring, movement speed 5, swift boots, movement speed 15, skill cooldown -10, awakening pendant, negative status resistance 10, explorer's satchel, contains 1 cubic meter of alternate space. This, indeed, was the kind of drop rate one would expect from a minor legend. Unfortunately, players had yet to arrive en masse. Contemplating the wealth of the enigmatic Zeidel, Yuri couldn't help but reminisce about the renowned lance he encountered upon entering the game. In stark contrast, the current legendary figures, both in level and equipment, paled significantly compared to the potential players would bring. The level and prowess of these legendary beings had surged dramatically following the large-scale arrival of players. Before his transition, Yuri had merely assumed this was a tactic employed by game operators to enhance playability and prolong the game's lifespan. Reflecting on it now, the immortal players not only supplied the experience required for leveling up, but also gathered treasures from across the globe, making the rapid enhancement of local legendary figures seem less surprising. However, upon scrutinizing Zeidel's equipment and recalling his skill levels, Yuri felt that even with the player's arrival, Zeidel's prospects were rather dim. A once formidable assassin had been reduced to a mere escape artist, with gear that prioritized cooldown reduction and speed rather than attack and penetration. As for the explorer's satchel, Yuri instructed a skeletal minion to retrieve it. Upon opening, he discovered it contained not only provisions and water, but also a variety of utility items and a ton of ordinary dragon meat. Dragon meat, 1,000 grams, 1,000. Consuming it grants 10 experience and significantly boosts stamina recovery for a brief period. The reason for Zeidel's presence aboard the sea island had also become clear to Yuri, the Void Beacon. This device, which he had encountered both in forums and through personal experimentation prior to his transition, transported him to several thousand meters in altitude with a disorienting flash. Reports from players indicated that the initial use afforded approximately a 10% chance of survival. However, repeated use in quick succession would invariably plunge one into a resurrection countdown. Without exception, gazing at Zeidl's lifeless form, Yuri found himself in a state of hesitation. He constantly felt that Zeidl's sudden appearance on the sea island, with a bizarre cargo of 1 ton of dragon meat in his backpack, must have some peculiar significance. He even suspected a connection between Zeidl and the disappearance of Shiver's adoptive parents. The various types of prop bombs were evidently specialties of Dwarf Island, whereas the humans produced mere items, devoid of any recognized magical properties. Wait, why not experiment with the ghost resurrection? It seemed to him that the skill description indicated it could revive a level 1 ghost. Although the cooldown period was brief, it appeared somewhat lackluster, failing to do justice to its level. Yuri had previously harbored doubts regarding the efficacy of both skeleton resurrection and ghost resurrection, but due to limited skill points, he had refrained from testing them. Now, with the newly acquired skill spell research, there was no harm in trying. At worst, he would just waste a day's cooldown time. Spell research, level 1, increases the level of specified skill by 1, with a cooldown of 1 day. Current specified skill, 1-1, Ghost Resurrection. Ghost Resurrection, level 1, summons the lingering soul from the corpses to revive a level 1 ghost, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Using the skill on Zeidl's corpse, a translucent white apparition emerged from the remains. Zeidl, Ghost, level 1, Strength 0, Constitution 1, Agility 7, Spirit 15. Ethereal form, immune to physical effects. Health 30-30. In contrast to the previous spectral entities, which resembled animated sheets, this summoned ghost bore Zeidl's distinct visage and form. It would be enlightening to understand why he had utilized the Void Beacon and why he carried dragon meat. The Void Beacon, perhaps employed by players unafraid of death, might be a tool for amusement. However, for the indigenous people, who possessed but a single life, it would likely be a last resort in dire circumstances. Thus, Yuri was curious about what this individual had experienced prior to his demise. Initially, Yuri had merely voiced his thoughts out of boredom while grinding levels. However, to his astonishment, upon uttering these words, a consciousness surged from the ghost of Zeidl into Yuri's mind. I was attacked by Blue Bin, hence I used the Void Beacon. The dragon meat was intended for negotiations with Blue Bin. Upon sensing this message within the consciousness, Yuri's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it possess memories? 050 news of the Besimov couple summoned entities, be they skeletons or phantoms, lack any semblance of memory. This was a notion Yuri had previously verified. However, this particular specter evidently retained vestiges of its former life. Who are you? Zeidl. Where did you acquire your legendary crystal? It was obtained unexpectedly during a cult ritual while probing the void. Upon hearing this, Yuri's brow immediately furrowed. The only organization that would dare to explore the void is the Void Cult, a group notorious for their nefarious deeds, frequently assaulting player congregations and committing massacres. What do they seek from Brew? What was the nature of your negotiations with him? To ambush Yuri mine here. Yikes. This was Yuri's first experience of witnessing the unfolding of events that directly implicated him. Why would they target Yuri mine here? Through this brief exchange, Yuri surmised the unique effect of the Spectre's revival. It could retain the memories of its previous existence and answer any inquiry posed to it. The sole drawback was the simplicity of its answers, which were only forthcoming upon his questioning. To capture Sivir. Why do you wish to capture Sivir? Sivir is the reincarnation of a deity. We require the power of new rules. Where are the Besimovs? The cult leader has imprisoned them within the Void Gate. Unexpectedly, before even reaching the new continent, Yuri had acquired precise information regarding Sivir's adoptive parents. Yet he found no joy in this revelation. For this location, even before his crossing, he had never heard mention of it. Where's the Void Gate? At. Just as Zeidl's ghost was about to disclose the location of the Void Gate, the previously expressionless specter suddenly contorted in agony, its form beginning to warp. Void Aberration, Level 3, Strength 21, Constitution 21, Reflex 21, Spirit 21. Skill. Void Corruption. Contaminates all touched objects. Level 1. Hiss. Upon the appearance of the aberration, it emitted a piercing shriek directed at Yuri, only to be swiftly dispatched by Sivir, disintegrating into a white crystal. Void Crystal. Level 3 material. When the sound of the void crystal clattering onto the deck reached his ears, Yuri snapped back to reality. It seemed that the location of the void gate was governed by some unyielding rule. Any attempt to reveal it would immediately result in void corruption. Should he encounter members of the void cult again, he must extract every morsel of information before inquiring about the void gate's position. As for the fallen void crystal, Dwarf Island had been actively procuring such materials, offering a decent price, yet players had yet to comprehend its true utility. Meanwhile, Zeidle's body had reformed into a legendary crystal, which Yuri promptly collected. After some contemplation, Yuri arrived at the place where Shauna was practicing, finding Zhang Qing, who had perished yet not yet resurrected. He then invoked Spirit Revive upon her. However, after a brief wait, he observed that no specter emerged from Zhang Qing's lifeless form. Although he had anticipated the unlikelihood of summoning a player's ghost, the reality brought forth a tinge of regret, despite his uncertainty regarding what he truly expected. He collected all the equipment from Zeidle, equipping the waist pouch directly, which, thanks to the effects of the explorer's pendant, granted him an additional 5 points of luck. Subsequently, Yuri continued to examine his attribute list. The most notable change was in the summoning limit, which had reached 520, base spirit 35, equipment 39, skills 20, achievements 10, multiplied by 5, indicating an initial scale reminiscent of a sea of the undead. Another significant alteration was in his skill points, now reduced to a mere 3. Thus, his principal task ahead was to acquire sufficient skill points to meet the requirements for leveling up at level 25. The new summoning skill at level 21 was Summon Zombie. According to the description, it was a type of summon that moved slowly but possessed inherent defense and damage reduction, akin to a tank. However, Yuri sensed that his need for zombies seemed rather minimal. Next, he intended to continue summoning skeleton soldiers and specters, maximizing his summoning limit while steering towards the new continent to procure ample supplies. It is noteworthy that his explorer's vessel remained anchored in the harbor of the Federation continent. In terms of direct distance, the journey from the new continent to the Federation continent spanned approximately 30,000 kilometers, even with the speed of the island vessel. It would take nearly 3 months. Furthermore, considering Yuri's need to hunt the calamities lurking in the surrounding seas, it was entirely reasonable for this duration to double. Faced with a maritime expedition that could potentially last half a year or even longer, Yuri had to prepare an ample supply of provisions. Fortunately, the island vessel was sufficiently spacious, and with his space backpack and the newly acquired explorer's waist pouch, he could ensure the preservation of food, alleviating concerns about spoilage during the voyage. Just contemplating the naval explorers who possibly subsisted on fish for half a year or longer in their quest for the new continent made Yuri's stomach protest. After 2 hours, he halted the ship as usual, awaiting the resurrection of Baisu and Zhang Qing. This time, there was no need for disguise. He directly dispatched skeleton soldiers to row a small boat below. The player aspect held significant importance for Yuri, especially in the pursuit of the Void Gate. While the method of searching memories was rare in this world, it certainly existed. Thus, the rule makers would not grant Yuri any opportunities to ascertain the location of the Void Gate without aligning himself with the Void Sect. Therefore, to circumvent the constraints of these rules, he must rely on the players. In theory, players are required to join the Void Cult, acquire the location of the Void Gate, and subsequently split the information regarding this location to multiple players, who must remain completely oblivious to the targets indicated by this information. They will then relay the dispersed information to Yuri. Moreover, even if players violate the rules, their only consequence is physical death, after which they can return within 3 hours. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, adjustments can be made promptly. As these thoughts lingered, Baisu and Zhang Qing reappeared on the nearby sea, greeted by skeletal soldiers who ferried them to the island ship. Compared to their previous experience, they exhibited greater proficiency this time. They located their corpses, retrieved valuable belongings, and cast their bodies into the sea, a scene both bizarre and natural. After finishing with her own remains, Baisu approached Yuri with intention. "Greetings, Captain Yuri. May I inquire if you would be amenable to allowing more individuals aboard?" Upon hearing Baisu's words, a flicker of joy crossed Yuri's face, only to be swiftly replaced by confusion as he turned to her. Yuri had been troubled, as a month at sea had already been tedious, and the prospect of 6 more months or even longer loomed ahead. He pondered how to persuade Baisu to summon more players to board. Little did he expect that she would present the opportunity herself. The arrival of the Avenger marks a long maritime journey, where the greatest adversary is not the scarcity of supplies, but the profound solitude. While fresh water can be procured through solar distillation of seawater, and sustenance can be derived from the myriad of fish in the ocean, the confines of the ship are limited and the number of souls aboard is finite. The communication is stifled, rendering individuals susceptible to an emotional isolation. Thus, aboard vessels embarking on extended voyages, the presence of women is typically prohibited. The concern is not merely about a lack of resources, but rather the imbalance that arises. Hence, it is deemed simpler for all to refrain from such company. However, the scenario shifts dramatically with the presence of players. They possess the unique ability to alleviate their inner solitude by disconnecting from the game, engaging in various activities of their choosing. This phenomenon accounts for the accelerated pace of exploration that ensues upon the player's arrival. Players not only endure loneliness but also adapt swiftly to the rigors of life at sea, effectively transcending both space and time to relay messages back to the new continent and the Federation, significantly reducing travel time for others. When White Vine proactively suggested allowing players aboard, Yuri had intentions of proposing certain stipulations. Much like haggling over a purchase, this was merely procedural. Yuri felt that failing to express any demands might raise suspicions in White Vine. However, upon reflection, he realized that, at this juncture, there was little the players could offer him in return. Thus, when White Vine inquired, Yuri readily acquiesced, stating, "I shall provide you with drinking water, but you must fish for your own provisions." In truth, if the players were resolute, they needn't even prepare water, as dying merely resulted in a temporary setback of 3 hours. Initially, Yuri found the fact that players retained their experience points upon death to be somewhat of a flaw. Yet, as time unfolded, even 3 years later, prior to Yuri's own crossing, players remained under the oppressive dominance of the indigenous extraordinary beings in the realm of the extraordinary sea. Naturally, the legendary beings of this world refrained from approaching the shores. At sea, the players' tactical advantages were rendered ineffective. However, upon reaching land, even the mightiest of legendary beings would tread carefully, for to expose oneself would invite a swarm of players leading to inevitable demise. Upon hearing Yuri's straightforward agreement, White Vine felt a surge of joy. Yet, when she processed his subsequent remarks, particularly the implication that they would not even require water, her mouth fell agape, momentarily at a loss for words. She contemplated chastising Yuri for his lack of humanity, but ultimately recognized that his suggestion was, indeed, the most pragmatic approach under the circumstances. With a sense of resignation, she nodded and resumed her task of scrubbing the deck. Now, at level 96, White Vine was on the cusp of achieving level 100, which would elevate her to the rank of the first extraordinary being among the Blue Star inhabitants. As Yuri observed her solitary figure, he contemplated offering a word of caution, but decided against it, believing that White Vine was already aware of the implications. He chose to remain silent. The extraordinary paths available to players upon their class transition were intrinsically linked to the manner in which they accrued experience during this period. Among the myriad experiences amassed by White Vinegar, a significant portion, 4,000 points, was accrued through the laborious task of scrubbing the deck, while the remainder was gathered through various endeavors such as patrolling, keeping watch, and fishing. Though the experience gained from deck scrubbing does not constitute the majority, it remains the most substantial method of advancement. Yuri remains uncertain about the extraordinary profession that White Vinegar, who primarily levels up by scrubbing the deck, will ultimately attain. Interestingly, Zhang Qing, who has been diligently practicing songs with Shauna, has also reached level 60. Apart from the initial 10 levels granted as a guiding reward, the subsequent 50 levels were solely earned through her performances for Shauna. Initially, Yuri did not recall this detail. It was only after the experiment with white vinegar that he altered the dynamic between Shauna and Zhangqing. The interaction shifted from Zhangqing singing voluntarily to Shauna seeking assistance from Zhangqing, leading to Zhangqing's singing and the subsequent experience rewards. As they approached the new continent, Yuri ceased further training and instead exchanged his current ensemble of over 300 summon beings for 200 skeleton warriors and over 100 phantoms. Of the skeleton warriors, he retained 30 to command the island ship, while the remaining 170 were stored away in his inventory. The phantoms, following Yuri's instructions, began to patrol around the island ship. The sight of more than 100 phantoms swirling around the vessel, appearing and disappearing, occasionally emerging from the deck and hull, imbued the island ship with an eerie ambience. As the island ship drew nearer, Yuri noticed ships occasionally appearing in his line of sight. However, he found it peculiar that all the vessels he spotted seemed to flicker and vanish. They would enter his view only to swiftly alter their course, seemingly attempting to evade him. Could it be that Brew had issued some sort of command? With this thought in mind, Yuri approached White Vinegar, who was currently engaged in deck scrubbing. White Vinegar, have you heard any strange news in the new continent that might pertain to me? A disconcerting rumor began to circulate among the various gathering places in the new continent. The Avenger is approaching. Tales of the Avenger spread among pirates before reaching the ears of adventurers in the new continent. The adventurers, particularly the naval forces, regarded the Avenger as a mere jest. What seemed logical to the pirates was dismissed as absurdity by those in the know, and thus, it was not taken seriously. Initially, when someone claimed that the Avenger was heading towards Cane Harbor, people assumed it was a joke. However, as more individuals claimed to have sighted the Avenger drawing closer to Cane Harbor, doubt began to seep in, prompting many to set sail to debunk these assertions. At first, the Navy paid little heed to the rumors, but as the number of those who had witnessed the Avenger grew, they could not help but dispatch a vessel to explore the waters described by the crowd. As the naval patrol caught sight of the remarkably large ship in the distance, manned by skeletal figures manipulating the sails on its deck, a wave of panic swept over them. The Avenger, before them, was not only crewed by undying skeletons steering the oars and sails, but also appeared, as described by those adventurous souls, to be accompanied by countless vengeful spirits. The disdainful rumors they had previously dismissed now echoed ominously in their ears. It has existed for centuries. It is the culprit behind the disappearance of dozens of vessels at sea. Death is not an end, but the beginning of suffering, souls enslaved by hatred. Through countless retellings, the legend of the Avenger had long transcended the crude version fabricated by the marauders. The current tale of the Avenger was imbued with more intricate, detailed, and terrifying histories. Even the newly emerged vengeful spirits had become references for adventurers on a new continent. Panic began to spread through the city of Cane, as throngs of adventurers hastily gathered there where it was meant for sail and fled the city, retreating deeper into the continent for refuge. After hearing the report from his subordinate, Brew sighed in exasperation. Though he was unaware of the origins of those vengeful spirits, the colossal ship, the skeletons, and the sensation of its position all confirmed that the so-called Avenger was indeed the island. You may carry on with your tasks. I shall handle the Avenger without impacting the port, he declared, striding toward the harbor. Previously, Brew had maintained a respectful distance from Yuri, but after the dark-robed figure from the Void Cult teleported directly to the island via the Void Beacon, he resolved to cultivate a favorable relationship with Yuri. After all, one could always hope for a stroke of good fortune, couldn't they? As Brew arrived at the port and beheld the island approaching the harbor, he couldn't help but scrutinize it closely. Given the current appearance of the island, it was no wonder that the adventurers fled. It indeed possessed an eerie quality. Just as the island neared Cane Harbor, Baisu finally completed the deck cleaning and returned to Yuri to claim her reward. Captain, the deck has been cleaned. Upon uttering these words, Baisu's heart raced in anticipation of the impending job change. Congratulations, player Baisu girl, for completing the task deck cleaning with a participation rate of 100. Basic reward, 1,000 experience. Additional evaluation, 200 experience. Level up, 1, current level, 97. Level up, 1, current level, 98. Level up, 1, current level, 99. Level up, 1, current level, 100. Congratulations, player by CU Girl, for breaking through physical limits. Please select one of the following professions for your development path. A series of system notifications flooded by CU's mind, followed by two options. Seaman, fisherman, though by CU anticipated that she would not receive a particularly prestigious profession. She couldn't help but pout at the sight of these two choices. The names alone suggested their mediocrity. Yet, someone had to take the first step in changing jobs, using their experiences to explore and summarize the world's rules. As for the two professions before her, by CU decisively chose seaman. The seaman profession had at least some connection to combat, whereas the fisherman was purely a lifestyle occupation. Moreover, according to Yuri, the upcoming venture would involve sailing for at least 6 months. Thus, this profession seemed apartment. Congratulations, player by CU Girl, for successfully embarking on the path of the extraordinary. Level conversion in progress. Current level, 10. Free attribute points, 10. Name, by CU Girl profession. Seaman, level 10, 33, 11, 38, 44. Health, 205 attributes. Strength 5, Constitution 5. Reflexes 5, Spirit 5, free attribute points, 10 skills. None equipment. None by CU gazed at her attributes and free attribute points, then glanced at Yuri's attributes, frowning in contemplation. Through the aggregate of Yuri's levels and attribute points, it is evident that she acquires 4 attribute points with each level advancement, yet she only possesses a single point. The observed panel attributes account solely for her inherent attributes and skill enhancements, excluding any bonuses from equipment. Apart from the 3 attribute points gained per level, Yuri also benefits from an additional 20 points in spirit due to her spiritual growth. Thus, the result observed by CU is that she gains 4 points per level. This indicates that it is implausible for by CU to surpass Yuri in strength, and the disparity between them will only widen. The newly acquired free attribute points remain untouched by CU, as she intends to report the current findings to the intelligence team after logging off to ascertain their perspective. While she may express her frustrations, it is essential to acknowledge that the intelligence team's ability to synthesize and analyze information remains commendable, despite any hasty reactions. CU aspires to secure a more favorable profession and allocate her points according to her own preferences. However, as previously mentioned, such experiments necessitate cooperation, and she happens to be the one in this role. Although CU does not mind this sacrifice, it does weigh on her heart somewhat. Nonetheless, she swiftly regains her composure and prepares to express her gratitude to Yuri. Unexpectedly, before she can utter a word, Yuri speaks first. A sailor, are you? I had thought you would transition into a janitor. Yet the distinction is negligible. Well, what I mean is that unless you manage to level up to 100 and achieve a class ascension, your profession will not significantly impact you. At most, it will influence the type of rule power, skill you acquire at level 50. Professions such as sailor and pirate are versatile, potentially granting various rule powers at random. So it ultimately depends on your luck. Noticing a hint of displeasure in CU's gaze, Yuri amiably elucidates the minimal difference between a sailor and a janitor. Prior to her crossing over, Yuri ascended to level 68 over 3 years, but the time taken to progress from level 1 to 67 was 2.5 years. With a 1.5 experience growth rate, coupled with the diminishing impact of attribute points on player strength at higher levels, Yuri's desire for leveling up has waned considerably. Moreover, it has been calculated on the forums that, given the lifespan of the inhabitants of Blue Star and the experience acquisition methods in the Extraordinary Sea, it is improbable for a player to reach level 100 by playing from the age of 20 to 100. Thus, once players attain level 50 and acquire professional skill, their interests shift from leveling up to sailing and adventure. The most notable transformation is evident in the gaming forums. During the first year, discussions on the Extraordinary Sea forums revolved around combat techniques, locations of wild monsters, and strategies for triggering quests to level up. However, 1 year later, as players generally surpassed level 50, The primary topics of conversation shifted to showcasing their caught fish, diving techniques, culinary skills, whimsical antics, scenic views, and other aspects unrelated to combat. After Yuri spoke, noticing that Bayek Vinegar's expression remained somewhat gloomy, he pondered for a moment and took out the heritage crystal, colorful clown, from his backpack to show Bayek Vinegar. Of course, aside from upgrading and ascending, one can also acquire more power of rules through obtaining either heritage crystals or rule crystals. Moreover, I suspect that the power of rules you gain in this world may very well have a reciprocal effect on your original body. I believe you understand my meaning. By the way, considering your diligent efforts, I shall assign you a task. In this world, there exists a group of lunatics who call themselves the Void Sect, and they possess a hidden location known as the Void Gate. If you can uncover the whereabouts of the Void Gate, I will bestow upon you this heritage crystal as a reward. The large-scale arrival of players remains uncertain. Yet Yuri feared that Zivil's adoptive parents might not endure until that time, thus seizing the opportunity to present Bayek Vinegar with a task. However, to Yuri's surprise, upon uttering those words, he suddenly received a new mission. Acquired legendary quest catastrophe. Mission objective: destroy the Void Gate and reduce the total number of the Void Sect to below 100. Mission reward: experience 100,000,000,000,000, skill points 50. Current progress: Void Gate 01, incomplete. Void Sect members 62, 37, 100, incomplete. Simultaneously, Bayek Vinegar received a new mission as well. Acquired mission: locate the Void Gate. Mission objective: inform Yuri Minihil of the location of the Void Gate. Mission reward: experience 100,000,000, heritage crystal, colorful clown. As the conversation with Yuri unfolded, Baisiyu's expressions fluctuated dramatically. Upon successfully changing his occupation, he felt a surge of joy upon seeing the inheritance crystal. However, upon hearing that the rules might affect him, his demeanor shifted to one of concern. The sight of the tasks left him astonished. After Baisiyu meticulously reviewed the task list once more, he could no longer contain his excitement. "Wait for me, I shall rally the troops," he declared, only to promptly collapse onto the deck. Yuri, exasperated, rolled his eyes and expertly directed the skeleton soldiers to drag Baisiyu into the cabin. It was fortunate to encounter such a benevolent individual. Otherwise, one could only wonder what peculiar events might transpire during Baisiyu's offline moments. At Cane Harbor, Brew, equipped with a telescope, chanced upon this scene on the deck and furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a moment's reflection, he summoned his messenger and instructed that during the docking of the Sea Island, all women in Cane City should take a holiday and remain indoors. It was indeed unsuitable for women to embark on long sea voyages, yet the prospect of countless men being deprived of female company for a year, 2, or even over a decade could lead to unforeseen complications. Thus, when a safe route was charted, the transportation of civilians to the new continent included a significantly higher proportion of women. Among them were the families of naval personnel, along with those who had only recently established their connections and relocated to Cane City. Brew harbored no objections to the women of Cane City becoming involved with Yuri. However, the peculiar manner in which the girl had collapsed earlier lingered in his mind. Meanwhile, due to the deep draft of the Sea Island, Yuri refrained from directing the vessel too close to Cane Harbor. After anchoring at a suitable distance, he, along with Shiver and Shauna, transferred to a small boat to approach the harbor. As the small boat neared Cane Harbor, Yuri spotted Brew waiting for him and offered a distant naval salute. "Have I caused you any inconvenience with my arrival?" Initially, as he glanced at the fleeting ships and the surrounding view, Yuri felt uncertain. Yet, upon noticing the absence of any vessels in Cane Harbor, he realized that something unknown must have transpired. Brew, recalling the ominous legends upon hearing Yuri's words, nodded with resignation. On the way back to the Commander's residence, Brew maintained a serious demeanor while briefing one of his subordinates about the Avenger. Yuri, bewildered, received the information while Shiver and Shauna discreetly stifled their laughter. Upon returning to the Commander's residence and dismissing his subordinates, a smile broke through Brew's stoic facade. "I apologize for needing to maintain a facade in public. I hope you do not take offense." Yuri chuckled and shook his head, indicating that he bore no ill will. Naturally, he did not presume that Brew harbored any particular fondness for him. After all, one should take Brew's words with a grain of salt, lest they undermine the gaming experiences of the preceding 3 years. "I must apologize. My arrival has rendered Cane City rather desolate. However, it presents a perfect opportunity for my crew to rest, as they have scarcely had a moment of respite since their arrival in the New World. I wonder if Captain Yuri has returned this time in need of supplies." Initially, I intended to foster a closer relationship with Yuri, but having witnessed the recent events on the deck of the Islander, Blue has resolved to expedite Yuri's departure. Yuri remains oblivious to how others perceive him. He merely senses Blue's unexpected understanding and nods in acknowledgement. Indeed, I am preparing for a long voyage, and thus require an abundance of provisions. Water, juice, wine, jerky, dried fruits, dehydrated vegetables, whatever is available, I shall take. As he spoke, Yuri noticed a darkening expression on Blue's face and hastily added, "Of course. This hinges on the value of the items aboard my ship. During my travels, I have also acquired several sea beast carcasses, pearls, and rare minerals. You may send someone aboard to assess their worth." Upon finishing his statement, Yuri felt a tinge of regret. If Blue's countenance had not shifted so noticeably, he would have attempted to take advantage of the situation as he had previously, though Yuri was aware that such thoughts were futile. Still, he felt a yearning to at least try. Additionally, there is that ton of dragon meat, with 1,000 grams yielding 10 experience points. A ton amounts to a mere 10,000 points, which holds little value for Yuri, but might be rather enticing for Blue. It also serves as a means to gauge Blue's intentions through his reaction. "By the way, Commander Blue, I have unexpectedly come into possession of a ton of dragon meat, which I offer to you as compensation for the disruption my presence has caused to the normal order of Cane City. Where would you prefer I place it?" Upon hearing Yuri's words, Blue's brow furrowed immediately. Although he had speculated upon the disappearance of the marking, the reality before him was still somewhat incredulous. Is luck truly so enigmatic? "May I inquire, Captain Yuri, did you acquire this dragon meat from slaying a man in a black robe?" "Indeed, Commander Blue. You are aware? You may find it hard to believe, but that black-robed individual approached me, seeking to use that ton of dragon meat as leverage for me to ambush you. However, when I attempted to detain him for questioning, he vanished without a trace." Blue's bluntness left Yuri at a loss for words, and he could only nod awkwardly in response. It was indeed a fortuitous coincidence that felt almost fabricated. Yet little did Yuri know, his demeanor set off alarm bells in Blue's mind. After all, Yuri was merely a reclusive individual with a wealth of theoretical knowledge. Though he has experienced certain events since arriving in this world, they pale in comparison to the wealth of practical knowledge possessed by someone like Blue, who has been steeped in such experiences from an early age. For instance, despite Yuri's efforts to appear natural, Blue perceptibly caught a fleeting, unusual expression on Yuri's face. It contained none of the emotions typically associated with anger, disgust, or doubt. Rather, it was solely one of surprise. Anger is a common response when one hears of an attack against oneself, while disgust corresponds to reactions towards those or things one finds repulsive, such as the Void Cult. Doubt arises from skepticism regarding the words spoken by another. However, none of these emotions were present. Yuri's face bore only a momentary look of astonishment. This signifies that Yuri had prior knowledge of the matter at hand, and his surprise stemmed merely from hearing it articulated by another. 050 for the debut of Shiver regarding the dragon meat gifted by Yuri. Blue did not refuse, but readily accepted it. He indeed required the dragon meat, merely considering it as additional supplies for Yuri. As for Yuri's suggestion to send someone aboard the sea island to assess the value of those materials, Blue did not acquiesce. Instead, he hoped that Yuri would transport those materials to the port for their collective acquisition. Presently, Blue harbored little desire to board the sea island himself, let alone ordinary naval personnel. Yuri made no insistence, instead requesting several small wooden boats, citing convenience for transporting goods. However, Yuri had no intention of returning these small boats once they arrived. He planned to lease them to players once they ventured onto the sea. Subsequently, Blue invited Yuri to savor the distinctive delicacies and beverages of the New World. while concurrently having his subordinates evaluate the value of the materials and the logistics of transporting supplies. On the dwarf island, the materials Yuri produced typically consisted of underwater minerals, plants, and unidentified crystals, whose prices remained ambiguous. In contrast, on the New World side, Yuri presented items such as pearls, coral, and uniquely efficacious underwater ingredients, which were comparatively easier to appraise. During the conversation between Blue and Yuri, a report from Vinegar appeared in the conference room. The location of the Void Gate was known to the intelligence team, and assisting Vinegar in completing the task posed little challenge. The discussion now revolved around the potential consequences of the rules mentioned by Yuri, as well as strategies for addressing them. Additionally, they deliberated on who would be the first test subject to comprehend the rules. After a vigorous debate, it was ultimately decided to respect Vinegar's personal wishes. The intelligence team would inform Vinegar of the various possible scenarios and the corresponding responses, allowing her to choose whether to become the first individual to grasp the rules. Notably, among the suggested responses, a staggering 99% involved the directive to terminate. When faced with inquiries from the intelligence team, Vinegar hesitated momentarily before consenting. She recalled Yuri's expression and demeanor at that time, intuitively sensing that he was aware of the implications following the Blue Star's mastery of the rules, and that such outcomes were not detrimental. However, the formal report could only convey facts, and such subjective conclusions could not be documented. Once the plan was solidified, the experimental team refrained from directly disclosing information about the Void Gate to Vinegar. The intelligence team, after analysis, determined that the current tasks displayed difficulty did not correspond with the anticipated rewards, opting for a cautious approach. According to the description provided by the informant, the Void Sect appeared to be anything but a conventional organization, raising concerns about potential special restrictions. It is essential to note that Vinegar and her compatriots utilized the primitive game pods, which at this time should still be referred to as link pods, but for the sake of coherence, they're uniformly termed game pods, which offered complete sensory feedback and lacked numerous forced disconnection conditions. Should any unforeseen incidents arise, they could potentially inflict permanent adverse effects on Vinegar. Conversely, the players recruited were employing standard game pods, alleviating many of these concerns. Not only has it blocked pain perception, but it has also set numerous emergency situations that, once detected by the system, will result in an immediate disconnection, thereby ensuring that uncontrollable accidents do not occur. For now, let the white Vinegar wait in the room and refrain from going online temporarily. The intelligence team informed a tester named Zhang Dalong about the Void Gate and requested him to attempt to articulate this information. Merely 2 minutes passed before Zhang Dalong emerged from the game pod, recounting his experience. Simultaneously, Yuri and Blue were dining and conversing at the commander's mansion when they suddenly heard commotion outside. A naval officer rushed in to report that a strange entity had appeared within the city, exhibiting extraordinary power. Upon hearing this, the somewhat bored Blue and Yuri exchanged a glance of mutual understanding and rose to ascertain the peculiar occurrence. As the four of them exited the commander's mansion, they immediately spotted the entity being besieged in the distance. Void Mutant, Level 4, Strength 28, Constitution 28, Reaction 28, Spirit 28. Skill: Void Corruption, contaminates all items it comes into contact with. Level 2. The Void Mutant that Yuri had encountered previously possessed a ghostly form, evoking an uncanny sensation. The current Void Mutant also appeared bizarre, resembling a soft, pale, fibrous mass, more akin to the manifestations Yuri had observed in forms prior to his journey. The appearance of the Void Mutant seemed to correlate solely with the duration of its existence. Before Yuri and Blue could take action, a dense network of black filaments emerged around the Void Mutant, immobilizing both it and the surrounding naval personnel. Subsequently, a sphere emanating a dark aura soared from Chevil's hand. At the moment of contact between the black sphere and the Void Mutant, it shattered like a soap bubble, leaving behind a shard of white crystal. Void Crystal, Level 4 Material. After vanquishing the Void Mutant, Shevil, disregarding the astonished gazes of those around, approached and retrieved the crystal from the ground, handing it to Yuri. Yuri accepted the Void Crystal from Shevil and began to introduce it to Blue. This entity is referred to as a Void Mutant, primarily originating from members of the Void cult. This seems to be a certain taboo, as there have been no documented instances of individuals reverting to humanity after transforming into a Void mutant. This crystal is termed the Void Crystal, and we suspect it may be associated with spatial equipment, though there are no definitive. Before Yuri could finish his sentence, he noticed an anomaly on the outer wall of a nearby building, soon revealing another Void mutant within their sight. Void Mutant, Level 4. Is the efficiency this high? Observing the reappearance of the Void Mutant, Yuri was almost certain that the Blue Star inhabitants were testing the rules of the Void Gate. He was aware that the players would eventually discover the Void Gate, yet he was taken aback by the fact that they had already acquired information about it. The naval personnel present this time shifted their gaze not towards Brew, but rather, with a sense of anticipation, directed their attention to Shiver, who stood behind Yuri. Brew's lips twitched slightly, yet he refrained from making an immediate move. Although Brew possessed the capability to eliminate this void abomination, he could not achieve it with the same nonchalance as Shiver. Such a comparison would render him rather unimpressive. Shiver, on the other hand, did not overthink the situation. Drawing from previous experiences, he opted not to unleash the corruption binding this time, but instead directly released a sphere of malevolent energy. The entity before him appeared rather dim-witted, showing no inclination to evade, and a single sphere was sufficient for annihilation, rendering any form of control unnecessary. The intelligence team of Blue Star is currently engaged in a brainstorming session. Based on feedback from the previous 2 tests, it appears that whether speaking or writing, while it is permissible to contemplate the information internally, any attempt to vocalize or transcribe it triggers a mutation. The sole piece of good news is that this rule does not apply within Blue Star, and those privy to this information will not induce a mutation as long as they refrain from attempting to disseminate it in the alternate world. At present, we have only one individual within the Void sect, rendering it impossible to ascertain whether informing others within the sect would trigger a mutation, though it is highly probable that it would not. However, this pathway is untenable. Persuading Yuri to join the Void sect is not feasible. If Yuri were to join, we would no longer need to seek information regarding the location of the Void Gate. We will proceed with a 3rd round of testing to determine if the speaker, unaware of the significance of the location, yet cognizant of its specific coordinates, can successfully convey this information. 5 minutes later, the 3rd round of testing fails, leading us to initiate a 4th round. The disseminator possesses only partial knowledge of the content and its significance. We will assess whether they can relay this information in the alternate world. 2 minutes later, the test is successful, prompting further inquiry. The disseminator understands that the information they hold, when combined, points to the Void Gate, yet they are oblivious to the exact content of this combination. We will see if they can transfer this information to others. 10 minutes later, the 4th round of testing fails. Yet we have successfully conveyed the overall information regarding the Void Gate into the alternate world. One moment. We must deliberate on what other esoteric rules may exist and how we might circumvent them. Currently, entry into the alternate world requires the player to possess a unique talent. The research team is attempting to simulate this talent within the linking chamber to exploit a glitch, thereby enabling universal access to the alternate world. However, until the research team achieves a breakthrough, the number of individuals able to enter the alternate world remains limited. Once an individual becomes aware of the Void Gate, they can no longer partake in subsequent tests. There are not enough talented individuals to conduct these one-time trials. Under this abstract rule, the task recipient, by CU, is certainly aware that the information imparted will lead to the Void Gate, thus necessitating that this premise be established during testing. In other words, it is essential for the disseminator to be consciously aware that they are propagating information regarding the Void Gate. However, according to the rules of the alternate world, if the disseminator intentionally spreads information about the Void Gate, or if they are unaware that they are conveying such information, yet take tangible actions to disseminate it, either scenario will trigger the rule, resulting in immediate mutation. This appears to be an insurmountable dilemma. Yet for the intelligence team, the more seemingly unsolvable the problem, the more it ignites their fervor. After an hour of discussion, every idea proposed either faced self-rejection or dismissal by others. and none could truly succeed in disseminating the information with by CU having already accepted the task. Suddenly, an individual proposed a hypothesis. What if one were to attempt disseminating information about the location of the Void Gate, yet the information shared was erroneous? Would this provoke the rules? This inquiry is rather straightforward. One could simply enlist a player to test this notion. The feedback indicated that it would not trigger any consequences, though it seemed rather inconsequential. My line of thought is as follows. We could initially have an informed disseminator announce a location devoid of any significance. Subsequently, after the disseminator's description, we would allow uninformed individuals to scatter address information at that site, creating a temporal gap. Based on the results from current testing, I believe this theoretically feasible. Even if the disseminator creates a false reality, it would not hinder the completion of the task by the vinegar. Upon presenting this method, the group reflected deeply and concurred on its theoretical viability, nodding in agreement to proceed with the test. 20 minutes later, the testers logged off and recounted the combinations they had observed, prompting an uproar of cheers from the intelligence team. They had succeeded. They successfully circumvented the rules of the otherworld and transmitted the information about the Void Gate to a third party. The next step was to have the vinegar log in and repeat the process. In the city of Kane, Yuri speculated on the potential causes behind the emergence of the Void Mutants, yet Brew remained oblivious. Brew believed this was an act of retribution from the Void Cult, especially following the incessant appearances of the Void Mutants. Even if the mutants had temporarily ceased their appearances, Brew remained uneasy and instructed the Navy to enhance their patrols, ensuring they reported any sightings of the Void Mutants directly to him. In his mind, Brew had already marked the Void Cult for retribution. He vowed not to let them slip away unscathed. He would ensure these fools learned the meaning of tyranny. Of course, Brew expressed gratitude for the assistance of Shiver, but his thanks were directed more towards Yuri. As a man, Brew understood the nuances among men and would not commit such a distasteful error. In anticipation of potential revenge, Brew made a point to retain Yuri and his companions. Brew could contend with the Void Mutants, yet according to his subordinates' reports, these mutants were exceedingly agile and capable of flight. If a Void Mutant sensed it could not prevail and sought to flee, Brew lacked confidence in his ability to detain it. For the stability of Kane, Brew would need to rely on Shiver. Yuri did not decline Brew's invitation. Although Brew did not articulate it, Yuri and Shiver would undoubtedly expect compensation, even if no further Void Mutants appeared during this time. For the sake of prudence, Yuri was unconcerned about any potential misunderstandings and requested merely a single room. Although Yuri was an upright individual, one must remain vigilant when abroad. It was indeed safer for the three of them to stay together. As for Zhang Qing, who remains aboard the ship, is there any need for Yuri to be concerned about a player who can log off and resurrect upon death? Furthermore, according to the information relayed by the spirits on the ship, Zhang Qing has almost perpetually been in a logged-off state, only logging in momentarily before immediately logging off again. Zhang Qing, among the skeletons and spirits aboard, I am the only living soul. Do you think I possess sufficient courage? On the following morning, through the perspective of a skeletal soldier, Yuri observed by CU holding a piece of paper inscribed with the words, "I now know the location of the Void Gate." Standing somewhat despondently on the deck, he commanded a skeletal soldier to approach, indicating that by CU should pay attention to him. Noticing the peculiar behavior of the skeletal soldier, by CU understood that it was Yuri controlling it, and thus turned the paper over to write down an address. Beneath the stone slab at the southeast corner of the tavern in the trading district of Kane City lies the precise location of the Void Gate. As Yuri boarded the ship, he summoned a skeleton soldier and dispatched it to the location indicated by the white vinegar. Upon the skeleton soldier's arrival, it immediately spotted a raised stone slab. Approaching it, Yuri lifted the slab and discovered several papers that had been concealed beneath it. Conscious disclosure of information, even partially, may provoke mutation. Failure to disclose intentions, yet engaging in actions that reveal locations, will similarly incite mutation. 1. Federal continent. 2. 3. 4. Upon reading the contents of the papers, Yuri raised an eyebrow. This information appeared to be quite sincere. Although Yuri, out of caution, refrained from divulging the location of the Void Gate to Blue, He recognized that the meticulous secrecy surrounding its exact location for so many years implied a well-established set of rules. Yuri did not consider himself inferior to the natives of this world, nor would he be so arrogant as to assume that no one in this realm, over centuries, could conceive thoughts that he alone had. Nevertheless, the earnestness of the individual conveying this message uplifted Yuri's spirits. Having read numerous novels in his past life, where the upper echelons of his homeland were often portrayed as foolish, Yuri had braced himself for the worst. Fortunately, events were unfolding positively. To mitigate any potential risks stemming from the exposure of these papers, Yuri, accompanied by Shiver and Shauna, sought out the skeleton soldier and stowed the papers in the spatial pouch at his waist. Both the panel backpack and the waist pouch offered distinct advantages. If these papers were placed in the grid-based panel backpack, they would undoubtedly occupy at least one, if not several slots. However, when stored in the volume-based waist pouch, they would occupy a negligible amount of space. Regarding Blue, Yuri merely mentioned the phrase rules and taboos without further elaboration. At this juncture, the supplies had already been delivered to the Sea Island, prompting Yuri to bid farewell to Blue and return to the ship with Shiver and Shauna. Upon his return, Yuri noted that the white vinegar's level had surged from 10 to 22, yet its attributes remained at 5, indicating no points had been allocated. Witnessing this remarkable increase in level, Yuri's doubts evaporated. The rules had deemed her task complete, confirming that the address provided indeed pointed to the location of the Void Gate. According to the address given by White Vinegar, the Void Gate lay on a small island situated 1,000 kilometers south of the federal continent, perfectly timed for travel. While sailing across the sea, he planned to level up and then transport the explorer back to the federal continent. With a more agile explorer at his disposal, he would be poised to dismantle the home of the Void. Although he was unaware of the defenses within the Void Gate or the stronghold of the Void Cult, Yuri felt he must reach at least level 40 or even 51 to effectively eradicate the Void Gate. According to the current pattern of skill unlocks, upon reaching level 51, he would acquire a new summon, resulting in a significant enhancement of his capabilities. Level 61, however, feels distant. The experience required for a legendary extraordinary to ascend to level 60 is equivalent to that needed for an ordinary extraordinary to reach level 100. Yet, in reality, Yuri calculated that after traversing here for a month, he had achieved level 20, and anticipating reaching level 30 in the subsequent 6 months would already exceed expectations. Yuri planned to investigate the summon unlocked at level 31 before venturing to the Void Gate to test the waters. While he may not be able to destroy the Void Gate, eliminating a few members of the Void Cult would certainly be feasible. Returning from his contemplation, Yuri noticed that White Vine was gazing at him with eager anticipation, reminding him of the reward he had promised earlier. The information is genuine. This is your reward. With that, Yuri retrieved the inheritance crystal of the clown from his satchel and handed it to White Vine. With the Disaster Series missions at his disposal, Yuri no longer lacks skill points. By the way, check the compatibility of this inheritance crystal with your own. If it falls below 90%, then hold off for now. Otherwise, the experience required for leveling up will increase dramatically, and the intensity will forget I said anything. As he spoke, Yuri observed the inheritance crystal in White Vine's hands transform into mist, enveloping her, prompting him to cease his reminders. Having learned from past experiences, Yuri remained unperturbed, directing his skeleton soldiers to maneuver the ship towards the third nearest disaster detected. However, the latest direction appeared incorrect. The second nearest was an octopus, while the third was a patch of seaweed. Compared to the actively moving octopus, the seaweed seemed decidedly more secure. The black mist surrounding White Vine persisted for approximately 2 hours. Once dissipated, akin to Shiver's transformation, White Vine's attire had morphed into a professional set. She donned a black bodysuit, complemented by a somewhat flamboyant mask. The curves previously concealed by burlap were now fully revealed under the bodysuit, captivating Yuri's attention. Whether it was the transformation or the attire that enhanced her appearance, Yuri could not tell, but he felt that White Vine appeared even more radiant. However, before Yuri could utter a word, he noticed White Vine's eyes flutter shut, her body going limp, evidently logging off once more. Yuri was left with no choice but to command the skeleton soldiers to carry White Vine back into the cabin. Captain? Lost in thought, Yuri heard Zhang Qing's voice, momentarily distracted. Since White Vine had boarded, it seemed Zhang Qing had not initiated any conversation with him, remaining with Shauna in some corner of the ship, practicing the piano. Yet, based on the new terms and variations occasionally uttered by Shauna, Yuri surmised that the two were certainly engaged in more than mere practice. Earlier, they had mentioned wanting to bring more people aboard. Is that still possible? The intelligence team was aware that with White Vine obtaining the inheritance crystal and completing her class transition, her online presence would diminish significantly in the short term. So they had delegated certain communications with Yuri to Zhang Qing. According to the analysis of the intelligence team, it would be prudent to ask a few more questions and express a degree of respect towards Yuri. Such behavior would undoubtedly yield benefits for Yuri, rather than detriments. Yuri, without a doubt, welcomes the arrival of the players. It is noteworthy that, in anticipation of the players, Yuri has arranged for Brew to equip the ship with an abundance of fishing rods and small boats. To reap the rewards, one must first nurture the crop. The levels prior to the first promotion, achieved upon reaching level 100, are merely illusory, yielding only a single point of experience upon defeat. However, once they undergo their first promotion, they will attain a minimum level of 10, rendering each individual worth 100 experience points. At that juncture, engaging in practical combat training, team challenges, encounters with ghost ships, treasure vessels, and confrontations with hostile necromancers will not only provide ample opportunities for experience gain, but will also be significantly more enjoyable than battling the crabs and shells of the ocean depths. Naturally, in order to maintain his image, Yuri has agreed to adopt a rather reserved demeanor. After confirming with Yuri about Player 057's boarding, Zhang Qing prepared to log off, reminding others that they could come online. In contrast to Bai Cu, Zhang Qing's method of logging off was far more elegant. Although she did not select a particular spot, at least she lay down on the ground before logging off, rather than standing upright like Bai Cu, allowing her body to collapse to the ground. Yuri directed the skeleton soldiers to row a small boat, ready to welcome those players who had spawned in the water. Zhang Qing, reclining on the deck, was of no concern to him. This was not an issue of preferential treatment. Zhang Qing would log off in the cabin if she remained offline for an extended period. Logging off directly on the deck implied that she could return online shortly. The last time Yuri witnessed Zhang Qing logging off on the deck, he commanded the skeleton soldiers to drag her back to the cabin, only for her to log back in just as they were doing so, with Yuri conveniently nearby. The scene had been rather awkward. Thus, from that moment onward, Yuri chose to ignore Zhang Qing. As expected by Yuri, in just 2 minutes, Zhang Qing opened her eyes and stood up. He glanced at her and then at the players who had suddenly appeared in the water, unable to suppress a smile. With this group of players, the forthcoming 6-month journey would surely be far from tedious. A day prior, all players invited to test the new game received a notification. New scene. Island number scene unlocked by Zhang Qing. Scene description. A ghost ship adrift at sea for an extended period. Upon selecting the scene, if your respawn point is in the water, do not panic. A boat will come to rescue you. Important note, do not attempt to disturb the crew on the ship, or you may never board island number. Non-deletion test, including after open beta. For inquiries, please leave a comment below this notification. Zhang Dalong, the player who had been killed multiple times by Brew, immediately decided to change maps upon reading this message. Having already revealed his identity, he was readily discovered and killed shortly after respawning, rendering his gaming experience utterly unenjoyable. Upon logging back into the game, he found that, in addition to the options of revive at original location and random respawn, there was indeed a new option, island number. Selecting island number, he was enveloped in familiar white mist. When the mist dissipated, Zhang Dalong discovered he was floating on the ocean with a massive ship nearby. Initially, Zhang Dalong could not swim. However, since becoming a tester for this game and respawning in the water twice, he had learned to swim. Although his technique was far from graceful, at least he would not sink. Given the earlier assurance of a rescue boat, Zhang Dalong did not rush towards island number, waiting for the promised vessel. Yet, when he finally saw the boat coming for him, shock caused him to gulp down a mouthful of water before he could react, feeling as though the game had suddenly adopted an entirely different style. Fortunately, Zhang Dalong was quite adept at gaming and swiftly acclimatized to the skeleton soldier's premise, boarding the vessel known as the island. Upon stepping aboard, he was greeted by a wooden sign that read, "Welcome to the island." It further instructed, "Resolve your own issues. Do not attempt to disturb the captain or the two ladies." The sign continued, "In the tool room, various basic instruments are available for your use. Feel free to experiment with survival at sea. At the stern of the ship, there exists an arena. Should you possess sufficient strength to vanquish the Guardian, you may be rewarded with a random prize." Lastly, it noted, "We hope that before your demise, you will willingly leap into the sea rather than perish aboard this vessel. Thank you for your cooperation." Upon reading the final line, Zhang Dalong was momentarily inclined to voice a rebuttal, but recalling the skeleton soldier who had ushered him aboard, he swallowed his words. Once on board, the first sight that caught Zhang Dalong's attention was indeed the tool room mentioned on the sign, accompanied by another familiar placard. "This is the tool room. All items are available for your unrestricted use. Please treat these tools with care, for they are limited in number, and once broken, they are lost. Caution, the fish meat is intended for bait, not for consumption." Zhang Dalong entered the tool room, surveyed its contents, and procured a fishing rod, a small piece of fish meat, and a small wooden bucket. He felt a sense of loss if he did not take something from the tool room, as it consisted solely of these implements. Just as he was preparing to head towards the stern to investigate the arena, he was suddenly captivated by the sound of a melody wafting through the air. The tune was unfamiliar, yet stirred something within him, igniting a sense of yearning for the music and curiosity about its source. With a fishing rod in one hand and a bucket of fish meat in the other, Zhang Dalong followed the enchanting notes. As he turned a corner, he beheld the musician responsible for the melody. At that moment, he resolved that this ship would henceforth be his home, for it housed her presence. Subsequently, he found himself ensnared in a daydream of sorts. Meanwhile, Zhang Qing, standing beside Shauna, noticed Zhang Dalong's entranced state not far away and could not help but cover her forehead with her hand. She understood him well. It was not only Zhang Dalong, a man who could be so captivated. Even she, upon her first encounter with Shauna's music, had unwittingly succumbed to a similar reverie. At that time, Shauna's playing had not been particularly exquisite. The allure it held was somewhat diminished. Yet now, Shauna's melodies had evolved into something increasingly beautiful. And even Zhang Qing, who heard them daily, found herself occasionally drifting into a trance. Upon logging off, her supervisor had instructed her that if by CU was unavailable, it would be her responsibility to rouse the players. Yet at this moment, Zhang Qing inexplicably felt reluctant to acknowledge her acquaintance with Zhang Dalong, finding it somewhat embarrassing, especially in Shauna's presence. However, recalling the service fee promised by her supervisor, she approached Zhang Dalong and playfully slapped his ear. Players possess immunity to mental attacks. However, the melody played by Shauna does not constitute a form of mental assault. Rather, it merely evokes a longing for a beautiful life, prompting individuals to unconsciously indulge in daydreams. Were it not for a timely reminder, Zhang Dalong might have remained in trance for several minutes, if not longer. Yet, with Zhang Qing's sudden intervention, he was swiftly brought back to reality. Zhang Qing, occupation, none, level 83. The prior announcement indicated that Zhang Qing was the one who unlocked the island scenario, which instantly rekindled Zhang Dalong's focus. "Greetings, I am Zhang Dalong." Hello, I am Zhang Qing. It's good to see you awake. I shall take my leave now." As he watched Zhang Qing depart, Zhang Dalong was reminded of his earlier reverie, causing his cheeks to flush. Without hesitation, he turned and made his way toward the stern of the ship, where the arena stood, the only known location thus far that offers rewards. In a swift motion, Zhang Dalong found himself at the stern of the ship, gazing upon a circle delineated by a white line. Before the circle lay a wooden plank, and within stood a skeletal warrior. Have you noticed the treasure chest nestled among its ribs? Soon, it shall belong to you. Skeletal warrior, level 5, strength 11, constitution 8, reaction 7, spirit 0. After surveying the inscription on the plank and the attributes of the skeletal warrior, Zhang Dalong could only muster a dismissive chuckle. However, His decision to retreat did not deter other players from confronting the skeletal foe. Upon boarding, Wang Ming noticed the prompt on the plank, meandered around the ship, and, upon spotting Yuri and his companions, made his way directly to the stern. Upon examining the skeletal warrior's attributes, Wang Ming boldly stepped into the confines of the white circle. If the outcome of battle were solely determined by attributes, there would be no need for combat. One could merely compare stats and concede defeat accordingly. Wang Ming understood that to claim the ship as his own, an encounter with the skeletal warrior was inevitable. As a seasoned player, he recognized the immense significance of a sufficiently large vessel in this realm, particularly the sea island, which was not only spacious but also occupied by only 3 individuals, each a magic user, a veritable hidden boon. With ample players under his command and the right opportunity, he could seize this ship. Upon entering the white circle, the previously stationary skeletal warrior brandished its bone sword and lunged at Wang Ming. Remaining composed, Wang Ming sidestepped to the left just as the skeletal warrior swung, evading its strike. From the situation at hand, it was evident that Captain Yuri was likely a necromancer, summoning the skeletal warriors and phantoms aboard the ship. Thus, engaging the skeletal warrior in direct combat seemed futile. Instead, Wang Ming aimed to discern its attack patterns. He reached out to grasp the skeletal warrior's forearm. The attributes only detailed its strength and constitution, omitting any mention of weight. Curious about its heft, Wang Ming hoped it might be light enough to maneuver, potentially allowing him to bypass a fight altogether. As his hand latched onto the skeletal warrior's arm, a surge of formidable force coursed through him. To his astonishment, rather than lifting the warrior, he was spun around due to the overwhelming disparity in strength, ultimately losing his balance and collapsing toward the skeletal figure. In that moment, Wang Ming felt an unexpected tightness in his upper body. Lowering his gaze, he realized the skeletal warrior had ensnared him in an embrace. As I lifted my gaze once more towards the skeleton soldier, I observed its bony hand thrusting down fiercely with the bone sword, piercing through its own ribcage and my chest. "You have died. Please wait too. 59 to re-enter the game." From a moment Wang Ming stepped into the white circle until his demise, the entire sequence transpired in less than 10 seconds. In fact, the time it took for the skeleton soldier to unceremoniously discard Wang Ming's lifeless body into the sea exceeded the duration of the battle itself. Inside the captain's chamber, Yuri received a notification of experience points 1. Truly, what a foolish player, so audacious. Yuri was genuinely astonished that a player yet to undergo their first transformation would dare to challenge a level 5 skeleton soldier. Although the skeleton soldier lacked intellect and adaptability, the disparity in attributes and its unique physiological structure rendered it impossible for players at this stage to contend with such an opponent. Naturally, players of this excessively bold nature were few and far between. Most players, after meandering around the island, chose instead to wield fishing rods and wooden buckets, casting their lines near Shauna, enjoying the dual pleasures of fishing while listening to the enchanting melodies played by exotic maidens. This experience in reality would not come cheap. The sole drawback was the excessively alluring music, which often caused them to lose focus, letting numerous fish slip away. Moreover, spending extended periods in this realm meant that even after logging off, their thoughts would occasionally drift back to that captivating atmosphere. As for Shauna, the makeshift musical stage, she reveled in the attention. Previously, only Yuri and Zhongqing provided her with a modicum of rule feedback. Now, each of the fishing enthusiasts nearby could offer her a wealth of feedback, and at the current rate of rule acquisition, it wouldn't be long before she could level up again. Perhaps the most delighted among the trio was Zivil, for she finally had willing participants to taste her culinary creations. In the past, due to her reluctance to waste, she could only attempt to cook twice daily, for any more would lead to excess. Now, however, this concern had vanished. Regardless of how much she prepared, there was always a crowd eager to sample her dishes, and she could even procure new ingredients from them. Consequently, each meal shared with Yuri and Shauna featured delightful new flavors. The only downside was the occasional dishonesty of her taste testers. Sometimes, despite her creations being rather unpalatable, they would smile and declare them delicious, leaving Zivil questioning her own sense of taste. Of course, some players did engage in peculiar antics, but they were promptly detected and curtailed by the skeleton soldiers stationed aboard. Shortly thereafter, Cu made her entrance, bidding farewell to Yuri and the others before diving into the sea, her destination unknown. Yuri felt a twinge of reluctance. The new arrivals were all male, and while they were indeed comically foolish, they lacked visual appeal. However, as Yuri had previously mused, the presence of players had undeniably enlivened the ship. Even without direct interaction, simply watching a gaggle of foolish players fish proved to be quite entertaining. Moreover, Yuri occasionally commanded skeletal soldiers equipped with flippers to stealthily attach peculiar objects to their fishing hooks, observing the players' reactions. To the players, this was merely part of the game. Thus it seemed entirely reasonable to catch whatever emerged from the depths, did it not? On the third day at sea, Zhangqing finally reached level 100, completing her first-class advancement and ultimately transitioning to the Bard. What astonished Yuri was the presence of skills on Zhangqing's attribute panel. Voice of Joy, pseudo-prolonged immersion in the rules has imparted certain aspects of them upon oneself, capable of emitting. After a week at sea, Yuri finally approached the vicinity of the resilient algae. At this moment, Yuri had leveled up by 2 levels, reaching level 22, and gained 3 points in spirit, along with 1 point each in strength, constitution, and reflexes. The level 1 temporary enhancement provided by spell research was allocated to spirit enhancement, increasing the summon limit from 535 to 642. However, at this juncture, Yuri gazed at the nearby expanse of verdant waters, utterly bewildered. Is this truly algae? The anchor, extending 200 meters, could not even touch the seabed, yet this algae has grown to the surface? Moreover, the visible green area on the water surface surpassed that of a standard soccer field on Blue Star. How much algae could that possibly entail? In the operation to eliminate the algae, Yuri halted the sea island far from the area, dispatching the Phantom for closer observation. Nothing could serve as a more effective scout than the Phantom. It swiftly arrived at the region, revealing information about the resilient algae before Yuri's eyes. Resilient algae, level 41, strength 61, constitution 138, reaction 21, spirit 10. What is this situation? This vast expanse of algae is, in fact, a singular entity? Beneath the verdant surface of the sea lay numerous green strands of algae, each displaying the same attribute panel. This was a sight Yuri had never encountered before. As Yuri guided the Phantom into the water, he discovered that the algae visible on the surface were merely the longer portions. Below the surface, many strands, too short to be seen, remained concealed. Viewed from the seabed, the entire mass of resilient algae resembled a green mountain submerged in the depths. As for the length of the algae, Yuri utilized the Phantom's speed to gauge the nearby water depth, estimating it to be around 350 meters. Contemplating this, Yuri commanded a skeleton soldier to leap into the sea and attempt to approach the area where the algae thrived. Initially, as they entered the region, no unusual phenomena occurred. However, when Yuri directed the skeleton soldier to attack the roots of the algae, the surrounding algae suddenly came to life. Summon creature, skeleton soldier, under attack, health -30. Notifications flooded Yuri's interface, and he soon lost control of the skeleton soldier. Nevertheless, before its demise, Yuri successfully severed a strand of algae. Freed from its roots, the cut algae began to ascend towards the surface. Yuri instructed the skeleton soldier to row over, preparing to retrieve the algae and ascertain its edibility. After all, these algae bore a striking resemblance to kelp from Blue Star. Furthermore, through observation, Yuri discerned why these immobile algae were deemed a calamity. There were no other life forms present. The seabed he had traversed previously, despite its barrenness, harbored various underwater plants and creatures. Yet in this region where the algae flourished, there existed solely the algae, devoid of any other marine life or flora. Judging by the height of the algae, it appeared to be in a continuous state of growth. If he returned later, would it have progressed to a 3-star calamity? This thought crossed his mind, but he quickly shook his head. among the 39 quests he had acquired. Calamities range from 1 star to 5 stars, with a mid-level 3-star calamity being the rarest, appearing only once. Yuri did not perceive this as a normal occurrence. Perhaps others within the divine sects shared this sentiment? The rewards for 1-star and 2-star calamities were too meager, while 4-star and 5-star calamities proved considerably challenging. Was it that the 3-star calamities offered a superior balance of reward and difficulty? After careful contemplation, Yuri ultimately resolved to eradicate the patch of algae, seizing the opportunity to acquire the 6 skill points as a reward for completing the task. Additionally, it would provide insight into the extent to which his disaster equipment would enhance its attributes post-task completion. To optimize his time, Yuri allocated 2 of his remaining 3 skill points to the summoning of skeletons, elevating it to level 7. The skeleton's soldier strength, constitution, and agility each increased by 2 points, while their summoning range expanded to 17 meters. Regrettably, the ghost possession attack appeared ineffective against the plant-like algae. Otherwise, the eradication of the algae in the vicinity would have been considerably more effortless. While summoning a new skeleton soldier, Yuri directed the nearby skeletons at the seabed to converge on the area inhabited by the resilient algae. After a portion of the skeletons perished, he further enhanced his summon skeleton ability using the level-up points provided by his spell research. When the average lifespan of the skeletons fell below the skill cooldown, increasing the summon cap proved futile. It was far more beneficial to augment the individual strength of the skeletons. The runestones in his backpack, collected from a sunken ship and having remained inconspicuous, granted an additional 11 reduction in skill cooldown for Yuri, who was at level 22, as they provided a 1 reduction for every 2 levels. He could now summon a skeleton every 53 seconds. The ensuing strategy involved a gradual attrition. Initially, he commanded the previously summoned skeletons to assault the algae while the newly summoned skeletons trained in the vicinity. Once the skeletons in the nearby waters transitioned entirely from level 5 to level 8, Yuri commenced the attack on the algae's roots with the newly summoned skeletons. Furthermore, under Yuri's command, the skeletons exhibited significantly greater combat efficiency than when they operated autonomously. On board the sea island, the sight of a skeleton soldier hauling a massive kelp aboard a small boat captured the players' attention. However, they refrained from attempting to seize it. Over the past week, the skeletons had demonstrated to the players the meaning of if you can take action, spare the chatter. Shortly thereafter, another skeleton emerged, brandishing a wooden plank adorned with a small sign that read, "Recruiting 10 taste testers to sample the flavor of this kelp. Taste test reward, 1 kilogram of strong liquor per person." The potent liquor was, of course, produced by the endless goblet. In truth, it did possess a minor bug. Whenever a liquid made contact with the rim of the goblet, its production of strong liquor would cease. However, by employing certain tools to prevent the liquid generated from the goblet's base from touching the rim, it would produce liquor at a steady rate. Unfortunately, this production period spanned from the first light of dawn until the sun fully rose, yielding approximately 10 kilograms in total, merely 10 times the original amount, falling short of Yuri's envisioned infinite supply. Currently, the ship had amassed around 100 kilograms of strong liquor, and it was time to concoct a reason to distribute the newly produced liquor as a benefit for the players aboard. Retaining the players on the ship for an extended period to assist him in fishing and diversifying the culinary offerings relied heavily on their engagement. As a week elapsed, Yuri observed a decline in the number of players engaged in fishing, prompting the need to rekindle their enthusiasm. Should this aquatic algae prove non-toxic, and its texture and flavor be agreeable, Yuri contemplated enlisting the players to assist him in processing the harvested algae. However, a sudden pallor crossed Yuri's face, realizing he had squandered a week nurturing his leeks in vain. Previously, he had been reluctant to employ phantoms to vanquish colossal sea creatures, primarily because their experience yield was inferior to that of the skeletal soldiers lurking beneath the waves. Additionally, the cumbersome task of processing these creatures, with their abundant yet minimally rewarding flesh and bones, held little value for him. Yet, these resources would be advantageous for the players, aiding in the rapid maturation of the leeks. A thought struck Yuri, Was it conceivable that upon his arrival in this realm, those NPCs in the novice village were not mere constructs, but rather these beta test players in disguise? Could it be that the prolonged duration of the beta test, spanning an entire year, stemmed from this cohort of novice NPCs failing to evolve and establish their footing in this world? 060 Runestone, Overgrowth. Regardless of the veracity of the speculation, accelerating the player's leveling progress is undoubtedly advantageous. Yuri momentarily lost focus, and the 10 tasting slots were swiftly claimed by the players aboard the ship. Uncertain whether it was the allure of the kelp or the spirits, Yuri could only ponder. Little did he know that as soon as the skeletal soldier brandishing a wooden plank made its appearance, the players were greeted with a quest notification. Quest triggered. Tasting. Quest objective. Consume over 300 G of resilient algae. Quest reward. Experience points 400, spirits 1 kilogram. Number of quest participants 010. Thus, it was not the kelp nor the spirits that drew the players to accept the quest, but rather the allure of experience points. Once a player himself, Yuri, now transformed into an NPC, remained lenient towards the players. The quest required players to taste the algae, yet they were not compelled to consume the resilient algae raw. Instead, they were directed to the kitchen, where Shiville prepared it in various ways before serving it to them. Meanwhile, those who failed to secure a quest slot noticed the distinctly different colored waters in the distance. Their curiosity piqued. Eventually, a group of players reached an unspoken agreement, and 3 of them leapt from the deck, swimming towards the dark green waters. Observing the scene from his post, Yuri did not intervene. Rather, he commanded a ghost to follow discreetly and observe. Perhaps having learned from past experiences, the 3 players halted as they neared the algae region. Yuri sensed that they must have perceived the attributes of the resilient algae. Ordinarily, upon realizing such a significant disparity in attributes, the prudent course of action would be to retreat. Yet, one cannot overlook the player's inherent adventurous spirit. One of the 3 players swam towards the algae zone. As this player entered the algae area, the surrounding algae suddenly surged towards him. The remaining 2 players, preparing to withdraw, found themselves ensnared by the algae that reached up from the depths, dragging them beneath the waves. Having satiated his curiosity, Yuri began to test the algae's enemy detection capabilities. He noted that the algae consistently retaliated passively, even after being assaulted multiple times by the skeletal soldiers, having cleared a considerable area. Given its mental attributes, Yuri was skeptical of its lack of memory. He maneuvered a skeletal soldier close to the root of a resilient algae, striking it down. Before the surrounding algae could converge upon him, the soldier deliberately lay on the ground, rolled over, and vacated the original position. The surrounding algae initially missed their target. Then, after a few futile swipes at the spot where the skeletal soldier had been, they resumed their upright posture. Indeed, it appeared that they detected nearby targets through a form of life sensing, as the skeletal soldier fell outside their detection range. Upon realizing this, Yuri was filled with exhilaration. This signifies that the skeleton soldiers are no longer mere expendables. Each skeleton can persistently eradicate the aquatic algae. Consequently, Yuri began to summon more skeletons to gather around the algae. The skeletons would strike at the roots of the algae, then promptly retreat and lie on the ground, allowing them to rise again to continue their assault once the algae could no longer detect an adversary. This process repeated itself. While Yuri commanded the skeletons to vanquish the algae, he also directed several phantoms to scour the vicinity. Under normal circumstances, such algae would not attain such size and would actively prey upon nearby creatures. Moreover, it was astonishing that such a vast expanse of algae was singular in nature. Clearly, the extraordinary growth of this algae must be governed by a specific rule. However, Yuri could not discern any indication of rule mastery from the attributes of the algae. This left only one possibility. The region inhabited by the resilient algae contained some unique object bearing accompanying rules. What Yuri was currently endeavoring to accomplish was to utilize the Phantom's ability to disregard physical effects to locate this object. Meanwhile, the 10 players who had previously accepted the quest appeared somewhat disheartened. They had not anticipated that while they had successfully secured the mission, they were unable to bite through the algae. Indeed, considering the circumstances, it was understandable. At that time, the level 7 skeletons boasted a strength of 13 points and wielded bone swords. Yet it required 3 strikes to sever a single strand of resilient algae. Conversely, Shiver, with a strength of 10 points and a sharper blade, managed to handle the tough algae with relative ease. It was only natural that the players, possessing a mere 5 points of strength and attempting to gnaw with their teeth, would find it impossible to penetrate the algae. Yet, they had to at least attempt to consume it, lest they be ridiculed by those who had not managed to secure the quest. As such, these players tore into the tough algae's exterior like tearing apart beef jerky, then reluctantly chewed a few bites before swallowing. To be honest, aside from the difficulty in chewing the resilient algae, the seasoning Shiver had prepared for it was quite delightful. Thus, from day to night and into the following day, Yuri continued to switch perspectives between the phantoms and the skeletons. Even with his mental attributes enhanced to 87 points due to equipment bonuses, he still felt a slight throbbing in his head. His mental fortitude had indeed strengthened considerably, but the strain on his psyche was also substantial. The skeletons submerged beneath the water were partly engaged in cleansing the algae, while others continued to level up. All while those aboard the ship managed the position of the sea island. The phantoms were searching, as were the skeletons scouring the waters near Dwarven Island for materials. All of these tasks required Yuri's singular guidance. Just as he was preparing to take a brief respite to recuperate before resuming his search, the vision of the phantoms exploring the seabed suddenly shifted. The underwater search was swift, yet yielded no findings. Thus, Yuri commanded the skeletons to begin probing the sediment beneath the algae. Finding nothing unusual in the sediment, they continued their search deeper into the soil. Yuri felt that the location of the extraordinary artifact was likely situated in the area where the aquatic vegetation thrived most abundantly, making the central region of the water plants the primary search zone. Subsequently, after confirming that this section exhibited no anomalies, he broadened the search area both outward and downward. At last, he discovered, in the southeastern part of the central aquatic vegetation zone, a luminous object surrounded by tendrils, buried deep beneath the sediment on the seabed. Rune stone. Excessive growth enables the target to transcend existing limitations and grow without bounds. Can be merged, current merge, resilient water plant. Upon examining the properties of this rune stone, Yuri was fairly certain that it was the catalyst behind the emergence of the colossal resilient water plant. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that this object was of little utility to him. From his perspective, it merely facilitated the target's secondary, tertiary, and even quaternary development. Yet, for Yuri, it seemed rather inconsequential. He was quite satisfied with his current physique and accessories. Becoming larger and stronger might disrupt the harmony of his daily life. Could the rule of ignoring growth limitations and the inability of summoned entities to continue evolving be circumvented? If that were indeed the case, then with this thought, Yuri suddenly felt invigorated and began directing his skeletal minions to clear the aquatic vegetation in that direction. 061, the pressure is placed upon the players. The good news is that the location of the runestone is not in the central area of the seaweed. The bad news, however, is that its position is directly opposite to where Yuri is currently clearing. It was not until noon that Yuri managed to clear away the seaweed within a 10-meter radius above the runestone. He then began to gather all the skeleton soldiers at that location. Logically speaking, the resilient seaweed would not allow Yuri to sever the tendrils enveloping the runestone without putting up a fight. First, he pushed the mud aside, and then the skeleton soldiers began to use their bone swords to gently strike the seabed, digging down toward the location of the runestone. Prior to this, Yuri had already commanded the skeleton soldiers to excavate a deep pit just large enough for a single skeleton soldier to enter. Through previous battles, Yuri sensed that this seaweed possessed a modicum of intelligence, albeit limited. At first, the resilient water plants showed no reaction. However, once the skeleton soldiers exposed the rune stone to the seawater and struck the surrounding tendrils, the nearby seaweed suddenly surged toward them. The previously visible green island on the surface of the sea vanished from sight. Witnessing the approaching tide of seaweed, Yuri immediately abandoned the notion of confronting it head-on with his skeleton soldiers. Instead, he directed them to jump into the dug pit, where they grasped each other by their rib cages or spinal bones, forming a wall of skeletons above. Just as the skeleton soldiers secured their positions under Yuri's command, a long whip composed of innumerable strands of seaweed struck against the skeletal wall. The sound of cracking bones echoed, and in the blink of an eye, the wall of skeletons was reduced by half. A circular shockwave radiated outward from the center of the seaweed and skeletons. As the skeletons at the bottom struck the tendrils once more, the seaweed whip suddenly dispersed, weaving through the gaps between the skeletons and ensnaring them, beginning to pull upward. In mere seconds, the entire wall of skeletons was hoisted into the air by the collective force of the seaweed. At that moment, the skeleton soldier at the bottom successfully cleared away all the tendrils surrounding the rune stone, wedged it into its ribcage, and then hastily jumped into another pre-dug pit. Just then, the resilient seaweed became agitated, with countless strands aimlessly searching through the surrounding seawater and seabed silt. Should a skeleton attempt to flee with the rune stone, it would undoubtedly be ensnared by the encroaching seaweed. Instead, remaining concealed within the pit proved to be a safer option. Of course, Yuri was also taking a gamble, betting that the seaweed only searched within the seawater and on the seabed surface, unaware of the gaps beneath it. Within a minute, all the skeleton soldiers summoned to this area, save for the one hiding in the pit with the rune stone, were eradicated by the seaweed. The sediment that surged from the seabed due to the frenzied search of the water plants was clearly visible even on the surface of the ocean. Yuri remained unhurried, as the deep pit where the skeleton soldiers resided had been buried by the disturbed sand and gravel, rendering the skeleton soldiers even more secure. Acquiring this rune stone was merely a matter of time. The only unfavorable news was that after severing the connection between the resilient water plants and the rune stone, no indication of task completion was received. It appeared that the resilient water plants must be eradicated to fulfill the mission. While Yuri awaited the calming of the resilient water plants, the 10 players who had accepted the task finally managed to finish their share of seaweed with considerable difficulty, earning experience rewards and a kilogram of strong liquor bestowed by Yuri. Among them was Wang Meng, one of the fortunate few to secure the task. There's a saying that only a deceiver would wholeheartedly and unconditionally treat someone well, and Wang Meng epitomized this notion. In preparation for future endeavors on the island ship, Wang Meng had been immersing himself in the vessel day after day, exhibiting immense enthusiasm for all tasks aboard. He engaged in at least 2 battles with the skeleton soldiers daily and, while awaiting revival, sought advice from the game's officials regarding fishing techniques. This tasting task was no exception. After receiving his reward, Wang Meng took a sip and discovered the liquor resembled the 52-degree white spirit from Blue Planet. After a brief hesitation, he poured the liquor into his mouth. Through these days of gameplay, Wang Meng realized that the NPCs in this game were akin to real individuals. Thus, he aspired to have his name noted by Captain Yuri, whether for good or ill, aiming to leave a sufficiently deep impression, regardless of its nature. In one go, Wang Meng downed a substantial portion of the 1 kilogram of strong liquor. Almost immediately, he felt his vision beginning to blur. Acquired temporary status drunkenness, level 2. Drunkenness, level 2. Remaining time, 3:43. 31 reaction, -3. Visual blurriness 10. Note, when the countdown reaches 0, level -1. The state does not disappear. Without allowing Wang Meng to fully experience the sensations of level 2 drunkenness, the status bar escalated directly to level 5. Drunkenness, level 5. Remaining time, 6:21. 09 reaction, -15. Visual blurriness 60. Hallucinations 30. Repulsion to eating. Subsequently, Wang Meng unexpectedly collapsed onto the deck, with reactions descending into the negative. It was not mere sluggishness, but rather as if his body parts had developed their own volition, entirely beyond the player's control. As Yuri, whose attention remained fixated on the underwater plants, noticed Wang Meng through the skeleton soldiers, he found Wang Meng rolling about on the deck. With a resigned roll of his eyes, Yuri commanded the skeleton soldiers to toss Wang Meng overboard. Despite this player contributing 2 points of experience daily, Yuri still held a memory of him. And indeed, this action was for Wang Meng's own good. Resurrection requires merely 3 hours. However, if neglected, his character would likely take around 20 hours to regain a manipulable state, level 3, and 26 hours to return to normalcy. It would be more expedient to cast him into the sea and initiate the resurrection countdown. Following this, a protracted wait ensues. Yuri had previously assumed that the tenacious seaweed would engage in its frantic search for merely a few minutes. Yet, perhaps due to its lack of intellect, the resilient seaweed persisted in its fervor for nearly 3 hours before reluctantly ceasing its efforts. Resilient seaweed, level 41. Weakness, level 5. Duration 105. 29. After 3 hours, Yuri had summoned over 200 skeletal warriors, poised for action. Upon observing the resilient seaweed succumb to its weakened state through the Spectre-esque perspective, he immediately directed the skeletal warriors to assault the languid, upright seaweed resting on the ocean floor. With no concern for retaliation from the seaweed, the efficiency of the skeletal warriors in clearing the aquatic flora significantly increased. Additionally, Yuri issued a new quest to the players, instructing them to collect the severed seaweed that had floated to the ocean surface. All gathered seaweed would grant the players half ownership. The shorter strands bore no special attributes, while those exceeding 50 meters in length could yield 1 experience point per kilogram. The intermediate lengths, measuring between 300 to 400 meters, provided 4 to 8 experience points per kilogram, weighing between 30 to 50 kilograms for the lighter strands and several hundred kilograms for the heavier ones. Coupled with the immense quantity of seaweed, Yuri felt confident that it would suffice for over 100 players to achieve their first rebirth, provided they possessed sufficient appetite and robust teeth. Players required 10,000 experience points for their first rebirth, and currently, most players were between levels 10 and 20, leaving a gap of over 8,000 experience points. Calculating an average of 6 experience points per kilogram of seaweed, players would need to consume approximately 1,400 kilograms of seaweed to achieve their first rebirth. Thus, the pressure now rests upon the players, to eat or not to eat. Task rewards. Yuri was not concerned about players embezzling resources. Ultimately, the aquatic plants would be transported to the ship, and players could only consume a small portion along the way. Naturally, recognizing that some players possessed adept mathematical skills, Yuri had prepared an alternative reward. The aquatic plants would be categorized into 8 grades based on their weight in kilograms and the experience points earned per kilogram. For every 2,000 points, players could exchange them for 1 kilogram of fine liquor, a strand of aquatic plants, measuring 3 to 400 meters in length, would suffice to procure 1 kilogram of liquor with even some surplus. Yuri deemed this price quite reasonable. For those who did not require liquor at the moment, they would receive a silver coin to keep track of their liquor quantity. Upon arriving at the sea island vessel, players would only possess the garments on their backs, and Yuri was untroubled by the prospect of anyone attempting to deceive him with a multitude of silver coins. Of course, Yuri intended to reclaim these coins before they reached the shore, lest chaos ensue. Beneath the sea, Yuri commanded the skeleton soldiers to harvest aquatic plants while simultaneously excavating the skeletons that had previously fallen into the deep pit. The aquatic plants had compacted the gravel that had fallen into the pit, rendering the skeletons trapped at the bottom unable to escape without assistance from their fellow skeletons. Once the skeletons were unearthed, they made their way along the seabed to the underside of the sea island vessel, climbing up the specially designed ropes to present the verdant stone to Yuri. Observing the green rune stone in his possession, Yuri summoned a ghost and directed it to envelop the rune stone, attempting to merge with it. While fusion could indeed occur underwater, Yuri was uncertain whether any unforeseen incidents might arise during the merging process with the ghost. Hence, he opted to conduct the fusion aboard the ship. The process lasted approximately 10 minutes, after which Yuri was rewarded with a glowing green ghost. Summoning Ghost, Level 1. Successfully merged with Rune Stone, Overgrowth. Please adjust Experience Distribution Ratio 0-100 Unnamed, Level 1. 0-100 String 0, Constitution 1, Reaction 7, Spirit 15. Ethereal form, immune to physical effects, overgrowth. Capable of continued growth. Health 30-30, base 10, tough skin 20. Splendid. Observing the ghost with an experience bar, Yuri exclaimed in excitement. He casually named it Little Green, setting the experience distribution ratio to 100, meaning that all experience from enemies defeated by Little Green would be awarded to it entirely. Subsequently, he sent Little Green to the seabed to prey on crabs, shells, and other marine creatures. Apart from humans, the mental attributes of other creatures were generally low. Thus, Little Green would inflict a 110 health reduction on the marine fauna. Before long, Little Green amassed the requisite 100 experience points and ascended to level 2. Little Green, Ghost, level 2, 3, 200 strength 0, Constitution 1, Reaction 7, Spirit 18. Health, 40-40, 2020. From the perspective of the experience points required for upgrades and the increase in fundamental attributes, Xiao Lu remains a paragon of legendary growth. Moreover, Yuri felt that Xiao Lu's physique seemed to have grown somewhat larger. To confirm his suspicion, as he directed Xiao Lu to continue leveling up, he commanded another nearby specter to approach for comparison. To his surprise, he indeed found that Xiao Lu's size had increased. He pondered whether it would be able to shapeshift in the future. If it could, he envisioned it donning a hat and hovering above a player's head, which would surely be more advantageous than being marked as a red name. This whimsical thought brought an unbidden smile to Yuri's face. The ensuing task involved the arduous process of clearing the resilient algae. Even though the resilient algae, immobilized by a state of weakness, could not resist, their sheer numbers meant it took Yuri nearly 3 hours to eradicate them with the help of his skeletal soldiers. Initially, Yuri believed that the critical part of the resilient algae was a specific leaf, yet during the cutting process, he did not encounter any particularly significant leaf. After thoroughly clearing the resilient algae from the seabed, he still did not receive a notification indicating the completion of his task. Thus, he directed the specter to search the nearby sediment, ultimately discovering a segment of unique tendril. Resilient seaweed tendril, 4824G, consuming it grants experience 9648 material. Upon extracting this tendril, Yuri finally heard the long-awaited system notification. Task disaster, completed reward, experience 1, 000,000, skill points 6. While 1,000,000 experience points held little significance for Yuri at this juncture, the subsequent 6 skill points were indeed enticing. Opening his attribute panel, he confirmed that his remaining skill points had indeed risen to 7, and he felt as giddy as a fool weighing over 100 pounds. After several reviews, he then accessed his equipment page to examine the attribute changes of his 2 faction items. Identity Token Divine Faction. Favor of Fate, Luck 2, Disaster Brooch. Disaster Sensation, Sensing Disaster, Spirit 2. These enhancements were quite impressive. Yuri had initially thought that multiple tasks would be necessary to increase an attribute by 1 point. Yet now, with just a 2-star task, he had gained 2 points each in Spirit and Luck. Based on existing conditions, 1-star tasks should yield 1 point each, while 3-star tasks might offer 3 or possibly 4 points each. However, he would likely not have the opportunity to experiment with this, as his focus would shift directly to testing the rewards of 4-star tasks. Yuri sensed that the only 3-star difficulty target was simply too far away, making it more practical to pursue a closer 4-star target. Next, he resumed his collection of seaweed. This particular resource was primarily composed of water, and he wondered whether the experience yield would change after extracting the moisture. For instance, if it originally took 1 kilogram to gain 4 to 8 experience points, would drying it out reduce the requirement to merely 200 grams for the same experience? This was a matter Yuri was eager to experiment with. Moreover, it is not merely the case that 1 requires 1. For tons, even if 1 tons were necessary, players would still indulge if it meant gaining experience. This is not mere speculation, but a fact observed 6 months after the launch of the Extraordinary Seas. Newcomers, under the guidance of seasoned players, engage in various tasks while slaying monsters both on land and at sea, all the while carrying a piece of meat or some other sustenance, nibbling on it during idle moments. Those with wealth partake in a pound that yields 5 or even 10 experience points, while those less fortunate settle for a pound that provides merely 2 or 3 points. Their sole aim is to expedite the completion of their first transformation, even relying on phantoms for navigation and having skeletal warriors row the boat. Yuri spent nearly an entire day collecting all the seaweed nearby that offered 3 or more experience points per kilogram. Just as Yuri was preparing to sense and track the next calamity, he unexpectedly received a notification. Summoned creature, skeleton soldier, level 4, is under attack, health minus 58. A level 4 skeleton soldier? Do I still have one under my command? Ah, the Black Pearl. 063, the superpower of white vinegar. I might be infected. Due to the passage of time, Yuri had amassed numerous summoned creatures, which were rather scattered, and he had forgotten the purpose of the 5 entities floating in the distance. He could only recall that all the summoned beings far from him had their own tasks, and their summoning could not be cancelled. As his gaze shifted to the skeleton soldier under attack, Yuri's eyes widened in astonishment. Gold. An island adorned with gold. Moving gold. Wait, gold that moves? Observing a piece of gold, roughly the size of an adult husky, nudging the skeleton soldier lying on the deck, which then vanished. Yuri finally regained his composure. Where had the Black Pearl drifted to? He did not recall encountering any mention of such a place prior to his traversal. Immediately, Yuri commanded 3 skeleton soldiers to rise and leap off the Black Pearl, marking the location. Regardless of whether the gold was genuine, it was prudent to note the island's position. In the realm of the extraordinary sea, nothing is more coveted by players than a small island, as there is always someone eager to cultivate or construct something upon it. After the skeleton soldiers jumped into the sea and concealed themselves in a suitable spot, Yuri began employing the last remaining skeleton soldier aboard the Black Pearl to survey the surroundings. The island was not large, approximately the size of 2 football fields. But from the ring of seaweed at the island's edge and the current sea level, it was evident that the tide was rising. Once the tide receded, the island's area would likely expand, as the skeleton soldier discovered that the underwater terrain was relatively gentle. Thus, more land would emerge once the tide fell. Most importantly, beneath the surface, through the skeleton soldier's perspective, Yuri also observed a plethora of gold-like blocks. The remaining skeleton soldier on the Black Pearl stood and approached the golden creature. As the skeleton soldier moved, the golden creature, which had been tilting its head and gazing at its own claws, instantly turned to face the standing skeleton soldier and ran over. Yuri also glimpsed the golden creature's attribute panel. Golden Dragon, level 19, strength 42, constitution 83, reaction 16. Spirit 4. Skills, elemental absorption. Absorbs surrounding gold elements for growth. Cannot be upgraded. Elemental recombination. Transforms surrounding elements into gold elements in specific ratios. Level 2. Mental barrier. Immunizes against all mental effects. Cannot be upgraded. Golden Dragon body. Immunizes against all negative physical skills. Cannot be upgraded. Golden body. Reduces damage by 50 and immunizes against actual damage less than its constitution. Level 1. Just as Yuri was deciphering the attributes before him, the golden dragon had already approached the skeleton soldier and cautiously extended its claw to touch it. Summoned creature, skeleton soldier, level 4, took damage, health minus 69. Seemingly realizing that the skeleton soldier had not vanished, the golden dragon sprang with excitement, making contact with the skeleton soldier. Yuri, too, lost sight on the Black Pearl, yet his eyes sparkled with a peculiar fervor. Is it truly all gold? Meanwhile, White Vinegar from Blue Star, bewildered, twisted his head to gaze at the wall behind him, facing a group of astonished intelligence agents. Just moments ago, White Vinegar had inexplicably appeared in the intelligence room from the adjacent chamber. As he turned his head, he was met with the fervent expressions of the agents. You all. Just recovering from the shock of his wall-passing feat, he was suddenly confronted by a throng of frenzied men rushing towards him. Instinctively, White Vinegar shouted to divert their attention and then kicked out. The intelligence agents, being more cerebral in nature, found themselves ill-equipped to withstand the force of White Vinegar's combat-honed kick, despite their physical training. The lead individual stumbled back, causing a chain reaction among the others who either fell over or staggered, with only a few slow-reacting individuals managing to evade the chaos. With this brief respite, White Vinegar and the intelligence team finally calmed down. Having attempted wall passing numerous times in the other world, he found the experience equally astonishing but quickly grasped the current situation. Observing the excited agents, who were at a loss for words, he spoke up. "Everyone, take your seats. I will speak first, and you may ask questions afterwards." Once the agents settled around the conference table, White Vinegar took a moment to collect his thoughts and began recounting his recent experiences. "In the other world, I had just completed the 8th test you requested and logged off to share the results with you. Upon seeing the wall between our 2 rooms, I instinctively wondered if I could, as I had in the other world, pass through it directly instead of using the door. Then, I beheld you all. Though it seemed you did not notice me at first, I turned back, and this entire sequence lasted perhaps a second or 2 before I heard your footsteps. This thought was not new to me, nor was it particularly compelling, yet this time it indeed succeeded. Currently, I feel no abnormal sensations. My head is clear, and my clothing along with the items in my pockets remain intact. I attempted to pass back through the wall, but was unsuccessful. That concludes what I have to share. Please, feel free to ask any questions you may have." Having spent considerable time in collaboration, White Vinegar had come to understand the concerns of the intelligence team well. However, his straightforwardness left the agents momentarily at a loss. Unlike their usual approach of asking whatever came to mind, each inquiring about their own individual interests, they found themselves momentarily speechless, struggling to formulate their questions. However, the succession of remarks from White Vine caused the entire intelligence team to follow the trajectory of her narrative, contemplating the possibilities therein, resulting in an unusual silence where no one dared to pose a question. The most unsettling scenario is when the atmosphere suddenly turns hushed, especially when a group of men and women fix their furrowed brows upon you. Even with White Vine's exceptionally high emotional resilience, she could not escape the sensation known as awkwardness. Unfazed, after a moment of mutual staring, she found herself wishing fervently that she could return to her previous situation. Just as this thought crossed her mind once more, White Vine suddenly vanished from her spot. However, this time, she did not successfully return to her room. Instead, she materialized before the wall of the room. The moment of her disappearance and subsequent reappearance jolted the intelligence team back to reality, prompting them to shout loudly. "Where's my watch? Who has a watch? Start the timer. 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Go find a camera, the best one. Gather supplies, collect various weapons, both heavy and light. I need to ascertain her maximum load-bearing capacity." 064 The strange lanternfish, upon hearing the words of the intelligence team researchers, by CU's eyes widened in astonishment. She believed she had thought through every detail sufficiently to silence the intelligence team, yet she was unprepared for their vast imagination. Regardless of the final test results, it had become evident that by CU had acquired a superpower that could only be wielded in the other world. And this acquisition was directly linked to the inheritance crystal. The role of the intelligence team was to gather, organize, analyze, and speculate on information, while the research team's mission was to systematically validate the feasibility of these speculations based on the intelligence team's findings, even employing exhaustive methods, if necessary. Consequently, while the intelligence team was still conducting tests, the research team received a new directive: to halt all other research and focus entirely on deciphering the verification rules of the otherworld. According to the collated information thus far, all players entering the otherworld, save for those who had received some training, faced considerable hardships, had it not been for the emergence of the leisure map known as Island Number 8. Some individuals would have already withdrawn from testing due to the game's frustrating nature. Therefore, aside from a portion of the research team working on cracking the verification rules of the otherworld, most researchers dedicated their efforts to rapidly enhancing the player's combat capabilities. However, upon confirming that the superpowers from the otherworld could be transported to Blue Star, considerations of individual combat prowess became secondary. The priority shifted to amassing numbers first. Meanwhile, the intelligence team regarding Yuri expanded once more, further analyzing what resources they possessed that Yuri might require, in order to showcase their value and engage in trade with him. Unbeknownst to Yuri, who was pondering what he could offer in exchange, He was currently attempting to command a skeleton soldier to retrieve a piece of what appeared to be gold, directing it toward the new continent. Had Yuri been aware, he would have urged them to expedite the public testing and to support several large gaming guilds. He would have suggested that these guilds frequently organize activities to challenge him. The more often, the better. The reason for directing the skeleton soldier toward the new continent was primarily to have someone assess whether the object was indeed genuine gold. After all, gold could refer to the currency gold or the metal gold. Moreover, these gold pieces lacked any attribute descriptions, prompting Yuri to temper his excitement with a degree of rationality. Gold in Dragon Island, the site of the gold discovery, did not influence Yuri's forthcoming plans. As he pursued a one-star disaster trace, players aboard Island Number 8, alongside the skeleton soldier, dried seaweed, and occasionally fished from the sea. Days passed without any unforeseen occurrences. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but ocean, with no changes on the horizon. Even the weather remained consistently sunny. Were it not for the seaweed on the ship gradually lightening day by day, Yuri might have begun to harbor doubts about the situation. The pace of advancement has increasingly slowed. After several days, Yuri has only ascended one level, reaching level 23. The skill unlocked at this level is called Attack Rebound, which inflicts on the target the same damage they deal. This ability not only synergizes well with the Summon Zombie skill unlocked at level 21, but also seems fitting alongside the Bone Wall that is to be unlocked at level 24. However, as they are currently at sea, the necessity for such skills is minimal. It was yet another unremarkable day. From his perceptions, it would take approximately 10 more days to catch up with this one-star catastrophe. Yet, this notion bore little significance. Yuri's understanding of time had begun to blur, and all that occupied his mind was the distance to various locations. That evening, as Yuri prepared to rest, the door to the captain's quarters suddenly swung open. Startled at first, he soon deduced it could be Shauna, filling him with a sense of anticipation. Only Shauna and Hivel could evade the life detection of the skeleton soldiers and approach the captain's quarters unnoticed. Previously, he had been the one to ambush Shauna. He hadn't anticipated that this time, Shauna would turn the tables and ambush him instead. Without inquiring or attempting to light the oil lamp, Yuri chose to feign sleep. Curious about Shauna's intentions this time. Before long, Yuri felt the blanket shift and someone slipped beneath it. However, Yuri was taken aback. He was all too familiar with Shauna's form, yet this presence was unmistakably not hers. Tentatively, he inquired, "Hivel?" "Yes," came a familiar response, quickening Yuri's heartbeat and leaving him uncertain of how to proceed. Seemingly attuned to his thoughts, Hivel leaned close to his ear and whispered, "A month, you promised me. I've consulted Sister Shauna on what to do. She even mentioned that you deceived us at first, saying it was impossible to die. But I know Sister Shauna was merely comforting me. I'm ready now, brother." In that moment, Yuri felt Hivel's movements and instinctively grasped her mischievous little hand. Not in a hurry. Hivel had previously discussed such situations with Shauna. If her hands could not move, she would resort to her feet, and with an innate understanding, she playfully nipped at Yuri's earlobe. Achievement dancing with the divine level increased. Current level 2, strength 10, constitution 10, reaction 10, spirit 20. Achievement dancing with the divine level up reward, skill points 10. Do not speak of losing one's soul. The curtains billow in the west wind, and one appears more emaciated than the yellow blossoms. The following morning, Yuri conscientiously went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for 3. This surprised the players aboard the ship, as Hivel had always been the one to make breakfast, and it was Yuri's first time in the kitchen. Fortunately, previous experiences had made the players aware of the captain's rather irritable temperament, so no one dared approach him, opting instead to observe and discuss from a distance. Although the players believed they were far enough away and their voices were hushed, Yuri could still hear them distinctly. It must be said that the players' imaginations were indeed vast, as their guesses varied widely. However, Yuri remained silent, for there were indeed players who had stumbled upon the truth. After this brief interlude, life seemed to revert to its previous course. Yet, with their relationship now laid bare, Hivel and Shauna decided to move directly into the captain's quarters. As days passed, Yuri, with the assistance of the ghost, finally pinpointed his next target, the lantern fish level 59, legendary strength 37, constitution 121, reaction 17, spirit 17. Skill, rapid digestion, possessing superior digestive abilities, level 4. After a fleeting moment of exhilaration, Yuri soon recognized a troubling issue. Wait a minute. It only possesses the rapid digestion skill, lacking any trapping abilities. If it digests quickly, it must also grow hungry swiftly, requiring ever more sustenance. Should it not be hunting everywhere? Yet, why did it seem as though it had been consistently active in this vicinity? 065 Biochemical Island Yuri had previously discovered that this fish seemed to remain relatively stationary. The lanternfish, characterized by its luminous organ resembling a lantern atop its head, is adept at luring other fish. Yuri had always presumed that this fish's ability leaned towards enhancing its lantern, thereby enabling it to capture prey without the necessity of constant movement. This would elucidate why the fish lingered within a specific range. However, it soon became apparent that the situation was not as Yuri had envisioned. The unusual circumstances prompted Yuri to refrain from immediately directing the phantom to attack, instead opting to survey the surroundings. He also commanded the island to retreat, distancing itself from the vicinity of the lanternfish. Yuri remained skeptical that this lanternfish, possessing rapid digestion capabilities, could remain undisturbed for an extended period. As Yuri had surmised, within less than 2 hours, a figure appeared, leading a school of fish towards the lanternfish's location. Indri, pirate, level 13, strength 11, constitution 16, reflex 8, spirit 9. Skills none. The lanternfish, demonstrating no restraint, lunged at the school of fish to commence its feeding frenzy. Upon witnessing the pirate's arrival, Yuri immediately steeled himself, instructing the phantom to follow in the wake of the pirate. However, as the phantom drew closer to the pirate, Yuri's expression shifted dramatically, nearly causing him to retch. To his horror, the pirate bore 2 enormous gills protruding from his back. The specifics are too unsettling to describe. Human modification? Hadn't this practice been outlawed by the Federation a century prior? In a historical account Yuri had perused, he recalled similar descriptions. In the year 103 of the Federation, significant advancements were made in human modification. Artificial gills, granting humans the ability to breathe underwater, vastly expanding their operational range. Sonic vocalizations, enabling humans to utilize sonar detection, enhancing safety during nocturnal activities, keratinous skin, rendering human epidermis more resilient, bolstering defensive capabilities. In February of the year 104, due to ethical violations surrounding human modification, all related documentation was destroyed and all research projects were ceased. In March of the year 104, a large human modification laboratory was discovered within the domain of Duke Nunez. All personnel and their families, along with the Duke and his immediate relatives, as well as his servants and direct descendants, were executed by hanging. Upon first reading that account, Yuri had thought the Federation somewhat overzealous. Even if such practices were forbidden, was it truly necessary to execute the researchers and their supporters? Yet, upon beholding the pirate's grotesque appearance, Yuri suddenly comprehended the Federation's unwavering stance on the matter. Beyond the gills on his back, the pirate's body was similarly adorned with fish scale-like formations, and his hands and feet were encased in webbed appendages, leaving the extent of any further modifications uncertain. If the terms artificial gills and expanding the scope of human activities are indeed, as they suggest, Yuri feels that the prohibition of such devices is entirely justified. The speed of the pirate vessel is by no means slow. In fact, it surpasses that of ordinary ships, reaching approximately 20 kilometers per hour. An hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Eventually, Yuri finds himself glancing at his watch almost every minute. The modifications are far more impressive than he had anticipated. Generally, sailing vessels traverse the sea at a speed of around 10 to 15 kilometers per hour. Yet this modified individual achieves a speed of 20 kilometers per hour, which can be sustained for 3 hours, and it is evident that this is not their limit, whether in terms of maximum velocity or duration. The modified individual possesses significant leeway. In the 4th hour, another modified individual appeared near the lanternfish, guiding a school of fish. Yuri dispatched a phantom to track this individual. Even from a directional perspective, their destinations appeared to align. After another 2 hours, Yuri could discern the seabed from the phantom's viewpoint. This indicated the likely presence of an island or landmass nearby, as the phantom was only about 10 meters from the surface. Indeed, within less than 10 minutes, the phantom followed the modified individual to a small island. Yuri sensed the relative coordinates of this isle in relation to the new continent and recalled his memories, realizing that this island had not been mentioned on player forums. However, this was not surprising. Quietly amassing wealth, being guarded by the indigenous populace, failing to measure precise locations, or reaching some agreement with the locals could all lead to such islands remaining undisclosed. Yet, upon seeing the inhabitants of the island, Yuri was struck with shock, inadvertently uttering a phrase he had consciously avoided. "What the hell?" Afterward, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no players were present, before exhaling in relief. Even if overheard, he could attribute it to having heard often, but it is always preferable to avoid unnecessary complications. It is understandable why Yuri reacted this way. The scene on the island was such that, were it not for the visibility of attribute panels, he might have doubted whether he had been transported into a post-apocalyptic world reminiscent of a survival horror scenario. The island stretched endlessly, its size indeterminate for the moment. But the individuals within view, at first glance, appeared relatively normal compared to the previous modified person. At the very least, they still resembled humans. What astonished Yuri further was that some modified individuals, despite having certain attributes reaching 6 points, had yet to embark on the path of the extraordinary. Aside from utilizing a legacy crystal to enter the legendary realm, there is only one other method to awaken into the extraordinary through one's own abilities, having any attribute exceed 6 points, regardless of whether it is strength, constitution, reflexes, or spirit. As long as one attribute surpasses the threshold of an adult male, which is 5 points, they will automatically enter the realm of the extraordinary. Pirates, naval officers, and adventurers are the groups most likely to give rise to extraordinary beings. Due to the inability to ascend to the ranks of extraordinary pirates and adventurers, the likelihood of a long life is considerably diminished. The Navy, on the other hand, possesses ample resources for cultivation. However, among the current modified individuals, some entities, despite exhibiting attributes exceeding 6 points, still display no profession. The modified individual previously tracked did not head towards the island, but instead turned towards a vast wooden cabin at the island's edge. Yuri directed the specter to follow, eager to observe the living conditions of this modified being. As they traversed the walls and entered the cabin, Yuri's attention was immediately drawn to a large cauldron simmering with 2 mysterious liquids, one blue and the other green, alongside a steaming mixing barrel. Subsequently, he noticed a figure, seemingly human, swathed entirely in layers. Just as he was about to approach for a closer inspection, Yuri abruptly halted. He realized that the figure appeared to be locking eyes with the specter. 066, the most suitable skills for players and still available at night. Under the illusion of stealth, one attempts to observe discreetly, only to realize the discomfort of being under the opponent's watchful gaze. Nevertheless, having been discovered is merely a minor setback. Yuri boldly commanded the specter to approach and inspect the opponent's attributes. Gilbert Pinto, Alchemist, level 21, Strength 12, Constitution 6, Reaction 23, Spirit 24. Skills none. Ah, so you possess no skills. Take your time while I investigate what is simmering in the pot. Just as Yuri prepared to scrutinize the contents of the pot, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to turn back and regard Gilbert anew. Based on prior observations of multiple attributes, it was concluded that a typical extraordinary individual gains approximately 2 points per level. Thus, theoretically, a standard level 21 extraordinary being should have an attribute cap of 20 base points, plus an additional 2 points from transcending the extraordinary, along with 40 points accrued from leveling up, cumulatively, a maximum of 62 points. Moreover, this represents merely a theoretical ceiling. If we liken the extraordinary to a university experience, the journey to achieving extraordinary status is akin to the college entrance examination. Individuals may choose their paths based on personal circumstances, arts or sciences, athletics or the arts, even niche languages, without the necessity for well-roundedness. Only one area needs to meet the required standards. However, an individual with 20 points in attributes resembles a student prepared for the entrance exams, excelling in sciences, not requiring open-book assistance in humanities, already rated in athletics, awarded in the arts, and proficient in a niche language. The 2-point attribute bonus acquired during the Transcendence could be likened to achieving a perfect score on the entrance exam. Merely passing the threshold would yield only 1 point. While the aforementioned scenarios may seem far-fetched, they are not entirely implausible. Yet, before Yuri stood a figure with a total of 65 points, 12, 6, 23, 24, in attributes devoid of any skill augmentation. What could possibly account for this? Has he repeated a year? As Yuri pondered Gilbert's extraordinary attributes, he suddenly witnessed Gilbert pull open a drawer from the table, extracting paper and a pen. Yuri, is it? At first, Yuri paid little heed. However, as Gilbert inscribed his name upon the paper, Yuri's interest was piqued. Without hesitation, he directed the specter to nod in acknowledgement. Should he be an adversary, the plan would proceed as intended. If an ally, further discourse would ensue. Upon discovering this peculiar island and the presence of strange individuals, Yuri had promptly commanded more specters to converge on their location. Did you come here for that fish? Yuri nodded again, curious to see what Gilbert might concoct. The fish is yours. We have no need for shiver. There is no reason for us to become enemies. If Yuri had previously contemplated the possibility of collaboration, that notion evaporated upon mention of shiver. Gilbert, whether affiliated with the Void cult or not, was undoubtedly entwined with its machinations. Rather than delicately probing for information, Yuri preferred the more straightforward approach of eliminating him and subsequently reviving his specter for inquiry. After Gilt finished speaking, Yuri immediately allocated 4 of his 18 existing skill points to the Summon Spirit ability. Summon Spirit, level 5 summons a level 5 spirit at a designated location within a 13-meter range. Strength, 0, Constitution, 1, Reaction, 7, Spirit, 27, Ethereal, immune to physical effects. Skill, Drain, when dealing damage. Regains 1 health point per second. Health, 50-50, casting time, 3 seconds, cooldown, 60 seconds. Upgrade requirements. Level 19, 1 skill point. He then spent another skill point to elevate Tough Skin from level 1 to level 2, increasing the health from 20 to 50 points. Consequently, the newly summoned Spirit's health surged from 50 to 100 points. The temporary skill level for spell research remained focused on mental enhancement. Rather than enhancing the attributes of the spirits, the paramount concern now lay in their numbers. The island was vast, and these individuals seemed to have transcended human boundaries. It was inevitable that some would attempt to flee. Yuri required an ample number of spirits to track those he deemed significant and eliminate them one by one. He then commanded the already level 7 Little Green to attack the lanternfish. At level 5, Little Green had independently grasped the drain skill, offering Yuri a glimpse of what was to come. The lanternfish possessed an extraordinarily high constitution, yet its mental attributes were equally low with the drain skill. Little Green was more than capable of wearing down the lanternfish over time, alleviating Yuri's concerns. Meanwhile, Gilt's expression darkened when the spirit showed no reaction. One Yuri was certainly not worth such a compromise. There were individuals on the island more formidable than him. However, Yuri's affiliation posed a dilemma. Had they known earlier that Yuri was part of a subordinate faction, they would not have dispatched someone to negotiate an ambush with Brew. Yuri himself was not terrifying. What was truly fearsome was the legion of subordinates behind him, whose lifespans extended far beyond comprehension. Even gods have reincarnated, yet you subordinates still persist. How can you hold your heads high? With this thought, Gilt couldn't help but curse again. The Void sect was not devoid of high-level transcendent beings. But compared to the subordinates of the Divine sect, the high-level transcendent beings of the Void sect primarily wielded powers related to the Void. They were indeed powerful. Yet the more they utilized their abilities, the faster they were eroded by the Void, leading to shorter lifespans, which rendered them reluctant to engage. When devoid of power, They would stop at nothing to acquire it. Once power was attained, their goal shifted to prolonging their existence. Everyone was human, not a subordinate, and no one was to blame. The locator and tracker that Lev had placed on Dwarf Island remained undiscovered aboard the island now. The Void Sect, too, had deduced from the trajectory of Yuri's vessel that he was likely in search of disaster. Just prior to Yuri's arrival, Guilt and his companions received word from above indicating that the fish might indeed be Yuri's target and advised them to abandon their mission. However, Guilt and his companions clung to a flicker of hope. What if that were not the case? The research on the capture of lanternfish may seem like a minor aspect of the myriad plans devised by the Void Cult, yet it constitutes the entirety of Guilt's endeavors, particularly now, as the plan approaches its culmination and the results are just days away. Guilt is reluctant to abandon it so casually. Meanwhile, Yuri is reviewing his skill list, contemplating which abilities might enhance his chances of success. He currently possesses skill points, and more will soon be accrued, which gives him considerable confidence. Suddenly, Yuri's eyes narrowed as he noticed a long-overlooked skill, Corpse Explosion, unlocked at level 8. Given the scarcity of corpses, he had never paid much attention to this skill. However, he now has players at his disposal. Even if these players have not yet transitioned into their advanced classes and remain mere mortals, their demise would still yield tangible corpses. With this thought, Yuri promptly summoned Zhongqing, instructing her to find a way to notify White Vinegar. The current number of players aboard the ship is insufficient. He requires more participants. Indeed, the more, the better. 067, the optimal assist. There is no need for the island to draw near. Yuri felt he had unraveled the pattern of how his kin descended upon this world. It was either random or occurred near a specific individual, often referred to as the activity envoy. In truth, the pattern was readily discernible, yet prior to his transmigration, Yuri had never contemplated this aspect. Thus, he did not need to maneuver the island to approach the Bio Island prematurely. He merely needed to send a player to the vicinity of the Bio Island first. Before long, Yuri spotted White Vinegar on the surface of the sea near the island White Vinegar Girl, Colorful Clown, level 16, Strength 18, Constitution 5, Reaction 10, Spirit 5. Compared to when she departed from the island White Vinegar's level had only increased by 1, yet this was sufficient to astonish Yuri. The experience points White Vinegar had accumulated at this level were likely earned through countless battles in the New World. As for her attributes, Yuri was well aware that players typically receive points upon leveling up. White Vinegar had likely reserved 5 points. After all, she had not allocated any points to Spirit, which was rather extreme for a legendary class. She probably had yet to comprehend the significance of the Spirit attribute for players. Constitution, however, was of little concern, as players were not afraid of death. When White Vinegar stood before Yuri, he immediately sensed a change in her. Previously, she had exuded the aura of a neighborly little sister. However, despite her appearance, movements, and demeanor remaining unchanged, Yuri now perceived an air of menace. Captain Yuri, you summoned me? Indeed, I require a corpse, which is why I sought you out. However, as soon as Yuri spoke, the menacing aura surrounding White Vinegar vanished without a trace, and she reverted entirely to the image of the familiar neighborly girl. White Vinegar contemplated numerous possibilities. Even the intelligence team had provided her with 2 scenarios, yet she never anticipated that Yuri would require a corpse. Although the request was peculiar if Yuri needed it, it posed no significant issue. Must it be a living kill? Yuri intentionally posed this question, curious to observe White Vinegar's reaction. Yet her response left Yuri bewildered, prompting an instinctive inquiry. What do you mean by a living kill? Can it be done after I faint? Upon hearing White Vinegar's reply, Yuri finally grasped her meaning. It is not I who will kill. I have discovered an island occupied by the Void Sect, and I intend to eradicate them. However, to be prudent, I require a sufficient number of corpses on the island. Therefore, I need you to assist my subordinates in launching an assault on this island. Of course, as compensation, the island will ultimately belong to you. My sole aim is the extermination of the Void Sect. One crucial point, I need the corpses of those individuals on the island to be intact. Wounds are acceptable, but it is best if they are not missing arms or legs. Yuri had previously contemplated crafting a grandiose excuse. However, until the appearance of white vinegar, no suitable reason could be devised, so it was stated outright. As for the matters on the island, human heads were inconsequential. Yuri was hardly lacking in that experience. Regarding the tools, players could never compete with the specters and skeleton soldiers. What use did Yuri have for the island itself? Was he to leave behind a batch of skeletons to sow corn? It would be far more practical to give the white vinegar directly to plant chives instead. In the future, whenever passing by, he could reap a few servings of chives. The corpses were of utmost importance. He needed these bodies to resurrect the specters and gather pertinent information. Meanwhile, white vinegar's mind was racing with thoughts. Being the only superhuman at present, white vinegar had encountered a wealth of related intelligence while cooperating with the intelligence and research teams during their experiments. Judging by the information white vinegar possessed, the matter Yuri mentioned posed no harm, but rather a benefit to them, merely restricting certain individuals' access to teleportation privileges. Thus, white vinegar readily agreed. No problem. I will rally the people. You can take me there first. With that, white vinegar collapsed to the ground once more. Yuri, accustomed to this, commanded the skeleton soldiers to carry white vinegar out and place her on the small boat, instructing them to set sail towards the biochemical island. It had truly become a habit, for white vinegar had never regarded this body as her own, showing no fear of falling. Yet, Yuri had forgotten that previously only he, Shiver, Shauna, Zhongqing, and white vinegar had been aboard the island ship. Now, however, there was a multitude of players. When white vinegar entered the captain's cabin, all players on the ship turned their attention towards her. As she was hoisted out by two skeleton soldiers and cast onto the small boat, setting off across the ocean, the players erupted in excitement. After managing white vinegar's affairs, Yuri called Shiver and Shauna over, instructing them to remain on the ship and subsequently board the small boat to approach the biochemical island. If necessary, he could directly utilize his existing skill points to activate the undead mist and corpse explosion, engaging in battle on the island. He could not always rely on Shiver to take action. Moreover, being closer would hasten the time it took for the specters he summoned to reach the island. Yet, Yuri couldn't shake the feeling that as he passed by the deck, the players' gazes upon him seemed rather peculiar. Biochemical island, seaside cabin. Guilt's expression, concealed by a mask, went unnoticed by Yuri. When Guilt realized that the specters had neither departed nor shown any signs of aggression, his countenance shifted from menacing to exhilarated. He believed that Yuri had tacitly accepted his proposal. If they could draw Yuri, a member of the divine sect, into their faction, the benefits would far surpass the gains from studying that fish. It seems you have agreed to my proposal, haven't you? The specter nodded, then shook its head. Yuri was also concerned that they might not engage in battle at all, simply packing up and fleeing, a move he could not pursue at that moment. Thus, he continued to cooperate with them. In truth, Yuri himself was uncertain about the meaning behind his nodding and shaking of the head at that moment. Yet he believed that Guilt understood perfectly. Did you mean that we are not enemies, but that we must demonstrate our sincerity? With full comprehension, Yuri nodded affirmatively. The joy on Guilt's face grew increasingly pronounced. He was not afraid of Yuri's insatiable appetite. Rather, he feared that Yuri would lack the courage to seize the opportunity. As long as Yuri accepted his terms, they could subsequently leak the details of their collaboration. Guilt was confident that the divine sect would no longer be able to tolerate Yuri. Once Yuri ceased to be a member of the divine sect, he would no longer have the audacity to act so brazenly. The shepherd Conrad Yule. Hey, can you guess why I initially chose to disregard the feedback rules and instead opted to recruit him? At that juncture, Yuri would either join the Void sect or meet his demise. Subsequently, Yuri merely nodded or shook his head, or sometimes nodded before shaking his head, allowing Guilt to proceed as he wished. However, what Yuri did not anticipate was that it was only when he had everything prepared and the players, led by white vinegar, commenced their assault on Bio Island, causing the blaring alarms to sound, that Guilt finally realized Yuri had no intention of collaborating. Upon hearing the alarm, Yuri immediately commanded the specters to charge towards Guilt and launch an assault. On the fourth day, the disaster began to reveal its true nature. The fifth-level specter, due to its extreme specialization, possessed a mental attribute even surpassing that of guilt. Consequently, once the specter possessed guilt, his health began to diminish at a rate of 14 points per second, while he fell into a state akin to paralysis. The specter itself lost health at a rate of 1 point per second, but with the absorption gained, it was of little concern. Within the wooden cabin, there were 3 ordinary pirates. However, they had been eliminated by guilt during his negotiations with Yuri, thus sparing Yuri further trouble. With guilt's situation under control, Yuri's focus shifted to the conflict on the biochemical island. The number of individuals present was rather considerable. Yuri estimated the total count of internal testers to be around 300, at most 500. Through meticulous records, he noted that only 136 players had arrived on the island of the sea. Yet now, at the spawn point alone, there appeared to be at least 10, with over 100 having already landed, and several times that number still swimming towards the shore. Moreover, the influx of swimmers was visibly increasing. Drawing from a memory of witnessing the flag-raising ceremony in high school, Yuri estimated that the number of individuals present had surpassed 1,000. As for the battle unfolding, it had grown somewhat monotonous. Although some of the green-skinned creatures possessed attributes superior to those of the players, their total number barely exceeded 100, ultimately overwhelmed by the tide of players. Intriguingly, whether due to prior arrangements or instinctual behavior, amidst such a large-scale conflict, everyone was consciously avoiding the crops cultivated by the green-skinned race. Before long, the players arrived beneath the towering walls of the small island. Seizing the cover of the now darkening sky, Yuri commanded the specter to conduct a sweeping reconnaissance of the environment within the walls. However, as soon as the specter entered the vicinity, gray lines began to manifest upon its form. Summon Spectre, level 5, has dissipated. In an instant, more than 200 specters had lost nearly 1/5 of their numbers. Yuri, concealed upon the sea, shrugged in resignation. Within those walls resided not only high-level extraordinary beings, but also those of the magical variety, which necessitated a more cautious approach for the specters. Yuri opted to withdraw all the specters and delve into the ground to ascertain whether there were any tunnels below. Meanwhile, upon clearing all the green-skinned creatures, Dorn and the other players had also reached the base of the towering walls. After over a month of exploration, Dorn and his fellow official players had long completed their first-class transition, currently standing at levels 11 to 12. Unlike the cautious approach of White Vinegar, Dorn and his group were more willing to take risks, with all members maximizing their attribute points. For instance, Dorn, through continuous ambushes and raids against local adventurers in the New World, had successfully transitioned to the Assassin class. Dorn Evan, Assassin, level 12, Strength 13, Constitution 5, Agility 8, Spirit 5, Skills none. Upon transitioning classes, Don received 11 free attribute points, which he allocated according to the ratio of 2 to Strength and 1 to Agility. Prioritizing Strength followed by Agility, reflexes. Defense was managed by others. His sole responsibility was to attack. With a strength of 13, he was already more than twice as strong as an average robust man, and the towering wall before him appeared to be merely 5 or 6 meters high. Deciding to investigate, Don communicated briefly in the squad channel before stepping back, gathering momentum, and leaping to grasp the edge of the wall, subsequently vaulting over it. As he ascended, he had yet to steady himself when he encountered a wrinkled figure before him. Had it not been for the displayed attributes of this individual, Don would have instinctively kicked out. Lasser Oslo, level 34, Strength 29, Constitution 27, Reflexes 6, Spirit 24. Bring Yuri out. You're unworthy. Yuri? Which Yuri? While responding to Lasser's inquiry, Don relayed Lasser's attributes and position through the squad voice channel, prompting his teammates below to prepare. Despite the disparity in attributes, Don felt confident that they could still prevail. Your captain. Don't play dumb. I know his ship is nearby. You should have mentioned that earlier. How was I supposed to know the captain's precise name? The captain was below, declaring something incomprehensible. Just as he uttered the last 3 words, Don surged forward towards Lasser. Simultaneously, a group of players appeared atop the wall. Don reached Lasser, and, instead of launching an attack, he dropped to the ground, clutching one of Lasser's legs. Lasser reacted swiftly, Refraining from moving the leg Don grasped, opting instead to kick Don's shoulder with his other leg. A sharp crack resonated as Don, with only 5 points in constitution, felt his shoulder shatter, rendering one of his arms limp. Yet, Lasser's expression shifted to one of alarm. Despite the injury, Don displayed no sign of pain. He maintained his grip with his remaining hand. Having entered this world through a modified game pod that completely dulled his sense of pain. Had Lasser's kick not been so ferocious, Don might have managed to keep both hands secured around Lasser's thigh. As Lasser prepared to deliver another kick aimed at Don's head, effectively rendering it a blur. He turned just in time to see a hoe thrusting towards him. A dull thud echoed as Lasser felt a ringing in his head before being tackled to the ground, losing consciousness shortly thereafter. Following Lasser's demise, a realization seemed to dawn upon the group atop the wall. Engaging in conversation was futile in their current predicament. A cadre of burly individuals, armed with swords and shields, charged towards the player's position. Unlike the previously encountered, emaciated green-skinned beings with formidable attributes, these figures exuded strength, their bodies rippling with muscle and clad in a layer of light armor. However, it is noteworthy that these individuals possess physical prowess and strength that have reached a score of 6, with some even attaining a remarkable 8. Yet they too have not transcended into the extraordinary realm. Theoretically, those clad in light armor, wielding swords and shields, despite their attributes being lower than that of the previous lather, present an even greater threat to the players, aided by their equipment. The players present, including those beneath the towering walls, were filled with excitement. Equipment. That was indeed equipment. Observing the fervor of the ordinary players, Cu and his companions refrained from rushing forward and instead focused on assisting the ordinary players in scaling the walls. Their most significant advantage lay in their numbers and the ability to respawn. Once the players entered the walls, they could directly revive within that secure space. This was a detail that Cu and his companions were keenly aware of. Additionally, they needed to relocate Lather's corpse to a place where it would not be trampled by players. Yuri had mentioned that he required these bodies to remain as intact as possible. Morsi gazed at the frenzied crowd, then cast his eyes upon the area shrouded in black mist to the east of the island, his expression darkening further. Although lacking concrete evidence, he felt certain that all of this was somehow linked to Yuri. Damn, Yuri, I've already taken a step back. Why do you persist? As he pondered this, Morsi suddenly realized that one person seemed to be missing from the gathering. Where is Guilt? Guilt! Damn it, that scoundrel! The alarm blared. All researchers were mandated to return within the high walls, a strict regulation. Yet, among those surrounding him, Guilt was conspicuously absent. It was evident that Yuri had orchestrated this. Guilt had not relinquished his experiments on the fish, as he had claimed. As a senior member of the Void Cult, Morsi understood that discovery signified an end. The followers of the Divine Cult would not specifically target the Void Cult, but should they cross paths, they would certainly not let it slide. The thought of having to abandon the research institute he had painstakingly built over the years due to Guilt's avarice filled Morsi with a fury that made him wish to cast Guilt into the void. Even if he were already dead, gather all research materials, take what can be salvaged, and destroy what cannot. Prepare for evacuation. Furthermore, release all existing experimental subjects, regardless of their completion status, for direct combat testing, while ensuring each department collects data on their respective subjects. Even on the federal continent, it was exceedingly difficult to gather so many individuals for experimentation. Having issued his orders, Morsi turned his gaze towards the gray mist to the east of the island. It appeared faint, yet vision could not penetrate it, evidently a manifestation of some arcane skill. Even though Yuri was likely concealed within that fog, Morsi had no intention of charging in personally to confront him. He was a thinker. Matters of combat were best left to others, summoning skeletons and phantoms. The enigmatic gray mist. What were the remaining 2 arcane skills? Could these peculiar individuals also be part of the rules he commanded? This was the only explanation Morsi could conjure for the sudden appearance of so many people nearby. Aside from the unknown area cloaked in mist, no vessels were visible around the island. These figures seemed to materialize from thin air, reminiscent of Yuri's skeletons. Yet, it seemed implausible, as the aesthetic was far too disparate. Skeletons and phantoms were clearly not of this world, but these people appeared all too human. In the distance, Yuri observed as players clashed atop the high walls. Once again, he directed the phantoms forward, joining the fray. They launched attacks against the augmented beings engaged in battle with the players. With the phantoms' assistance, the players found it significantly easier to dispatch the augmented foes. However, as more augmented beings, augmented beasts, and extraordinary individuals joined the battlefield, the players began to suffer heavy casualties. There are 209 individuals, the entirety of those currently capable of entering the otherworld from Blue Star, all participating in this battle as required. While over 6,000 are engaged, the active participants on the battlefield remain around 1,000, with the remainder awaiting resurrection. Gradually, the modified beings and beasts have been exterminated, leaving only a faction of extraordinary individuals led by Morsi, who continues to slaughter players attempting to track their whereabouts. Morsi North, Void Infected, Level 49, Strength 46, Constitution 37, Reaction 10, Spirit 21. The remaining researchers on the island all share the same profession as Void Infected, a prevalent, extraordinary vocation among the Void cult. Those bold enough to delve into the void and successfully catch a glimpse of its traces become infected and step into the realm of the extraordinary as Void Infected. To further enhance their power, they need only persist in their explorations of the void. Although Morsi is a researcher, his formidable level of 49 allows him to eliminate players with a speed that rivals that of those specialized in combat. Initially, Morsi descended into the fray out of frustration, but as the slaughter continued, he suddenly realized that these individuals seemed to lack the sensation of pain. This piqued Morsi's curiosity. No one understands the human body better than he does. Humanity has reached an exquisite equilibrium. Any modification to a person cannot exist in isolation. Yet now, Morsi astonishingly discovered that these individuals, aside from being devoid of pain perception and exhibiting an unusually heightened mental state, exhibited no other anomalies. This revelation shattered the foundational theories of his existing research. Could these individuals also be products of the rules? But how to explain the corpses? Why? While Morsi was studying the players, Yuri dispatched a specter underground to investigate the hidden passages, leading to a new discovery, a dungeon. Within this dungeon lay a man on the brink of death. Called in North, no profession, Strength 2, Constitution 2, Reaction 1, Spirit 1. Skills, none. Status, Weak, Level 5. Strength -3. Constitution -3. Reaction -4. Spirit -4. Upon first encountering this man, Yuri paid him little heed, dismissing him as merely a victim of brotherly betrayal. Having already encountered Morsi, the highest-ranked adversary on the island, Yuri was naturally left with a lasting impression. However, he refrained from engaging. Their levels exceeded Yuri's current capabilities, and they possessed group attack methods specifically effective against specters, making it exceedingly difficult to defeat them on land. He could only bide his time for an opportunity once they ventured out to sea. This Kalden, regardless of the circumstances, undoubtedly shared some unusual connection with Morsi. Yet for Yuri, extracting information from the deceased proved far simpler than from the living. Thus he remained indifferent to Kalden's fate. As Yuri instinctively calculated Kalden's attributes, he promptly commanded the specter to return to the dungeon and once again examine Kalden's attribute panel. After several confirmations, Yuri remained somewhat incredulous. If the attributes lost due to weakness were restored, this individual would possess the maximum limit of 5 points across all 4 attributes. Consequently, Yuri swiftly altered his decision and resolved to save this person. With a total of 20 in 4 dimensions, he would undoubtedly be rated as SSR. For someone of such caliber, Yuri would not hastily resort to violence to extract information without at least making an attempt. Shortly after Yuri instructed the skeleton soldier to escort Kalden away, the already agitated Morsi arrived at the dungeon accompanied by 2 trusted aides. Upon seeing the dungeon door ajar, Morsi's heart sank. Why was the door open? Morsi hurriedly dashed into the dungeon, only to find one empty chamber after another. Damn it! Never mind, let's go. With that, Morsi exited the dungeon and rejoined the others, hastily boarding a sailing vessel to depart. Although it was somewhat incredulous, It turned out that the strange individuals on the island were also a manifestation of Yuri's abilities. As they set sail, Morsi retrieved the specialized communicator of the Void cult. Utilizing the Void as a conduit, one could disregard spatial distances and temporal constraints, achieving instantaneous transmission, whether it be of individuals or information. The sole drawback was that employing this communicator would deepen the user's connection to the Void. Experiment Island number 3 has encountered a new type of summoning creature from Yuri. Currently, all data and research results on the island have been destroyed or evacuated. To evade Yuri's tracking, the forward direction remains uncertain. Yuri's new summoning creature, indistinguishable from normal humans, yet unafraid of death and devoid of pain, composed of 5 low-level superhumans and 95 extreme humans. After sending the message, Morsi stood at the stern of the ship, silently watching Experiment Island number 3 recede into the distance. On Biohazard Island, once by CU and the others confirmed that there were no remaining enemies, they immediately instructed one individual to log off and report the situation. Subsequently, the players received a log-off reminder from the game pod. No one knew Yuri's intentions for requesting the corpses, so to avoid unnecessary trouble, the players complied and logged off. CU then sought out Yuri, who was in a seaside cabin. "Captain, it's done. There are now approximately 10,000 corpses on the island, with the bodies of the islanders kept separately. Well, you all have worked hard this time." With a wave of his hand, Yuri summoned 200 level 7 skeleton warriors, who then dispersed in various directions. Yuri was quite pleased with CU and the others' arrangement of the islanders' bodies, as it significantly alleviated his workload. Now, it was time to inquire about the details one by one. Calden was resting in a separate room. Although he had been given some water, recovering from a level 5 weakened state would take considerable time, relying solely on his own means. Naturally, Morsi's group had phantoms following them, and to avoid losing track, Yuri had dispatched 30 phantoms to trail them from a distance. It should be noted that there were only 24 individuals aboard that ship. After receiving Yuri's response, CU turned to leave. Yuri glanced at his skill panel, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately decided to invest 1 skill point to permanently elevate Phantom Resurrection to level 1. He then proceeded to use Phantom Resurrection on Jilt and the 3 pirate corpses in the room, beginning with Jilt. "Your name?" "Jilt Pinto." "The name of this island?" "Experiment Island number 3. Your position?" Yuri initially intended to directly inquire about the research direction, but recalling the individual who had transformed into a void aberration, he opted to first ask some seemingly innocuous questions. "What about the potion researchers?" he inquired. "The green-skinned inhabitants of the island are a result of genetic experimentation, combining the energy structures of plants with human dermis to create a new breed of humanity," came the response. "Could you elaborate on the research pertaining to these plant humans?" "The Plant Human Project aims to develop a strain capable of surviving solely on water and sunlight for extended periods. This is achieved through genetic injections that introduce plant energy structures and induce mutations in human epidermis and intestines. The advantages are notable under a water-only regimen. Plant humans can function normally for up to 60 days or endure high-intensity labor for 5 days. However, the drawbacks include a shortened lifespan, with a maximum survival post-injection being 93 days and the inability to pass on these traits." As Gilt's spectral voice articulated these details, Yuri's brow furrowed deeper with concern. The nature of this research seemed fraught with peril, as if one could perish 10 times over without sufficient caution. Subsequently, Yuri shifted his inquiries to other aspects of the island, the research projects, and the personnel involved. Through his questioning, he learned that Gilt's plan involved administering a specific potion to schools of fish, which would subsequently be fed to lanternfish, thereby gradually eradicating the self-awareness of the latter. Regrettably, Yuri's arrival coincided with the brink of success for this endeavor, prompting a series of unfortunate events stemming from Gilt's unwillingness to abandon his research. These inquiries, however, did not provoke any signs of mutation in Gilt. After addressing these fundamental questions, Yuri finally broached the subject of Shiver and his own circumstances. "Are you aware of my arrival?" he asked. "Indeed," was the reply. "How did you come to know?" "I received a directive from my superiors. indicating that the sycophant Yuri was suspected of approaching the research objectives, and I was ordered to immediately cease all related studies. What does sycophant mean? It refers to the acolytes of the divine sect, who are deemed the lapdogs of the divine. Thus you, Yuri, are also a sycophant. Yuri sighed, granting Guilt a measure of leniency, considering his current state. Now, tell me what you know about Shiver. Shiver is said to be a reincarnated deity, the organization's paramount research objective. After an unexpected disappearance, he was later discovered aboard your vessel. Is that all? Yes. Yuri found Guilt's response somewhat incredulous. Previously, this individual had spoken with such conviction, yet now it seemed his knowledge was limited. It turned out that he was merely a researcher of potions, not a principal investigator, but rather a mere assistant, acquiring his information from his mentor. Frustrated, Yuri waved his hand dismissively, signaling Guilt to step aside, and beckoned a nearby guild pirate. Upon a simple inquiry, it was discovered that these pirates were predominantly from the vicinity of the New World, forcibly transformed upon this island. Their accounts bore little distinction from that of Guilt. Their advantage lay in their ability to remain submerged for extended durations. However, their physical forms exhibited a pronounced rejection response due to their gills and dermal scales, necessitating continual medicinal support. The corpses found on the island revealed few high-ranking members of the Void Cult, primarily consisting of minor subordinates, and Yuri swiftly conducted his inquiries. After completing his questioning, Yuri sensed the status of the lanternfish, discovering it retained only 8 of its vitality. He then directed the skeletal soldiers to row a small boat, equipped with ropes, toward the domain where the lanternfish resided. As for the sharks, their remains could be disregarded, yet the carcass of the lanternfish was imperative to retrieve. This particular fish boasts a flavor comparable to that of fugu, yet it is devoid of toxins, with every part deemed consumable, rendering it one of the most coveted fish among players. Having emptied the island vessels of all players, they approached the islet under Yuri's command. In pursuit of Morsi and his associates, Yuri commanded the island vessel to approach the small island, opting not to return by small boat himself. The corpses strewn across the island seemed of little consequence to him. However, given that Cu and others had gathered numerous players at his behest, it felt inappropriate to abandon the bodies for them to manage. After some contemplation, Yuri directed the skeletal soldiers to begin the removal of the corpses, which essentially involved casting them into the waters on the eastern side of the island. As he orchestrated the skeletal minions, he simultaneously initiated the spectral revival of the modified being's remains. From the prior encounter with the 3 gill pirate corpses, it was reasonable to surmise that these modified individuals had likely encountered no valuable information after arriving on the island. Nevertheless, their experiences prior to capture held a degree of significance for Yuri. While pondering this, he noticed Carl Dong, who had remained in a state of unconsciousness, showing signs of awakening. Yuri promptly abandoned his efforts with the modified specters and approached Carl Dong, sharing a surname with Morsi and imprisoned in the island's solitary dungeon. Yuri was certain that Carl Dong would present him with unexpected revelations. Upon reaching Carl Dong's side, the latter had already regained consciousness. "Who are you? Is Morsi dead?" "Not yet, but his time is short," Yuri replied, his curiosity piqued as he scrutinized Carl Dong's attributes. A mere few sips of water had reduced his weakness level to 4. Carl Dong's physical constitution was indeed formidable. "Will you avenge him?" "Not all. Even without you, his fate is sealed. It's merely a matter of time. Those who probe the void will ultimately be consumed by it," Carl Dong remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Yuri, which soon morphed into confusion. "Wait, you seem devoid of the void's aura. You are not one of the void cult." Carl Dong's assertion intrigued Yuri. Only calamity can vanquish calamity, and only the void can sense its own essence, prior to achieving transcendence. Sensing the void's presence would lead one to become part of it. Yet, it appeared that Carl Dong defied this rule. "Can you sense the void's aura? Then why have you not joined its ranks? Since when has the void become so generous?" Yuri observed with a hint of mockery. Rather than being incensed by Yuri's jest, Carl Dong found confirmation in his response. "So, you are indeed not of the void cult. Did you conquer this island? Morsi is truly unfortunate. years of toil reduced to nothing. Stop. I'm more intrigued by your relationship with Morsi. Are you brothers? If so, why are you imprisoned in the dungeon and in such a weakened state? Upon observing Karl Dong's expression of profound disillusionment, Yuri hastily interjected to inquire about matters of personal interest. The advantage of the spectral revival is its capacity to answer any posed question. Yet its limitation lies in its singular focus. It will not offer additional insights nor expand upon the inquiry at hand. If one possesses insufficient information, the insights gained from conversing with the specter can be rather meager. I can surmise what you wish to hear, but regrettably, the nature of our relationship is not as you perceive it. You may find it hard to believe, but we share a commendable rapport. With the knowledge that extraordinary beings exist in this world, we have both embraced the pursuit of transcendence as our shared aspiration. However, achieving such transcendence is far from simple, and we have no desire to descend into the depths of piracy. By chance, we encountered the Void Cult, and unbeknownst to me, Morse became involved with them, beginning to delve into the void and successfully stepping into the realm of the extraordinary. Following Morse's initiation into the void, our lives began to improve. Yet, upon meticulously examining some record from before the great upheaval, I discovered that what is termed as extraordinary is, in fact, a form of shackling. Prior to the upheaval, those legendary figures of transcendence, much like the ordinary populace today, could enhance their attributes through rigorous training and elevate their strength according to their own volition. They possessed certain miraculous abilities, which stem from their comprehension of power rather than from any so-called feedback from rules. People yearn for strength. Yet this world seems to reject their aspirations for growth, and thus, the concept of the extraordinary emerged. One may strive for strength, but it necessitates appeasing the rules. Only when the rules deem one capable of growth can that individual truly become stronger. As Karl Dong recounted these revelations, a ghastly flush crept across his visage. However, all Yuri offered in response was a mildly inquisitive "oh." His inquiry bore an air of indifference, akin to someone listening to an intriguing tale without concern for its veracity. Yet, Yuri's apparent apathy seemed to provoke Karl Dong, for his ensuing questions took on a frenzied tone. Are you willing to live shackled? Are you content to be a slave to the rules? Do you not desire to grow stronger on your own terms? To be frank, I am indifferent to your assertions. Does your brother share this attitude, showing no regard for your discoveries? If Karl Dong had previously exhibited a hint of madness, Yuri's final retort sent him into complete frenzy. His eyes immediately bloodshot. Why? Why do you react this way? Why? Why do you remain so unconcerned? This is undeniably a monumental discovery, one that could astonish the world. Why do you all dismiss it? Why? As he reached the end of his fervent plea, Karl Dong's voice cracked with emotion, culminating in a heart-wrenching sob. As he observed the disheartened Kalden, Yuri felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, he genuinely believed that this matter held little significance. Once Kalden exhibited a semblance of calm, Yuri commenced to elucidate why he remained indifferent to Kalden's revelation. Your discovery has indeed upended my understanding of the extraordinary and certain principles. However, even if the extraordinary serves as a shackle, it has undeniably empowered me. It has illuminated the paths I may traverse to attain greater strength and indicated how far I remain from my next ascension. With every endeavor I undertake, it provides me with feedback, assuring me that my efforts are meaningful. As for its limitations in certain aspects, it is of no consequence. It similarly constrains others. Everyone faces restrictions, rendering such limitations virtually non-existent. Thus, we return to the beginning. As long as I strive harder on this path than others, or even if I dare to venture beyond, I can attain greater power. Is that not sufficient? As Yuri spoke these words, his expression remained remarkably composed, as if he were discussing the most mundane matter. Yet to Kalden, it resonated like a thunderclap. If the extraordinary truly serves as a shackle, is it meaningful to break free from such constraints? It seems rather devoid of purpose. But if it holds no significance, then what does that render Kalden's previous pride in his research and experiments? A cloud of confusion enveloped Kalden's visage. Thus, has all my research over the years been for naught? Certainly not. Calm yourself. As Yuri began to speak, Kalden abruptly lunged towards him in excitement. However, Yuri was not inclined to indulge Kalden's eagerness, promptly restraining him with a firm hand. First, tell me what you have researched over these years. The Void. I have been studying how the Void empowers individuals and why merely touching it allows ordinary people to ascend to the extraordinary. Moreover, the Void is currently the only known means to transcend conventional shackles, enabling a remarkable enhancement of one's abilities. As he spoke, Kalden's body unexpectedly swelled, transforming in less than a second into a form that Yuri recognized all too well. Void Aberration, Level 7, Strength 49, Constitution 49, Reflexes 49, Spirit 49. Skills: Void Corruption, contaminates all touched objects, Level 5. Yuri's system panel also displayed a new notification. Quest acquired, eliminate the disaster. Quest objective, defeat Void Aberration, Level 7. Quest reward, experience 10,000,000, skill point 7. Then, suddenly, Yuri's vision darkened, and upon regaining consciousness, he found himself resurfacing on the ocean surface. Attacked. Health minus 855. Immunity from desperate transmission. Damn. Glancing at the message on his attribute panel, Yuri cursed, feeling a shiver of fear. His current health limit was indeed 855. Nonetheless, had it not been for the skill desperate transmission, he would never have dared to confront Kalden directly. After calming his nerves, Yuri began to direct the spirits on the island to launch an assault against the Void Aberration. The 3-star disaster quest raises a question. Does it correlate to the level of the Void Aberration? If level 7 corresponds to a 3-star disaster, then does level 5 equate to a 1-star disaster? If such a pattern can be discerned, could one artificially create high-level Void Aberrations and thereby farm disaster quests? However, it appears that no direct relationship has yet been established between the levels of the Void Aberrations and any other factors. Simultaneously, while immersed in the sea, Yuri reflected upon his previous actions. He seemed to have grown somewhat arrogant, having lost the caution that accompanied his arrival in this world. On one hand, his strength had indeed increased, particularly with the existence of the desperate transmission skill, which had fostered a sense of invincibility within him. On the other hand, there was an excessive trust in the system panel. Upon perceiving that Karl Dong was merely an ordinary individual who had not ascended to greatness, vigilance was relaxed. When he heard Karl Dong mention that his relationship with Morse was actually quite decent, he should have been more cautious. After all, Morse had intended to kill Karl Dong's beloved brother. How could Karl Dong possibly collaborate with him? He had allowed himself to be distracted by Karl Dong's portrayal. Wait, could it be that when Karl Dong lunged at him, he was actually preparing to strike, only to be thwarted by his own timely intervention? With this thought, Yuri resolved to exercise even greater caution in the future, ensuring that he would not expose himself to danger simply due to the perceived weakness of his enemies. For instance, regarding Morse and his crew, it would be best to eliminate anyone associated with the Void Cult in the future, rather than attempting to recruit them. He must not grant them the opportunity for mutation. Otherwise, he would forfeit even the chance to summon ghostly interrogations. The Void Mutant possessed 1190 points of health, which, given the ghost's current damage output of 14 points per second, meant it could be defeated in just 85 seconds. Although the ghost itself lost 10 health points per second, the number of ghosts on the island was sufficient. The Void Mutant would be surrounded and slain shortly after its emergence. Yuri received a notification of task completion, earning 7 skill points. Furthermore, the Void Mutant had dropped a unique stone. Void Stone, Level 1, contains 1 cubic meter of alternate space. Can be fused, can merge with any item. Fusion is irreversible. So, this was how those spatial items came into being? Yet, spatial items, although highly valuable, were not particularly scarce. This must be just one of the methods. Could it be related to void crystals? He recalled that group of dwarves had been consistently acquiring void crystals. Could they have mastered such techniques? With this in mind, Yuri promptly instructed the skeletal soldiers on Dwarf Island to compose a letter, which he entrusted to a dwarf waiting outside the house. At this moment, Dwarf Island had accumulated a significant number of wings, along with diving equipment suitable for skeletal soldiers and a portion of specially crafted swimming rings. However, since Yuri was currently too distant, and relying on the skeletal soldiers for transport would yield minimal returns, he decided to store everything for now, planning to load the ship upon his return. If the dwarves indeed possessed the means to craft spatial equipment, and if the primary material for such creations was indeed void crystals, he would have yet another avenue for profit. In a scenario where players could autonomously mutate, the availability of void crystals will be virtually unlimited. Lost in thought, the skeletal soldiers had already rowed a small boat to Yuri's side, and he boarded without hesitation. Subsequently, until the sea island approached the vicinity of Biochemical Island, no further unexpected events transpired, and Yuri returned to the sea island. Upon boarding, he was met with the worried faces of Shiver and Shauna, but the moment they saw him, their expressions transformed into joy. Yuri smiled in return, his previously agitated heart, stirred by the near brush with death, swiftly calming once more. As Yuri was preparing to maneuver the islander away in pursuit of Morsi and his companions, he was suddenly startled by an exuberant call that caused his expression to shift dramatically. The sound was remarkably loud and seemed to be emanating from a nearby location. Instinctively, Yuri summoned the mist of the undead, enveloping the entire islander, and began directing the specters toward the source of the sound. Within a mere 40 seconds, the resounding, jubilant call echoed once more. Yuri then laid eyes upon its origin. It was an enormous tortoise, its shell's diameter estimated to exceed 100 meters. At that moment, this astonishingly large creature was in the sea, voraciously consuming the corpses of players discarded into the water. After a while, it raised its head and emitted a cheerful call. Island tortoise, level 82, strength 72, constitution 182, reflex 9, spirit 71. Skills: hibernation, significantly reduces self-consumption, level 7. Thorny shell, inflicts a proportionate amount of damage to the target when attacked, level 4. 073. The tortoise and the fish, had it been another species, Yuri would undoubtedly have summoned the specter to deal with it. However, in the case of the tortoise, he opted to observe. Particularly this tortoise, with its exposed head and limbs, exuded a gentle demeanor reminiscent of the revered longevity turtles described in his homeland. Of course, there was also the matter of its formidable defenses. A level 4 spiny shell and a constitution of 182. Was it worth risking his life to engage? While Yuri harbored no intentions towards the island tortoise, it did not imply that other entities were equally indifferent. The multitude of player corpses, numbering over 10,000, amounted to more than 1,000,000 pounds. For the creatures of the ocean, this was akin to a lavish feast, drawing an increasing number of marine life to the scene. Initially, small fish swarmed in the vicinity, attracted by the scent. Subsequently, the emanating stench of blood lured in even more formidable predators. The smaller fish, arriving first, found themselves becoming prey, just as the corpses had. As time passed, the food in this marine expanse continued to multiply, unabated, until the arrival of the island tortoise sent the surrounding smaller predators scattering. In the ocean, size is synonymous with power. Besides the island tortoise, another apex creature of the sea followed the scent. This one appeared somewhat smaller, measuring only 60 to 70 meters in length. Toothed fish, level 69, strength 81, constitution 114. Reflex 31, spirit 13. Skills: charge, level 3, razor teeth, ignores a degree of physical resistance, level 2, paralytic toxin, inflicts an additional paralysis effect upon attack, level 2. It was evident that compared to the defensive and retaliatory skills of the island tortoise, the toothed fish exhibited markedly more aggressive capabilities. Drawn by the scent of blood, the toothed fish feasted on a few corpses before noticing the tortoise's presence upon hearing its call. Upon sighting the tortoise, the toothed fish was instantly captivated. To fish, a sea turtle is considered a delectable meal, given that both were positioned not far beneath the surface. Yuri's controlling specter could easily monitor the unfolding events. Observing the toothed fish lurking nearby, eyeing the tortoise with predatory intent, Yuri couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Such a bold fish indeed. Under Yuri's scrutiny, the toothed fish suddenly accelerated, launching itself towards one of the tortoise's hind legs. clearly experienced. The fish did not charge directly at the tortoise's shell. However, just as it opened its mouth to strike near the tortoise's hind leg, the leg transformed into a shadow. Instantly, a circular ripple emanated from the vicinity of the toothed fish's head, expanding outward. The toothed fish abruptly halted in the water, acquiring a new status effect. Dizziness. Level 1. Duration 1. 4 seconds. Yet, this was not the end. Another ripple began to spread from above the toothed fish's head. This time, its head dipped beneath the surface. Dizziness. Level 1. Duration 3. 6 seconds. The ripple spread, and then a third wave emerged. Dizziness. Level 2. Duration 2. 9 seconds. It was only at this moment that Yuri, in a delayed realization, understood that the shadow was merely an illusion created by the island turtle's rapid retreat and subsequent swift emergence. Each time the island turtle executed a movement to retract or extend its limbs, displacing the water above the toothy fish, it generated those successive ripples. After the 8th ripple appeared, the state of dizziness afflicting the toothy fish dissipated, revealing a large dent atop its head. The island turtle, indulging in its feast, glanced at the floating player's corpse and then at the sinking toothy fish, hesitating momentarily before ultimately choosing to linger at the surface. In comparison to the toothy fish's massive size and robust scales, the smaller morsels before it proved far more suitable. Witnessing this scene, Yuri wasted no time and commanded the skeleton soldiers to rush towards the location where the toothy fish had submerged. Although the creature's name did not bear the term legendary, implying a lack of additional rules, it was evident from its skills that it possessed a part that harbored paralyzing toxins, and its teeth likely carried a breach defense effect. Such materials held immense value, whether in the new continent or on Dwarven Isle. Moreover, Yuri had never tasted this kind of fish before. The combat prowess of the island turtle had utterly shattered Yuri's preconceived notions. Despite knowing that the toothy fish would struggle against the island turtle, he had never envisioned that the turtle could counterattack and slay the fish. He had merely anticipated it might shatter the fish's teeth. However, to his astonishment, within less than 5 seconds, the level 69 toothy fish was dispatched by the island turtle. This instinctively prompted Yuri to direct the island ship away from the turtle. Compared to the marine overlord that was the island turtle, even the largest human vessels appeared as mere toys. After instructing the skeleton soldiers to dismantle the toothy fish's carcass and transport it in batches to the island ship, Yuri commanded the vessel to depart from Biochemical Isle, pursuing the direction of Morsi. Before leaving, he stationed 3 skeleton soldiers at the nearby seabed for positioning. Should Baisu and her companions regard this island as a map, the future skeleton invasion could be arranged. Additionally, he left 3 specters to monitor the island turtle. This was a male turtle, and surely turtles have needs. It must seek a female. After mating, the female invariably lays eggs, right? Why didn't T capture the larger one? Taking 2 eggs as a form of compensation seems reasonable, doesn't T it? Furthermore, the carcass of the lanternfish was also retrieved by the skeleton soldiers using a small boat, and within its remains, Yuri discovered his target. Those bearing the term legendary possess additional rules. These external rules do not dissipate with the end of life. Instead, they persist in the form of rule crystals or other manifestations. For instance, the rule of the lanternfish has transformed into a crystalline form of order. This crystalline entity, known as the orderly crystal, rapid digestion, bestows an enhanced capacity for digestion and absorption. The skills inherent within a standard orderly crystal can be upgraded upon assimilation, a fact evident in the initial attribute panel of the lanternfish. Regrettably, the level of this order cannot be inherited, regardless of its previous tier. It defaults to level 1 upon a change of host. Upon reading the description of this orderly crystal, Yuri immediately thought of Brew. Yuri surmised that Brew's passive skill, Devour, likely functions similarly to how players gain experience points through consumption. The factors influencing this may extend beyond the energy contained in the food to include the host's appetite and digestive capability. Should this orderly crystal be bestowed upon Brew, it would likely yield considerable benefits. A figure as grand and dignified as a naval commander would surely hesitate to accept a gift without reciprocation. As for the meticulous processing of the lanternfish and the saber-toothed fish remains, it would be prudent to leave that task to the players once they are online. After all, rewards must be justified. One cannot simply offer gifts without cause. 074 new activities on the island vessel previously. The scenes on the surface of the sea were excessively thrilling, rendering them unsuitable for player observation. After a day had passed, having completely departed from the waters surrounding the biochemical island, Yuri finally informed Zhangqing that players could now come online. Currently, the island vessel has established a relatively sophisticated process for handling fish. Some individuals sunbathe salt on the deck and the top of the cabin using pots or other implements, while others are tasked with cutting, transporting, arranging for drying, and collecting the meat at night. Among the fish that provide experience, players prioritize processing those that yield greater experience. During this process, some players opt to consume directly, which Yuri does not mind. How much can one person eat? A maximum of 3 pounds, or approximately 1.5 kilograms, hardly constitutes a significant amount compared to the total yield. Moreover, according to the distribution method whereby the captain and players share the processed fish equally, players are unable to finish the meat they receive daily, which must be stored on the vessel. However, while the previous seaweed was manageable, now, with 2 large fish, coupled with the meat players had previously saved, some players have already accumulated quite a stock. A means of consumption must be devised. Relying solely on strong liquor lacks sufficient allure. After some contemplation, Yuri directed the skeleton soldiers to erect a wooden sign on the deck, in appreciation of everyone's diligent labor. We are now opening a portion of the cabins for your use. Deck cabins, 2,000 points day, a total of 5 rooms. First floor cabins, 1,000 points day, a total of 20 rooms. A 50 discount is available for a 30-day rental. The design of the island vessel primarily aimed at collective risk avoidance. Furthermore, due to the presence of extraordinary powers, the significance of conventional cannons diminished upon the deployment of the island vessel. Thus, the island vessel is not outfitted with numerous gun emplacements as typical sea vessels are. Of course, if needed, such arrangements could be made since the deck of the island vessel is sufficiently spacious. Its unique design provides ample cabins for human use or storage of supplies. Yuri had previously filled these guest rooms with various food and necessities. Having been at sea for over a month, much had been consumed, making them ripe for rental. Zhangqing and Bai Siyu do not require this, as the two of them, being the earliest crew members, each have a room on the deck. Yuri's decision to make some cabins available for rent stemmed entirely from boredom, a mere pastime. In Yuri's view, the cabins serve players more as a relatively private offline location, alleviating concerns about encountering peculiar scenarios upon logging back in. For instance, players might unexpectedly find themselves atop the mast at the rear of the ship's ropes, or in the embrace of a skeleton soldier. It is not uncommon for 10 individuals to share a small room. Setting aside this aspect, the cabins hold little necessity for players, much like some of the current players aboard the ship, exchanging a few pounds of strong liquor. Along with some dried fish and seaweed, my companions and I enjoyed snacks aboard the vessel, sipping on spirits while listening to Shauna's melodious tunes and Zhangqing's enchanting songs. Occasionally, we would cast a glance at our fishing rods, hoping for a catch, while indulging in a bit of boastful banter. There was no need for a cabin. This simple life was already quite comfortable. As for the 30-day rental at half price, Yuri doubted anyone could gather enough points for even a single deck within such a short span, given the discounted rate of 500 island points. However, it soon became evident that Yuri had underestimated the players aboard. About half an hour after the announcement was made, someone approached Yuri. "Captain, is it true that you can rent a room?" Chien Million, none, level 98, strength 5. Upon seeing Chien Million's name, Yuri was momentarily taken aback. Was this a real name like Zhangqing's, or simply a nickname? While it could be construed as a nickname, Yuri observed that those who used pseudonyms like by CU had already undergone their first transformation. Yet, if it were a real name, it was somewhat hard to believe. "Of course. Captain, here are 60 silver coins. I wish to rent a room on the deck." As he spoke, Chien Million respectfully produced 6 neat stacks, each containing 10 silver coins, and laid them in the palm of his hand. These silver coins were the standard currency used in the Federation. And since players arriving on the island could not bring items, Yuri opted to count in silver coins. One silver coin equated to 500 points, and 60 coins amounted to exactly 30,000 points, covering the rent for a month at the discounted rate. Because of these 60 silver coins, Yuri remembered the name Qin Million. There was no need for an official to rent a room, but if Qin Million was not an official, the fact that he could gather 30,000 points in half an hour spoke volumes about his prowess. Moreover, there had originally been a lanternfish and a sharp-toothed fish. Yuri felt that, based on the player's previous speed in processing fish, it would take them around 4 days, after which they would likely discard half of the less valuable portions. Nevertheless, after Yuri issued the room rental announcement, the players processed all fish that provided more than 3 experience points per kilogram in just 3 days. They even sought to utilize the remaining fish that offered 1 or 2 experience points per kilogram, but Yuri intervened in time. Yuri calculated that drying the meat would take approximately 5 days, and by the time the batch of dried fish was ready, he would need to expend around 100,000 points. During this 3-day span, he witnessed how Qin Million played the game. It could only be said that Yuri's imagination was still constrained by his limited perspective. The wealthy truly indulged extravagantly. Additionally, after 4 days of pursuit, the distance between Yuri and Morsi's vessel had dwindled to less than 50 kilometers. Through the Spectre's observations, Yuri gauged that Morsi's ship reached a height of approximately 30 meters above the sea surface. According to the formula previously summarized by players, the lookout on the Morsi vessel can see a distance of just under 28 kilometers from the crow's nest. Consequently, Yuri maintained the distance between the islander and the Morsi at approximately 40 kilometers, ensuring that he could respond promptly to any movements by the Morsi crew without entering their line of sight. Simultaneously, he began to replace his summoned minions from skeleton soldiers to phantoms, directing them to approach the Morsi ship. However, they were instructed to remain concealed beneath the vessel, refraining from revealing themselves. If all goes as planned, a substantial number of phantoms would be required for a suicide attack, and thus, ample quantities must be prepared. Meanwhile, Morsi stood on the deck, gazing sorrowfully towards the direction of the biochemical island. For days had passed, and the phantoms remained, indicating that Yuri was still alive. Thus, it seemed that Kalden had perished in vain. Just as Morsi pondered this, he sensed activity from the communicator and promptly retrieved it. Immediately destroy all documents and prepare to leave swiftly. Yuri has arrived in your vicinity. 075 Morsi's choice upon seeing the content displayed on the communicator. Morsi's expression transformed from sorrow to a brooding gloom. Ultimately, there was no escaping fate. He possessed an artifact capable of transporting him back to the Void Gate. However, the drawback was that he could not carry any additional items or other spatial equipment. This meant that most of the wealth he had accumulated over the years, the ship, and the people aboard it, must be forsaken. Yet, should he fail to relinquish them voluntarily, the members of the Void Sect would cast him aside as well. Unable to manage the troublesome Yuri for the time being, they would inevitably choose to dispose of him, the source of trouble. Such was the nature of the Void Sect. After responding with a terse good, Morsi turned towards the cabin, determined to ensure the ship and its occupants, along with the research records, were entirely cleared before his departure. Upon entering the cabin, he encountered a woman exiting. Morsi, the leader, "I wish to inquire about something," she said, her mouth slightly agape as she squinted. Leaning closer to him, Morsi, smiling, grasped her outstretched hand, while his other hand caressed her neck. "I believe I can surmise your intentions," he replied, exerting pressure on her, causing her eyes to widen in shock before she froze in place. Meanwhile, Yuri, who had been monitoring the ship's activities through several specters, could hardly fathom that the initially tense scenario had taken such a turn, and he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Following his outburst, Yuri promptly commanded the specters gathered beneath Morsi's ship to board and launch an assault on the crew, rousing those still in slumber. More specters surged directly toward Morsi. Although Yuri could not precisely discern the events unfolding aboard the vessel, he was certain that whatever Morsi intended must not succeed. The arrival and possession of the specters instantly enlivened the ship. as Morsi beheld the specters rushing towards him. He cursed vehemently before dashing towards the location where the records were stored. The Void Sect, despite its poor reputation across the Federation mainland, was primarily confined to the Extraordinary Circle. In the eyes of the Federation's rulers, as long as their dominance remained unchallenged, they turned a blind eye to the antics of various sects, for such matters were indeed beyond their control. However, should the research conducted on this island come to the attention of the Federation, a swift purge of the Void Sect would undoubtedly ensue. Amidst the puzzled gazes of those aboard, Morsi arrived at the ship's archive, positioning himself to shield their view as he opened a box nestled within. After a brief moment of hesitation, he reached in and seized an item, promptly placing it in his mouth. The directional void transport could only convey a single living entity. The data and the first experimental subject could not be carried. Yet, Morsi could not afford to abandon this unfinished creation and thus chose to take the risk. It was a unique parasitic organism cultivated from the genes of Kalden and a peculiar marine creature. With Kalden's demise, this parasite had become a rare specimen. Subsequently, Morsi retrieved 2 orbs from his spatial backpack. Morsi cast aside one of the spheres, along with his personal equipment, and promptly exited the data room. With the data room now obliterated, there was no longer any cause for concern. The next course of action was to ascend to the deck and confront the Spectre's assault. Morsi spoke with an unwavering conviction, inspiring those aboard the vessel to follow him resolutely towards the deck. Just as they were about to step onto the deck, the woman Morsi had previously abandoned at the entrance materialized before them. "Asha!" Morsi exclaimed, rushing towards the doorway. The others quickly grasped the grim reality. During their visit to the data room, Asha had tragically fallen victim to another ghost, prompting them to instinctively halt and brace themselves against the phantoms, seeking to afford Morsi and Asha a fleeting moment of privacy. Yuri, who was orchestrating the ghostly entities, rolled his eyes at the scene, then commanded all the specters to bypass the group and charge towards Morsi. While others may have been oblivious, Yuri was all too aware that this woman was the one whose neck Morsi had snapped. Clutching Asha, who was now in a state of rigidity, Morsi unleashed a powerful attack into the cabin, vanquishing several specters and utterly shattering the cabin door and the nearby hull. Through the arrival of a newly dispatched ghost, Yuri witnessed Morsi retreating to the deck, where he crushed the sphere in his hand, causing him to vanish from sight. As Morsi disappeared, the remaining crew aboard the vessel suddenly exhibited fine veins of bloodshot hues in their eyes, their mouths agape in silence, hands instinctively clutching their throats. Realizing the dire situation, Yuri understood that survival was no longer an option for those aboard. He immediately commanded the ghost to scour the seabed in search of Morsi's whereabouts. Although the odds were slim, it was worth the endeavor. After all, perhaps Morsi was also taking a gamble. For Yuri, utilizing ghosts to search the surrounding kilometers of ocean was not a formidable task. Regrettably, the eventual outcome confirmed that Morsi had indeed escaped. The sphere was likely a long-distance teleportation device, and probably a means of precise location. While Yuri felt a twinge of disappointment at Morsi's departure, he ultimately accepted the reality. It was quite customary for an extraordinary individual to possess life-preserving artifacts, particularly someone of Morsi's stature in a specific territory. Nonetheless, with Morsi gone, Yuri believed the remaining individuals could still piece together over 95% of the information pertaining to Bio Island. Even a lowly figure like Jilt had his own ambitions and the courage to act. Yuri did not perceive Morsi's so-called trusted subordinates as docile sheep. For safety's sake, Yuri opted not to board the opposing vessel. Instead, he commanded the skeletal soldiers to strip the crew of their belongings before he boarded a small boat to the side of the sea island. From there, he commenced the process of ghostly resurrection on the corpses aboard the small vessel. This cycle continued until all the crew members had been transformed into specters. Yuri had already experimented with the effects of skeletal resurrection, which preserved the skills the corpses had possessed in life. Regrettably, in the absence of an increase in the skeleton revival level, the resurrected skeletons, regardless of their skills, remain woefully inept. It is only when encountering corpses possessing functional skills akin to repairing ships that Yuri deems it worthwhile to resurrect them for permanent retention. Upon commandeering the vessel, Yuri directs the skeleton warriors to sail towards Biochemical Island. This sailing ship holds little significance for Yuri when it comes to adventure. It would be more practical for the skeletons to drift along with a fish bladder than to utilize a ship, which seems rather extravagant. Furthermore, the vessel is not only damaged at the deck and the entrance to the cabin, but the original location of the materials room has been transformed into a spherical void, necessitating extensive repairs for any long sea voyages. Yuri has no ship repairing skills, so she decides to leave it to the white vinegar as a token of gratitude towards them. Once these trivial matters are settled, Yuri returns to the captain's quarters, diligently inquiring the ghosts about Biochemical Island and the Void Cult, particularly regarding the locations of other bases and the personnel information of the cult. 076, the chives have ripened as Yuri anticipated. These trusted subordinates possessed a wealth of knowledge regarding Bio Island and the Void Cult. To Yuri, most of the research conducted on Bio Island held little value. Presently, the most successful studies on Bio Island, aside from a few modified beings, revolve around certain enhancement potions. The modified beings were far less effective than the skeletal warriors, and upon hearing about the enhancement potions, Yuri recognized their nature. During the public test, players had exchanged for such potions, which indeed augmented their attributes, yet exhibited a peculiar side effect. For players, this side effect manifested as intermittent disconnections, resulting in an inexplicable loss of control over their characters. The more potions a player consumed, the more frequent and prolonged these disconnections became. Fortunately, this state was temporary. Upon the player's death, both the enhancements and side effects would dissipate. In his time as a player, Yuri had no qualms about using a bottle or two. However, now, the prospect of using them was utterly impossible. Additionally, from the lips of the woman slain by Morsi, Yuri gleaned information about a special experiment. Experiment number 1 focused on parasitic enhancements, with the parasitic source stemming from Morsi's brother and a unique deep-sea parasite. This experiment was known only by its number, with others unaware of its specific details. Furthermore, information regarding the personnel of the Void Cult and other bases came to light. The leader of the Void Cult was known only as the leader to these phantoms, possessing a level of 70 and a profession rumored to be a Void Walker, with skills that remained unspecified. There were also 7 sub-leaders, 3 of whom held legendary professions: a level 60 Void Preacher, a level 60 Void Assassin, and a level 60 Void Blade. The remaining 4 were ordinary extraordinary profession Void Infiltrators, all above level 80. Below these were figures like Morsi, whose numbers were uncertain, scattered throughout, either overseeing specific outposts or executing certain missions. At first glance, this information might seem inconsequential, yet the very nature of seemingly worthless information embodies a certain value. One must ponder the circumstances under which a leader and their subordinates would conceal their true combat prowess entirely. Yuri sensed that this likely indicated a mutual wariness among these leaders, for legendary extraordinary beings, upon death, would drop class change items. The leaders schemed against one another, particularly among the 4 legendary extraordinary beings and the 4 ordinary extraordinary beings, as the restrictions imposed by rule skills created irreconcilable conflicts. Moreover, there was the matter of positional information. Synthesizing the insights provided by these phantoms, it became evident that the Void Cult controlled 5 medium-sized islands, over 30 small islands, and 2 large islands. Each of the 5 medium-sized islands was responsible for different aspects of research, with Bio Island designated as number 3 among them. The other 4 islands are associated with research pertaining to the utilization of void energy, genetic modification, and mutation. Yet the specifics of the content and the locations of these isles remain unknown to them. The 30-odd smaller islands are predominantly owned by influential figures of various void sects. They are merely aware of the existence of such islands, but possess scant information regarding the particulars within. The 2 remaining larger islands hold greater significance. The first large island serves as the stronghold of the Void sect, housing the portal to the Void. Besides the extraordinary individuals of the sect, a multitude of ordinary adherents who worship the Void inhabit the island. These devotees, though fervent in their beliefs, lack direct access to the Void. existing solely to provide a material foundation for the pleasures of the sect's extraordinary members. Concurrently, this island serves as a testing ground for the sect to explore methods of facilitating faster connections between individuals and the void. The second large island is the birthplace of rule-bound artifacts. Nearly all items recognized by the rules as belonging to the Void sect originate from this island. The artifacts produced here encompass a range of specialized items, including Void communicators, Void insignias, and Void passages, as well as general use items such as missiles, aircraft, and gliders. However, as Yuri listened to the descriptions of the second large island, it struck him as somewhat reminiscent of the Dwarven Isle. Yet, he recalled that the Dwarven Isle had explicitly informed him that the study of void energy was taboo in their territory, forbidding any research related to the void. It appears there may indeed be issues on the Dwarven Isle. Yuri jotted down the information he obtained in a small notebook. Although his mental fortitude had significantly enhanced his observational skills and memory, he felt overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information transmitted to him daily from hundreds of skeletons and phantoms. Relying solely on memory to retain all this information seemed implausible. Previously, he had assumed that the Dwarven Isle had undergone some ideological shift, prompting them to begin researching void crystals. However, it now appeared that the situation was more complex. At least one faction of dwarves had allied with the Void sect, though the exact number of factions would require further investigation. Oh, perhaps there is no need for extensive research? The Dwarven Isle is relatively small, and by the time he returns, he would certainly be at least level 30. At that point, his summoning capacity would exceed 1,000, with skeletons at level 10 or higher, along with the little green creature. Could he not use the guise of hunting down remnants of the Void sect as a pretext to raise the Dwarven Isle? Better to err on the side of caution. And given that he had accepted a mission, just as Yuri began to reflect on the personnel structure of the Dwarven Isle and record this information in his notebook, Shiviel suddenly embraced him from behind. Night has fallen. Upon hearing the voice of Shiver, Yuri realized that the light outside the captain's quarters had faded into darkness, leading him to abandon further thoughts of Dwarf Island. He reached back, pulling Shiver into his embrace. One hand encircled her waist while the other caressed the length of her back. Ordinarily, Yuri would continue his exploration to her head, leaning in to check whether her lips were moist. However, just as his hand grazed the nape of Shiver's neck, a vivid image of Mozairi breaking a woman's neck at the cabin door flashed through his mind, causing him to halt his movements. Nevertheless, the pause was merely brief. Shiver's body stiffened for a moment, yet this small interruption did not impede Yuri's subsequent actions. The next morning, as Yuri prepared breakfast for 3, his gaze drifted toward the players on the ship, each having reached level 10. Achieving level 10 meant accumulating 100 experience points, with each kill equating to the slaying of 100 ordinary fish or shrimp, an enticing prospect. It is worth noting that during his time on Bio Island, Yuri had witnessed over 6,000 uniquely varied corpses. 077, the experience delivered to one's door according to the observations made by the ghost regarding player information. Among the 6,000 players, approximately 20% are above level 95. This implies that, as of today, there are roughly over 1,000 players who have achieved the first rebirth at level 10 across the entirety of Blue Star. If he could devise a method to entice players to their demise, to engage in treasure hunting, then a single round could yield experience points in the tens of thousands. How could I have forgotten this? Just as he was pondering, Yuri suddenly slapped his forehead. The temporal rift, VQ's treasure, while not yielding any tangible loot, does offer experience for slaying the beings within. Initially, he had intended to venture into this temporal rift to inquire with the pirates imprisoned in the shards of time about information concerning Ziviel. However, due to the sudden appearance of assassins and the accurate intelligence he procured from the Besimov couple, he completely dismissed the idea. Had he recalled this sooner? How could it be that these players have only just reached level 10? With this thought in mind, Yuri prepared to summon Zhangqing to ask her to call Bai Siyu. Yet, unexpectedly, before he could utter a word, Bai Siyu appeared on the sea island right before him. It seems fortune is on my side today. As she spoke, Bai Siyu took a step back, ensuring she did not stand too close to Yuri. Is there something you need? Upon hearing Yuri's inquiry, By CU pouted, her expression clearly displeased. Can I come to see you if there's nothing going on? I was thinking stop right there. If you have something to discuss, speak. If not, then kindly be on your way. I am quite preoccupied. Before By CU could finish, Yuri rolled his eyes and interrupted her. Could By CU be contemplating his demise? Well, it isn't entirely out of the question, considering he once harbored the desire to eliminate every NPC he encountered during his time as a player. By CU had not anticipated that her ploy would have any effect. She merely sought to gauge Yuri's mood. Based on previous observations, if Yuri was preparing breakfast in the morning, it indicated he had a fulfilling night, suggesting a favorable disposition for the day. To be certain, By CU conducted a secondary test. Judging by Yuri's reaction, it appeared his mood was indeed quite good, allowing her to proceed to the next step. I have a small matter for which I could use your assistance. Is it urgent? Not urgent, not at all. Let me finish my breakfast first. After Yuri spoke, he noticed By CU nodding and chose to disregard her presence, focusing instead on packing the breakfast he had prepared before returning to the captain's quarters. By the time Yuri emerged from the captain's quarters, an hour had elapsed. By CU had also exited the room rented by Qian Baiwan. She was aware that Qian Baiwan was a chef in real life, hailing from a family with a rich culinary heritage. Unlike others who sought the opportunity for profit, By CU had come to test the waters, having heard that disabilities in the real world would not affect one's virtual character. The room rented by Qian Baiwan had been transformed into a kitchen under his meticulous care. Upon discovering that Qian Million was also online, Yuri felt a sudden reluctance to converse with By CU. Before his journey to this alternate reality, Yuri believed that wealthy individuals indulged in extravagant delicacies, primarily due to the high-quality ingredients and the so-called intellectual tax akin to Michelin-starred establishments. However, after witnessing Qian Million's meticulous selection and preparation of ingredients the previous day, Yuri realized that the culinary delights enjoyed by the affluent were beyond his wildest imagination. The allure of Qian Million's fish dishes was comparable to the thrill of dancing with the divine during an upgrade. By CU, having come across information about Qian Million in the intelligence reports, learned that Qian Million was the third player to have formed a connection with Yuri. Seizing the opportunity while Yuri was having breakfast, she decided to investigate who Qian Million truly was. According to intel previously relayed by Zhang Qing, Yuri typically took about an hour to finish his breakfast. The information proved accurate. Subsequently, Yuri escorted By CU to her cabin aboard the ship. Upon entering, By CU unconsciously lowered her guard. This room was the first space she could call her own in this otherworldly realm and the place she was most familiar with on the vessel. Returning to a comforting environment naturally eased her mood. However, upon realizing her relaxation, she swiftly became vigilant again, suspecting Yuri's intentions. He must have deliberately brought her into this familiar setting to lower her defenses and gain some advantage or information. Thus, By CU resolved to play along with Yuri's game. Captain, have you been keeping this room for me all along? In truth, Yuri had indeed reserved the room for By CU, partly to endear himself to her. She struck him as a fiercely determined neighborly sister, exuding warmth and evoking nostalgia for his previous life before the transition. Yuri had a purpose in bringing By CU here, though he cannot disclose it. Instead, he bypassed her question and inquired about her initial objective. Did you not have something to discuss? He feigned ignorance, employing a strategy of subtle allure while leaving By CU to deduce the situation herself. At times, girls prefer to trust their own conclusions over the words of boys. It seemed that Yuri was quite the seasoned player, prompting By CU to remind herself to remain cautious. After mentally adjusting her demeanor, she articulated her reason for seeking Yuri. Captain, I came to inquire if you could sell us some of those flying wings from Dwarf Island. Rest assured, we are not seeking to obtain them without compensation. From what we understand, if you were to eliminate us, you would likely receive a rule feedback, which could aid in enhancing your power, correct? Upon finishing her statement, By CU nervously scrutinized Yuri's response. Yuri, taken aback momentarily by her words, nodded in acknowledgement. He had been pondering how to entice players to seek him out, only to have someone from his homeland approach him directly. Well, you see, how many extraordinary individuals do you believe a winged vessel requires? I am referring to those who have just embarked on their journey into the realm of the extraordinary. I can simply have them lie in wait on the bio island, and you may confidently send your subordinates to reap the rewards. In theory, at this moment, Yuri only needs to utter a single number and nod to efficiently acquire experience. However, Yuri shook his head. If that were the case, slaying players would become as monotonous as commanding skeleton warriors to fish in the sea, transforming into a burdensome task rather than the delightful endeavor Yuri had envisioned. I can offer you wings, but I request a different form of exchange. For instance, I could place some treasures deep within the hold of a ship, accompanied by some guards. You would then be able to set your spawn point on the vessel. Should your team succeed in defeating the guards and acquiring the treasures, I shall additionally grant you a winged vessel, apart from the treasures themselves. What do you think of this arrangement? Yuri had previously contemplated the establishment of reward exchange points on the New Continent, Dwarf Island, and even the Federation continent. Given the infrequent docking opportunities of the islander, even if Yuri distributed equipment and other rewards to the players, they would find little utility in them. For the players aboard the islander, the only truly valuable items were fishing rods and bait, along with some foodstuffs beyond just fish. However, items such as fishing rods and alternative food sources were also in limited supply for Yuri, making frequent distributions to players unfeasible. Especially when attempting to entice thousands to engage in an assault, the rewards would need to be sufficiently plentiful for each individual. With the limited resources Yuri could carry in his backpack and on his vessel, distributing rewards among thousands would yield meager returns. Yet now, the prospect of collaborating with Baitsue presented a glimmer of hope. Moreover, partnering with the game operators back home and having their support would eliminate many obstacles. Did the operators require justification for announcing game events? Certainly not. Could the operators assert that rewards from events could be exchanged with other NPCs? Absolutely reasonable. If one disregarded the constraints of the islander, then the various items on Dwarf Island or the gold transported from Dragon Island to the New Continent would serve as valuable currency for the players. This alleviated concerns regarding rewards. Thus, the pressing matter transformed into persuading Baitsue and the game operators behind her to collaborate. Yuri's reaction aligned with one of the anticipated scenarios by the intelligence team, and Baitsue began her inquiries as planned. According to the intelligence team's analysis, Yuri possessed a considerable playful spirit, suggesting that Baitsue's initial proposal of grinding experience would likely be rebuffed by him, should Yuri merely decline without proposing an alternative. Baitsue would offer several interesting suggestions to gauge his response. Fortunately, Yuri's reaction spared Baitsue considerable effort. With Yuri possessing his own satisfactory gameplay method, Baitsue's task was to listen attentively and relay this gameplay back for collaborative efforts. The rewards you speak of refer to various items, including but not limited to wings, missiles, bombs, yachts, and a substantial amount of gold, which you can use for direct trade or privately mint into coins. Items can be exchanged with my subordinates on Dwarf Island, while the gold can be found in the New Continent. I will disclose the location for you to mine. If you desire equipment, I have some on my ship, the same ones you previously encountered, which I can drop off when we reach a certain island. Or you may transport them yourselves if you possess the means. Alternatively, should you wish to partake in the Dwarven research, I can also attempt to provide you with a guarantee. Furthermore, I am aware of a spatial rift through which those ordinary individuals yet to attain the extraordinary can rapidly accumulate rule feedback by vanquishing foes within, thereby stepping into the extraordinary realm. The space-time rift is a fracture in both time and space, where every individual who enters finds themselves at the same temporal starting point. In other words, if a person enters the rift at a given moment and eliminates all others within, when their own time within that rift concludes, they may re-enter, and those previously slain will resurrect one by one. Furthermore, should you provide a sufficient quantity of rule feedback, such as rule crystals, I can offer them as rewards in return. Upon finishing his statement, Yuri retrieved the newly acquired rule crystal, Rapid Digestion, from his backpack to showcase it to Whitevine. As Yuri spoke, Whitevine's eyes widened in astonishment, and her mouth fell open in disbelief. The conditions presented were exceedingly generous, to the point of making Whitevine feel somewhat uneasy, casting doubt on Yuri's intentions. What must we sacrifice in return? Merely the rule feedback provided by the extraordinary beings? Indeed, I merely require rule feedback. The more abundant, the better. Very well. I believe I comprehend. I shall return to report. With that, White Vine hurriedly logged off, reminiscent of her previous reaction upon hearing Yuri's introduction to this world. Observing White Vine's body once again collapse to the ground, Yuri couldn't help but wear a smug smile. Clever me. This way, I need not direct the skeleton soldiers to assist White Vine. Upon logging off, White Vine rose to her feet and faithfully reported the conversation she had with Yuri. The intelligence team was taken aback by Yuri's amicable demeanor. While it was not unusual for cooperation to be established, the process had been remarkably smooth, and the unexpected gains were quite peculiar. Moreover, from the perspective of the intelligence team, Yuri's behavior had consistently been strange. Prior to encountering Yuri, their exploration of the alternate world had yielded almost no progress. On Dwarf Island, the significant size disparity deterred any interaction. In the federal continent, entry into cities required identification. Those who ventured there either faced enslavement or death. The new continent did not require identification, yet its inhabitants were savages, and upon encountering strangers, especially those without backing, only thoughts of violence and plunder remained. As for the Void cult, ordinary individuals spoke of the eternal void, finding solace only in labor and prayer, as if their minds were adrift. The sole source of information they possessed was from a minor island with limited military prowess, where they attempted to leverage their numerical superiority to extract information. However, even the islands they could conquer held scant intelligence. In this context, Captain Yuri's conduct was entirely out of the ordinary. He disregarded Zhang Qing's deceit, actively aided White Vine in enhancing her personal strength, and almost unconditionally divulged a wealth of information about this world. The only occasion he sought their assistance. He presented the heritage crystal as a substantial gift. Moreover, it is evident from Yuri's words that he possesses a certain understanding of the extraordinary powers that Vinegar can wield in the Blue Planet. This raises suspicions that Yuri might be aware of the answers, merely seeking an excuse to entrust the heritage crystal to them, further enticing them to delve into the mysteries of another world. Subsequently, he nearly gifted them a medium-sized island as a base. Now, he is inclined to provide a plethora of essential resources for their initial development, even offering a dedicated dungeon designed to facilitate the player's swift advancement. If it were not for the certainty that this alternate realm was being discovered for the first time and that they are among the pioneers of its exploration, the intelligence team could not help but begin to question whether Yuri is an undercover agent they dispatched to this other world many years ago. Otherwise, there seems to be no plausible explanation for Yuri's extraordinary friendliness towards them. In the realm of irresistible allure, Yuri has offered far too much, prompting the intelligence team to harbor suspicions of a hidden agenda. Ultimately, the decision was made by the team leader. Listen to me, we shall proceed. No matter how formidable Yuri may be, our true concern lies with the inhabitants of the other world, which does not pertain to us. Even if he intends to counter-invade, do we possess the means to thwart him? Shall we cease our explorations, or do you possess a method to ensure the safety of our personnel? Neither is feasible, so let us abandon futile contemplations and act decisively. We shall accept all that Yuri is willing to offer, while striving for what he is reluctant to provide. At this juncture, the leader paused, then resumed. Additionally, the research team has identified crucial information for verifying identities in the alternate world, which can theoretically be disguised. As previously mentioned, we must prioritize the creation of a fabricated game background and historical documentation based on existing conditions. We have been urging the research team to conduct experiments. I do not wish to hear claims of successful breakthroughs awaiting our textual introduction. Do you understand? Understood. Then let us commence without delay. Why do you still linger? Meanwhile, Yuri had arrived at Kine Baywin's kitchen. Captain, you have arrived. Yes, I noticed you here and thought I might indulge in some delightful fare. What are you preparing today? Yuri had not brought Ziviel along, for Kine Baywin's culinary methods were too elaborate for her. The casual meals that could be hastily prepared in a matter of minutes could be dismissed if they failed. However, a dish requiring 2 or 3 hours of meticulous preparation that ultimately resulted in a culinary disaster would likely provoke Ziviel to unleash her wrath upon the ship. Noticing a bouquet aboard and observing an abundance of fish and shellfish, he decided to prepare a seafood soup. Oh, seafood soup? That sounds splendid. I shall lend a hand. Upon hearing the word seafood soup, Yuri exhaled in relief. In his estimation, the essence of soup lies merely in the simmering process, with the greatest challenges being time and the mastery of heat. Presently, time was a luxury Yuri possessed in abundance. The captured sailing vessel from Morsi had already ventured a considerable distance, and even if the seaside cruiser halted now, it would take until tomorrow afternoon for it to catch up. Thus, from now until noon tomorrow, Yuri found himself with ample leisure. However, he pondered why preparing seafood soup would take. Kai and Baywin had learned the secrets of this world from the intelligence team 2 days prior. In truth, this was his first foray into cooking, driven purely by an urge to experiment, which unexpectedly captured Yuri's attention, leading to his recruitment and a new mission, to cultivate a rapport with Yuri through culinary delights. There was no need to consider anything else. The sole objective was to befriend Yuri. Hence, Kai and Baywin had meticulously reviewed the inventory provided by the intelligence team early in the day, culminating in today's seafood soup. The first step in making soup involves preparing the shrimp and crab, followed by simmering the broth. Although this process takes a full 2 hours, Yuri was mentally prepared. He initially thought the soup was ready to be served, only to be surprised when Qian Baimian transferred the fish broth into another pot. Unfortunately, it contained only fish meat. Using the flesh of other animals would have enhanced the flavor. Upon hearing this, Yuri immediately perked up. What kind of meat do you need? Despite Qian Baimian's apparent seniority and status as a chef, Yuri held him in high regard. On the new continent, there exists a small creature known as the red-tailed pheasant, whose meat is considered the finest. I have that. Please wait a moment, Yuri replied, ignoring whatever else Qian Baimian was saying. He stepped outside and retrieved a large wooden box from his backpack. He opened one compartment before placing the box back into his bag. This was a peculiar feature of his backpack. While various meats, if stored separately, would each occupy a compartment, consolidating them into a single container allowed them to take up only one space, regardless of the container size. This wooden box was specially crafted by Yuri, containing nearly 3 tons of assorted meats. He typically stored it in his backpack for preservation, and when it was time to eat, he would simply remove the entire box, extract the meat, and then replace the box. Qian Baimian accepted the plucked red-tailed pheasant and deftly shaved off the meat, chopping it into a fine mince to add to the seafood broth. Following this, another hour of gentle simmering ensued. Yuri was astonished to observe that as Qian Baimian skimmed the frothy residue from the surface, the previously murky seafood broth transformed into a pristine liquid. Witnessing this, Yuri couldn't help but express his admiration. Impressive. The outcome exceeds my expectations. I thought several attempts at perfecting the broth proportions would be necessary. Yet the flavor is quite satisfactory. As he spoke, Qian Baimian ladled a small bowl of the broth and handed it to Yuri. While this batch would suffice for personal consumption, serving it to others required additional steps. Is there more to do? Yesterday, after watching Qian Baimian steam a fish for over 2 hours, Yuri believed that was already quite meticulous. Today, however, the seafood broth had been in preparation for 3 hours and was still not complete. Yes, first we must add the prepared fish gelatin to the broth for further simmering. Now, which of these flowers carries a favorable meaning? Observing the somewhat wilted bouquet in Qian Baimian's hands, Yuri pointed to 3 specific blossoms. With a cheerful demeanor, Qian Baimian selected the 3 flowers and meticulously plucked each petal, arranging them on a plate. Once the fish gelatin had fully integrated with the seafood broth and most of the moisture had evaporated, transforming it into a rich seafood bisque, he retrieved a small brush, dipped it into the bisque, and delicately brushed it onto the petals. He continued this process until all the petals were treated. Then, under Yuri's bewildered gaze, Qian Baimian produced a tool resembling tweezers and separated the now solidified fish broth from the petals. Thus, a nearly transparent petal appeared before Yuri. Observing Qian Baiwan's meticulous efforts, Yuri proactively extended his hand to assist. Leveraging his formidable physical prowess, Yuri quickly discerned the technique after peeling 2 petals, swiftly completing the task. Subsequently, These transparent petals were transformed by Qian Baiwan into a flower within a bowl. Following this, Qian Baiwan took a small pot nearby and poured boiling water along the rim of the bowl. As the hot water entered, the flower gradually dissolved, and the exquisite flavor of the previously vanished seafood soup resurfaced. The flower had metamorphosed back into soup. At that moment, Yuri found himself at a loss for words. Although the taste was nearly indistinguishable from the bowl he had previously savored, the process of transformation from flour to soup was undeniably breathtaking. "I shall keep this bowl, and you may take the remaining two to the two young ladies." Observing Qian Baiwan, who was already bowing his head to drink the soup, Yuri hesitated for but a moment before eagerly lifting two bowls of petals, beckoning Shivel and Shauna to join him in enjoying the seafood soup. Yuri also surmised that Qian Baiwan was affiliated with the game operators, and the two bowls in his possession were but sugar-coated delights, likely concealing potential bombs ahead. Yet, the allure of this sweet treat was simply irresistible, leaving Yuri utterly unable to refuse. 080 countdown to internal testing. Yuri, having successfully garnered the astonished and admiring gazes of Shiver and Shauna, brought them two bowls of delectable seafood soup. Contemplating for a moment, he extracted a prime piece of the fongfish from his satchel and presented it to Million. Fongfish meat, 1032 G upon consumption, grants 309 experience. Upon returning, he carried back the leftover rich broth that Million had no use for and returned it to the kitchen, setting aside the subsequent process of presenting the soup artistically. The broth itself was indeed exquisite. As they awaited the previously captured vessel, the islander now floated freely upon the ocean surface. By nightfall, Vinegar emerged from her quarters to seek out Yuri, initiating discussions regarding specific exchange arrangements. The wings were priced at 5 million per set, requiring 10 sets. Gold was valued at 5 million per kilogram, amounting to approximately 250 gold coins, with a demand for 20 kilograms. The slots for collaborative research with the dwarves were set at 20 million each, with a temporary request for 2. Vinegar also expressed interest in the rule crystal, rapid digestion, but Yuri quoted a steep price of 1 billion experience, leading to its temporary dismissal. However, Yuri understood that to inspire sufficient enthusiasm among players to venture to the ship, adequate rewards must be offered. Thus, he casually mentioned that if Vinegar and her group could vanquish all the skeleton soldiers aboard the ship, he would gift her the rule crystal. This transaction required Yuri to provide merely the venue for activity, without the need to supply any rewards. Future activities he orchestrated would necessitate rewards from his own resources. Nonetheless, Vinegar and her associates would offer complimentary exchange services, along with relevant event announcements and teleportation access. Excluding the item exchanges, this transaction involved an experience total of 140 million. Yuri had calculated that his skeleton soldiers currently yielded approximately 10 million experience points daily, with each skeleton contributing an average of 13,000 experience points per day. At this stage, the skeletons spent a considerable amount of time searching for wild monsters during their grinding, making the enhancement of individual skeleton strength negligible in terms of efficiency for underwater leveling. The only remaining avenue to boost daily experience acquisition was to increase the number of skeletons. Thus, the efficiency of using skeletons for underwater monster hunting had reached its peak. However, if the hunting targets were chained to players, a newly transitioned player could provide 100 to 150 experience points. This implies that a single skeleton could equivalently achieve a day's worth of underwater monster grinding by defeating 100 players. As players progress to levels 20, 30, or even 40, the experience gained per player would rise to 400, 900, or 1600, respectively. At that juncture, the efficiency of obtaining experience from player defeats would far surpass that of the skeletons scavenging for shells or chasing crabs. Once Vinegar departed, Yuri accessed his attribute panel. Currently, he possessed 3 summoning skills: Skeleton, level 7, Ghost, level 5, and Zombie, level 0. At present, Yuri possesses a total of 22 skill points, having previously retained 3 points. Receive an additional 10 points from Shivel, 7 points from the Void Mutant of Kaldong, and 2 points from the Lanternfish. Although the skills available at level 25 remain a mystery, it is highly probable that they will require a commitment of 10 skill points. Hence, factoring in the 2 points he will acquire upon leveling up, Yuri currently has 14 skill points at his disposal. He allocates 3 points to Summon Skeleton, elevating it to level 10, which enhances the skill of Heavy Strike to level 2 and increases the number of skeletons summoned to 3, while the cooldown period remains unchanged. Upon reviewing his skill list, Yuri invests another 3 points into Thick Skin, bringing it to level 5. The details are as follows. Thick Skin, level 5 summon S maximum health 210, damage taken -1. Upgrade requirement, level 17, 1 skill point for the moment. There appear to be no other skills requiring his attention. Should the need arise, Yuri plans to further upgrade Thick Skin and the newly unlocked Frenzy at level 22. If absolutely necessary, he can rely on the little green spirit stationed beneath the Morsi ship. As a comedic line once suggested, selling a cat while pointing at this bowl. Unless he acquires a second or additional rule crystal, he would not part with the solitary bait he currently possesses for Bai Cu. That evening, nothing particularly noteworthy transpired. In fact, Yuri merely held Shauna and Shivel close without any further advances. This was not due to a change of heart, but rather because his ammunition was in cooldown. The following morning, Yuri first sensed the position of the Morsi ship. Piloting the Morsi ship just beyond the visual range of the island ship, he commanded the skeleton soldiers to carry large bundles of rope toward the Morsi, as Bai Cu and her companions intended to launch an attack under the guise of testing. Yuri refrained from providing any additional rewards. Consequently, it was impractical to bring the Morsi ship close to the island ship and directly summon the skeletons aboard. Instead, he resorted to a more cumbersome method, directing the skeletons to traverse the seabed to the Morsi's underside and then ascend using the ropes. Additionally, the players would need to utilize the ropes hanging from the ship to embark from the sea onto the Morsi, to appropriately lower the combat difficulty for the players. Yuri also instructed the skeleton soldiers to bring some previously confiscated weaponry aboard the Morsi, allowing Little Green, the upgradable spirit, to serve as the final boss was already quite shameless. It would be excessive to have the players face skeleton soldiers wielding bone swords unarmed. As Yuri made his preparations, the testing players from Blue Star received a notification. At 4 p.m., a brand new battle scene titled Pirate Ship would be unveiled, marking the final scene of the internal testing phase. Scene availability, 7 days. Entrance requirement, First Transcendence. On the pirate ship, players are encouraged to employ any strategies they can conceive to assist in gathering more detailed data. Activate the team and guild functionalities. During battles, players can earn additional team points and guild points based on their performance within their respective teams or guilds. All individual team and guild points accumulated during this event will be retained and can be exchanged for a variety of rewards once the public beta commences. These rewards include, but are not limited to, items, consumables, gold, and ships. Additionally, points may be converted into monetary compensation should participants eliminate all enemies aboard the pirate ship within a span of 7 days. All individuals, teams, and guilds will receive bonus rewards based on their accrued points. Of course, participation in this scenario activity is not mandatory. During these final 7 days of the closed beta, players may continue to enjoy the game as they have previously. 081 The fortuitous encounter with Prolos. Merry Christmas. Upon the announcement, aside from small minority uninterested in combat, the rest sprang into action. With the decision to package the otherworldly realm as the game Extraordinary C, the original linking warehouse has been endowed with numerous new features. For instance, friend list, online status, private messaging, forum, and the most recent additions of team, formation, and guild functions. While it may seem extensive, it essentially constitutes a large chat room, limited to sending only voice and text messages. Over the course of a month, players have formed their own small groups. For instance, one of the insiders, Dorn Ivan, mingles among other ordinary players while maintaining his guise as a regular participant. With his formidable combat skills, coupled with intelligence provided by the base, and his willingness to share various insights and experiences, Dorn has garnered considerable renown within the player community. Including Vinegar, there are a total of 288 internal testers. Aside from Vinegar, Another 10 5-member teams are diligently striving to level up, while the remaining 237 internal members have intentionally gathered a cohort of players around them. They cannot monitor every player, but they can endeavor to rally promising players to their side through various means. Meanwhile, individuals such as Zhang Qing and Xian Million have been summoned separately to sign a new agreement. These individuals possess varying combat strengths, yet each has, without exception, established solid connections with certain individuals or groups in the other world, thereby beginning to integrate into that realm. They could not possibly place all their hopes upon Yuri alone. Void Sect, Island Number 1. Upon teleportation, Morsi immediately retreated into his quarters, seizing the recording device to begin dictating the research data not yet backed up on Island Number 1. Once he finished dictating, he tidied himself up and proceeded to meet his superior. Chief, I have returned. Chidi Menard, Void Infected, Level 84, Strength 83, Constitution 49, Reaction 12, Spirit 38. Skills. Void Passage creates a link between two locations, accessible only through temporary void passages for non-living entities. Void Mask envelopes oneself in void breath, rendering immune to all detection assessments. I have only one medium-sized island. If you wish to continue your research, I can only allocate you a small island. However, I expect detailed information regarding Yuri. Island number 3 has been lost. Blaming Morsi for that is of no consequence. Morsi understood that acquiring a new small island was already a significant advantage, so he refrained from further comments and began recounting the intelligence he had gathered, particularly concerning those humanoid summons. How did you ascertain that these beings could be resurrected? Corpses. I personally killed 2 identical individuals, and even after slaying one, I specifically returned to the site of my previous kill to confirm. In this world, it is impossible for 2 individuals to be entirely identical, unless summoned by specific rules. Let us delve into the characteristics of such beings. As Morsi recounted his tale, Chidi's expression grew increasingly grave. Once he confirmed that Morsi had no further insights to offer, he promptly rose and departed. Upon returning to his study, Chidi scrutinized his surroundings before solemnly retrieving a circular disc. As he touched the disc, his consciousness was enveloped by a peculiar space shrouded in a veil of gray mist against a black backdrop. Within mere moments, another figure materialized in the space. 3 minutes later, a total of 9 individuals appeared. Pharmacist, why have you summoned us so abruptly? Inquired the leader, addressing Chidi Menard, who was known as the pharmacist. Once all had gathered, I have received the latest intelligence regarding the undead that surfaced recently, he continued. According to my subordinates, due to certain researchers failing to cease their experiments as mandated, Yuri has uncovered Island Number 3. Subsequently, this island was besieged by thousands of undead, alongside confirmed summoned entities known as phantoms. Describing the assault, my subordinate reported that the undead exhibited self-awareness, disregarded pain and mental assaults, and left corpses upon death. Most crucially, he was certain he had killed the same individual twice. I can ascertain that, prior to this incident, neither he nor anyone he interacted with had any exposure to the sect's research on the undead. Thus, it is highly probable that his account is based on personal experience. And these undead attacking Island Number 3 are indeed of the same nature as those we previously encountered. Furthermore, the characteristics of these undead bear a striking resemblance to the summoned entities skeleton and phantom that Yuri had previously demonstrated. Therefore, I surmise that Yuri's professional rules likely pertain to summoning creatures from other worlds, and these undead represent the 3rd summoning rule at his disposal. Additionally, based on their strange behaviors on Island Number 1, I suspect Yuri may have already discerned the location of this island through these undead. In conclusion, I propose that we exert every effort to eliminate Yuri as a potential threat, and I willingly forfeit any claim to the legacy stone that may drop upon his demise. However, relinquishing Yuri's legacy stone is out of the question. Whoever lays claim to it will keep it, regardless of any denial of their acquisition. The loss of my sole medium-sized island, which annually provided substantial revenue, weighs heavily on Chidi's heart. This frustration cannot be directed at Morsi, who has been instrumental in his financial success, leaving Yuri as the only viable outlet for his ire. Yet, Chidi alone dares not provoke Yuri. Despite their frequent derision towards the followers of the divine sect, labeling them sycophants, it is undeniable that this group possesses remarkable longevity, formidable strength, and a formidable unity. Hence, Chitty must present the Void Sect with an irrefutable reason to take action. These undead cannot possibly be the summons of Yuri, nor can Yuri be aware of the location of Island Number 1. However, it suffices to establish a connection between the undead and Yuri. The whereabouts of Island No. 1 are undoubtedly the greatest secret of the Void Cult, and the leader forbids its location from being disclosed, not even as a possibility. After Chitty spoke, the room fell silent, with everyone turning their gaze towards the leader who had previously spoken. The leader remained silent for nearly 10 minutes before finally lifting his head to look at Chitty. Just as Chitty began to feel the cold sweat trickling down his back, the leader slowly opened his mouth. "Gnome, you provide the location. Foxwoman and Muscleman, you two assist the medicine ghost and inform those sycophants not to be so arrogant." The leader, too, did not believe that Yuri could know the location of Island No. 1, but this matter was tied to their pride. With one of their 5 medium-sized islands destroyed, they could not simply let it go. The battle on the pirate ship in the midst of bustling activity, time slipped away swiftly. Due to the limited size of the Morsi, Yuri could only stow a multitude of skeleton warriors in the hold beneath the ship, while a scant few were arranged on the deck. This arrangement created an illusion that skeletons could continuously emerge from the hold. Fortunately, the skeletons had no demands for comfort, allowing for a considerable number to be crammed into the confines below. The level 16 Little Green also appeared beneath the Morsi, casting a verdant hue upon the ship's bottom. With a lopsided attribute growth, Little Green's mental acuity had reached 60 points. At level 5, it gained a skill enhancement, with its regeneration now at level 3, allowing it to recover 3 health points per second. Upon reaching level 15, it acquired the new skill transformation, level 1, enabling it to alter its form to a certain extent. Under Yuri's command, Little Green morphed into the shape of the ship's bottom, enveloping the hold of the Morsi. This increase in size granted Little Green the ability to perform area attacks, whereas it previously could only execute single-target attacks. Any entity that entered the vicinity of Little Green would incur a damage of 25 health points per second, with the rate of Little Green's health depletion determined by the total mental acuity within its range. At this stage, players could enhance their strength, constitution, and reflexes, but could not augment their mental acuity. Yuri was confident that, with Little Green's assistance, the current players would be incapable of defeating all the skeletons. Soon, the appointed time arrived, and players began to appear in the waters surrounding the Morsi. Previously, among the 6,000 testers, fewer than 1,000 could swim, and most of those merely flailed about in a rudimentary dog paddle. They wouldn't sink, yet their form lacked grace. However, now over 5,000 first transformation players had mastered the art of swimming, moving swiftly and elegantly through the water. The first to board the ship were the leaders among players, such as Dorn. Although all players had attained at least level 10 after their first transformation, there remained a significant disparity between the attributes of a level 10 player and a level 10 skeleton. A level 10 skeleton possessed a strength of 16, a constitution of 13, a reflex of 12, and a mental acuity of 0. Conversely, even if a level 10 player allocated all their earned attribute points to strength, they would barely reach 14 points, still being overpowered by the skeletons. The trade between White Vinegar and Yuri was known to only a select few. For Dorn and his companions, the notification was simply to give their all. Considering the disparity in attributes, Dorn and others proactively volunteered to board the ship first, paving the way for the subsequent ordinary players. Otherwise, if the players were to surface only to be immediately knocked back into the sea by the skeletons, it would be futile. In reality, Yuri was far more benevolent than the players had anticipated. Striking a hard skull with a sword would not result in a fatal blow, but rather induce a prolonged state of dizziness. Thus, Yuri did not intend to launch an attack as soon as the players boarded the ship. Rather, he waited until they were fully on board before initiating the assault. Should the players fall back into the sea, Yuri would not gain any experience from their demise. Observing the players who had boarded immediately grasping the iron swords at their feet, Yuri in the captain's cabin raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Such a swift reaction was certainly indicative of more than just an ordinary player. Once the adversary had selected their weapon, Yuri commanded the skeleton soldiers to engage, thrusting a bone sword towards the player's chest, a region known for its lethal potential, compared to smaller, more agile fatal areas such as the neck or eye sockets. The chest presented a larger target, making it more challenging to defend against. Dorn, who was positioned to counter the attack, swiftly swung his iron rod to intercept the skeleton soldier's strike, deflecting the bone sword to his left. Ah, this is rather interesting, thought Yuri, excitement coursing through him as he licked his lips. He then directed the skeleton soldier to pivot its wrist, allowing the bone sword to circle around Dorn's iron rod while applying additional force, unsettling Dorn's balance. Given the disparity in their strength and the even greater difference in their physical attributes, Dorn inevitably found himself off balance. Yuri seized this opportunity, instructing the skeleton soldier to deliver a diagonal slash toward Dorn's neck, with Dorn allocating his attribute points solely towards strength and reaction, leaving his physicality at a mere 5 points. While the skeleton soldier boasted a formidable strength of 16, the strike triggered a fatal consequence, depleting Dorn's health entirely. Remarkably, this entire sequence, from a skeleton soldier's initial thrust to Dorn's defense and ultimate defeat, transpired in approximately a second. The first wave of over 100 professional warriors aboard the ship managed to endure less than 5 seconds before being entirely vanquished by the skeletons on deck. In terms of combat prowess, even with Yuri's 3 years of battle experience prior to his transmigration, he could not rival the expertise of warriors like Dorn. Yet, Yuri was profoundly familiar with the reckless nature of such combat. Conversely, Dorn and his companions, having entered this otherworldly realm for just over a month and utilizing a primitive linking chamber that did not shield them from pain, harbored certain reservations during battles. Coupled with the disparity in attributes, particularly in reaction, this led to Dorn and his companions being ruthlessly overwhelmed in combat. It was not until his health bar was fully depleted and he was forcibly ejected from a game that Dorn realized the gravity of the situation. Prior to this, he had encountered the indigenous inhabitants of this world, whose fighting techniques could be described as devoid of finesse. Typically, they employed 2 basic moves, one being a powerful downward strike, and the other a lackadaisical roll, with the outcome hinging on sheer recklessness. Those who hesitated would meet their demise. Just as Dorn was reflecting on the earlier battle, the room's intercom blared to life. Everyone to the training room. What disgrace! Is this how you open a match for others? Using one's own corpse to disrupt the enemy's footsteps? Is your training merely an exercise in futility, a manifestation of loneliness? Come, all of you, to the training room. Enlighten me on how you remain composed under duress, conjuring the idea of utilizing corpses to hinder the adversary's movements, thereby creating opportunities for your comrades. It appears that the presence of female soldiers has tempered the tone of the announcement, which, while overly aggressive, maintains a semblance of decorum. Dorn and the first batch of the fallen tidied their attire and proceeded to the base's training room. In truth, the demise of Dorn and his companions was not as devoid of significance as the announcement suggested. At the very least, it awakened the remaining combatants to the fact that these skeletal soldiers were not lacking in combat prowess. Thus, they resolved to abandon attempts to bridge the gap in attributes through skill. What is our advantage? Numbers. If our strength lies in our numbers, why should we engage in a contest of skill with the enemy? Listen, Brotherhood members. Those with high endurance cling to their legs. Those with great strength join me in smashing their skulls. In 3 hours, we shall all emerge as valiant warriors once more. In seeking assistance, Yuri, despite being unable to hear the players' shouts, immediately sensed the changes in their movements. Indeed, compared to their previous direct confrontations, the players' tactical shifts posed a considerable challenge for Yuri. As the number of deceased players aboard the ship increased, the area available for the skeleton soldiers to maneuver diminished significantly. Soon, the skeletal warriors found themselves engaged in combat solely upon the bodies of the fallen players, rendering their environment increasingly dire. While standing still presented little difficulty, grappling with players amid such conditions made it all too easy for them to slip or sink into the accumulation of corpses beneath their feet. Undoubtedly, the players faced even graver circumstances, akin to Yuri's own prior experiences. Once players reached level 50, elite players had orchestrated numerous assaults against legendary foes. In such predicaments, players found themselves nearly devoid of resistance, reliant solely on sheer numbers. Within mere minutes, the player's vision was obscured by a mosaic of colors, red, gray, and pale pink, rendering the terrain indistinguishable. Even the enemies appeared as a chaotic blur of crimson. The reports from that time depicted a scene of utter carnage, with player fatalities numbering in the hundreds of thousands, yet the actual battle footage, if released, would likely be branded with a comedic label. Yuri perceived that the current plight of the players resembled his own past experiences. The battle on Bio Island, though resulting in significant casualties, took place over a vast expanse, unlike the confined battleground of the ship's deck, which was now clustered at its edges. The conflict lasted approximately 20 minutes before reaching its temporary conclusion. The players were utterly vanquished, leaving only a handful who had not boarded the ship, watching from the sea as the skeleton soldiers continued their onslaught. The skeletons had suffered 76 casualties, with 107 falling into the ocean. As the bodies of players accumulated, they exceeded the height of the deck, forming a steep slope. Were it not for the new corpses being dislodged and falling into the sea due to the weight of the players, the Morsi ship might have succumbed to overloading and sunk. Upon realizing their inability to overcome the skeletons, the players began attempting to drag the skeletal warriors into the sea, an approach that effectively reduced their numbers aboard the Morsi ship. Yuri glanced at his experience points with satisfaction, nodding in approval. It was indeed clear that slaying players yielded experience at a much faster rate. Accumulating shells and crab carapaces from over 700 skeletons at the seabed took half an hour and yielded only 30,000 experience points. In stark contrast, defeating players resulted in 40,000 experience points within a mere 20 minutes. The thrill of the pursuit imbued him with a sense of urgency, far more engaging than simply chasing fish across the ocean floor. Regrettably, the number of players was dwindling, as they would soon be depleted within the next 20 minutes. To Yuri, the scene of players assaulting the Morsi ship resembled a tower defense game. Having successfully repelled the player's initial wave of attack, he now awaited the next onslaught, anticipated to arrive in 3 hours. Under Yuri's command, the skeletal soldiers commenced the grim task of casting the players' corpses from the Morsi into the sea, subsequently drawing water from the depths to cleanse the deck. It must be said that the strategy of leaping into the water while clutching a skeletal soldier was an unexpected revelation for Yuri. Moreover, he stumbled upon an unforeseen predicament. The sheer volume of player corpses had effectively obstructed the passage from the hold to the deck, trapping the skeletal soldiers within the confines of the ship's interior. Contemplating the situation, Yuri concluded that the sole solution lay in preventing the accumulation of players' bodies aboard the vessel. Well, if disregard for chivalry is the order of the day, so be it. Otherwise, a calamity could ensue. Just as he pondered this, a new notification materialized before his eyes. New quest acquired. Call for help. Quest objective: assist Alf Winter in eliminating the threat of sandworms. Quest reward: 40,000,000 experience points. While Yuri was perplexed about how he had triggered this quest, he felt a vibration from the identity token that Conrad had previously bestowed upon him. Grasping the token, a voice resonated within Yuri's consciousness. "I am Alf Winter. While exploring ruins in the desert region, I unexpectedly encountered a swarm of peculiar worms. Though their strength is not formidable, approximately on par with an ordinary level 5 extraordinary being, their numbers are exceedingly vast. Melissa, could you possibly come assist me?" As the voice faded, Yuri sensed a coordinate-like entity. Out of curiosity, he mentally reached out to touch this coordinate. In an instant, the scene before him shifted, and he found himself amidst a vast desert. "Who are you?" "Never mind. Let's talk while we run." Before Yuri could fully grasp the situation, he felt a hand grasp him, and the sand beneath his feet seemed to recede rapidly, accompanied by a distant humming sound. Alf Winter, Berserker, level 71, Strength 82, Constitution 98, Agility 36, Spirit 14. Skills: Frenzy, Gains additional damage enhancement upon health reduction, level 5. Endurance, temporarily resists negative status effects after being impacted by adverse skills. Level 6. Charge, significantly increases movement speed for a short duration and grants immunity to control skills. Level 7. All in, delivers a powerful strike with the weapon in hand, inflicting substantial damage to the target. Level 3. Berserk, loses a certain amount of health per second, greatly enhancing movement speed, attack speed, and granting lifesteal abilities. Level 5. Just as Yuri finished examining Alf's attributes, the distant humming noise receded significantly. The velocity exhibited earlier was beyond that of an ordinary individual. Yuri surmised that Alf had utilized the skill charge. The identity token in his hand displayed a new message. Get lost, you. Last year you had me hunting snakes, and now you want me to exterminate worms. When will you ever engage with something normal? Can a level 5 worm truly compel you to call for help? The quantity must surely be in the millions. What do you want me to do? Run alongside you? Yuri finally realized that this identity token possessed the capability to send group messages. The message, it seemed, was the one concerning Melissa that Alf had previously mentioned. As he sensed the message within the token, Yuri recalled that Alf must have encountered some sort of insect. The buzzing in his ears was likely emanating from those very creatures. Turning around, he was met with a shocking sight. What he beheld was a vast swarm of yellow insects behind him. They resembled the locusts of Blue Star, yet these insects were not green, but rather a sandy yellow, blending almost seamlessly with the surrounding sands. The multitude of insects appeared at first glance to be a swirling sandstorm. Hey kid, are you new here? Didn't your guide inform you not to seek help indiscriminately? This puts me in quite a predicament. I can only run as it is, and now I have to carry you along. Melissa, you must come. A little one has teleported here with me, and I fear we may not outrun those insects. I am Yuri, skilled in group combat. As Alf concluded his statement, a multitude of new messages suddenly flooded the token. Little one, what is happening? Is there a newcomer? Why hasn't anyone introduced them? Who is so unreliable? It must be Conrad. That old rascal has a history. Conrad, traversing the forests of the new continent, felt the messages on the token and awkwardly rubbed his nose. He could have clarified the situation through the token, but due to other matters, he had indeed forgotten about it. It's me. I was in a bit of a rush and forgot to properly explain the token's functions. The members of the sect held a certain reverence for the elusive concept of luck, so Conrad refrained from mentioning why he had left in haste. Alf, just hang in there. I'll brew a skill potion and come over. Coming back to his senses from the shock brought on by the sandstorm, Yuri noticed a particularly swift sandworm. Sandworm, level 7 health 130, strength 8, constitution 14, reaction 7, spirit 3. Skills, flight, sharp teeth, powerful digestion. Observing that its health growth was akin to that of a skeleton soldier, calculated as level times 10 plus constitution times 5, and with just over 100 health points, Yuri promptly sent a message through the token. Perhaps it's unnecessary. I can slay these worms. Let me give it a try. After Yuri dispatched the message, he distinctly sensed a slight hesitation in Rufu's movements. Kid, feel free to try. I can still run. Upon hearing Alf's reassurance, Yuri contemplated Alf's formidable level 7 charge skill, finding the statement quite credible. Moreover, considering Alf's minimum strength of 82 points, Yuri's load of slightly over 100 pounds seemed trivial in comparison. Subsequently, Yuri glanced at his skill list. Necrotic Mist. Level 2 releases a mist infused with necrotic energy, enveloping a radius of 248 meters, 124 2, inflicting 12. 1 points per second of necrotic damage to life forms within the area, while healing undead creatures for 24. 2 points per second. After reviewing his remaining 16 skill points, Yuri expended 3 points to elevate the skill to level 5. While the damage and healing effects per second remained unchanged, the skill's radius dramatically increased to 620 meters. Additionally, like other ordinary skills, reaching level 5 granted Necrotic Mist a new effect, designating a target to render them immune to the damage effect of Necrotic Mist. Given that the sandworm's flight speed was approximately 20 meters per second, it would require 30 seconds to traverse the 600 meters. Thus, unless the sandworm's health reached 372 points or its flight speed experienced a remarkable surge, it was improbable for them to cover that distance and confront Yuri directly. Yuri released the necrotic mist and placed the immunity mark on Alf. Without any indication of quantity, it is highly likely that this marker has no limits. Merely 7 seconds later, the notification interface of Yuri's attributes began to flood the screen. Kill Sandworm, Level 3, Experience 9. Kill Sandworm, Level 4. Experience 16. Kill Sandworm, Level 5. Experience 25. The messages flashed rapidly across the screen, and despite Yuri possessing over 100 points of spirit and 27 points of reaction, it soon became difficult for him to discern the specific details of the notification interface. Furthermore, Yuri had noticed an effect not mentioned in the skill description. Compared to the Level 2 Undead Mist, the Level 5 Undead Mist was evidently denser, which would impose greater restrictions on the visibility of those within it. Alf was startled by the sudden emergence of the black mist around him, only to realize that he had not sustained any damage, which allowed him to relax. Although his line of sight was obstructed, with only a 5-meter visibility range remaining, his hearing remained unaffected. The previously dense buzzing sound behind him had vanished. "You need not come. The sandworm has already been dealt with by our little brother." Sensing the message emanating from the token, Yuri could not help but glance at Alf beside him. This individual was indeed quite pragmatic. Previously referring to him as a little brat, he now addressed him as little brother. However, Yuri chose not to comment. Respect is naturally earned through strength. Moreover, although Alf's prior address had been somewhat impolite, there had been no hesitation when he had brought Yuri along to escape. "Little brother, does the rule you possess have a duration?" "None detected so far. I haven't had many opportunities to utilize this rule." Upon hearing Yuri's response, Alf immediately perked up. Rules of this nature typically only develop progressively, with durations extending over time. It is rare to suddenly discover that they can no longer be applied. Since Yuri indicated that he had not yet found any limitations, it suggested that this rule likely had no duration constraints. "In that case, I shall take you to their lair. If we uncover treasures, we shall split them evenly, and you may choose first." With that, Alf looked at Yuri with anticipation. Once allies have been gathered, Alf always allows the other party to select the spoils first. It is his personal code. Not only had Yuri indeed assisted him, but even if he had not, Alf would ensure that Yuri did not return empty-handed. Furthermore, despite Alf appearing to be a middle-aged man in his 40s, he was in fact 183 years old. Through nearly 2 centuries of diligent effort, Alf had accumulated a vast array of treasures. Should this expedition yield something he sought, he could simply exchange it with his previously acquired valuables. Uncertain of the damage and range of the rule that Yuri wielded, and recognizing that such matters are not typically discussed, Alf proceeded at a measured pace. Within the identity token, new information continued to emerge as members of the sect began introducing themselves under the leadership of Conrad. Allow me to elaborate on the introductions. I am Conrad, well-versed in the rules of aggressive assault. Should you encounter any insurmountable barriers, feel free to seek my assistance. Melissa specializes in ice control and possesses expertise in rules pertaining to extensive, sustained damage. Additionally, if you require any potions, do not hesitate to approach me. Moritz is knowledgeable in marine regulations and is available to assist should you find yourself pursued by sea monsters, even if you cannot fend them off. I can ensure your escape. When necessary, I can also guide you across the waters. Kel is proficient in assassination techniques and excels in both poisoning and antidote preparation. Mee has a mastery of cultivation rules and is adept at potion brewing. Rilo commands the rules of fiery area of effect damage. When in need, call upon me rather than Melissa, as our respective areas of expertise may conflict. Unai is skilled in earth-based regulations and specializes in defense. As long as we are not directly engaged in combat upon the water's surface, all will be well aboard the vessel. And then there is Off, a professional berserker. For any brawling or adventurous endeavors, I am at your service. After some contemplation, Yuri crafted his own introduction. I am Yuri, proficient in the rules of necromancy, particularly adept at overwhelming opponents in group confrontations. Upon completing his response, Yuri gazed at the words of Conrad within the token, and an involuntary twitch graced the corner of his mouth. He had sensed something amiss when observing Conrad's attribute panel. Yet only now did he grasp the full extent of it. Indeed, Conrad's profession as a soul shepherd suggested a summoning class, presumably reliant on summoned entities for combat while prioritizing his own survival. However, the overwhelming prowess reflected in his attributes: Strength 164, Constitution 52, Agility 41, Spirit 39, and the formidable Level 7 Final Ritual, Next Attack Damage 7, bore little resemblance to that of a summoner. Subsequently, Ove elucidated the other functionalities of the token to Yuri. It had been quite some time since a newcomer joined the sect. The last occasion was 122 years prior, with that individual being Unai. I was the one before him, arriving 2 decades earlier. The primary functions of this token are threefold. First, it showcases an effect that accumulates rule feedback to garner luck. This effect is rather enigmatic. Should you wish to experience it, you may engage in a couple of rounds with a friend. Second, it facilitates mass messaging. Just as before, by grasping the token, one can dispatch messages, which will be received by others in possession of the token. Not only can it convey distress signals, but if you encounter any perplexities in daily life, you may also pose inquiries through the token. In contemporary times, no one comprehends this world better than we do. Thirdly, it possesses a teleportation function, which you have already experienced. While sending a message, one can consciously disclose their precise location through the token to seek assistance. Naturally, aside from requesting aid, this method can also expedite travel. For instance, should you wish to traverse to a particularly distant locale, this approach could save considerable time. As Ove elaborated, an unsettling premonition suddenly gripped Yuri. Is that all? Just these 3 functions? They are indeed quite convenient, but I mean, how do we return? There is no return. This is a one-way teleportation. The premonition materialized, and Yuri, in a pained gesture, smacked his forehead. Noticing Yuri's expression, Ove too recognized the potential issue. How far were you from here? I am uncertain. I was at sea, en route from the New World to the Federation continent. Yuri sensed the positions of the skeleton soldiers aboard the island of the dead and shook his head in resignation. It is too far. He could only perceive the location of the skeletons, but could not estimate the distance between them and himself. Fortunately, he could still share the vision of his summoned minions and exert control over them. After Yuri spoke, Ove suddenly chuckled, then seemed to realize the impropriety of his demeanor and resumed his serious expression. There is good news and bad news. The good news is that you have arrived at the Federation continent. The bad news is that you may find yourself at the opposite end of your original destination. However, you may embark from here or directly seek Alitz via a token. He possesses extensive knowledge of the oceanic whirlpools, which can expedite your journey to the destination. Do not fret about the remuneration, as your assistance to me is invaluable, and I shall ensure your payment. Well, thank you. I shall not hesitate if the need arises. I believe we can quicken our pace a bit. I am rather curious about the origins of these worms and how they proliferate in this desert. While conversing with Ove, Yuri had already begun directing the skeletal soldiers to search for Shiver and Shauna. The arrival was rather abrupt, leaving no time to inform the two. Furthermore, the situation with the Morsi ship is rather troublesome. Players may soon launch an attack in 2 hours, yet the skeletal soldiers aboard are a diminishing resource. Each one lost is a significant blow. After a moment's hesitation, Yuri sighed and expended 1 skill point to elevate the level of the skill Rage, unlocked at level 22, to level 1. Rage, level 1, induces a frenzy in summoned entities, increasing movement speed by 124, attack speed by 124, lasting for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 120 seconds. He initially intended to instill a glimmer of hope among the players. Now, with the skeletal soldiers from both the Morsi and island ships becoming non-renewable resources, it is imperative to maintain their numbers. The remaining skeletal soldiers were not permitted to continue leveling on the seabed. Instead, they were instructed to ascend back to the island ship for reserve. This was primarily due to concerns over the players potentially devising bold strategies. Yuri was not particularly worried about the safety of Shiver and her companion. Despite Shiver currently being only at level 12, her mental attribute had reached an impressive 173 points. Should any player dare to target Shiver or her companion, they would swiftly learn the meaning of cruelty. Yuri's concern lay with the player's intentions towards the skeletal soldiers. Should they annihilate all the skeletal soldiers aboard the ship, Shiver and Shauna would find themselves unable to operate the island ship. However, Yuri did not expel the players out of apprehension. During the closed beta, players were under the purview of the game operators, and the likelihood of them engaging in outrageous behavior was minimal. Moreover, Shauna relied on players for feedback on the rules to enhance her personal level. After briefing Shiver and her companion, and recalling all skeletal soldiers to the island ship and the Morsi ship, Yuri's thoughts returned to the present. As they proceeded, Yuri received a long-awaited notification sound. He had leveled up. Level 1, Skill Point 1, Strength 1, Reaction 1, Mental 1. Previously, he had accumulated a significant amount of experience. And although each sandworm provided merely over 20 points of experience individually, their sheer numbers were substantial. Additionally, it seemed that Ov possessed something that attracted these sandworms. Yuri could sense the sandworms relentlessly surging from their path into the realm of the undead fog. Subsequently, with a sense of anticipation, Yuri opened his attribute panel. The skills unlocked at level 24 appear rather trivial, yet one can glimpse the information regarding the level 25 skills. The power of the Monarch, level 0 strength, total strength of summon creatures 1 skill level. Constitution, total strength of summon creatures 1 skill level. Reaction, total strength of summon creatures 1 skill level. Upon discerning the skills available at level 25, Yuri suddenly halted, engaging in silent contemplation of the skill's potential benefits. Although the total enhancement amounts to merely 1,000th, it is derived from the strength of summoned entities. Even without acquiring new items, solely relying on his current attributes and skills. Once he ascends to level 25, his summoning capacity could exceed 1,200. Therefore, conservatively estimating, this skill could grant him an augmentation of over 50 points to his fundamental attributes. Yuri felt as though he had begun to grasp the essence of Conrad. Given the opportunity, which man wouldn't revel in the thrill of a direct confrontation? Initially prepared to adopt a laid-back approach towards leveling up, Yuri suddenly reignited his fervor for grinding. Subsequently, Ov noticed that when Yuri gazed at him again, his eyes reflected a profound desire. I believe we should hasten our pace. Let's swiftly locate the lair of these sandworms. 086, the evolving sandworm observing the fervor in Yuri's gaze, Ov couldn't help but smile, quickening his pace. Had he not been uncertain of the strength of Yuri's abilities, he would have hastened forward at full speed. Now, with Yuri suggesting an acceleration, Ov could not refuse. After traversing for over an hour, Yuri signaled Ov to halt. They waited in place for less than half an hour before resuming their journey. As the players' respawn time concluded, they collectively re-entered the game, launching a coordinated assault. Despite Yuri's strategic adjustments, beginning to snipe players before they boarded the ship and employing his berserk skill to significantly enhance the combat capabilities of his skeleton soldiers, he still faced losses, with 19 skeletons perishing after all players had succumbed. No longer fighting individually, the players began to cooperate, unifying their actions, which placed immense pressure on Yuri. However, he had located a potential commander through his specters and could dispatch them for a targeted strike next time. With the loss of 19 skeletons on the island, Yuri summoned them directly from the desert, retrieving them from a location out of sight and storing them in his portable pack for future contingencies. As a product of the game's rules, each skeleton was identical, allowing for stacking within his inventory, although the maximum limit per slot remained unknown. Continuing onward, O began to share the reasons for his presence in this desolate land. He recounted that this desert was once a bountiful region, claimed by a powerful kingdom that could, through a certain ritual, forcibly elevate those who did not meet the ascension criteria. However, following a cataclysmic event, the landscape had vanished, leaving no trace of the kingdom, which had been consumed by the encroaching sands. Ove speculated that such a disappearance could not occur without cause. Perhaps there had been a collapse or some other calamity that buried this formidable kingdom beneath the dunes. Thus, he had ventured into the desert to explore. After more than a year of searching, He had finally uncovered vast empty spaces beneath the sands, initially believing he had stumbled upon clues to this ancient civilization, only to discover a nest of worms instead. As they proceeded, Yuri suddenly halted and raised his hand to stop Ove. "Wait, something's amiss," he cautioned. In Yuri's perception, the number of approaching sandworms had surged dramatically. Previously, the worms had only flown towards them from the front, but now, some were emerging from the sand, shaking themselves off before hurtling in their direction. It appeared that they had encroached upon the territory of the sandworms. The necrotic mist had limited penetration into the sands below, and Yuri feared a surprise attack from below. However, before addressing that concern, he needed to ascertain another matter. "We must be nearing their lair. I worry they might flee instead of engaging us." "So, Ove, was the enmity you generated sufficient?" Upon hearing Yuri's inquiry, Ove, visibly distressed, ran his fingers through his hair. "I am unsure. I merely leapt forth as before, striking down to ascertain whether something lay beneath the sand. Suddenly, the ground beneath me gave way, plunging into a chasm of approximately 100 meters deep, while the surrounding sand cascaded down like a waterfall and swarms of insects surged towards me, lacking any area of effect attacks. I could only slash at them one by one, so I opted to flee. Yet after a considerable distance, I realized the insects showed no intention of retreating, which compelled me to seek help through the token." Listening to Ove's account, Yuri furrowed his brow, uncertain if Ove's ire was sufficiently potent. Nonetheless, he was reluctant to relinquish the bounty of experience at stake. Within the span of just over 2 hours, he had already accrued over 30 of the experience required to reach level 25, with the rate of increase showing no signs of abating. Suddenly, a thought struck Yuri, causing his pupils to dilate. They were drawing closer to the habitat of the sandworms. Theoretically, either the sandworms had been largely exterminated, leading to a decrease in experience gain, or a multitude remained, and as they approached, the efficiency of experience acquisition would heighten. Regardless, the efficiency of experience gain should not remain unchanged. Gazing at his skill panel, Yuri hesitated but ultimately decided to elevate the level of his skill, Necrotic Mist. To his dismay, as the skill level increased, the radius of the mist expanded dramatically by 125 meters. He cursed under his breath, for his senses revealed that not only was there a presence ahead, but also an abundance of sandworms on either side and behind them. They had become encircled. Yet, only the sandworms in front would enter the mist's vicinity. Moreover, through the perception granted by the necrotic mist, Yuri discerned that the sandworms behind were voraciously consuming their fallen kin, slain by the very mist he had summoned. Once the mist expanded, those sandworms abruptly enveloped by it flew away from its confines, exhibiting no signs of disorientation. "Ove, we must hasten our pace. I entrust our safety to you." It was evident that these sandworms were under some form of control, seemingly evolving through the consumption of their deceased brethren. However, it remained uncertain whether they were commanded by the queen worm or a human. In the face of sudden blindness, the ability to react correctly and proceed in the right direction led Yuri to believe there was an overseer with a god's eye view manipulating them. Although Yuri had not glimpsed the attributes of the sandworms trailing behind, it was reasonable to conclude that, with an entity orchestrating their movements, the actions of both the sandworms lining up to their demise and those devouring the corpses of their kind were driven by a specific motive. Regardless of whether this motive aligned with Yuri's conjectures, they must be halted. With that, Yuri set forth, and Ove solemnly nodded in agreement, brandishing 2 machetes as he followed closely behind Yuri, remaining vigilant of the ground beneath their feet, in contrast to the sandworms descending from above. Those emerging unexpectedly from below posed a far greater threat. As Yuri accelerated, the number of sandworms shrouded by the mist of the undead surged dramatically. However, under Yuri's deliberate observation, it became evident that while the flight speed of the sandworms within the sensing range remained unchanged, their distance traveled in the mist of the undead extended significantly, even accounting for Yuri's own movement, which brought the center of the mist coverage closer to the target. The sandworms advanced over 20 meters further than before. This indicates that, despite not having leveled up, the sandworms were able to endure for a longer duration. Either their vitality had increased, or they had developed a resistance to the undead. Yuri surmised it was the latter. The sandworm, a creature embodying tactical prowess, is an ordinary organism that cannot evolve corresponding resistances in a fleeting period. However, upon the discovery of an abnormal entity, one must inevitably delve into the realm of rules, reminiscent of the excessively massive algae from before. Such regulations may seem trivial to others, yet for Yuri, they are akin to wings enhancing a tigress might. For instance, the phenomenon of excessive growth has enabled the Spectre to transcend existing level limitations, transforming its assault method from single-target attack to area of effect attack. The current regulations appear to possess the potential to augment group resistance in a specific manner. Should this rule prove effective for the skeletal warriors, the enhancement to Yuri's combat prowess would be substantial. Moreover, with Alf by his side, Yuri need not fret over the formidable strength of adversaries or the possibility of them fleeing beyond his pursuit. That said, the skill mist of the undead is indeed advantageous, albeit it tends to disorient. At present, Alf has completely lost his sense of direction. Previously, he relied on the sun above and the surrounding terrain, combined with his memory, to navigate. However, with visibility now reduced to mere meters and the sun obscured, Alf has lost his ability to discern direction. As for relying on memory to describe their surroundings and orientation to Yuri, such a demand may be excessively high for a berserker. Hence, Yuri can only proceed in a straight line following the direction indicated by Alf earlier. Theoretically, the sandworm's lair, presumably where the creatures are most densely populated, prompts Yuri to revisit the pit Alf had previously excavated. He suspects that these sandworms possess intelligence, and he fears being misled by them. Within mere minutes, Yuri, through the mist of the undead, since the pit Alf had mentioned. Is this a church? Although Yuri cannot see, the mist allows him to perceive that the pit is approximately 40 meters deep, crowned by a 5-meter deep funnel, leading to a vast square domed space below. A breach in the top allows sand to cascade softly into the void beneath. At this moment, the number of sandworms entering the range of the mist of the undead has increased more than fourfold. Are they immobile motherworms or cursed humans? What? Alf queried, slightly perplexed by Yuri's mutterings. In response to such an inquiry, Yuri had two options: to reply with nothing or to offer a brief explanation. In his view, unless one genuinely wished to dismiss the other and sever ties, a positive response should be afforded regardless of the inquiry's intent. Alf clearly does not fall into the category of someone Yuri wishes to ignore. Furthermore, Yuri is acutely aware that they are in a state of informational disparity. Despite Alf's formidable strength, the impediments to his perception inevitably induce a sense of unease, especially when Yuri suddenly exhibited peculiar behaviors or uttered nonsensical remarks. Thus, instead of dismissing Alf with a casual "it's nothing," Yuri commenced his explanation. The following details unfolded. The frequency of the sandworm's attacks was on the rise, leading me to deduce that the entity controlling these sandworms must be immobile or possess severely limited mobility. It seemed to have arrived. Just as he spoke, Yuri sensed a swarm of sandworms, moving at an accelerated pace, emerging within the realm of the necromantic mist, barreling directly towards his location. Rule control with remarkable intelligence. Oof. Watch your feet. As Yuri articulated this, he raised his hand, summoning the skeletal soldier previously stored in his backpack to defend against the approaching sandworms. Meanwhile, Alf had closed his eyes, focusing entirely on the ground beneath him. Aiming to guard against subterranean assaults, he deemed visual perception nearly futile, opting instead to concentrate solely on his senses. The sandworms were approximately 100 meters away, and given their speed, they would reach them in about 3 seconds. Suddenly, Alf sheathed one of his knives, converting to a two-handed grip, and raised his long blade high, thrusting it forcefully into the ground beneath him. Just as the tip of the knife was about to make contact with the sand, a ring of white conical objects materialized around them. Subsequently, similar conical spikes appeared beneath their feet. The moment these spikes emerged, they collided with Alf's long knife. Upon impact, Alf swiftly embraced Yuri's waist and activated a charging skill. transforming both into a fleeting shadow as they departed from the area, now infested with the conical objects. A piercing shriek resounded from the spot they had just vacated, revealing the true form of the white conical objects on the ground. Sandworm, level 42, strength 32, constitution 56, reaction 6, spirit 1. Skills: sharp fangs, sandification, powerful digestion, intimidation. Although they shared the same name, this sandworm resembled an enlarged serpent. The earlier ring of white conical objects were the teeth of this sandworm. It seemed that the creature had intended to swallow both Yuri and Alf whole, but ended up merely consuming a long knife. Upon observing the sandworm's attribute panel, Yuri realized the peril they were in. Just as he was about to speak, darkness enveloped his vision, and a prompt echoed in his ears. Skill activated. Stun, level 1-1. 8 seconds. Source: Intimidation, Sandworm. Fortunately, the necromantic mist skill would not dissipate due to Yuri's incapacitated state. Although Yuri lost both sight and hearing due to the stun and was rendered incapable of any action, he could still perceive the surrounding environment through the necromantic mist, preventing him from panicking excessively. Another set of the sandworm's teeth appeared beneath him, and just as the creature's jaws were about to snap shut, Alf once again whisked Yuri away from their original position. Shortly thereafter, Yuri heard another prompt. Skill activated. Stun, level 1-2, 1 seconds. Source: Intimidation, Sandworm. If Yuri were to recklessly rely on the mist of the undead and greedily pursue experience, he would inevitably find himself engulfed by a sandworm in a state of dizziness, ultimately relying on desperate teleportation to escape. This realization steeled Yuri's resolve. Once this expedition concluded, he would inquire within the token about any items that could enhance resistance to abnormal states available to others. Lost in thought, he suddenly found sandworm teeth emerging beneath him. But this time, Ove swiftly led Yuri away from the spot. The notification sound predictably chimed in again. Skill activated. Dizziness, level 2-0, 9 seconds. Source: Intimidation, Sandworm. Observing his status upgraded to level 2 dizziness, a disheartened Yuri envied Ove immensely. For an ordinary individual like Yuri, experiencing consecutive abnormal states within a short span would result in diminishing resistance. Yet for Ove and his kind, their shamelessness seemed to bolster their resistance instead. 088 Sandworm, Matriarch. Though Yuri harbored confidence in Off's capabilities, he nevertheless employed the Necromancer's mist to survey his surroundings. No one could ascertain whether more formidable sandworms lurked within this desert expanse. However, Yuri felt little apprehension regarding his safety. Even if Off were unable to fend off the threat, he could still facilitate their escape. If that failed, Yuri possessed the means for a desperate teleportation. Should the distance of that teleportation prove insufficient, he could directly summon aid through his identity token. Should he ascertain that the sect members were also incapable of overcoming the foes, he could, much like his arrival with Off, share coordinates for a swift escape. Yet, resorting to teleportation in such a manner was best avoided, as it bore a certain embarrassment. It is not disgraceful to be weaker, yet lacking self-awareness and provoking those beyond one's capability is indeed a source of shame. Off's predicament, however, was not to be deemed so. Exploration inherently invites unforeseen challenges. Moreover, Off was not truly overmatched. The sheer number of adversaries merely played to their disadvantage. As the dazed state within Yuri's vision accumulated to level 4, the frequency of prompts began to diminish. This indicated that the sandworm's numbers were insufficient to maintain a continuous control chain. A minute later, Yuri emerged from his state of disorientation. Yet, he was somewhat disheartened to discover that while he could observe Off's lips moving, he could not hear his words. It appeared that the sandworm's auditory deterrent skill, in addition to the induced daze from the rules, was effective in its physical manifestation. With no other recourse, Yuri retrieved his token. I seem to be temporarily deaf. You may speak here. In response, a flurry of question marks appeared, suggesting that the others in the sect might have been idling. We encountered a swarm of particularly loud insects. We have eliminated those that surfaced, and they may have fled or perished. What shall be our course of action henceforth? This inquiry required no reply from Yuri. Action was the order of the day. With the guidance of the skeletal soldiers he had previously stationed, Yuri swiftly led off back to the earlier hollow. To his astonishment, the once 100-meter-deep sandpit had returned to a level state. Were it not for the skeletal soldiers marking the coordinates, and the certainty that the two used for navigation had not shifted, Yuri might have doubted his memory. Off's expression mirrored this skepticism. Yet, this also confirmed to Yuri that something of significance to the sandworms lay here, something not easily displaced. Otherwise, the elapsed time would have sufficed for the sandworms to relocate, rendering such an effort to restore the sandy terrain unnecessary. The hearing lost to the sandworms' roars had begun to partially return. Although a degree of tinnitus persisted, he could discern some sounds. As such, I possess summoned entities for localization. Perhaps you might try jumping again? As he spoke, Yuri casually retrieved a piece of meat from his backpack and tossed it into the center of the previously occupied sandpit, aiding Ove in pinpointing the location. Upon witnessing Yuri's act, Ove grasped his intention and was about to retreat for a running start when he suddenly hesitated. An unsettling thought crossed his mind. Yuri, feeling a bit stiff himself, realized the potential misinterpretation of his action. Yet the meat in his waist pouch was of the least value. He had not considered the implications when he threw it. Explanation was futile. Yuri could only feign ignorance, avoiding eye contact with Ove and fixating intently on the spot where the beast's flesh had landed, essentially the original position of the sandpit. Observing Yuri's untroubled demeanor, Ove dismissed his own concerns, banished the unnecessary thoughts, and prepared to take off. A peculiar sound echoed, puff, as the sand beneath Ove's feet suddenly gave way, causing him to descend along with it. Little brother, don't come down. If the sandworm manipulates the sand to bury me, I have a way to escape. O called out. Hearing this, Yuri, naturally unwilling to show off, remained on the surface. While he sensed nothing amiss, the reactions of the insects indicated that the absence of anomalies was, in itself, an anomaly. Wait a moment, let me search carefully, he replied. As someone who had lived nearly 2 centuries and was passionate about exploration, Ove also recognized the peculiarities and began to scrutinize his surroundings meticulously. Seemingly confident in his abilities, Ove's method of searching carefully bore his unique touch. He approached the side of the structure buried in sand and struck it with his fist. Solid, solid, solid. This too is solid. As he continued, his steps abruptly halted. Hollow, he exclaimed, a broad smile spreading across his face. In contrast to the technical approach of locating a corresponding mechanism to unlock a door, Ove favored the straightforward and direct method of physical entry. He first tapped to ascertain the hollow area, then delivered a powerful blow. Bang! A dull thud resonated as a large hole appeared in the wall before him. Before Ove could step inside, the mist of the undead surged through the newly formed aperture. Ove's brow furrowed, but not due to the mist. He was assailed by a nauseating stench. Just as he began to waver on whether to venture inside, Yuri's voice called down from above. Wait, let me sense it first. Ove had no objections to this. Not only do women dislike insects, but most men share this aversion as well. Societal norms merely dictate that men should not express it. Moreover, the strange odor emanating from the cave heightened their apprehension. They were likely on the verge of encountering the source. Indeed, at the vast space at the end of the passage, Yuri sensed a creature, measuring a mere 15 meters in length yet nearly 10 meters in girth, an imposing bug. Simultaneously, Yuri discerned the identity of the creatures from a series of damage notifications on the attribute panel. The necrotic mist inflicted 6 points of damage on the sandworm matriarch, level 71. A piercing shriek echoed from one of the matriarch's appendages, and Yuri felt the desert beneath him tremble. He soon realized that this was no mere figment of his imagination. The desert was indeed boiling. The level 6 necrotic mist, with a radius of 750 meters, caused a multitude of sandworms to erupt from the ground, surging towards Yuri, including those right at his feet. These suddenly materializing creatures swiftly encircled him. Oblivious to his appearance, Yuri began to convulse wildly, shaking his body and limbs while also flinging his head in a desperate attempt to dislodge the sandworms clinging to him. Beneath Alf, a formidable creature resembling a beetle emerged. Sandworm, level 52, strength 63,